In 2018, at Tianhe Airport in H City, ominous clouds cast a pall over the entire city, rendering it dim and lifeless. In the arrivals hall, a woman adorned in a black wide-brimmed hat and a long black slip dress sat gracefully, attracting furtive glances from passers-by due to her eccentric and novel appearance reminiscent of a modern woman from the last century. Her alabaster arms were enveloped in black lace sleeves, and on her fingers rested an antique ring radiating a verdant glow, while she delicately held a cigarette. Her visage revealed fair skin, a prominent nose, and an air of poise, however. Her deep-set eyes held a fleeting allure, and her crimson lips, strikingly vivid, disrupted the dignity, casting her in a dangerous yet captivating light. Yi Qing-shu observed the bustling hall, noting that it bore little resemblance to her memories of H City, which had transformed beyond recognition. It had been over a century since she last set foot on this land she had left as a mere child, and now, gazing upon this simultaneously strange yet familiar city, a flicker of nostalgia crossed her eyes. After a moment, she discarded her cigarette and retrieved a visibly outdated handbag along with an envelope. Seemingly engaged in a trivial task, yet the slight tremor of her fingertips betrayed the tumult within her heart. The date on the letter indicated it was written 2 years prior, concerning that child. Yi Qing-shu's eyes softened with hope that she was still present. Clutching the letter tightly, she lifted her handbag and strode toward the airport exit, her steps imbued with an elegant sway. The black dress against the somber sky lent her silhouette an aura of oppressive solitude. Outside the airport, the roar of an orange sports car sliced through the air, drawing the attention of onlookers. Which wealthy heir is causing a scene today? At the wheel, Qi Jingshu, with his striking phoenix eyes and vibrant orange hair, attracted glances due to his handsome appearance. Yet his disheveled shirt and untidy shorts conveyed a sense of careless abandon. Alas, I'm going to be late, Qi Jingshu exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. Ever since his grandmother fell ill 2 years ago, he had been instructed to meet someone named Yi Qing-shu at the airport daily. Previously, he had never needed to come himself. After all, who would expect a young master to wait like a fool? He could have easily hired someone for the task. However, in recent days, his grandmother's condition had worsened, compelling him to come personally. This morning, her sudden decline had caused him to arrive late. The sports car came to a steady halt at the pickup point, and Qi Jingshu leapt from the vehicle, extracting a sign emblazoned with Yi Qing-shu's name from the back seat. As usual, he leaned against the car door, drawing the attention of the crowd. Wow, is he a celebrity? So handsome, he's a heartthrob. Quick, take a picture and send it to my friends. I need to find out which star he is. I'm swooning. In no time, a small crowd began to gather around him. Qi Jingshu's expression soured. Who would enjoy being gawked at like a spectacle every day? He was reluctant to be there in his eyes. If someone were truly coming, they would have arrived long ago. He wished to be at home with his grandmother, yet she insisted he come. Hello, may I add you on WeChat? A voice, tinged with shyness, floated into the air beside him. Qi Jingshu lifted his eyelids slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Such occurrences had become rather commonplace for him, as he had encountered them frequently in recent days. Upon hearing his response, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Her gaze dropped, and she hurriedly dragged her luggage away. That boy was truly handsome, yet he had turned her down. With a reluctant glance at the girl's fleeing silhouette, Qi Jingshu shook his head in resignation, feeling as though he would be waiting in vain once more today. Excuse me. While lost in thought, a clear voice suddenly broke through the air above him, albeit somewhat hesitant. It truly was a continuous stream of interruptions. Just as Qi Jingshu prepared to act as a mere echo, replicating the earlier encounter, he unexpectedly raised his gaze to find himself ensnared by a pair of icy, deep-set eyes. Clad in black, with a matching dress and parasol, her pallor appeared even more striking, exuding an enigmatic allure that rendered him momentarily speechless. Yi Qing-shu held an envelope in her hand, intending to take a cab to the address inscribed within. To her astonishment, upon exiting the airport, she was greeted by a large sign bearing her name, Yi Qing-shu. How long had it been since she had heard that name called? She was momentarily taken aback. Had that silly girl truly managed to have someone wait for her return every day? Excuse me, is it Ms.Ye Nan who asked you to wait for me here? After a moment's contemplation regarding the appropriate form of address, she hesitantly uttered the words in Mandarin, a language she had seldom used for over a century. What? Huh? Qi Jingshu sprang upright from beside the car, his orange hair giving him a bewildered and innocent appearance. Yiqinan, Yi Qingshu repeated, beginning to question whether she had made an error. You're the person my grandmother is here to pick up? Qi Jingshu exclaimed, astonished. He had not expected to actually find someone here, let alone a young woman. Moreover, he had never heard his grandmother mention anything about this before. Producing the envelope to reveal the sender's name, Yi Qingshu's expression gradually softened. I am Yi Qingshu, a friend of your grandmother. After a brief pause, she articulated their connection. She left me a letter stating that someone would be waiting for me here every day. Is she well? The tremor in Yi Qingshu's voice betrayed her concern for her grandmother's well-being. The letter had been written 2 years prior, and the person awaiting her had assured her that the little girl should be fine. Yet that girl was now 88 years old. Grandmother is unwell. She asked me to come here every day to wait for you. I never anticipated that someone would actually come today. Qi Jingshu swiftly replied, confirming the address from the letter while pondering the identity of his newfound companion. As he spoke, he opened the car door, tossing the sign inside, eager to return home with her. The roar of the supercar echoed throughout the airport perimeter once again, eliciting envy and admiration from onlookers, who lamented that such a handsome man was already taken. Throughout the journey, Yi Qingshu gazed out the window with a cold, bewildered expression, observing the bustling world beyond. Towering skyscrapers, a cacophony of traffic, and a throng of people. What a flourishing era! She sighed, a mixture of nostalgia and reflection in her eyes, recalling a time when this place was devoid of vitality, merely a desolate expanse. Beside her, Qi Jingshu occasionally cast glances at the woman in the passenger seat. Having grown up alongside his grandmother, he had never heard of her. The sudden appearance of this woman left him perplexed about her identity. As the car progressed, the scenery outside transformed from towering skyscrapers to tranquil, elegant villas, marking the largest villa district in the entire H-city. Neither of them uttered a word. Yi Qingshu retracted her gaze, clutching a black umbrella, as she followed him into the grand residence. Unlike the European architectural style of the other villas, this one boasted a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, although its entrance appeared somewhat desolate. Noticing this, Qi Jingshu furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him as he quickened his pace. Yi Qingshu followed closely, her expression slightly grave, yet she found herself inexplicably halted at the doorway. What's the matter? Come in quickly. The scarcity of people at the entrance surely indicates something is amiss. Qi Jingshu turned, his tone urgent, for he sensed that something must be troubling his grandmother. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Qingshu stepped inside, her eyes trembling as they darted toward the 3rd floor, drawn by the sounds of commotion and weeping. Master Jing, you've returned. It's not good with the old lady. Everyone is upstairs. A maid, descending the stairs, caught sight of Qi Jingshu and exclaimed hurriedly. What? Qi Jingshu gasped, disregarding everything else as he hastily ascended the stairs. Yi Qingshu's eyes widened, her steps surprisingly quicker than those of Qi Jingshu as she followed the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the upper floor, the sounds of sobbing became distinctly clearer. The old lady is nearly 90 years old. Mr. Qi, we have done all we can. If there is anything left to say, now is the time. While she still has consciousness, the doctor's sigh reached Yi Qingshu's ears. She could scarcely maintain her composure, her steps faltering as she rushed into the sick room. How had it come to this? Chapter 2. The funeral. Within the confines of the room, men and women encircled the hospital bed, an air of suffocating despair and anguish permeating the atmosphere. Who are you? A middle-aged man furrowed his brow, visibly displeased by the intrusion of an unfamiliar face. She is the person my grandmother asked me to wait for at the airport, came the voice of Qi Jingshu, his complexion flushed and breathless as he rushed in. Grandma, Jingshu has returned. The person you wanted me to bring back is here. He pushed through the crowd, kneeling by the bedside, his voice trembling with emotion, on the verge of tears. Yi Qingshu felt as though her feet were rooted to the ground, silently gazing at the frail figure on the bed, whose breaths were faint and whose white hair signified the twilight of life. The individual lay with eyes shut tight, relying solely on a respirator and intravenous nutrients to sustain their existence. Is it truly this late? The leather handbag bore the marks of a frantic grasp. "Grandma, I've brought back the person you wanted." Qi Jingshu leaned over the bed, clutching the elderly woman's hand, which felt like withered bark, his eyes reddening with unshed tears. He feared that his grandmother could not hear him, as she had inquired daily whether he had successfully brought the person back. Almost instantaneously upon hearing his words, the elderly hand stirred slightly. It moved. "Come quickly, help me wake Grandma," Qi Jingshu shouted, urgently beckoning Yi Qishu, his demeanor appearing quite uncouth, yet in this moment, no one had the heart to concern themselves with such trivialities. As if emerging from a profound slumber, a flicker of crimson illuminated Yi Qingshu's gaze as she approached the bedside, under the scrutiny of the onlookers. "I have come to see you, my dear." Her voice was soft and distant, akin to a gentle chime that roused the slumbering figure on the bed. The elderly woman, though her eyes were clouded, suddenly sparkled with life, tears glistening as they fixated intently on Yi Qingshu's face, as if attempting to absorb every detail. "Grandma, Mom, you're awake." Upon witnessing the elderly woman's eyes flutter open, a wave of excitement surged through the room, yet no one dared to breach the solemn expression of the elderly gentleman, who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. His gaze remained fixed on the bedridden figure, only momentarily diverting when Yi Qingshu entered. This young girl, he pondered, was an enigma to him. Since marrying his wife, she had seldom spoken of her life in the country. He was aware that his wife had children with her former husband, and perhaps this young woman was a descendant of that lineage. He speculated. "Everyone, please leave. She will stay with me." Yi Yinan, though resembling a withered tree, spoke with unexpected strength. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, the earlier middle-aged man's expression heavy with sorrow. Imploring, "Mother, let us remain by your side a while longer." "Everyone must go." Finally, the elderly gentleman's voice emerged. A command born from a lifetime of never contesting his wife's wishes, even in his current anguish. Qi Jingshu's expression betrayed his reluctance. He could not bear to part from his grandmother, fearing that this might be their final farewell. "Go on, dear." Yi Yinan's voice was gentle. Regardless of the emotions swirling within the hearts of the onlookers, they retreated from the room like a receding tide. Within the room, silence enveloped them like a tranquil sea. Following Yi Yinan's gesture, Yi Qingshu disconnected the monitoring equipment and firmly grasped the frail hand of the elderly woman on the bed. "Because of you, my dear. I arrived late," she murmured. This phrase seems to carry the weight of longing through time, a belated sentiment after 68 years. As a pair of pale-hued eyes shed tears of blood. "I did not arrive late. I have been waiting for you, Mother Qingshu. Look, I have indeed awaited the arrival of Yi Yinan," whose tears traced the lines of her wrinkled face. She yearns to raise her hand once more to wipe away the blood and tears from Yi Qingshu, yet her arm refuses to move. "Mother Qingshu, do not weep." She struggles to utter these words, her gaze unwavering upon Yi Qingshu. Over these 68 years, she often pondered how different her fate might have been had she not eloped with that man, had she remained by Mother Qingshu's side. Perhaps she would not have been deceived and left to wander the streets, squandering all the money Mother Qingshu had given her. They might not have been separated for such a long time. Yet, there exists no what if. I should have sought you out long ago. My anger has dissipated. For these years, I have been relentlessly pursued, eventually succumbing to slumber. Yi Qingshu pressed Yi Yinan's hand against her own face, wishing to convey that she had not forsaken her. Under the constraints of circumstance, she had been unable to return, unable to isolate herself, drifting from place to place. Who could have imagined it would come to this? "Mother Qishu, and Qishu, please do not cry," Yi Yinan implored, her voice choked with emotion. She had feared that she might never see her again. Her voice hoarse as a forced smile graced her lips, yet age had robbed her of the vitality to laugh as she once did. She had waited, terrified of not witnessing Yi Qingshu's final moments. It seems that fate has favored her. In her dying moments, she has finally seen her. "Ener, enduring until your return has filled me with joy. This life has been sufficient." She spoke with a tone laced with laughter. "Ener, no, please don't," she pleaded. For the person before her was in the twilight of life. Yi Qingshu grasped her hand tightly against her own face, her pupils narrowing, as her handbag thudded to the ground. This was the child she had raised single-handedly. A flicker of struggle crossed her brow, veins protruding on her face, pupils bloodshot, revealing her fangs as she yearned to keep her. "No, please don't." Yi Yinan shook her head with great difficulty. "I do not wish to become like my mother." Her words jolted Yi Qingshu back to her senses. Indeed, Ener had grown older, unable to withstand the initial embrace, easily transformed into a soulless remnant. Was T her youngest sister once yearning to become a vampire, this bloodthirsty monster, who met her demise? Moreover, she could not bestow upon her the gift of sunlight. Let it be, I shall heed her wishes. Gradually regaining her composure, Yi-Chi-Shu offered a bitter smile, her expression forlorn. She had ultimately succumbed to her own delusions. Yet, in this world, she had only her. Wiping away the blood and tears from her face, she appeared battered, slowly reaching to stroke Yi-Nan's head. Her voice hoarse. It is you who have forsaken me. She had not abandoned her. It was she who chose not to remain by her side. Yi-Nan grasped Yi-Ching-Shu tightly. Let me be willful, just once more. Mother Ching-Shu, please summon the scenery. Accompanied by labored breaths, she struggled to articulate this request. She would hold on a little longer, just for a moment, as she wished to arrange everything for Mother Chi-Shu. I shall listen to you. Yi-Ching-Shu gazed deeply into Yi-Nan's eyes, as if imprinting her image upon her memory. Subsequently, with a swift teleportation, she knocked on the door and instantly vanished into the bathroom. The sight of her bloodied visage would surely terrify anyone. As the door creaked open, Yi-Nan allowed her husband and Qi-Jing-Shu to enter. Inside the restroom, Yi-Chi-Shu braced herself against the sink and splashed water on her face. Quietly listening to Yi-Nan's instructions to Qi-Jing-Shu to care for her and bidding farewell to the elderly gentleman. Is this her second husband? He appears to be a good man. In this moment, she felt a sense of relief, despite a life fraught with hardships. She had ultimately found familial harmony and the joy of grandchildren. Is this not what the girl had longed for? Suddenly, the delicate voice came to an abrupt halt, and a heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the room. Yi-Ching-Shu froze and hastily pushed open the door, only to find the figure on the sickbed gazing directly at her, with eyes that sparkled with joy before losing their luster. Staring into those eyes, Yi-Ching-Shu felt as though she had been plunged into an icy cavern, the fabric of time shifting, as if she were transported back many years to when a small child trailed behind her, asking, Aunt Ching-Shu, I no longer have a mother. Will you be my mother? Mother Ching-Shu, you are so beautiful. You will never age. Fairy Mother Ching-Shu, you are my favorite. The child's light, melodious voice lingered in her ears, and the thunderous wails pulled her into the torrent of time. Ultimately, all that remained was that pair of lifeless eyes meeting Yi-Ching-Shu's unfocused gaze. After a long pause, Yi-Ching-Shu's hand fell limply to her side, her expression void of life. She had lost the last of her kin in this world. Chapter 3. The city was perpetually shrouded in rain. Dark clouds enveloping the sky, and mist swirling around the foothills, casting a gray haze over the realm. Within the morning hall, the anguished cries drowned out the torrential downpour outside. Just beyond the hall, a solitary black umbrella stood prominently not far from the entrance. Yi-Chi-Shu, adorned with a wide-brimmed black hat and a long black gown, held the umbrella aloft in the rain, her gaze fixed upon the direction of the morning hall. She declined to attend Yi-Nan's funeral. After all, what elder would wish to personally send off their younger kin? As darkness crept in, the voices within gradually subsided. Qi-Jing-Shu hurried towards Yi-Ching-Shu, noticing her exposed skin, swiftly removing his suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders. The rain is heavy. Do take care not to catch a chill, he urged, hesitating momentarily. Though I have never met you, I feel you must have had a close bond with my grandmother, as she entrusted you to me in her final moments. Why not accompany her on her last journey? Qi-Jing-Shu's voice was hoarse, his confusion apparent. She had come but chose not to attend. Who was she truly? I cannot bear it. Yi-Ching-Shu's light-colored eyes trembled slightly. I cannot bear to see her go without leaving anything behind. Clutching the black umbrella tightly, she gazed at the youthful boy before her, brimming with vitality at 20 years of age. In due time, I shall depart from this place. Thank you for your kindness over the past few days, she stated. She was meant to leave this place. From then on, the years would stretch long, with no ties to bind her. Qi-Jing-Shu's eyes held a faint hue of melancholy. His visage weary as he parted his lips, yet only a single promise escaped. I will stand by your side and take care of you. This was his vow to his grandmother. After a prolonged silence, Yi-Chi-Shu said nothing further. How could one truly believe in the promises of youth? Was it not similar to that heartless girl who once proclaimed she would be with him for a lifetime? Within the Qi residence, the room buzzed with the presence of relatives and friends, their voices intertwining in a continuous flow. Yi-Ching-Shu and Qi-Jing-Shu entered fashionably late, and the elder Qi cast a cursory glance at them before intoning gravely, Now that everyone is here, please take your seats. Please forgive me, Yi-Chi-Shu began. as the Qi family had summoned her to attend the reading of Yi Nan's will. "Father, why have you called her here?" queried a middle-aged man seated nearby. The very same who had spoken in the hospital, Qi Heping, Yi Nan's second son. The younger generation looked on in confusion, some casting wary glances at Yi Qishu. Beneath the surface, tension swirled. After all, the inheritance left by the matriarch encompassed a significant portion of the Qi family's wealth. "Father, since everyone is present, let us announce Mother's will," interjected Qi Jun, the eldest son, his demeanor commanding and composed. He believed that their mother would never act against the interests of the Qi family, given that both parents had built their fortunes together, each possessing their own assets. Qi Nin observed the younger generation's reactions. Upon hearing his eldest son's words, he nodded slowly in agreement. Yi Qingshu's amber eyes quietly surveyed the room, pondering the reason for her summons, a sigh escaping her lips. What was the necessity of this? She lacked for nothing, nor did she require any of it. The lawyer, who had been playing a role of invisibility, stepped forward to announce the will. The initial contents were as expected for the various branches of the Qi family. Yet when the lawyer's gaze fell upon Yi Qingshu, he slowly began. The matriarch's intention is to bequeath the villa in the southern city and 5 of the shares in Yinan Group to Miss Qingshu. This revelation sent a shockwave through the assembly, a collective uproar erupting. What? Mother wishes to bestow her fortune upon a stranger? Lawyer Chung, is there an error? I have never even heard the name Yi Qingshu throughout my life. A middle-aged man, donned in spectacles and exuding an air of casual indifference, stood up, his tone laced with skepticism as his gaze swept over Yi Qingshu. Though others remained silent, their expressions mirrored his incredulity. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Lawyer Chung, clutching the will, mustered the courage to confirm, "Yes, it is indeed Miss Yi Qingshu." The commotion escalated beyond just a few middle-aged individuals. The entire hall erupted in disbelief. "Father, this is inappropriate." Qi Heping pondered aloud, questioning the propriety of surrendering their family's assets to an outsider, especially 5 of the shares. "Indeed, grandfather." Voices chimed in from the crowd. Amidst the rising murmur, Yi Qingshu maintained her composure, resolved to decline. She neither needed the money nor was she planning to stay much longer. From the beginning to the end, Qinan remained silent, merely observing Yi Qingshu. Upon noticing the unyielding expression on her face, he struck his cane against the ground, producing a resonant sound. "Everyone, be quiet." As his words echoed, the hall fell into a hushed stillness, with the attendees exchanging glances. Only the youngest daughter, Qi Xing, gazed at her father and Yi Qingshu, harboring a faint suspicion in her heart. She had inadvertently learned of her mother's previous marriage, and the person before her bore a slight resemblance to her mother. Could it be? "As per your mother's last wishes," Qi Nin declared decisively. "Before her passing, my wife was preoccupied with thoughts of this young lady. I cannot contravene her wishes for the sake of my children." Qi Nan's pronouncement quelled the diverse thoughts swirling in the hall. Within this household, his words held undeniable authority. He was a commendable man. Although the events of the past remained a mystery, it was indeed fortunate that this young girl had encountered the one before her. "I shall soon depart from here. This wealth holds little significance for me," Yi Qingshu remarked, her crimson lips parting as she turned to Qi Jingshu. "Your grandmother valued you highly. Discuss the distribution of these assets with your grandfather. I relinquish my claim to the inheritance." Allowing Qi Jingshu to care for her and re-establish her connection with society suggested that the individual before her was indeed someone of great importance to the young lady. Qi Jingshu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had remained silent since entering, aware that this was not a place for a junior to interject. Suddenly being mentioned in relation to such an immense fortune left his previously carefree demeanor somewhat dazed. "You would truly bestow such a considerable fortune upon me?" he pondered, unable to fathom it. Had he not noticed how his siblings were poised to fight over it? How could she so readily relinquish it? Yi Qingshu's gaze shifted to Qi Nan, and a momentary silence enveloped the room. No one had anticipated that this young woman would so willingly relinquish such a substantial inheritance. It was assumed that a fierce struggle for power would ensue. Qi Nan narrowed his eyes. Having lived for over 70 years, he found it perplexing that he could not discern the thoughts of the young lady before him at this moment. After a brief pause, he said, "This is what is left for you. I cannot decide on your behalf. If you have made up your mind, then act according to your wishes. I relinquish it." Yi Qingshu asserted resolutely. "My task is complete. The remaining inheritance formalities shall be managed by you all." Lawyer Cheng exhaled in relief, donning a professional smile as he followed the butler out of the hall. "You may all attend to your own matters. There is no need to linger around this old man. Many have come to pay their respects today." Do not forget to take note. Qin leaned on his cane and rose. Additionally, Miss Qingshu will still reside in the old residence. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach the butler. He will take care of everything. No need for that. I shall go out to stay, Yi Qingshu stated, standing up. Though she had been residing in the old home these past few days, with matters now settled, she intended to return home in a few days. The gathering was too crowded and inconvenient for her. Grandmother instructed me to care for you. Come stay with me, Qi Jingshu interjected. His grandmother had insisted that he look after her, concerned for her well-being in an unfamiliar place. My abode is quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate him. He resides in a villa district near the city, solely because his business is located there. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qishu nodded, acknowledging her unfamiliarity with this place. Qi Jingshu, living alone, must surely find the area sparsely populated. Very well, go about your business. Qinin said nothing further. Qi Jingshu had grown up and ought to fulfill the task entrusted to him by his grandmother. In the stillness of the night, tranquil as water, Yi Qishu drew back the curtains and slowly ignited a cigarette, placing it between her crimson lips before exhaling a ring of smoke. After removing her makeup, the pallor of her face became apparent. Seated on the sofa, she gazed out at the villa district. This area was not unfamiliar to her. Upon entering the community, she had spotted a mountain peak resembling a bull's head across the way. Indeed, in the 19th century, this was merely a small village. Chapter 4. Stay at my home. A flicker of memories danced in her eyes, transporting her back to 1889, when, at the tender age of 9, she journeyed across the ocean with her labor parents. Since then, she had never set foot on this land again. Due to her father's toil and her mother's relentless struggles to make ends meet, she had not bound her feet as was customary, and unlike many women, she did not marry early after her long voyage. Instead, she waited in a foreign land until she was 19, when she was courted by a fellow Chinese immigrant. Had it not been for that fateful incident, she feared she might have already married and borne children, like so many others, surrounded by a lineage of descendants. On that fateful night in 1899, while delivering dinner to her father, she encountered the injured Dean on her return journey. In a moment of sheer instinct, she clung to his neck, unaware of where her courage and strength came from, and thus, by a twist of fate, she completed her first embrace, transforming into a newly born vampire and stepping into a world belonging to the night. That year marked the eternal cessation of her life as a human. Forever frozen at the age of 19. As a fledgling vampire, she struggled to control herself, her senses heightened, her emotions dulled. For a decade, she wandered aimlessly alongside Dean, living a life of folly until 1910. Exhaling another smoke ring, Yi Qishu squinted her eyes. In Vancouver, Dean had introduced her to the Sun Circle, a refuge that allowed them to traverse in daylight. But soon after, Dean discovered more thrilling pursuits and released her. Yi Qingshu managed a bitter smile. She was fortunate yet also unfortunate. Never before had such a young vampire been liberated so early, and with freedom came peril. She reclaimed her humanity and returned home, only to find her youthful sister remaining. Her father, mother, and brother had all perished in the war. Over the course of a century, she had bid farewell to her parents and siblings, and most recently, she had lost the child she had raised herself. Tears of blood streamed down her cheeks as she retrieved an antiquated wallet from her bag. Inside, she found a yellowed, tattered photograph. Her pale fingers brushed against the image of a man clad in a tattered long gown and a gentle-faced woman, surrounded by four visibly malnourished children. The upper left corner of the photograph bore the date of 1898. The sound of knocking reverberated through the air, abruptly awakening Yi Qishu, who wiped the blood and tears from her face with a handkerchief. "Please come in," she said. Qi Jingshu cautiously opened the door, holding several articles of clothing, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I noticed you only brought a handbag with you. No one seemed to pay attention to your lack of clothing during your stay at the old residence. Here are some of my clothes for you to wear. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you out to shop." He scratched his head, realizing this only when he changed his clothes. The shops had long since closed, and there were no women's garments at home. Reluctantly, he had to offer his own. "Thank you." Her voice was soft. Qi Jingshu lifted his gaze slightly. Encountering her pale complexion devoid of makeup, which rendered her somewhat frail, her brow furrowed with unspoken worries. Without her makeup, she appeared younger. Yet there was a weariness about her. "It's fine. My grandmother has instructed me to take good care of you," Qi Jingshu replied, hesitating before continuing. "I cannot accept your grandmother's things, especially since you mentioned wanting to leave today. Wherever you go, I will follow." For my grandmother insisted that I must look after you for 5 years without leaving your side. Although he was unsure of his grandmother's reasoning behind these instructions and the oath he was made to take, he felt compelled to honor her final request. Yi Qingshu had overheard the conversation between Yi Yinan and Qi Jingshu, and she could grasp the implications. After 10 years of slumber, Yinan was concerned about her ability to navigate this swiftly changing world, thus assigning this young man to her care. Yet, she was confident that, despite the rapid transformations around her, time would impart the knowledge she needed. Let us discuss this when the time comes for me to leave. For now, take me out to explore. It has been ages since I last returned. She paused, saying no more. She needed time to acclimate to this new world. And when the moment arrived to depart, shedding this young man would be effortless. Upon hearing her words, Qi Jingshu tugged at his orange hair. Please rest well. Good night, he said, taking 3 steps back and exiting the room. Being young, he could not conceal his emotions, and his curiosity was evident. Yi Qingshu shook her head, stowing the photograph back in her bag, extinguishing her cigarette, and gazing out at the tempestuous forest under the storm. A figure vanished from sight. She needed sustenance. And in this unfamiliar place, the blood of the animals in the forest would serve as her nourishment. In the morning, the sound of cicadas filled the room, signaling the end of days of dreary rain. Sunlight streamed through the windows, adding a touch of warmth. Qi Jingshu had risen early, waiting downstairs, his phone incessantly scrolling. Due to his grandmother's affairs, he had been disinterested in socializing, and his phone was filled with messages from acquaintances reaching out. Hu Yijia, Qi Wu, please accept my condolences. How have you been lately? Yesterday, I heard from my father that most of the issues at your home have been resolved. Imoin, Qi Ge, where are you? Would you like everyone to gather together? It might lighten your spirits. Imo Fanzhou, Qi Wu, come out. There are some matters at the company that require your input. It seems that Een and Ajie have gotten themselves into trouble with someone. Qi Jingshu, perhaps later. I have some matters to attend to today, he replied nonchalantly. Reclining on the sofa, he had promised to take Yuchishu shopping for clothes today. As he pondered, a crisp and steady female voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Qi Jingshu. Upon turning, he found Yi Qingshu standing there. Do you walk without making a sound? Or are you simply too absorbed in thought? Yi Qingshu maintained her composure. Are you busy? She inquired again. If he had pressing matters, she could very well go out alone, as she generally disliked imposing on others. Oh, no. Have you finished getting ready? Qi Jingshu scratched his head, his charming eyes scrutinizing Yi Qingshu, who had an endearing blush on her ears. He had never seen a woman wear his clothes before. Yi Qingshu wore the outfit Qi Jingshu had chosen yesterday, a black shirt paired with wide-legged leather pants. As they were men's attire, she had cinched the pants with a belt, her handbag ever present, and she had opted not to wear a hat, retaining the makeup from the previous day. Yet, this ensemble stripped away her usual elegance, rendering her almost austere. Qi Jingshu was momentarily transfixed by her appearance. I'm ready, but I lack suitable shoes. The last pair I wore was a pair of women's leather shoes, quite outdated. Ah, it's fine. You can wear my slippers for now. Let us head out and shop for what you need. Qi Jingshu grabbed the car keys and rose, striving to appear more at ease. Yi Qingshu nodded and followed him outside. The moment they stepped out, the sunlight caught the subtle glint of the halo around her neck. The mode of transport remained the same red supercar from before, its roar deafening. Yi Qingshu closed her eyes, shielding herself from the engine's noise. I'll take you shopping today, along with breakfast. You must be hungry. I noticed you hardly ate anything yesterday. A concise response followed. Chapter 5. The contest in his life. Qi Jingshu had accompanied numerous women on shopping excursions, given his affluence. However, he had never encountered a woman like the one before him, who remained expressionless regardless of his suggestions, unwavering in her refusal to make a purchase. Young Master Qi. This is our store's new arrival. There are only 3 in the entire city, named Night Sky, the sales attendant said, her cheeks flushing upon seeing Qi Jingshu. She spoke softly, as the lady alongside him had remained silent since entering the store, despite the attendant's fervent recommendations. Regardless of her efforts, the woman remained unmoved. Her aura and attire starkly contrasted with those of Qi Jingshu's previous companions, and her beauty paled in comparison. It left one wondering what had drawn Qi Jingshu to her. The black gown, adorned with diamonds, resembled the twinkling stars in the night sky, captivatingly beautiful. I think this one is quite nice, Qi Jingshu ventured, testing the waters. Speculating whether she harbored a dislike for the attire available, she pondered the possibility of switching to another store. However, This establishment was renowned as the finest within the entire Yi-S Mall, frequented by numerous celebrity wives who customarily ordered their garments here. The prices for the clothing were exorbitantly high. During this visit, she had not brought an ample amount of money. Finally, Yi Qingshu hesitantly spoke. Retrieving 2 bundles of banknotes from her handbag, her cool gaze meeting Qi Jingshu's. In her perspective, elders ought not to reveal their financial predicaments to their juniors, as it might lead the latter to perceive themselves as inept. Yet, she found it difficult to initiate a request for him to cover her expenses, simply because she was the elder. In her haste to arrive, preoccupied with showcasing her status, she had forgotten to bring sufficient funds. Moreover, the garments here were prohibitively expensive, with prices soaring to tens of thousands or even millions. She marveled at the transformations in this world, particularly the rampant inflation. Qi Jingshu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the 2 bundles of cash before him, almost amused by the solemn demeanor of this woman. He had assumed she disliked the clothing and was contemplating which mall to visit next, never having considered that her hesitance stemmed from financial constraints. No woman had ever suggested paying for herself when accompanying him, nor did anyone in this 21st century carry substantial cash. The female attendant nearby wore an expression of incredulity, questioning whether this was a novel tactic to ensnare wealthy heirs. Did young Master Qi really lack funds? Having worked here for over a year, she had encountered various gold diggers. It was customary for women to try on clothes, never daring to disturb young Master Qi, who had never before allowed anyone to make decisions on his behalf. Yi Qingshu naturally sensed the attendant's gaze and surmised her thoughts, recognizing that in the last century, the look of a shopkeeper observing a man spinning on his mistress bore striking similarities to the current situation. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, having lived over a century. She was not prone to volatility or irritation, and directing her emotions towards such circumstances was not in her character. She instructed Qi Jingshu to wrap up several of the black dresses and also requested a few pairs of shoes. You need not worry about economizing on my behalf. I am quite affluent and can easily purchase a few garments for you. As for your funds, they may be reserved for other essential items, he declared with a radiant smile. The youth's fair complexion and captivating peach blossom eyes made his smile resemble a burst of fireworks, causing the surrounding attendants to blush involuntarily, for a wealthy and handsome man possesses an irresistible allure. I will repay you when I return, Yi Qingshu replied. Just as she was about to utter the word repay, a phone call interrupted Qi Jingshu. Please hold on. I must take this call. Should you find anything you desire, feel free to take it without concern for my finances, he remarked, frowning at his phone before flashing a smile at Yi Qingshu, refraining from suggesting that she try on a dress immediately. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt that her current outfit was quite appealing. You go ahead. I will wait. Yi Qingshu nodded, settling onto the sofa. The clothing had been purchased, and there was no need for her to continue browsing. Yi Qingshu sat on the sofa, her hands nervously rubbing her handbag as she observed the world around her, still somewhat novel to her. Various sounds filled her ears. Even the voice of Qi Jingshu on the phone was distinctly clear. His friend seemed to be in some insurmountable trouble, urging him to meet later that evening. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched voice pierced through her thoughts. Wow, this dress is absolutely stunning. I must have it. She turned her gaze to see a woman in a green dress, adorned with heavy makeup, exclaiming over a black dress that the shop assistant was preparing to wrap. This particular dress was none other than the starlit night that the assistant had just mentioned. Zhao Ye's eyes were glued to the dress. She had long desired this piece and had finally saved enough money to purchase it. As an internet celebrity, she had garnered quite a few fans. Yet the general public often looked down upon influencers. With a red carpet event approaching next month, donning this dress would undoubtedly grant her the spotlight, allowing her to break through the noise of mediocrity. She imagined herself dazzling on the red carpet, outshining everyone else, and couldn't help but smile more broadly. Ms. Zhao, you've arrived, the assistant said somewhat awkwardly, but this dress has already been reserved by this lady. She pointed in Yi Qingshu's direction. You're the one who reserved it? Zhao Ye turned, scrutinizing Yi Qingshu from head to toe. Having long aspired to penetrate the circles of high society and the entertainment industry, she had encountered many powerful figures, yet she could not recall ever hearing of Yi Qingshu. Upon noticing the distinctly masculine attire Yi Qingshu wore, a disdainful laugh escaped her lips. Huh, what are you? Just a canary kept by a coal tycoon. I am Zhao Ye. You must know me. I have my eye on that dress. It's mine now, she proclaimed, strutting with an air of superiority in her high heels. The assistant exchanged glances. Miss Zhao, this lady is brought by young Master Qi. She hesitated, her demeanor suggesting more than she dared to say. What? Zhao Yeye's reaction was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You came here with Qi Jingshu? Her gaze scanned Yi Qingshu with renewed scrutiny. The assistant felt a surge of satisfaction at Zhao Yeye's reaction. Once, Zhao Yeye had been a companion of Qi Jingshu, charming and demure in his presence, yet she treated the shop staff with an air of condescension. And now, this newcomer, seemingly indifferent, was indeed a top-tier gold digger. Today, she would expose the hypocrisy of these two, letting them tear each other apart. When Qi Jingshu arrived, he would see their true colors. Lost in her thoughts of Qi Jingshu, her cheeks flushed. Such a gentle and handsome man must not be deceived by these materialistic women. She was immersed in her fantasies until she felt a piercing gaze upon her. Instinctively, she looked back, only to meet a pair of cold, abyssal eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. This sensation was most unpleasant. Yi Qingshu lightly touched her tongue to her emerging fangs, thinking, how predictable these two are. There is no need to disclose my relationship with Qi Jingshu to you. Your words are audacious and utterly shameless. I shall not relinquish this dress to you. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Ye's neck for a moment before speaking coldly. This individual truly incites irritation. If one were to conjure an image of a woman being consumed in the recesses of the last century, I would inquire whether Zhao Ye, clad in high heels, arrived alongside Qi Shujing, vociferously demanding answers. Her eyes, upon noticing Yi Qingshu's attire, erupted with fury. You are the little vixen who has ensnared Jingshu. Are you not? Watch as I duly discipline you. She bellowed, raising her hand. Chapter 6. The lesson. A flicker of crimson ignited in Yi Qingshu's gaze, and a chilling light emanated from her eyes as she seized Zhao Yeye's wrist and forcefully threw her to the ground. Young lady, one ought to speak with decorum. You hurl the term vixen so readily, yet you are far more deserving of such a title. Under the frigid scrutiny akin to that of death itself, Zhao Ye felt a sensation she had not comprehended before. Now, however, she began to grasp its meaning. The pain coursing through her body made her tremble, her wrist still stinging from Yi Qingshu's grasp. Fear crept into her heart, yet the thought of being intimidated by an inconspicuous woman, resulting in such humiliation, ignited her fury. You, Zhao Ye, she quivered, her lips trembling as she attempted to articulate her thoughts, yet upon meeting Yi Qingshu's gaze, she fell utterly silent. A lurking sense of dread whispered that should she persist in her insolence, the other would indeed rend her apart. Do not provoke me further. Yi Qingshu felt her patience nearing its breaking point. After several days of consuming animal blood, she was inclined to indulge in a change of flavor. Despite her distaste for the taste of blood types, her cold eyes fixated on Zhao Yeye's carotid artery, her entire being thrumming with restlessness. What transpired? Upon entering, Qi Jingshu immediately sensed the discord and hastened to Yi Qingshu's side. His gaze shifted to the kneeling Zhao Yeye, a frown creasing his brow, for he was well acquainted with her propensity for trouble. Your little paramour seems to have misunderstood our relationship, Yi Qingshu stated succinctly, and before she could elaborate, Qi Jingshu had already pieced together the entirety of the situation. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Did she strike you? Are you hurt? He scrutinized Yi Qingshu with palpable concern, for he recognized that the turmoil had stemmed from his actions. Moreover, in their brief acquaintance, he had never witnessed her in such a heightened emotional state. A single remark from Yi Qingshu struck him as amusing. It was she who knelt upon the ground, not him, as she pointed towards the now utterly transformed Zhao Yeye. Jingshu, allow me to explain. I was merely momentarily envious, which led to this disagreement. I did not strike her. She was the one who pushed me. Zhao Yeye, upon noticing Qi Jingshu's entrance, swiftly adopted a pitiful demeanor, rising slowly from the ground, appearing most delicate. Yi Qingshu initiated the altercation? Pray, do not jest, Qi Jingshu thought, feeling his intellect challenged. After a moment's contemplation, he adopted a more serious demeanor. Zhao Yeye, we have parted ways. As for the reasons behind our separation, I believe you are more aware than I. I am cognizant of the actions you have undertaken under my name. This separation is intended to preserve your dignity. Furthermore, our relationship has been mutually beneficial, and this is the final occasion we shall address these matters. Do you comprehend my intent? Qi Jingshu's voice rose, his tone frigid. Previously, there were women who vied for his affection, covertly sabotaging him, yet he remained indifferent. However, now he must care for Yi Qingshu, the person he vowed to protect before his grandmother. He cannot allow anyone to disturb or harm her. Zhao Yeye was utterly speechless, her face a portrait of shock. Unable to fathom as she gazed at Yi Qishu, consumed by a fierce jealousy. Why was this woman different? Qi Jingshu, amidst the throngs of wealthy young elites, had always been untouched by such entanglements. He had never cared for their clandestine rivalries, which meant that these women had never experienced such a blatant warning before. Fine, Jingshu. I won't take the dress. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet another day. She forced a smile and awkwardly fled the scene. Casting one last glance at Yi Qingshu, her thoughts a mystery. Qi Jingshu's demeanor took Yi Qingshu by surprise, yet she soon felt at ease. She had always thought him merely a somewhat carefree and unreliable boy, never suspecting there was more to him. However, it made sense. Had he not been composed, he would not have been allowed to accompany her. After dealing with Zhao Yeye, Qi Jingshu turned his attention to the shop assistant. You are dismissed. Zhao Yeye did not know Yi Qingshu, recognizing only the shop assistant who had been with him. There had been previous incidents, and he had inquired about them afterward, but he had deemed it not worth his time, which was why the assistant had not been let go. Young Master Qi, why? The assistant exclaimed, anxious. I have done nothing wrong. I merely allowed young Master Yi to see the true nature of those two women. What have you done previously? You should know. The Qi family's establishment is too small to accommodate such a significant presence. Qi Jingshu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The assistant's face drained of color. It was over. Everything was lost. She could not help but resent herself for this misstep, losing such a good job. Qi Jingshu called the mall manager. And soon the manager, drenched in sweat, hurried over. Young master, I apologize sincerely. This is my oversight, he stammered. As for you, Qi Jingshu barked, his voice gruff and impatient, go settle your wages. You need not come back tomorrow. The manager, like a chameleon, wore a pleasant smile as he picked up a packaging bag to hand to Yi Qishu, secretly assessing her. After all, Qi Jingshu had never treated anyone this way before. That's unnecessary. Pack the clothes and send them to my residence, Qi Jingshu interjected. Also, purchase some daily necessities and send those along as well, he instructed after a moment's thought. The manager could not suppress his astonishment. Could it be that she was to be the future wife? I have to meet a friend shortly. Qi Jingshu reverted to his earlier, seemingly unreliable persona as he addressed Yi Qingshu. That's all right, if you are busy. I can stroll alone. Yi Qingshu expressed her understanding. Come with me. It would be good for you to meet more friends, Qi Jingshu added. Very well, Yi Qingshu agreed. She was unfamiliar with the area, so accompanying Qi Jingshu would be beneficial, allowing her to observe the social dynamics of the 21st century and avoid feeling out of place. The city is an unceasing metropolis, the largest economic center in the nation. In the late-night districts, the lights blaze brilliantly, akin to daylight. Throngs of people bustle about, creating a clamor even more vibrant than during the day. This stands in stark contrast to the memories of the place that linger in Yi Qingshu's mind. For when she departed, nightfall signaled the closure of doors across the neighborhood. Here, however, young couples stroll together, laughter occasionally piercing the air. She mused. If she had been born in such a prosperous era, perhaps her entire family could have survived. How wonderful this place is. A supercar halted before the city's grandest club, and immediately, staff members rushed over. Qi Shujing tossed the keys to them, requesting, please park it well. Certainly, young Master Qi, they responded with utmost respect. It seems you are a frequent visitor here, Yi Qishu remarked with a playful smile. It's quite normal for young people to come here, but my grandfather, that old fossil, has often scolded me about it. Qi Shujing replied with a grin. You've never been here, have you? He casually inquired. Yi Qishu's demeanor evoked a sense of decorum, reminiscent of the well-mannered young ladies he was accustomed to, though she occasionally radiated an air of danger. No. I used to be a regular here, spending nearly every night within these walls, she countered, tilting her head, her red lips illuminated by the soft glow, rendering her skin as white as snow, enchanting and beguiling, a stark contrast to her daytime composure. Qi Shujing was momentarily taken aback. The weight of her words was significant, and he struggled to believe them. Yet the sight of her, an ethereal creature of the night, compelled him to accept this reality. Were Yi Qingshu aware that he perceived her as a night spirit, she might have shaken her head, for she was, in truth, a creature of the shadows. Young lady, you should be cautious when alone, he advised, his concern tinged with curiosity, for Yi Qingshu's background remained an enigma to him. Do your parents not reprimand you? Rest assured, no one can harm me, she replied with a nonchalant shrug. her mind drifting back to the last century, when those with ulterior motives who sought her company met with fatal consequences. Who could have imagined that the seemingly delicate woman concealed a demon within? Moreover, my parents have been gone for quite some time, Yi Qingshu added, producing a cigarette from her bag. Do you mind? She gestured with the item in her hand. Chapter 7. The bite. Oh no, not at all. I apologize. Qi Shujing realized he had misspoken. It's all right. It has been a long time. Yi Qingshu ignited the cigarette, a serene smile gracing her lips, the dim lights and the curling smoke enveloping her in an aura of allure and mystery. Qi Shujing, with his almond-shaped eyes wide open in surprise, had known her for days yet was unaware of her smoking habit. After all, even in the 21st century, women who smoke are few, and at this moment, she exuded an intoxicating charm that beckoned exploration. Don't look at me like that. Yi Qingshu arched an eyebrow. She was no stranger to such inquisitive gazes. Many had sought her out in the last century. When it came to her prey, she preferred to entice them, igniting their curiosity just enough that they would unwittingly plunge into the abyss, ultimately regretting their folly beneath her fangs. If that young man continues to gaze at her in such a manner, she cannot guarantee the restraint of her fangs. Apologies. Qi Shujing lightly coughed and hastily averted her gaze. During their conversation, they arrived at the door of the private room. Qi Shujing pushed the door open and found the room eerily quiet, occupied by 3 men and 1 woman. As soon as Hu Yijie saw Qi Shujing, he immediately rose and playfully tapped her shoulder with his fist. How have you been? It seems no one but relatives has come to visit you, leaving us unable to see you. I'm doing well enough, just grappling with the sorrow of losing my grandmother. Qi Shujing managed a strained smile. But I appreciate your visit. This is Hu Yijie. He gestured towards Yi Qingshu. Let me introduce you. She is a very important friend of mine, Yi Qingshu. He emphasized the word important. Qingshu, this is my childhood friend, Hu Yijie, and these are Mo Fanzhou and Mo Yin. Fanzhou and Yin are cousins. He introduced her to the others. Hello, Hu Yijie beamed, revealing a pair of small canine teeth. My goodness, where did you come from? Qi Wu has never shown such regard for a woman before. Hello, Mo Yin. Hello, Mo Fanzhou. Both men, dressed in suits, greeted her. Mo Yin appeared serious and aloof, while Mo Fanzhou exuded flamboyance. His red suit, which was cut daringly low, accentuated his flamboyant demeanor. Qi Wu, seeing you here puts us at ease. Mo Fanzhou clapped Qi Shujing on the shoulder, prompting her to swat his hand away. Please, be serious. Hello, Yi Qingshu, she said, extinguishing her cigarette and tossing the butt into the ashtray, her alabaster hand extended as her eyes fixated on the woman seated in the corner. Hello. Your accent suggests you are not from the city. I am well versed in the city's entertainment scene, so if you ever need assistance, do let me know, Hu Yijie offered, extending his hand for a shake. The moment they made contact, he shivered. Your hand is so cold. It feels almost unnatural. Apologies, I tend to have a cold constitution. Yi Qingshu explained. Please, have a seat. Mo Yin, clad in a gray suit, adjusted his glasses. Yi Qingshu observed him, internally reflecting on his seemingly serious demeanor. However, she knew better than to be deceived by appearances. Compared to the overt flirtations of Hu Yijie and Mo Fanzhou, Mo Yin embodied the archetype of a brooding and detached romantic. Had the others been privy to Yi Qingshu's thoughts, they would undoubtedly have given her a collective thumbs up for her astute observations. Mo Yin was indeed like a dark sesame ball, enigmatic and complex. Qi Shujing, noticing Yi Qingshu's smile as she glanced at Mo Yin, suddenly felt alerted. Come sit beside me. Look at you. Mo Yin smiled gently, as if he had seen through Qi Shujing's thoughts. This smile melted the ice around them, making it clear to everyone present that the woman held a significant place in Qi Shujing's heart. Though they did not appear as lovers, there was an undeniable sense of care. Could she be a person of great importance to the esteemed Lady Yi? It must be said, the others grasped the underlying truth, while only Qi Shujing remained blissfully unaware. May I inquire, who might this be? Yi Qingshu wore a radiant smile. Her interest piqued as she pointed to the girl seated beside her, her gaze lingering on the small, unhealed scar upon the other's arm. Clad in a dress, only the faint outline of the scar was visible, yet Yi Qingshu was certain that the concealed skin bore a symmetrical counterpart. This mark was a bite, an unmistakable sign of a vampire's embrace. Who could it be? Ah, this is our newly signed artist, Wu Wuxian, Hu Yijie interjected, his expression darkening slightly. The mention of Wu Wuxian brought a wave of frustration. Who would have anticipated that an artist procured at such a high price would deliver them a staggering surprise before even settling in? Zhong. Wu Yueshuan's internal thoughts churned as she finally seized the opportunity to speak. After the meeting, she was informed to come here, assuming it was merely a social gathering for her to participate in, only to find herself waiting for ages with only a few executives present. What is going on concerning her? Qi Shujing lounged on the sofa, seemingly indifferent, but his slightly perplexed phoenix-like eyes betrayed his intrigue. Why was she being scrutinized? He was merely the boss, not responsible for the artist's management. Huijia shot him a disdainful glance. Feigning a complaint, "You have certainly embraced the role of a hands-off manager, leaving me to suffer. After learning of this matter, I spent several days investigating." Enough with the jesting. Mo Fanzhou rolled his eyes, gesturing towards Wu Yuexian. "I only learned yesterday that our newly acquired artist was photographed on an outing with a man." Qi Shujing remained puzzled. Huijia tossed a photograph onto the table, stating coldly, "You should recognize this person. He is the man who has been pursuing you and has followed you for several days. Now, he is Wu Yueshuan's companion for the evening." With this revelation, Huijia turned his icy gaze towards Wu Yuexian, inquiring, "Can you explain why everything seems so coincidental?" I don't know," Wu Yuexian replied, her complexion paling and her demeanor flustered as she picked up the photograph. The image depicted her kissing a stranger, whose profile she recognized instantly as her boyfriend. Huijia was nearly reduced to laughter from exasperation. Qi lifted a photograph, scrutinizing the profile of the individual, wondering if she had encountered him before. "What is going on? Do you know him?" She passed the photograph to Qi Shujing, whose countenance had darkened significantly. Qi Shujing's expression mirrored a stormy ache. Having led a life of unbroken fortune, yet here he was, confronted by such madness. "Yes, I encountered him at this establishment a month ago. He pursued me relentlessly. And despite my attempts to evade him, it felt as though I was being stalked," he bitterly articulated, emphasizing that his affections lay with women, not men. "When did you first meet him?" he queried Wu Yuexian. "Just half a month ago," she responded. The timing aligned, causing the faces of all present to sour. "Did he inquire about Qi Shujing?" Moin asked solemnly. The atmosphere grew tense, and Wu Yuexian glanced hurriedly at Qi Shujing, feeling as if she could scarcely breathe. Her hands anxiously clutching her dress, eyes closed as her mind raced, yet found only a void. "No," she replied, her demeanor somewhat dazed, as though something was amiss. The individuals present were skeptical. The matter concerned Qi Shujing, which compelled their attention, especially considering that Qi Shujing had once been a victim of kidnapping during his childhood. This man had been following him. Who could tell what his intentions were? Chapter 8. Guxian, why so serious? You're frightening the young girl. A cheerful female voice suddenly pierced through the tense atmosphere. "My inner garment's clasp has come undone. Would you kindly assist me in the restroom?" Qi winked at Wu Yuexian, her gaze flickering with a hint of crimson. "Go ahead." Huijia began to express his discontent, but Qi Jingshu interjected. His eyes heavily fixed on Yi Qingshu, as he understood that she was not one to overlook the gravity of the situation. With this, Huijia had no choice but to retract his words. Once the two entered the restroom, he spoke up. "Qi Wu, what is going on?" Wu Yuexian cannot possibly be oblivious to everything. Women tend to communicate more effectively with one another. The young girl appeared so frightened, unable to articulate anything clearly. Mo gave Huijia a pat on the shoulder, shaking his head internally, finding him utterly lacking in composure. Huijia looked around in disbelief, resignedly taking a seat. Feeling far from adept at navigating such intricate social dynamics, his gaze filled with resentment. "Well, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are," he muttered under his breath. Inside the restroom, the crimson hue in her eyes swirled like a vortex, captivating. Wu Yuexian appeared as a marionette, her expression blank. Yi Qingshu rolled up Wu Yueshuan's sleeve to reveal a close, significant scar. As anticipated, Wu Yuexian had just exhibited a hypnotized demeanor, confirming Yi Qingshu's suspicions, prompting her to bring the girl into the restroom. "Good girl, tell me, who is the man in the photograph?" Her voice was soft, her pupils resembling an enchanting whirlpool. "Guxian," she answered. "Does he meet you during the day?" "No, we only meet at night." "How did you acquire the wound on your arm?" "Wound? I don't remember." As they exchanged questions and answers, Yi Qingshu confirmed. "Where does he reside?" "Yongya Mansion, 3301. "When is your next meeting?" she inquired. "To avoid being left empty-handed." 8 o'clock the night after tomorrow. "Good girl," Wu Yuexian replied. Yi Qingshu felt a sense of satisfaction. She resolved to personally investigate who this individual truly was, for Qi Jingshu was a fine boy, and she could not bear to witness him being preyed upon. Go out and inform them that Gu Xian is a journalist seeking secrets of the affluent. As for you, he became acquainted with you while investigating Qi Jingshu. He found you beautiful, hence the courtship. The cold resonance of her words seemed to possess a magical quality, swirling continuously in Wu Yueshuan's mind. With a contented glance at her retreating figure, Yu Qishu followed her out. Thus, Hu Yijie stood agape, watching as Wu Wuxian divulged everything. Upon hearing her account, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Fortunately, she was not a kidnapper, as they had initially feared, but rather someone whose deeper background remained elusive. Qi Wu, you possess quite the newsworthy value, Hu Yijie remarked, his eyebrows arching mischievously. The romantic lives of this group have always been a subject of curiosity, especially over the past 2 years since they launched their entertainment company, making headlines several times. Recently, Qi Jingshu's association with the internet celebrity Zhao Yeye has attracted considerable media attention. Let us move on. The matter has been resolved, so let us send her back. Qi Jingshu said with evident disdain. I shall return as well. I am accompanying this lady. Yi Qingshu replied with a gentle smile. I will go with you. Qi Jingshu immediately stood up. Qi Jingshu, it is not considerate to abandon your friends. Although you promised your grandmother, I am an adult. You need not keep me under constant supervision like a child. With this lady present, I will safely reach your home. Enjoy your time with your friends without worrying about me, Yu Qishu said, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to Qi Jingshu, their gazes locking for a moment. Her brow arching playfully. What a clingy child, she teased, watching as his face flushed a deep crimson. Without giving Qi Jingshu a moment to react, Yi Qingshu took the bewildered Wu Yuexian by the hand and led her out, eager to gather more information from her. Once outside the private room, the atmosphere buzzed as Hu Yijie and Mo Fanzhou could no longer contain their curiosity. What on earth is happening? You two are living together, bro. Their voices chimed in excitedly. Yi Qishu smirked, finding the youthfulness of their exuberance refreshing compared to her own age. Spring in the city is often accompanied by rain. Reflecting on the information she had gathered from Wu Yuexian, Yi Qingshu retrieved her black umbrella and prepared to venture out for a closer inspection. The sound of footsteps echoed as she descended the stairs, catching Qi Jingshu's attention. He looked up to see her, her skin a radiant white, almost blindingly so. The black dress she wore, adorned with sparkling sequins, swayed gracefully around her calves, while her ample bosom was accentuated by a necklace reminiscent of the medieval era, enhancing her femininity. The back of the dress was designed in a letter shape, further amplifying her allure. As his gaze fell upon her face, he noted her exquisite makeup. Her lips a striking red, her eyes deep and enigmatic. Her black curls were elegantly styled atop her head, leaving only a few strands framing her face. With each step she took in her black high heels, a rhythmic sound echoed, as if she had stepped out of a European painting from the last century. Yet her Eastern features lent her an entirely unique charm, reminiscent of their first encounter. Seeing your expression, I can tell I must look quite enchanting today, Yi Qingshu said as she approached. This dress is stunning. I've never worn anything quite like it. Qi Jingshu, momentarily lost in thought, felt his ears grow warm at her playful remark. Today, you look exquisite, he replied. In terms of sheer beauty, he had encountered many remarkable women throughout his life. Yet the one before him left an indelible impression, particularly her captivating eyes, which seemed to draw him in deeply. At times serene, at times vivacious, at times alluring. Who truly was she? Are you heading out? He inquired as the sun began to set. Yes, I am off to find Wu Yuexian. We had a delightful conversation yesterday and agreed to hang out together, Yi Qishu responded. The girl mentioned she would introduce me to her friends for the evening. So there is no need to worry, she added, as if suddenly reminded, seeking to distance herself from the minor inconvenience that was Qi Jingshu. I present to you Qi Jingshu, whose countenance is marked by concern. Although Wu Wuxian had clarified matters previously, a lingering doubt remains in his heart, prompting him to conduct further inquiries. Don't worry about me. I shall take my leave. Yu Qishu waved her hand as the ride-hailing vehicle arranged by Wu Wuxian awaited her outside. Observing Yi Qingshu's departure, Qi Jingshu hesitated for a moment before starting his car to follow her. After all, she was new to this area. And with Wu Yuexian and Gu Xian growing too close, he feared potential complications. Unfazed by the knowledge that someone was trailing her, Yi Qishu considered that children often harbor many whimsical thoughts, and it was harmless to dismiss them. The car arrived at Wangjing Film City, where he witnessed the two women meeting. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Jingshu ultimately decided to turn back, as long as she arrived safely. He was confident that Wu Wuxian would not dare to act recklessly within the film city. Children are indeed easily deceived, Yichishu mused, shaking her head. As night fell, the Yongye mansion remained shrouded in darkness. Its remote location, coupled with the former developer's bankruptcy, left behind a myriad of unfinished structures, with only the occasional caw of a crow breaking the silence. Across from it lay a grave hill, exuding a chilling stillness. While the two completed buildings had sold only one unit at the outset. In the words of a businessman, anyone who would purchase property in such a desolate area must have been out of their minds. Chapter 9. Impulsiveness is not a virtue, miss. Are you afraid? The car's headlights illuminated the winding road as Yiqingshu gazed out at the trees whizzing by when a slightly trembling male voice interrupted her thoughts. The middle-aged taxi driver, frequently glancing in the rearview mirror, felt increasingly uneasy as he followed the navigation, only to realize, upon nearing their destination, that it was none other than the Grave Hill. He silently cursed himself for accepting this fare out of financial necessity. I am not afraid. Are you, driver? Yiqingshu's voice was cold, and she found it amusing how the driver's palpable fear threatened to engulf him. I feel a bit anxious, the driver admitted, swallowing hard. What brings you here at this hour? In an attempt to dispel his own trepidation, he sought conversation. My boyfriend purchased a unit in the Yongye mansion, a property that had been left unfinished, and now he is unable to afford anything else, Yichishu improvised casually. If you're frightened, I can let you off here. There's no need to venture inside, the driver offered. Absolutely not. We are almost there. It's unsafe for a woman to travel alone at night. The driver insisted as they approached Yongye Mansion number 3. I shall exit first, she declared, handing over the fare. Grabbing her handbag, Yichishu stepped out. And the middle-aged man, noticing a glimmer inside her bag, felt a sense of relief before hastily accelerating away. He found the recklessness of youth unnerving. Once at the third building, Yichishu knocked on the door, producing an echoing sound, yet there was no sign of anyone inside making an effort to answer. Frowning, she recalled that Wu Wuxian had indeed arranged to meet her at 8 o'clock that evening. In the next moment, a sharp creaking sound broke the silence as the door swung open. Standing in the doorway was a young man with fair skin and a handsome, yet slightly disheveled appearance. A strong odor of blood wafted from within. Who are you? Upon encountering the visitor, Gu Xian's demeanor shifted to one of utmost vigilance. His gaze fixed intently on Yichishu, poised for action. Could it be that group? Do not be alarmed. I am here for a discussion, Yichishu remarked nonchalantly, gesturing towards the interior. A discussion. Gu Xian trembled slightly, a hint of surprise reflected in his crescent-shaped eyes. His heart raced with uncertainty. Could it truly be her? After a moment of contemplation, he stepped aside, allowing her entrance, as she surveyed the disheveled room. The interior appeared somewhat chaotic, with remnants of blood staining the sofa, while the adjacent round wooden coffee table remained relatively unblemished. I am here to inquire about Qi Jingshu, she commenced, but before she could finish her statement, a gust of wind swept through, laden with a palpable intent to kill. Yiqingshu's eyes turned frigid as she moved, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. With a resounding crash, a fissure erupted in the wall beside the fireplace. Ah! Gu Xian cried out in agony, his fangs bared, eyes turning crimson as a vice-like grip seized his neck, rendering him immobile, particularly with a red wooden stake protruding from his shoulder. This stake was all too familiar. It was a leg from the very coffee table, now rendered crippled. Pain surged through his body, fear flooding his gaze. It was all too swift. The power and speed exhibited surpassed even that of his creator. One hand grasped the leg of the table, while the other tightened around his assailant's neck. Yiqingshu's pupils were blood-red, her fangs glistening menacingly as she let out a low growl, her gaze sharp as a blade. Impulsiveness is a poor habit. With a swift motion, she discarded the table leg and released him, retrieving a handkerchief from her bag to leisurely wipe her hands. I am your elder and stronger than you. Should you engage in such thoughtless behavior again, I shall confine you within a coffin for decades to reflect upon your actions. Do you understand? Her lips curled slightly, yet her words sent chills down his spine, her tone leaving no room for dispute. Enduring the excruciating pain, Gu Xian could only nod, regardless of her intentions. He possessed no capacity to resist. Good boy, Yichishu remarked, satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. Discarding the handkerchief, she instantly reverted to her composed demeanor of a noblewoman. She selected a relatively clean spot on the sofa to sit, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it slowly. I have questions for you, she commanded, taking a seat herself. Gu Xian's eyes still reflected fear, as since his transformation, he had not encountered any other kindred beings apart from his creator. The fact that she had refrained from killing him hinted at a possibility for negotiation. Flames illuminated the room, wax dripped from the candles. As the unkempt youth faced the elegantly adorned woman, "Who is your creator, and why is he not by your side?" Yichishu inquired, her gaze piercing. The individual before her seemed too feeble, likely a newborn, yet something felt amiss. "It is Yi Han-in. He has been missing for a month," Gu Xian replied obediently. Yi Qingshu's expression shifted at the mention of the surname. "Clarify your and your creator's origins," she commanded, exhaling a puff of smoke, her tone gravely serious. "My creator is Yi Han-in, and I am unclear about his origins. He is 35 years old and is said to have come from Europe. 3 months ago, I was transformed by him while returning from my part-time job. Initially, he was merely an ordinary university student in the city, and who could have anticipated such an occurrence? After his transformation, he was filled with excitement, believing he had stepped into a different realm. However, he soon grew to despise this existence, forever shrouded in darkness. He could no longer attend classes and was confined to this place. He attempted to bask in the sunlight, but it sent chills down his spine. Had it not been for Yi Han-in, he feared he would have been incinerated. Furthermore, he felt his temperament growing increasingly volatile, with several near outbursts. Fortunately, his parents were unaware of their son's transformation into a demon. Before his disappearance, I overheard him on the phone, seemingly frequenting the chief family, which compelled me to pursue Qi Jingshu. I could only venture out at night, and he was a regular at nightclubs. The only member of the chief family accessible to me. I believed Yi Han-in had been kidnapped. He explained that on multiple occasions, he could foresee Yi Han-in's plight. Yi Qingshu remained silent. The sudden emergence of Yi Han-in left her perplexed. At 35, he was akin to a newborn, and moreover, an unlawful one. According to the vampire court's regulations, a fledgling is prohibited from leaving their creator for 20 years, yet Yi Han-in was not only released, but also created new vampires, incurring even greater transgressions. Logically, after clarifying the matter with Qi Jingshu, she should only need to issue a warning to Gu Xian and then notify the court to apprehend the individual. As for the missing vampire, the court would handle it internally. Yet all of this implicated the girl. Yi Qingshu's eyes darkened. She felt she ought not to involve herself further in this affair and resolved to sever her last ties with the Yi and Qi families. Observing Yi Qingshu's silence, Gu Xian felt a pang of anxiety. It became clear to him that this person was absolutely unrelated to those who had kidnapped Yi Han-in. Though he remained uncertain about the connection with the Qi family, there might be some clues. Chapter 10. Teasing Qi Jingshu. After a moment, Yi Qingshu chuckled lightly, dismissing the situation. Even if she temporarily concealed the matter from being investigated, when the time came for the sky to fall, someone tall would be there to support her. "With your abilities, infiltrating the Yi family should be a breeze, correct?" she inquired. Within the Yi residence, there were 3 individuals attending to the elderly matriarch. Gu Xian's brow furrowed. If there had been only one, he would have felt no fear. However, with 3 present, unless he resorted to force, it would be impossible to proceed without a sound. "Has your creator released you?" "No, I can sense he has summoned me. Yet I can only vaguely visualize a cave and a hill resembling a cock's comb, surrounded by mountains. Over the past 2 months, I have scoured every mountainous area in the city, yet I have found nothing resembling it." Gu Xian felt a surge of irritation. The summons had been frequent at first, yet recently it had waned significantly. "I suspect he may no longer be in the city," he voiced his conjecture. "Are there any other clues?" "I have thoroughly investigated the route taken during the disappearance. There is only one Japanese restaurant in that vicinity, which he frequented." "Oh." And Gu Xian seemed to recall that he was quite captivated by the pianist there. "However, my inquiries have revealed that the pianist possesses no knowledge regarding this matter. A vampire has vanished inexplicably. The likelihood of such a creature harming its own kind is minimal, but it cannot be entirely dismissed." Yichishu narrowed her eyes, instructing, "Please jot down the restaurant's address. I shall personally investigate." Gu Xian nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. The other party is more formidable than himself. Perhaps through them, he could uncover Yi Han-in's whereabouts. As for Wu Yuexian, I have already sent her away. You have resided here longer than I, thus possessing a deeper understanding of the social dynamics. This place is replete with surveillance cameras. Do not embroil yourself in unnecessary trouble. If you choose to hunt, seek sustenance in the forest. Extinguishing her cigarette, Yi Qingshu gestured toward the distant mountains. If you attract trouble and summon the vampire court, brace yourself for punishment or even annihilation. Her words served as both advice and a warning. Yi Hanyan once operated from a hospital, but now that facility is under scrutiny. Gu Xian spoke softly, his expression grim. His encounter with Wu Yuexian had been purely coincidental, and he had been restraining himself. Throughout the past month of Yi Hanyan's disappearance, he had teetered on the brink of losing control multiple times. But does the vampire court still exist? Yes, in Europe. Furthermore, it is advisable for you to maintain distance from any living relatives. Your current circumstances are rather precarious. Yi Qingshu pondered. Gu Xian's emotions were in turmoil. Despite the passage of time, his eyes showed no signs of recovery. This condition was reminiscent of the failed transformations she had witnessed before. During the transformation process, a significant number do not survive, leading to potential death or the creation of a failure, beast devoid of intellect, existing solely to feed. Failed creations are often destroyed by their creators from inception. Yet, Gu Xian's situation was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Uncertainty loomed. Further observation was necessary. Gu Xian felt as though his entire worldview had been shaken. He had never anticipated that vampires had their own system, a fact Yi Hanyan had never disclosed to him. I know, I cannot control myself. I have only managed to video call my parents a few times, he said with a bitter smile. Are there many of us in this community? He inquired. Not many, Yi Qingshu replied, understanding the questions of a newborn. Now let us dine first. Then I will await news here. Rising, Yi Qingshu grasped her bag and pointed toward the mountains across. She discerned that if Gu Xian did not eat soon, he would inevitably lose control of his fangs. Gu Xian nodded. Resolving the matter of Yi Hanyan would not occur overnight. Having someone assist him was certainly beneficial. Shortly thereafter, two shadows darted through the air, heading toward the forest. In the early morning, Qi Jingxian groggily opened his eyes, feeling a chill. Wait, there is someone. He abruptly sat up in bed, rubbing his disheveled eyes. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window was a lady clad in a black dress. Yi Qingshu, when did you return? He exclaimed in astonishment. He had been waiting on the sofa, utterly unaware of her arrival. Last night, as I watched you peacefully slumbering, I refrained from waking you. Yi Qingshu. A new day heralds new tasks. Qi Jingshu's fingers, distinctly articulated, grasped his tousled orange hair, evoking a sense of awkwardness. After all, his disheveled appearance was hardly becoming. I headed to freshen up, intending to make a swift exit. Wait, Yi Qingshu called out. I wish for you to accompany me to a restaurant. A restaurant? Qi Jingshu inquired, bemused. Yi Qingshu nodded. It's one that Wu Wuxian recommended to me yesterday, claiming it serves exquisite cuisine, but membership is required. She began to ramble. Originally, she had intended to seek out a pianist on her own, but to her dismay, the establishment operated on a membership basis, and she could not gain entry. All right, wait for me. I shall hasten to the restroom, Qi Jingshu replied, his demeanor reflecting a flustered urgency. Should anyone catch sight of Qi Jingshu in such a state, they would surely be astounded. After all, he was none other than the infamous young master of the Qi family. The restaurant, Bamboo Grove, was a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles, frequented by the affluent and elite, accessible solely to members. Welcome, the attendant greeted with a deep bow, ushering them inside. Upon entering the hall, a soothing melody enveloped them, the surroundings exuding an air of elegance and modernity. Truly, it was one of the finest establishments in the city. Yi Qingshu surveyed the hall, her gaze finally settling on a man clad in a tailcoat before the piano, his back turned to them. Is this the one? Master Qi, you have arrived. May I inquire if you wish to return to your usual private room? The manager approached promptly upon noticing him. The Qi family was renowned throughout the city, and the fifth young master was a figure well remembered by the upper echelons of society. In the hall, please. This is my first visit, and I wish to experience it. Yi Qingshu spoke softly, lifting her eyes to meet Qi Jingshu's, a smile gracing her features. As their gazes intertwined, Qi Jingshu felt an inexplicable pull toward her, only to snap back to reality, realizing he had encountered countless individuals before, yet this woman left him momentarily speechless. Just at the hall bar, he found himself saying, "Very well," the manager responded with a professional smile, casting a few extra glances at Yi Qingshu. In this line of work, recognizing people was paramount. It was evident that this young master was particularly attentive, and he could not afford to offend a future guest. Honestly, I believe this place isn't all that remarkable. Qi Jingshu awkwardly initiated conversation, recalling how he had lost his composure while observing Yi Qingshu earlier. In truth, Wu Wuxian mentioned there is a striking gentleman here, and I wish to behold him. Yi Qingshu leaned back against her chair, embarking on a half-true, half-fabricated tale. A handsome fellow? Surely you mean me? Qi Jingshu retorted, attempting to reclaim his former charm. You? Yi Qishu chuckled lightly, inching closer, her eyes scrutinizing and earnest, as if contemplating something profound. Too close. Qi Jingshu's throat constricted. Had he realized a mere statement could lead him into such an embarrassing predicament, he would have chosen his words more wisely. Indeed, he possesses quite the allure. Yi Qingshu affirmed with a playful smile, suggesting that if one were to gaze upon his visage for too long, they might find themselves ensnared. The young child's thoughts are hardly a mystery to her. Isn't this the nature of youth? Just as Yi Qishu's eyes flickered, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, alabaster hands danced before her. Qi Jingshu, flattered by the praise, felt his ears redden, almost blurting out, "Have you fallen for him too?" Throughout his life, he had received countless compliments, yet this particular instance rendered him somewhat uneasy. He struggled to contain his emotions and maintain his composure, but little did he anticipate that the woman across from him would become so entranced. Years of experience whispered to him that she was likely contemplating someone, and it was probably a man. For the first time, the once unassailable young master felt utterly overlooked, igniting an insatiable curiosity within him. Chapter 11. Almost deceived. I apologize, Yi Qishu said softly, regaining her composure as she lifted her coffee cup. What were you just thinking? Qi Jingshu could not restrain his curiosity, stammering out the question. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingshu showed no inclination to respond, just as he was ready to retreat. Scratching his head in an attempt to save face, he uttered, "I was merely asking." With striking beauty, yet a personality so vastly different. Yi Qingshu shook her head and smiled with a sense of relief. "It's not much of a secret. I was thinking of an old acquaintance. Someone as handsome as you." An old acquaintance? In the 21st century, Qi Jingshu had not encountered such an archaic term, yet it flowed seamlessly from her lips. "Is he your boyfriend?" After being lost in reverie for so long, Qi Jingshu could only surmise it must be a romantic connection. "Sort of," she replied. "You mentioned he is as good-looking as I am. What kind of person is he?" "Tall and elegant, possessing a gentle demeanor." "Have you two parted ways?" Qi Jingshu queried with certainty. "Yes," Yi Qingshu nodded. "What differences led to your separation?" Qi Jingshu asked, puzzled. "He has passed away." Yi Qingshu's gaze turned distant, as if transported back to the last century. She envisioned a man clad in a black trench coat, holding a black umbrella, his pallid face betraying a hint of frailty, who smiled brightly at her before plunging into the depths of the river. "I'm sorry," Qi Jingshu had not anticipated such a revelation. In modern society, breakups are commonplace. Yet he had never considered the possibility that the man was no longer alive. "It was a long time ago. It's not a significant matter," Yi Qingshu remarked, shaking her head as she lifted her coffee cup, her expression inscrutable. Having lived for over a century, she regarded the ebbs and flows of joy and sorrow as mere seasonings in the grand tapestry of life. Her ending with that man was unexpected yet somehow inevitable. Seeing Yi Qingshu so swiftly regain her composure, Qi Jingshu felt a mix of emotions. Her words were tinged with nostalgia and sorrow, yet she seemed to regard it all with a sense of detachment he had never witnessed before. Did he matter to her? Or was he merely a transient presence in her life? As the lilting strains of music faded, Yi Qingshu collected her thoughts, her gaze shifting to the central stage. "I need to use the restroom," she said, placing her cup down. "All right, there are signs," Qi Jingshu thought, his mind now clouded with concerns. He needs to take a moment to clarify his thoughts. Ever since Yi Qingshu arrived, he has felt utterly disoriented, as though his life is being directed by unseen forces. Am I truly such a curious individual? In the restroom, Zhao Lingjun splashed cold water on his face, gaining a semblance of clarity. The relentless demands of work have left him utterly exhausted. Had he not known that particular guest would never return, he would not have come back to work at all. Gently massaging his temples, he opened his eyes and was momentarily taken aback by the reflection in the mirror. "Madam, this is the men's restroom," he spoke, a frown creasing his brow, yet he stifled his discomfort. Too many people have been cornering him in various ways, driving him to the brink of irritation. These affluent individuals, while appearing glamorous on the surface, are truly decayed within. The thought filled him with disdain, for he has endured too much harassment due to this face of his. Had the staff room not been under repair, he would not have come here. Yi Qingshu, seemingly unfazed, had already closed the restroom door after ensuring no one else was present. It was a convenient spot, devoid of surveillance. "Madam, I do not accept any form of sponsorship," Zhao Lingjun asserted, suppressing his inner turmoil as he turned away. With your attributes, I am certain there are countless men eager to vie for your attention. Glancing at Yuchishu, his tone softened slightly. Most who sought to sponsor him were older women, and occasionally men. The person before him was youthful and possessed an impressive demeanor. She likely was not one to force her will upon others. Indeed, she possessed a striking beauty. Her skin fair, features exquisite, and with a prominent nose, particularly her alluring peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a hint of moisture. Yi Qingshu lamented that it was regrettable this was not a moment for admiration. I will say something, and you will respond, understood? Her pupil shifted slightly as she moved closer to Zhao Lingjun, one hand resting on the sink. Zhao Lingjun felt an unusual sensation flicker in his eyes, as if he were drawn into her presence. Good boy, do you know Yi Hanyan? He is a frequent visitor here. Why does he always seek you out? He claims he wishes to sponsor me. There is a clear motive. Who would encounter such a lure without wanting to entertain ulterior motives? Even he himself had a history of nearly igniting troubles due to similar temptations, but Yuchishu paid it no mind. He has gone missing. Do you know anything about it? I do not. He has come in quite some time. Has he associated with anyone you are aware of? Each time he comes, he merely listens to the piano. There are no others around. Zhao Lingjuan's expression turned vacant. All right, remember, you did not see me today. You washed your face, used the restroom, and then left. Do you understand? I washed my face, used the restroom, and did not encounter anyone else. Could it truly be as Gu Xin suggested, that the issue does not lie with the pianist, but with the Qi family? Yuchishu averted her gaze, briefly scanning the other person, who was still glistening with droplets of water, quite pleasing to the eye. Alas, there was no time to admire beauty today. Finding a reason to visit the Qi family was of utmost importance. On her way back, she was consumed by a multitude of thoughts. The lead on Zhao Lingjun had come to an abrupt halt due to the girl's disappearance. Would the Qi family truly be able to glean any insights? Was it necessary to embark on an exhaustive search across the vast expanse of the Xia kingdom? In the restroom, Zhao Lingjun leaned weakly against the wall, wiping the beads of perspiration mixed with sweat from his face. He had come perilously close to exposing himself. Creatures like them typically emerged only at night. How could she dare to appear in broad daylight? No, he had to leave this place immediately. Such mysterious occurrences were beyond the grasp of an ordinary human like himself. With this thought, he rose resolutely from the ground, his eyes filled with determination. It seemed he would have to relinquish this lucrative position. You're back. The dishes have all been served. Qi Jingshu greeted upon his return. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, yet Qi Jingshu treated him as if he were invisible, maintaining his cheerful demeanor and proceeding to eat and drink as if nothing were amiss. Casting a glance, Yuchishu showed little interest in the apparent contradiction of the situation. All right, I'll give it a try, she said, picking up a small fork and sampling a bite. It was commendable, she noted. Human food tasted like tasteless mush to her, yet there were times when consumption was unavoidable. Noticing her meager portion, Qi Jingshu wondered if she could truly appreciate the flavors. You're not overweight. There's no need for dieting. Your health is paramount, he mused, recalling how his cousin had jeopardized her health in pursuit of weight loss. He wished for Yi Qingshu to avoid a similar fate. Thank you, she replied with a light laugh. Mr. Qi, please forgive Yaya. She is young and lacks understanding. It was not her intention to offend this young lady, the middle-aged man, disheveled and uneasy, interjected. Zhao Yaya was his daughter, and he never anticipated that his precious girl would offend the young master of the Qi family after a breakup, resulting in a sudden cessation of their family business's orders overnight. Mr. Zhao, if you were a conscientious businessman, today's events would not have transpired, Qi Jingshu remarked with a smile. Initially, he had merely intended to issue a warning to Zhao Yaya, but little did he know she would remain obstinate, seeking someone to follow him, someone who happened to be a private investigator connected to the Qi family. Zhao Yaya's lack of discretion left him no choice but to disregard past affections. She has brought this upon herself? Upon hearing this, the man began to sweat profusely. I shall rectify this upon my return. I hope you can grant me a chance. He merely sought to reduce costs, a common practice among small factories like theirs in the market. Qi Jingshu sneered. Please take your leave. I shall not involve myself in subsequent matters. And as for Zhao Yaya, I have but one request. Do not let her appear before me again. This served as a warning to the Zhao family. Whether they could weather this storm was no longer his concern. Thank you, young Master Qi. The man's eyes sparkled with hope. As long as Qi Jingshu ceased his pursuit, the lost orders would be but a fleeting setback. and he would eventually rise again by leveraging his connections. The portly man departed with remarkable agility, the scent of sweat wafting past Yi Qingshu, assaulting her senses. Chapter 12. Waiting for you for a long time, you resemble a little tyrant, Yi Qingshu commented, yet you are clear about your grievances and grievances. I am a person of principle, Qi Jingshu said with a bright smile, then wrinkled his nose, remarking on the overwhelming scent of sweat from Boss Zhao. I truly cannot eat here. Yi Qingshu wholeheartedly agreed. It was indeed too stimulating. However, wait. Something is amiss. Her pupils constricted, a flash of red in her eyes. Her expression cold and sharp. One hand idly stirred the coffee on the table, and after a moment, she let out a few light laughs. Her laughter clear, yet fraught with danger. What is wrong with you? Qi Jingshu felt a chill run down his spine, her laughter unlike any he had previously encountered. Generally, it seemed as though she wore a mask, but today he felt her authenticity. Recalling certain matters, Yi Qingshu's gaze turned dangerous as she scanned the vacant piano performance area. Excellent. She had nearly been deceived herself. No wonder Yi Hanyan visited daily. The beads of water mixed with sweat should have been immediately discernible. Yet her guard had lowered upon arriving here, almost leading her astray. Could you assist me in inquiring about the pianist's residence? I encountered him in the restroom and was utterly astonished. I intend to take the initiative. She winked and smiled at Qi Jingshu, suggesting that human residences attract humans. Qi Jingshu nearly spluttered his coffee, clearing his throat. What? In all his years, he had never met someone so forthright, seeking to pursue someone right after a glance. In matters of love, it is only natural. I have taken a liking to him, and I hope you can assist me, Yi Qingshu stated. In fact, the pianist here fixed. You may simply wait until tomorrow. Qi Jingshu hesitated, feeling torn. He had heard of the pianist here, reputedly quite famous. Yet if Yi Qingshu had her eye on him, was she not more appealing than that individual? I cannot wait. I wish to seize the day. Yi Qingshu raised an eyebrow. The person has already left. Why wait until tomorrow? Qi Jingshu fell silent. He had never encountered a girl like Yi Qingshu. Composed yet always capable of surprising him with her audacity. I'll ask the manager later, he finally said, sensing her insistence. So eager. Qi Jingshu exclaimed, taken aback. Very eager. Yi Qingshu affirmed with a nod. Night fell. Early spring rain continued to fall, the downpour accompanied by a misty haze, and a chill lingered in the breeze. As if it sought to engulf the entire city, Zhao Lingjun hurried home, having spent the day evading the outdoors. By evening, he remembered that his identification for the new company was still at home, prompting him to risk exposure and return. The old district had been undergoing renovations in recent years, with many residents moving out. Only he, pressed by urgency and financial constraints, immediately rented a place upon seeing its affordability. Had it not been for that monster, he might not have moved so swiftly. As he walked through the corridor, the only sound was the rain, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Clutching the key tightly, he ascended without hesitation. Upon reaching his door, he let out a sigh of relief. There was no one around. He raised a hand to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead, preparing to unlock the door. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed, and a lightning bolt, sharp as a sword, cleaved through the sky, accompanied by the torrential downpour that pelted against the aged glass. The sound of keys clattering to the ground resounded. It was merely thunder. Zhao Lingjun reassured himself as he bent down to retrieve the keys. However, upon lowering his gaze, he was confronted by a pair of black leather shoes, sending a jolt of alarm through him. You've returned, making me wait for so long. The woman's voice was cold, her words reminiscent of whispers shared between lovers. Yet they rendered Zhao Lingjun rigid, a chilling sensation coursing through his entire being. Yi Qingshu's expression was inscrutable as she observed Zhao Lingjun with keen interest, his handsome visage betraying both fear and resignation. She had not paused for a moment after acquiring the information. Hastily making her way here, humans possess no resources to leave their nests empty-handed. She was merely lying in wait. What do you want from us? Zhao Lingjun gripped the keys tightly as he rose, his entire being taut, akin to a beast confined within a cage. Do not be alarmed. Come with me for a moment. Once everything is clarified, I shall release you. Yi Qingshu's demeanor was relaxed, her tone light, as if she were discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. An uncontrollable individual posed a risk to her. Zhao Lingjun closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. He could not contend with these monsters, and had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, in the Yongya mansion, Gu Xian paced back and forth. Without Yuchishu's contact information, he could not venture out recklessly and could only wait in place. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped again, and his face relaxed momentarily, yet he was still accompanied by another human. Why did it take so long? Yi Qingshu held a black umbrella, with Zhao Lingjun beside her. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, his white shirt soaked, adding a disheveled beauty to his striking face, and his heart raced incessantly. He had now come to deeply realize the prowess of this group, for he had been brought here by force. You've arrived, come in. Although the words were directed at Yi Qingshu, Gu Xian's gaze was fixed upon Zhao Lingjun. When he had gone to investigate, he had found nothing amiss. Yet Yi Qingshu had returned with him. Where had the problem truly arisen? The sound of the blood coursing through the veins of the other party continuously provoked him, and it took a moment for him to suppress this unsettling emotion. Upon entering the meticulously cleaned room, Yi Qingshu nodded. Good, it's finally tidy. Everyone come in. Do not linger. She turned back. This is the pianist you mentioned, Zhao Lingjun. He is not susceptible to our enchantments, which I believe is why Yi Hanyin finds him intriguing. Lighting a cigarette, she spoke indifferently. Not under control, Gu Xian exclaimed, astonished. His brow furrowed tightly as he scrutinized Zhao Lingjun. Though he had only been a vampire for 3 months, he was acutely aware of the terror of being uncontrollable. A mere slip could expose his identity, and the thought sent shivers down his spine. What are you afraid of? Yi Qingshu chided, such timidity. Yet you dare to enchant Wu Yuexian. What am I to say? Suddenly reprimanded, Gu Xian found himself at a loss. He had indeed been consumed by the fear of exposure. Pondering what to do next, should he flee? Zhao Lingjun, reveal all that you know about Yi Hanyin. If you conceal anything from me, I assure you, you shall not leave this room. Yi Qingshu's smile belied the chilling weight of her words. The phrase not leave this room sent a shiver down Zhao Lingjuan's spine. Yet he forced himself to maintain his composure, having prepared mentally for this encounter. However, Gu Xian, standing beside him, was entirely unprepared, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be the person he had been imagining? Having lived for 20 years, he had never contemplated taking a human life. Even when he was reminded to remain rational during his search for Wu Yuexian's provisions, I became aware, through Yi Hanyin's inadvertent revelation, that I was no longer under his control. Consequently, he sought me out daily. I considered relocating, but escaping him proved impossible. It was only when he disappeared that I finally tasted freedom. Zhao Lingjun raised his gaze. The sincerity in the man's peach blossom eyes was undeniable. Chapter 13. Departure to Xiangbei. On the day of Yi Hanyin's disappearance, I hesitated at the scene until Zhao Lingjun spoke up. Who is it? Gu Xian's eyes blazed with fury as he abruptly appeared before Zhao Lingjun. Calm down. Yi Qingshu placed a hand on Gu Xian's shoulder. Her light brown pupils fixed intently on Zhao Lingjun. During that time, I often took side alleys after work to avoid Yi Hanyin. But on that day, recalling the circumstances, Zhao Lingjuan's pupils constricted. Yi Hanyin was also there. Though he moved swiftly, he appeared injured, bloodied, and was ultimately dragged away bound by silver chains. I remained hidden in the crevice of the alley until they had moved far enough away for me to emerge. Why did you not disclose this when I sought you out? Yu Xian's irritation surfaced, his eyes flickering with a crimson hue, revealing his fangs. Enough, Gu Xian. I am aware that he is your creator, but do not expect a mere human to resolve this matter. Yi Qingshu firmly intervened, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhao Lingjun. Yes, my apologies. Gu Xian slowly regained his composure. What happened next? What else did you hear? His gaze bore into Zhao Lingjun. I vaguely heard them mention Xiangbei. Zhao Lingjun steadied himself, speaking with certainty. Xiangbei? Yi Qingshu's eyes deepened in contemplation. Indeed, despite the rain, I could not be mistaken. Xiangbei, surrounded by mountains, bore some resemblance to the place I had envisioned. Gu Xian retracted his fangs, recalling fragments in his mind, eager to uncover Yi Hanyin's whereabouts, wishing he could fly there in an instant. Prepare yourself. We shall depart for Xiangbei tomorrow, Yi Qingshu declared after a moment of reflection. She intended to venture to Xiangbei herself to search for Yi Hanyin and clarify his connection to the girl. Zhao Lingjun, you will accompany us. It is prudent to have someone without ulterior motives by your side. Zhao Lingjuan's peach blossom eyes flickered. He was a highly adaptable individual. Initially taken aback by Gu Xian's fangs, he now felt a sense of danger in the presence of Yi Qingshu. As events had unfolded, there was no choice but to proceed. As you wish, but I require some preparation. Xiangbei is not nearby, he replied solemnly. However, while we are away, You must discern what is appropriate and what is not. You are a clever child. You should understand, Yi Qingshu cautioned. I comprehend. Zhao Lingjun pressed his lips together. Tomorrow evening we shall depart. By the way, you are responsible for escorting him back, as Yi Qingshu instructed while rising to gather her handbag. She would take care of bringing him back, while the task of sending him off was entrusted to Gu Xian. If this individual, resembling a defective product, could not rein in his fangs, she would no longer accompany him, as maintaining her composure around such a creature would only invite trouble. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian's pupils constricted. Having gone a day without sustenance, he felt on the verge of losing control, especially away from his creator. His emotions were becoming increasingly volatile. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. The journey ahead was long, and human interactions would become more frequent. He must master his primal instincts. Raindrops cascaded down the glass, crystal clear and glistening, accompanied by a gentle breeze that swirled through the mountains, shrouded in mist. Yi Qingshu, adorned in black high heels that danced with her flowing skirt, bore a hint of helplessness upon her otherwise dignified visage. I merely wish to travel. There is no need for you to shadow me constantly. After returning last night, she had informed Qi Jingshu of her travel plans, and ever since, he had stubbornly lingered by her side. My grandmother entrusted me with your care. You are unfamiliar with this person. How can I feel at ease letting you venture out with a stranger? Qi Jingshu shook his head, having promised his grandmother, and he felt uneasy about her going out alone as a young woman. I am no child. All gatherings eventually come to an end, Yi Qingshu replied coldly. For with the departure of the girl, their bond had also reached its conclusion. Fine, you may go. Qi Jingshu bit his lip, exasperated by her apparent lack of gratitude. Yet he could not help but worry for her safety. Ruffling his orange hair, an idea struck him. Do you have any money? One must know that without funds, one cannot progress. He revealed his trump card. Without even enough to buy clothing, how could she possibly enjoy herself? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingshu sighed, conceding that Qi Jingshu had a point. She had spent all her money on plane tickets for Zhao Lingjun the night before. Both Zhao Lingjun and Gu Xian were as financially strapped as she was. History has shown that without money, one cannot move forward. However, if she were to take Qi Jingshu along, she could always erase his memories upon their return and later retrieve her assets from Europe to compensate him. Tonight's flight is imminent. We must depart now to pick him up. She relented. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried upstairs to pack his belongings, as if delaying for even a second might prompt her to change her mind. The night was as deep as water, with the air thick with humidity from the rain. The streetlights near the airport shimmered upon the puddles, creating a glittering spectacle. Zhao Lingjun exhaled in relief as he observed Qi Jingshu. Amidst two non-human companions, he felt somewhat reassured to have at least one human around. However, given that Qi Jingshu was acquainted with Yi Qingshu, did he truly understand the identities of the two individuals surrounding them? He pondered as he regarded the trio before him. At this moment, Qi Jingshu harbored a deep-seated dissatisfaction upon learning that the individuals they were to pick up were Gu Xian and Zhao Lingjun. He felt as if he might burst. Yet Yi Qingshu's response was merely that they were a talented photographer and a charming young man she had recently taken a liking to. He found it hard to believe, but there appeared to be no alternative. Why opt for a midnight flight? He was perplexed. I relished the night, the tranquility, was the rather perfunctory response from Yi Qingshu. Gu Xian had no choice but to remain hidden during the day. Their subsequent actions would unfold under the cover of darkness. With Qi Jingshu by her side, she was untroubled by the thought of being detected. Erasing memories would suffice. Yet, she pondered why she hadn't booked a direct flight to Xiangbei. Only the city possessed an airport. Zhao Lingjun was left speechless, softly elucidating. Have you really never ventured beyond the city in all your years? How do we reach Xiangbei then? Yi Qingshu furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Gu Xian, contemplating the circumstances. Traveling by day was impossible, thus transportation became an issue. Moreover, his current condition was far from ideal. Gu Xian had managed to satisfy his hunger with a meal on the mountain the previous evening, yet the pangs of hunger were returning, compelling him to suppress the primal urge to sink his teeth into the necks of two humans, his gaze fixated on Zhao Lingjun's throat. Upon hearing Yi Qingshu's words, he steadied himself, suggesting they could rent a car. Even Qi Jingshu, albeit somewhat naive, could discern that this group hardly resembled typical tourists. Xiangbei was hardly a tourist destination. He had never heard of any attractions there. I will procure a vehicle, he interjected, his almond-shaped eyes clouded with contemplation, ultimately refraining from inquiring about Yi Qingshu's true intentions. Wherever she went, he would follow. As for the two men, Yichishu was not one to easily acquaint herself with strangers. She did not trust the answers he had been given and yearned to uncover Yichingshu's true motives. You two head inside first, Gu Xian. Come with me for a moment, Yichishu instructed, leaving Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun behind. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Qi Jingshu appeared contemplative. His gaze fixated on Zhao Lingjun. In the darkness, visibility was near non-existent, yet for beings like Yichishu and Gu Xian, who thrived in shadows, the night felt as bright as day. Did you summon me for a reason? Gu Xian asked, bewildered, his crescent-shaped eyes concealing a hint of crimson. I wish to avoid any uncontrollable incidents aboard the plane, Yichingshu replied in a low tone. Chapter 14, I am hungry. Gu Xian began, pain evident in his expression. He was acutely aware of his affliction. When his creator was present, he could subsist on animal blood, but in the past month, he found his control waning, his thirst for human blood intensifying. This was why he had fixated on that female celebrity. Yichishu remained silent, raising her wrist to her lips, her eyes flashing with crimson, revealing her fangs as she bit down. Blood flowed from her veins, her fair arm, intermingled with the crimson liquid, appeared particularly enticing. Drink my blood, she commanded softly. The blood of one of his kind could stave off Gu Xian's insatiable craving for human blood. Ah, Gu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Yet his pupils had already turned a deep crimson, fixated on the blood, his senses igniting with restlessness. What are you hesitating for? It will heal soon, Yichishu urged impatiently. Having received her directive, Gu Xian revealed his fangs, hesitating only briefly before sinking them into Yichishu's wound. The fangs pierced through flesh, and Yichishu let out a soft hum, her pupils a deep crimson as her fangs barely revealed themselves. This sensation was rather unpleasant. Her senses were amplified to an infinite degree, as though she were engulfed in lava, leaving her unable to restrain her primal instincts. After a moment, she pushed Gu Xian away, her pallor evident as she expressed her gratitude. The hunger dissipated, and her wandering consciousness gradually returned. Gu Xian felt an uncontrollable restlessness, which was not hunger, but rather a surge of impulse. He could faintly sense Yichingshu's emotions. In a couple of days, it would fade away. He need only glance to discern her thoughts, she remarked nonchalantly. The exchange of blood would forge a connection akin to that of creators. Someone's coming, she said in a low voice, her gaze shifting towards the corner. Gu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was there someone? Upon seeing the newcomer, he breathed a sigh of relief, tinged with annoyance at his own inexperience. He had failed to notice the presence of others. I apologize, it was not intentional. The check-in is over there. Young Master Qi has already taken the luggage. Zhao Lingjuan's beautiful face betrayed a hint of awkwardness and panic. Qi Jingshu needed to handle the upgrade, so he had come here to find someone, only to stumble upon this scene. Perfect, it has come right to us. Yichingshu's crimson eyes glimmered with a shadowy hue. Come here, she commanded. Zhao Lingjuan's body stiffened momentarily before he stepped forward. What do you need? I'm hungry. May I borrow something to eat? The woman's voice was gentle, her eyes like whirlpools, drawing one in, yet her words bore the weight of a demon, compelling one to shrink back. Very well, Zhao Lingjuan's expression remained unchanged. He could not escape this predicament. He had prepared himself for it upon arrival, trusting in her control. After all, he still held value. Excellent. She revealed her fangs, her skirt swaying as she approached Zhao Lingjun, assessing him. The man wore a calm demeanor, lost in his thoughts, his enchanting peach blossom eyes radiating affection for anyone they beheld. Yet at this moment, they conveyed a sense of pity and trust. Yichingshu stifled a laugh within. Did she not resemble a seducer? He was indeed a clever individual. With such a face, if he remained obedient, she would surely spare him. She extended her hand to caress his neck, contemplating where to strike. Her cold fingers on his neck caused him to shudder, and Zhao Lingjun shut his eyes. Ultimately, Yichishu yanked his collar down to his shoulder, exposing her fangs as she sank them in with fervor. She needed to avoid being too conspicuous, as they would soon be leaving. As the fangs pierced the base of his neck, Zhao Lingjun could not help but let out a soft moan, his peach blossom eyes half open, revealing a hint of dazed allure. It hurt. Yet a unique sensation washed over him. His fingers instinctively grasped the hem of his sweatshirt. When Qi Jingshu and the others returned, they beheld 3 remarkably pale faces. We've upgraded. We're heading to first class. Thank you. The well-fed Lady Yi was in exceptionally good spirits. What transpired between you all? Qi Jingshu inquired suspiciously, sensing something amiss with the trio before him. Should we tell you that we just enjoyed a rather splendid dinner behind your back? Gu Xian remained silent, his demeanor noticeably more spirited than before. "Let us set forth," Mr. Qi said, as Zhao Lingjun offered a faint smile, her fair, slender fingers lightly grasping her sweatshirt, the pain in her neck serving as a reminder of the peril that loomed. Yet, it was impossible not to recall, as her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Qingshu. "We have just devised a travel plan. Zhao Lingjun will prepare copies for us by tomorrow," she began to fabricate. Beside her, Zhao Lingjun, suppressing her expression, nodded in agreement. "I will provide it to you tomorrow, Mr. Qi." It was inevitable that they would soon uncover the truth behind their circumstances. Qi Jingshu's gaze was heavy. Ever since he encountered Yi Qingshu, he had found her to be an enigma, one he would eventually unravel. Sensing Qi Jingshu's scrutiny, Yi Qingshu maintained her composure, recognizing the boundless curiosity of youth, allowing him the freedom to explore. After all, she was an elder skilled at nurturing the proactive spirit of children. However, whose little tale was that? She discreetly cast her eyes towards the distance, pondering. The plane was bound directly for the city. The late-night flight was packed. Each passenger ensnared in weariness, yet Qi Jingshu felt an inexplicable gaze upon him. He turned to look back. "No one? I must not be sleeping well lately. I keep feeling watched," he murmured to Yi Qingshu, voicing his unease, questioning whether he was merely being paranoid. "Someone is watching you? Perhaps it is because you are quite handsome," Yi Qingshu replied, feigning surprise before her tone lifted playfully. Qi Jingshu's ears flushed with warmth, his expression one of astonishment. This woman, seemingly dignified and composed, spoke with an audacity that was disarming. "Thank you," he said, donning his eye mask, wishing to say no more. Perhaps he was indeed being overly suspicious. As he began to doze off, Yi Qingshu suppressed her smile, her expression darkening. They were indeed being trailed. Yet, with so many present, it would be unwise to act. "Let's change seats," Zhao Lingjun suggested, tapping the seat in front of her. Cold fingers brushed against her skin, sending a shiver through Zhao Lingjun, reminding her of the earlier scene, sharp fangs piercing flesh, the fragrance of the woman invading her senses, amplifying her awareness. Akin to whispered intimacies between lovers that left her disoriented. Yi Qingshu gently patted Zhao Lingjun, observing the dazed look on her face, reflecting on whether she had been too gentle during their meal. Had she not feared revealing herself in an unfamiliar setting, she would have never resorted to such a soft approach. "All right," Zhao Lingjun replied, coming to her senses. "The people behind us have been watching us." Gu Xian's voice broke through as he took his seat, tensed like a creature sensing danger. "Once we reach the hotel, let's shake off Qi Jingshu and confront him," Yi Qingshu suggested, picking up a newspaper. "If Yi Hanyan was taken by them, they likely possess weapons to deal with us." Gu Xian hesitated. "There are plenty of weapons they could wield against us. If we fear every potential threat, we would never seek out those we need to find," Yi Qingshu replied firmly. In the economy class, she once again dropped a bombshell. Chapter 15. The target is Zhao Lingjun. "What?" Gu Xian exclaimed softly. "Approximately in her 30s. She had been observing us since the waiting hall." Yi Qingshu narrowed her eyes, noting the other party's discreet demeanor, disguised as a business person, which made her question whether she was overthinking things. Gu Xian responded. As it was late at night, Qi Jingshu had been listless throughout the journey. Zhao Lingjun had lost a considerable amount of blood and remained in a dazed state until they reached the hotel. "Mr. Qi, what a surprise to see you here." Suddenly, a sharp, surprised female voice pierced through the air. Wu Weixin, with a look of astonishment, approached Qi Jingshu, her high heels clicking on the floor. Although her complexion still appeared somewhat pale, it was undoubtedly more vibrant compared to the previous days. Perhaps the environment had relaxed her, and her tone was noticeably lighter. To unexpectedly encounter her boss while on a business trip was a fortuitous opportunity if she could establish a connection with him. A meteoric rise in her career would surely follow. "Is it you? I'm here on vacation. Weren't you filming in the city just a couple of days ago? What brings you here?" Qi Jingshu casually remarked, lifting his eyelids. The fact that Mr. Qi knew about her filming made Wu Yueshuan's heart flutter slightly. His attention indicated her value. However, upon catching sight of Gu Xian, her mood plummeted. She acknowledged that he was somewhat enigmatic and rather attractive. Yet she could not comprehend why they had been together for a while only to break up. Now he was with Mr. Qi. What could be the reason? She pondered deeply, but her mind felt blank. Never mind, she decided. Yi Qingshu noticed Wu Yuexian's tension. Was her sudden appearance a coincidence or a deliberate ploy? "I've taken care of everything. Just treat it as if a couple has parted ways," she reassured, though surprised to see Wu Yuexian. She sensed that it was merely a coincidence, or perhaps she was just a part of the scheme. I was suddenly notified to come here for an advertisement. Wu Yuexian explained softly, her crescent-shaped eyes exuding a pleasant charm. Do well with the shoot. Jingshu encouraged his subordinate gently, his brow furrowing. Even a deity would lack the energy to engage with employees at this moment. Wu Yuexian's lips moved as if she wished to speak. But upon meeting Qi Jingshu's weary visage, she fell silent. There would be ample time in the future. Here is your room card. I'll be right beside you. Let us head upstairs. Qi Jingshu mustered his energy. His words drew everyone's attention to Yi Qishu, especially Wu Yuexian, whose curious gaze scrutinized her. She recognized this woman from the private room, yet the specifics of that day remained hazy. Her eyes flitted between Qi Jingshu and Yi Qingshu. Surely, the boss was not so unfortunate as to bring his girlfriend on this trip. Was he? Wouldn't your actions be akin to stepping on a landmine? Perhaps she should inquire with Gu Xian tomorrow. Thank you. It's late. Good night. Taking the room card, Yi Qishu stepped into the elevator first. Yet, Gu Xian still felt somewhat tense, and all of this left him in disarray. The man outside remained, and the sudden appearance of Wu Yuexian within the room prevented him from finding any solace. The night was tranquil, with Gu Xian trailing closely behind Yi Qishu, his entire being on high alert. The license plate number of the vehicle below lingered in his mind. Do not worry, Yi Qingshu reassured him, for Gu Xian resembled a startled bird at that moment. As a newborn, his human thoughts and behavioral patterns were deeply ingrained, leaving him puzzled about how someone named Yi Hanyan managed to teach him, knowing well the difficulty newborns face in retaining human rationality. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and Gu Xian's gaze immediately fixated on a black car. No, it was empty. The darkness could not obscure her vision, and she swiftly concluded that there was no one inside. Her expression grave. Did they flee? Are they hiding in a blind spot? Gu Xian inquired. There are no sounds of breathing, Yi Qingshu clarified. Gu Xian came to a sudden realization, amplifying his senses. Indeed, there was utter silence. Are we merely waiting here for them? Gu Xian asked in a hushed tone. Yi Qingshu deemed it a feasible plan. They must apprehend the individual tonight, for once daylight broke. Gu Xian would be unable to act freely in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a faint cry for help reached their ears, followed by the distant sound of an engine revving. This is bad. It's Zhao Lingjun. Yi Qingshu's expression hardened as she hastened her steps, never having anticipated that Zhao Lingjun would be the target. After all, Zhao Lingjun possessed limited knowledge, the only remarkable trait being her immunity to deception. In the dead of night, the entire block was enveloped in the faint hum of engines. Yu Xian, discerning the direction, noted the absence of any vehicles. We cannot catch up, he stated. Lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, he caught a glimpse of a red glimmer in Yi Qingshu's eyes. Follow me, she commanded, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only an afterimage. So swift, Gu Xian exclaimed, pursuing her. They followed the trajectory of the vehicle, gradually moving towards the outskirts of the city, where towering buildings gave way to trees and hills. It is time. You must stop the car, Yi Qingshu instructed. Stop the car? Am I capable of doing that? Gu Xian questioned, doubting his own hearing. Yet, if Yi Qishu said it was possible, then it must be so. He nodded and quickened his pace. A deafening screech of friction pierced the air as Gu Xian gripped the rear of the speeding vehicle, his expression darkening. Halting a car in motion was no simple task for him. It was a first. Yi Qishu darted to the front of the car, her eyes fixed intently on the occupants inside. Wow, what is happening? The car came to an abrupt stop, startling the suited man inside, who instinctively slammed on the brakes. He was the same man who had been tailing them throughout the economy class. Upon a closer look, he realized the woman in front was Zhao Lingjun's companion. What is going on? Grumbled the man with a scar on his face as he stood beside the bound Zhao Lingjun. Zhao Lingjun, maintaining a semblance of calm on her beautiful face, had just been about to retire when the front desk informed her that she had left her ID there. It is likely that he left it behind upon checking in. He went to retrieve it, only to find himself kidnapped the moment he stepped downstairs. Destitute and without resources, the motive for his abduction could not be financial. It was likely connected to Yi Hanyan and his associates. Upon realizing this, he managed to calm himself. He believed he still held some value, and although Yi Qingshu appeared aloof, she had journeyed alongside him, suggesting that she would indeed seek to rescue him. However, he never anticipated such a swift turn of events. As he prepared to confront the scarred man, his anger simmered just beneath the surface. Yet, upon catching sight of a slender woman in a black dress with fair skin, his words faltered. The man's eyes gleamed with avarice as he contemplated stepping outside. Stop. Have you forgotten why we are here? bellowed the suited man, regretting his association with such a fool. Just a woman. We could take her back, amused the bosses, and sell her off for profit. The scarred man carelessly swung open the van door. The suited man pressed the accelerator, desperate to escape, but the vehicle remained immobile. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he stealthily grasped a nearby watermelon knife. Chapter 16. Bloodshed Little Girl. What are you doing out here on the highway at this hour? The scarred man rubbed his greasy hands together, leering at Yi Qing-shu. How fair you are. Waiting for you, Yi Qing-shu replied with a smile, though a glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Waiting for me? Let me take good care of you. The man said, eagerly unbuckling his belt. Yi Qing-shu let out a cold laugh and swiftly positioned herself before him. Before he could finish. His pupils dilated as icy hands, as cold as death, seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. His face turned a shade of blue and purple as he flailed helplessly, his eyes brimming with fear and despair. Regret washed over him. He should not have exited the vehicle. After all, she was merely a woman. Opportunities to make money were plentiful. One less or one more mattered little. He was the surplus. Goodbye, Yi Qing-shu said, her eyes reddening with a sinister smile as she tightened her grip. A sickening crack echoed as the man's life slipped away, casting him aside. Yi Qing-shu meticulously wiped her fingers with a handkerchief. Contemplating the events, she concluded that the man beneath her feet was not the one who had been tailing them in first class. Initially, she had intended to spare his life, but he had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Those who frequently perpetrate evil are not unaccustomed to such fates. Meanwhile, the suited man, witnessing the scene, snatched the watermelon knife and fled through the open door. Where do you think you're going? Yi Guxuan swiftly intercepted him, pinning him to the ground as the knife was flung far away. Please, spare me. I will give you whatever you want. The suited man cried out in desperation. Fear engulfed him, and turning his head, he found the scarred man's eyes fixed upon him with the terror of a man who had encountered something dreadful, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Guxuan glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, sensing an unsettling realization. It was at that moment he understood that Yi Qing-shu was unlike him. In her everyday demeanor, she exudes a playful calmness. Yet now she embodies the essence of a shadowy avenger. Let you go? Certainly. Yi Qing-shu crouched down, slightly lifting her long skirt, feeling somewhat helpless. Traversing the road in a dress proved to be rather inconvenient. Upon hearing her words, the suited man's eyes sparkled with intensity. Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge. I am here. You go and free Zhao Lingjun. Casting a glance at the individual tightly bound in the vehicle, Yi Qing-shu instructed Gu Xian before turning her attention back to the man in the suit. Where do you intend to take Zhao Lingjun? To the reservoir on the western mountain. My boss is there, the suited man shouted, as if fearing Yi Qing-shu would not hear him. Understood. Then you should rest for a while, Yi Qing-shu replied with a smile, delivering a forceful blow that rendered him unconscious. On the highway halfway up the mountain, Gu Xian held on to the suited man, while Zhao Lingjun, clad in pajamas, stood beside him, casting a worried gaze at Yi Qing-shu, who was in the driver's seat. With her foot pressing down on the accelerator, she sped towards the mountainside, and with a resounding crash, flames erupted skyward. Yi Qing-shu, Zhao Lingjun shouted. Concern etched on his brow. Gu Xian's expression was equally grim. He viewed the situation as perilous. I am unharmed, came a cool, clear voice from behind. Yi Qing-shu's fair skin bore some dirt. She was uneasy leaving such matters to Gu Xian, thus she took matters into her own hands. Is this truly without risk? Gu Xian hesitated. As a university student, he had shown commendable bravery, yet today's occurrences surpassed his comprehension. You reap what you sow. Zhao Lingjun remarked with a frigid gaze, contrasting Gu Xian's disposition. An orphan from a young age, he had wandered through life, witnessing the sordid realities lurking in the shadows. Thus his capacity to endure was significantly stronger. What issues could arise? If he drives into trouble and plunges off a cliff, Yi Qing-shu replied nonchalantly. The king of hell seeks him. Why would I dare to linger? Inside the warehouse at the Western Mountain Reservoir, a dozen men sat scattered upon the straw. Brother, isn't it about time? Xiao Shan and the others should be returning soon, right? A man with yellowing teeth, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, spoke impatiently. Indeed. The boss's subordinates concurred. Calculating the time, they should be on their way, the leading man said darkly, glancing at his watch. What do you think this kid's background is? A client is willing to pay 500,000 to have him kidnapped. You shouldn't pry into matters that don't concern you. We are here to do a job, the leading man kicked out in response. Haha, The boss speaks wisely. Once we collect this bounty, we shall vanish into the sunset. Who cares about that wanted poster? His words ignited a fervor within the warehouse. They were a band of fugitives, now presented with an opportunity to be compensated for their efforts. The vision of a comfortable, affluent life danced in their minds. Suddenly, with a thunderous bang, the massive iron door was forcefully kicked open. What the hell? Those closest were caught off guard, and two were crushed beneath the door. Their fates uncertain. Gu Xian and Zhao Lingjun stood in shock, gazing at the scene before them. With a single kick, Yu Qishu had sent one of the men sprawling. Was this iron door made of paper? Gu Xian pondered, contemplating trying it himself one day. What was happening? The leader of the men drew a short knife from the side, rallying his companions as the dust settled, revealing the situation outside the door. Under the moonlight, they saw a woman accompanied by two young men. Boss, look quickly at Xiao Shan. One sharp-eyed individual immediately recognized the person Gu Xian was carrying. They are all here. I have some questions to ask, and I trust you will cooperate, Yi Qingshu said, her lips curving slightly, exuding an air of calmness and innocence. Shut up, you foul woman. Where did you come from? Let go of my brother. Someone shouted, and the rest felt a surge of anger, after living for so long. Being controlled by a mere girl was intolerable. The leader's gaze darkened as he noticed Zhao Lingjun. Had they failed to capture their target and were now caught themselves? Why is it only Xiao Shan and not Er Shan? He demanded. I've been in the underworld for half my life. If you know what's good for you, I might let you go. If not, his tone was laced with unmistakable threats. Zhao Lingjun considered selling the male captive to the buyer, sizing up Yi Qingshu and Gu Xian. Yi Qingshu, initially wishing for a peaceful resolution, felt a cold glint in her eyes. Then I shall send you to meet your brothers. What? The overwhelming revelation stunned everyone momentarily. In the next instant, a shadow darted past. The first few who had spoken so arrogantly widened their eyes as their necks were snapped, collapsing to the ground. Ah, a ghost. The crowd erupted in chaos. And even the leader's expression changed drastically. Gu Xian, guard the door. Do not let anyone escape. Yi Qingshu's voice reached Gu Xian's ears. At that moment, her fangs were bared, her eyes a crimson hue, as she swiftly moved through the warehouse, leaving a trail of afterimages. Soon, only the leader remained standing. One by one, the others fell. The man, seizing a package from the corner, attempted to flee, but to his shock, his neck was seized with force, and he was thrown to the ground. Bang! Dust erupted into the air. Chapter 17. Two factions cough. Who are you? The man retreated, his back hitting a wall of corpses, and he couldn't help but gag. He had taken lives before, but never had he witnessed such carnage. It felt as if the Grim Reaper had come to collect souls. Gu Xian's face turned pale, his youthful features marred by a complex array of emotions as he tried to avert his gaze from the gruesome scene. The only two in the room who appeared somewhat composed were Zhao Lingjun, who surveyed the surroundings, realizing they were all wretched souls deserving of their fate. Once, he had contemplated capturing fugitives for a bounty, though he lacked the capability to do so. However, he remembered each face from the wanted posters distinctly. The thought of the mastermind behind this was chilling, and a wave of disgust washed over him. Had it not been for Yi Qingshu, he might have fallen into their clutches, and the torment he would have faced was unimaginable. I will ask a few questions, and you will provide the answers. Yi Qingshu intoned, her blood-red pupils resembling whirlpools. The man, dazed, could only respond submissively. Who instructed you to capture Zhao Lingjun? I do not know. The communication was solely via phone. Do you have the customer's number now? The man shook his head. He always contacts me, using different numbers each time, as if employing a voice changer. He is quite cautious. When did you receive the order? Yi Qingshu continued to inquire. A week ago. A week ago? Yi Hanyan has been missing for a month. Could something have transpired, prompting that group to shift their focus to Zhao Lingjun? After apprehending him, where did you send him? To Xiangbei, near the 14th bridge for the transaction. The area around the 14th bridge is vast, Zhao Lingjun interjected. It is indeed too expansive. Did he not specify a precise location? No, accompanied by the man's vacant responses. The others in the room found themselves at a loss for more information regarding the puppeteer behind the scenes. The other party was exceedingly prudent. There was another man in first class. Do you know him? Gu Xian suddenly spoke up. Another person? Zhao Lingjun expressed surprise. I do not know. It was just us. There should be two groups. We are currently unaware of the other group's intentions. They did not appear after we entered the hotel today. We shall observe the situation. Yi Qingshu rose, At least they are currently headed in the right direction towards Xiangbei. What shall we do next? Gu Xian pointed to the man at their feet, unsure of how to proceed. It is nearly dawn. Let humanity handle its own affairs. Yi Qingshu remarked, casting her gaze at the moonlight. Wake them up, and then inform them that internal strife led to mutual slaughter, and someone lost control, prompting a call to the police. As for our involvement, her crimson eyes devoid of emotion, there was no aspect of our involvement. We have not been seen. Everything seemed routine for this woman. Gu Xian and Zhao Lingjun stood atop the mountain, silently observing as police sirens echoed below, where a seemingly deranged man was being taken away in handcuffs. Our time is extensive. One day you shall grow accustomed to all of this, Yi Qishu remarked, noting Gu Xian's excessive comfort and the excessive protection he received. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, he would either remain mediocre or become subservient. Gu Xian opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet ultimately fell silent. It is nearly dawn. Let us depart. Disdainfully glancing at her soiled skirt, Yi Qingshu grasped Zhao Lingjuan's arm. I shall take you. Her icy breath caused Zhao Lingjuan's ears to flush subtly as he lowered his gaze, lost in thought. In the serene forest, only a few fleeting shadows remained. The city, distinct from others, embodied a slower pace of life, enveloped in the morning smoky aroma. Yi Qishu, drawn by Qi Jingshu for breakfast, prodded a soup dumpling with her chopsticks. She had just returned to her room to tidy herself, and less than an hour had passed when Qi Jingshu pulled her out under the pretense of having breakfast. This is the place I asked Hu Jie to investigate. He mentioned this restaurant's breakfast was a must-try one in the city. Qi Jingshu was clearly more animated than the previous day. Thank you, Yi Qishu replied as she speared a soup dumpling. By the way, we need to go to the fourth store to pick up the car soon, Qi Jingshu remarked between bites. So soon? As the elderly Yi Qingshu pondered. She could have made an advance reservation, but according to the journey, it would take approximately 12 hours by car to reach Xiangbei. The lengthy travel time made alternative modes of transportation seem more appealing. Is it that she does not wish to? Yi Qingshu remarked. Our journey is planned for the night. Night? Qi Jingshu furrowed his brow. What exactly are you intending to do on this trip? He could not help but voice his confusion. It was all rather peculiar. Traveling with two newly acquainted individuals and booking a flight for the evening seemed odd. We are heading to Xiangbei to visit relatives. I discovered that Gu Xian is related to my family, and Zhao Lingju knows where my relatives are, Yi Qishu replied, placing a hand on her forehead. Her words laced with a hint of truth amidst the fabrications. I can assist you in finding your relatives. There is no need for you to make the trip personally. Qi Jingshu felt dizzy from the intricate web of relationships. No, I must go myself, Yi Qishu stated firmly, her light tea-colored pupils revealing her resolve. As for the reason for traveling at night, it was because Gu Xian was allergic to ultraviolet rays and would suffer severe burns upon sun exposure, an allergy in its own right. I understand, Qi Jingshu replied. His light brown eyes filled with sincerity. Yi Qishu, you can trust me. I will fulfill my grandmother's entrusted tasks. Yi Qishu sighed inwardly, aware that less knowledge often equated to greater safety. However, the situation was now beyond her control, and she would let nature take its course. Not receiving a definitive response from Yi Qishu, Qi Jingshu felt a tinge of disappointment. He believed he appeared reliable. Qi Zong. What a coincidence! Wu Yuexian exclaimed upon seeing Qi Jingshu, her eyes sparkling with joy. The early bird catches the worm, and her morning frustrations about heading to the filming location dissipated instantly. Yet, her gaze faltered slightly when it met Yi Qingshu's, as she speculated about their relationship. Qi Jingshu replied nonchalantly. Hello, I am Wu Yuexian, she introduced herself, extending her hand and smiling at Yi Qishu. At this, Qi Jingshu suddenly looked up, realizing something was amiss. According to Yi Qishu, their relationship should be quite amicable. Perhaps he had been too exhausted the night before to notice anything unusual. Reflecting on it now, Wu Yuexian's demeanor towards Yi Qishu had felt rather distant. Yi Qishu, Qi Jingshu's friend, we have met before. You even invited me to join you for some fun, remember? Yi Qingshu's expression remained unchanged. Wu Yuexian appeared slightly puzzled, sifting through her fragmented memories, but many details escaped her. However, being friends with Qi Jingshu could provide her with an opportunity to gain favor. Remember, I am filming an advertisement today. Would you like to join me and take a look? The set is quite fascinating. She naturally linked her arm with Yi Qingshu's, but was met with an unexpected chill upon contact. So cold, she remarked. Indeed, I am acquainted with the advertisers here. I have heard this advertisement's location is particularly stunning. Qi Jingshu added, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. This statement fell into Wu Yueshuan's ears as, Qi Zong wishes to watch me film an advertisement. What a thoughtful child. Yi Qingshu mused, shaking her head. Qi Jingshu likely sensed that something was amiss with Wu Yuexian. In the process of erasing her memories, he merely deleted the relevant segments without reconstructing her understanding, leaving a blank space in her recollection. It is indeed curious how a single piece of nonsense can spawn countless phrases. So be it, she would not speak up, and he wished to explore the matter himself without hindrance. Thus, she acquiesced. Chapter 18. Whom do you intend to silence? It was the first time Yi Qingshu encountered the film set of the 21st century. The sea breeze enveloped her, imparting a sense of freedom, though she wished the sunlight were less intense. Sheltering beneath a sunshade, she sighed. Upon arrival, Qi Jingshu was whisked away by the advertisers conducting inspections to observe the progress of the advertisement shoot. Although Wu Yuexian longed to stay by his side, she had her own advertisement to film. Thus, she found herself idly lounging about, reclining on a comfortable beach chair. She gazed at the men and women shooting not far away, and suddenly, the visage of Zhao Lingjun struck her mind, a face capable of causing calamity. How could someone so striking endure such poverty? Surely, one could prosper merely through their looks. What are you pondering? Wu Yuexian returned for a break and inquired upon noticing her contemplation. I was contemplating why Zhao Lingjun's beauty has not translated into affluence. Yi Qingshu candidly expressed her thoughts. Are you referring to the boy in the hoodie who was beside you yesterday? Though it was a question, Wu Yueshuan's tone was assertive. The moment she laid eyes on that face, she was profoundly impacted. Surely no girl could resist such striking beauty. Yet, her past experiences taught her that the more beautiful one was, the more perilous their charm could be. Perhaps he does not wish to rely solely on his looks. Wu Yuexian could surmise no other reason for someone whose beauty should have guaranteed fame, yet remained obscure in the entertainment industry. Perhaps, Yi Qingshu contemplated. May I get closer to observe your shoot? She intended to rise for a closer look. Of course. Oh, what do I take you for? Just some insignificant nobody. It turns out you are merely a pair of country bumpkins. Before Wu Yuexian could finish her thought, a derisive voice interrupted. Wu Yuexian, it's been months. Have you fallen so low that you now sign with Chi's branch? No wonder you can't seem to comprehend your own position. The newcomer sported wine-red hair, heavy makeup, and visible signs of cosmetic surgery, though it appeared to have been executed quite successfully. Zhang Mohan removed her sunglasses and waved at her umbrella-holding assistant before striding over to Yi Qingshu's lounge chair. This is not a place for a mere small actor like you. Vacate it. She regarded Yi Qingshu as an inconspicuous performer. Zhang Mohan, show some respect. This spot was designated by the director for esteemed guests. Why should it be surrendered to you? Wu Yuexian's crescent-shaped eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Had it not been for Zhang Mohan, she would not have languished in obscurity for 3 years at her previous company. Esteemed guest? Zhang Mohan scoffed, scrutinizing Yi Qingshu from head to toe. To be termed an esteemed guest is to occupy a seat designed for advertisers. I know every advertiser present here. Wu Yuexian, I understand that you currently feel as though you've turned over a new leaf, but there is no need for you to deceive me for the sake of your pride. Do you truly believe that leaving Xingyue will lead you to success? Dream on, she said with a dismissive gaze. Allow me to reiterate, this is not a position for just anyone to occupy, so kindly take your impoverished friends and leave. This lady is quite irate. Yi Qingshu remarked with a smile that belied her frosty demeanor. She leisurely picked up the chilled water from beside her and twisted off the cap, saying, Let me cool you down and perhaps freshen your breath as well. As her words fell, she unhesitatingly splashed the water onto Zhang Mohan's face. Although she had no desire to involve herself in the grievances between Wu Yuexian and Zhang Mohan, the latter's repeated insults had tested her patience. She was no turtle. Oh, I will kill you, you bumpkin. The cold water unexpectedly doused her face, and the woman screamed in fury, utterly unprepared for such treatment. She lunged forward in her high heels, intent on retaliating. Yi Qingshu firmly grasped her hand, which was poised to scratch, and flung it onto the sand. Both the assistant and Wu Yuexian were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. And it was only when the woman was thrown to the ground that the assistant hurriedly crouched beside her, asking, Sister Mohan, are you all right? While she spoke, she secretly reveled in the situation. Being assigned to work with Zhang Mohan had been her misfortune, enduring daily blame and scorn. Wu Yuexian wore an apologetic expression, saying, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Yi Qingshu shook her head, replying, It's nothing. What is meant to happen will happen. Nearby, The crew members were drawn back by Zhang Mohan's pig-like screams, and they all gathered to see what had transpired. What happened? The assistant director, wearing glasses, rushed over, only to be taken aback upon realizing that the victim was Zhang Mohan. This was the person the advertisers had sent over. She was utterly useless, merely a burden. A brief advertisement had dragged on for 3 or 4 days without completion. Didn't you see? I was doused with water. I will have this wretch blacklisted. Zhang Mohan scrambled to her feet, ready to retaliate again. However, recalling the force with which she had been thrown, she trembled slightly. She pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qingshu, her eyes seething with fury. She would not let this woman escape her wrath. Who do you intend to blacklist? As soon as Zhang Mohan's words fell, a deep, resonant voice filled with suppressed anger reached everyone's ears. Qi Jingshu's sharp eyes concealed a fierce intensity, his expression dark and foreboding. He had brought Yi Qingshu here to enjoy herself, and to seek answers to his own queries, not to create discomfort for her. Blacklist this wretch? Do you know who stands behind me? Offending me will leave you regretting your actions, Zhang Mohan sneered, sweeping her gaze over Qi Jingshu, momentarily failing to recognize him, mistaking him for some small celebrity, and continued to berate Yi Qingshu. Since her debut, she had remained within her own small circle, entirely unfamiliar with the upper echelons of the entertainment industry, akin to a caged canary. Yi Qingshu's eyes turned frigid, a desire to snap the neck of this insolent woman coursing through her. Qi Jingshu's countenance darkened, resembling a splash of ink, as he swiftly approached Yi Qingshu's side. Silence! Director Zhang Mohan rushed over, furious at the sight before her. This was the financier they had just secured. This is President Qi. Do you wish to ruin your career? Regardless of who Qi was, Zhang Mohan regained her composure, momentarily stunned. Director, your crew possesses quite a few talents, she remarked. Yet the words she uttered felt as if they bore the weight of an entire year. Zhang Mohan's lack of professionalism and her fiery temperament were evident. Though backed by Xingyue, which granted her some leniency, it paled in comparison to the potential for future collaborations and investments with Qi Jingshu. Moreover, after offending Qi Jingshu, it was unlikely she could continue in the entertainment industry. Who would be foolish enough to antagonize the Qi family for the sake of a mere canary? Cough, cough. Zhang Mohan, from this moment forth, you are no longer part of our team, the director stated, his words striking like a thunderbolt. Instantly, those gathered sensed the end for Zhang Mohan. After all, one cannot wade along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Simultaneously, they breathed a sigh of relief, finally seeing the back of this formidable presence. No, director, our company has invested in you, Zhang Mohan exclaimed, panic-stricken as she clutched the director's garment. Our project is small, and we fear we cannot bear the weight of your company's investment. The director replied coolly, his gaze scrutinizing Qi Jingshu. Since Ms. Zhang is so fond of self-sabotage, why not just seal your own fate? As for your backing, let it be the same. The few words that Qi Jingshu uttered sent tremors through Zhang Mohan's very being. No, it cannot be. If her financier were to learn of her offense against the Qi family, she would not be spared. In a frantic bid, she rushed to Yi Qingshu, attempting to grasp her clothing, only to be intercepted by Qi Jingshu. Please let me go, she implored, her eyes brimming with desperation. Chapter 19. I can dream of you for 5 years. Yi Qingshu's gaze was devoid of warmth as she turned to Qi Jingshu. Seal her and her benefactor for 5 years. After that, let all grievances be resolved. She had encountered numerous individuals like Zhang Mohan, who believed themselves to be superior, viewing others as mere ants. Yet, when the tide recedes, one soon realizes who has been swimming naked. In these 5 years, let her pay the price for her arrogance and insolence. Agreed, Qi Jingshu replied. Those present exhibited a mix of pity and derision. Zhang Mohan, who often wielded her influence and treated others as inferiors, had now encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Who would remember Zhang Mohan 5 years from now? Yet, one could not be certain. Perhaps she would again align herself with a powerful benefactor. A group of onlookers discreetly assessed Yi Qingshu, sighing softly. She was still too young. Just 5 years. Wildfires may not burn out completely, as spring winds can bring forth new life. Currently, with the Qi family's protection enabling a swift rise in the entertainment industry, the winds of change could shift at any moment. Nothing is eternal. If one does not suppress their adversary now, the future remains uncertain. Zhang Mohan collapsed onto the sand, fully aware that there was no room left for negotiation upon hearing their words. It was over. Everything was utterly finished. She secretly resented herself for provoking Yi Qingshu. When she awkwardly raised her head and saw the immaculate Wu Wuxian, a surge of hatred welled up within her, all directed at that little wretch. If it weren't for Wu Wuxian's appearance, she would never have entangled herself with Yi Qingshu. What are you doing? Pull them apart, the director shouted. Only then did the crowd begin to forcibly separate them, bringing an end to the farce. Mr. Qi, Miss Yi, I apologize. Wu Wuxian bowed her head in admission of guilt, her heart sinking. She hadn't anticipated encountering her former company's nemesis and dragging Yi Qingshu into the fray. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Qi Jingshu slightly bent down to assess Yi Qingshu, regret evident in his voice. I shouldn't have left you alone. His eyelashes lowered, and a hint of desolation flickered in his phoenix eyes. I'm fine. It's just a minor incident, Yi Qingshu reassured him. Feeling that compared to the days of being hunted, this was trivial. However, her gaze drifted to the small patch on her right arm, now singed. As she opened her black umbrella, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Is it happening so soon? Let me take you away, Qi Jingshu said softly, his lips pressed together. Feeling not only that he had failed to protect her, but also that he had caused considerable trouble. This is not your fault. As we interact with the outside world, we will encounter all sorts of people. You have done exceptionally well, Yi Qingshu comforted him, recognizing Qi Jingshu's self-reproach and inner conflict. Since the moment the girl entrusted her to Qi Jingshu, his emotions had completely shifted. It seemed he was taking care of her, but in truth, he was the clumsy child, devoid of emotional support, clinging tightly to Yi Qingshu out of fear, determined to maintain this bond by any means necessary. He appeared carefree and unruly, yet his inner world was surprisingly fragile. How did such contradictions come to be? With tears glistening in his eyes, he suppressed his emotions, lifting his head to reclaim the demeanor of a young master. The car has arrived, it's outside. Shall we return? As for you, Zhang Moan has left. The director should book you. After all, I am the major investor. He turned his gaze to Wu Wuxian and, without waiting for a response, took Yi Qingshu further away. Watching the two depart, Wu Wuxian felt that although she had lost the chance to cling to the powerful, she had not made any enemies, leaving her feelings somewhat complicated. Throughout the journey, Qi Jingshu discreetly observed Yi Qingshu, having felt for a fleeting moment that she could see right through him. The fact that he had been comforted by someone younger than himself left his face flushed with embarrassment. Are you unwell? Yi Qingshu inquired, puzzled. No. I just think there's nothing entertaining here. Let us rest for a day and prepare to head to Xiangbei. Considering Gu Xian's need to operate at night and the health of both individuals, she devised a plan. There is an antique fair tomorrow night. I received an invitation and may have to attend. Qi Jingshu revealed the invitation he had just received. An invitation? Yi Qingshu's eyes darkened. Yes. I just found out from my grandfather. Qi Jingshu's tone softened. The organizer is a partner collaborating with the Qi family in certain domains. Initially, due to his father's severe illness, the antiques fair was likely to be cancelled. However, unexpectedly, the situation improved, and they even planned to hold a banquet. Being in the city, I had to explain this to him. Suddenly better? A medical miracle, Yi Qingshu nodded in agreement. By the way, there may be some old artifacts tomorrow, and I am in need of a female companion. Would you join me? Qi Jingshu invited, his eyes sparkling like a puppy's. It would be nice to witness the changes in the world together. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was nearly evening. As Yi Qingshu and Qi Jingshu ascended the stairs, they spotted Zhao Lingjun waiting at Yi Qingshu's door. What is the matter? Glancing at the newcomer, Yi Qingshu felt quite cheerful. Indeed, seeing a beautiful person lifted her spirits. Zhao Lingjun looked at Qi Jingshu, hesitated, and said nothing. Personal matters, we'll talk later. Yi Qingshu smiled over her shoulder, her movements swift like a whirlwind, as she pulled Zhao Lingjun inside and shut the door with a bang. Is there something I cannot know? Qi Jingshu's eyes widened. Surely, that fellow wouldn't attempt to use his charms to entice Yi Qingshu. He pondered her character and concluded that she was likely not so easily swayed. Touching his nose, he retreated to his own room. He knew that what he was meant to learn would eventually come to light. As for what Yi Qingshu wished to keep from him, she would only offer him superficial responses. There would be ample time ahead. While Qi Jingshu contemplated the future, the two in the other room exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Yi Qingshu had long forgotten the sensation of embarrassment, yet it resurfaced in Zhao Lingjun's presence. What is it? She broke the silence, her expression questioning. Zhao Lingjun's ears flushed slightly, and after considering his feelings, he finally spoke. I can dream of you. His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with a husky undertone, complemented by his alluring peach blossom eyes, capable of ensnaring anyone in mere moments. However, Yi Qingshu's gaze suddenly sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Zhao Lingjun. Continue. Even when I am awake, it seems I can vaguely sense your emotions. His Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly articulated, that feeling is akin to. Yi Qingshu fell silent. This was beyond her expectations. Humans who consume vampire blood experience a temporary enhancement of their senses, and if the vampire is willing, they can share emotions for a brief period. Yet Zhao Lingjun possessed none of these traits. The fact that he could sense her emotions after she had consumed his blood was astonishing. You truly are special, she observed. Her light tea-colored eyes locked onto Zhao Lingjun's. Zhao Lingjun felt yet another of his unique traits piquing the interest of a non-human being, yet this time, he did not feel the same urgency to escape as before. What should we do? He inquired. There's no need to worry. It will resolve itself in time. Yi Qingshu speculated. Zhao Lingjun is extraordinarily unique, and she wasn't entirely certain whether this phenomenon would vanish, so she offered this reassurance. After arriving at a conclusion, the two exchanged glances once more. Ahem, tomorrow I will be going out with Qi Jingshu. You and Gu Xian should prepare the necessary items for the journey. Yi Qishu coughed lightly, issuing her directive. A good man, with a deep and husky voice, agreed to the request. As for President Yi, he had inquired about our relationship yesterday while we were at the airport, and I had responded ambiguously. If he were to ask again, how should I reply? He suddenly recalled Qi Jingshu, and from their brief interaction, he surmised that the latter was likely unaware of Gu Xian and Yi Qingshu's true identities. It was probable that he would not inquire further. Yi Qingshu instructed him to ask if the matter arose again, adding a word of caution. The man nodded, his enchanting peach blossom eyes observing Yi Qingshu's troubled expression, his lashes lowered, lost in thought. By the way, please keep a close watch on Gu Xian. Do not let anyone. Before he could finish, Yi Qingshu shook her head, exclaiming, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. With a swift and decisive motion, she drew the curtains in the room, blocking out the light, and opened the door, for someone was arriving. Zhao Lingjun paused momentarily, then recalled the capabilities of these beings, and rose to open the door. Chapter 20. A gamble on a condition. Gu Xian stood outside the door, his expression complex and his eyes slightly reddened. It's not even dark yet, and you've come out? Yi Qingshu raised an eyebrow, anticipating his purpose. The corridor is devoid of light. I heard you returned. Gu Xian glanced at Zhao Lingjun and stepped inside, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingshu, his lips quivering as he nearly burst out. How can you walk in the sunlight? This question also perplexed Zhao Lingjun. He raised an eyebrow, having always assumed that Gu Xian and Yi Qingshu were well acquainted, but it now appeared otherwise. The sunlight encircles me, Yi Qingshu replied candidly. By obtaining the blood of the angel witch and offering blessings bound to oneself, one can form a halo of sunlight, a protection that allows one to traverse freely. Can you all walk in the sunlight? Gu Xian inquired. Yi Qingshu rose, moving closer to the window, slightly drawing back the curtains. In an instant, her arm bore a faint eruption of red source. As you can see, with your growing strength, this protection will gradually diminish until one is plunged into perpetual darkness. Just like her creator, who, despite immense power, could only secure a few days of light after a century of searching and annihilating an entire witch clan. Then where can one obtain it? Gu Xian's hands clenched tightly. He was still young, and even a few years could make a difference. I do not know. Yi Qingshu shook her head. The probability of an angel witch being born is exceedingly rare, and acquiring a witch's blessing, given our status, is equally arduous. The last time I encountered one was 2 decades ago. Moreover, she continued, the current you cannot attain it. Yi Qingshu shook her head again. He was far too weak. Witches do not yield easily, and his adversaries were not limited to witches, but also the young vampires. If she had not relied on Dean and an abundance of luck in her youth, she would not have acquired it either. It is worth noting that to this day, only a handful of vampires have been obtained. I understand. Gu Xian's face fell. An oppressive silence enveloped the room as Yi Qingshu stared at her once injured arm, now healed. Lost in contemplation. For over a century, she had not always existed in the sunlight. By the time Yu Yinan was about to depart from her life, she could scarcely walk in the daylight. It was not until the 1990s that she fortuitously encountered the angel witch again, which ultimately led to her being hunted. All right, let us address the matter at hand. Tomorrow, do not venture out. If you require anything, contact Zhao Lingjun. She turned and settled into the reclining chair. Where are you going? Gu Xian struggled to compose his emotions. To the Antique Association. Very well, I shall await your return. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingjun, who had remained silent, felt a mixture of complex emotions as his doubts began to dissipate. From their exchange, he deduced that Gu Xian was a fledgling vampire, and that Yi Hanyan might be the one who transformed him. But what of Yi Qixu? What was her role? She seemed unfamiliar with Yi Hanyan. The Antique Association is an annual grand event in the city, commencing in the afternoon and continuing until the evening banquet, attracting numerous influential figures. This year, it was hosted by the prominent Wu family, enhancing its already notable reputation. Yi Chaoga selected an intricately embroidered black qipao, which accentuated her snow-white skin and alluring red lips, exuding charm and allure. What is the matter? Does it not look good? Throughout their journey, Qi Jingshu dared not gaze at her, causing Yi Qingshu to question her own aesthetic judgment. She had chosen this particular outfit, the most traditional in style, from the array of garments Qi Jingshu had purchased for her. No, it looks splendid, Qi Jingshu replied, his nerves evident. He had encountered many women and had numerous relationships. Yet he had never seen anyone like Yi Qingshu, who radiated an intoxicating blend of allure and danger. Despite her youth, there was a sense of having weathered countless storms, as if the passage of time had enriched and invigorated her essence. Upon our arrival, let us meander for a while before the banquet begins. In truth, they could have simply awaited the evening meal, but Qi Jingshu wished to distance himself from Gu Xian and Zhao Lingjun, thus fabricating a minor falsehood to arrive earlier. Good day, please present your invitation. The lobby showcased a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western elements, with designated personnel at the entrance, forbidding entry without an invitation. I am Qi Jingshu from the Qi family, here by invitation. Qi Jingshu, having not brought an invitation, produced his business card instead. The attendant received the card and, consulting a tablet, confirmed his identity. Mr. Qi, you may enter. Let us proceed, Qi Jingshu urged, guiding her inside. Yi Qixu curiously glanced at the tablet, resembling the mobile phone Qi Jingshu had purchased for her. Speaking of which, she had become quite adept at using it. Inside the lobby, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its glow upon the grayish-blue glass-tiled floor, where porcelain artifacts and exquisite jade pieces from various eras were displayed. The space buzzed with activity. Most attendees clad in suits and moving with purpose, while some collectors congregated to examine the items. As soon as they entered, someone recognized Qi Jingshu. You were quite well known? Yi Qingshu inquired, puzzled. In response, Qi Jingshu leaned in like a sly fox, whispering in her ear, though my entertainment company has not achieved great success, I am a socialite within the upper echelons, often attending such inconsequential gatherings on behalf of my family. The warmth of his breath against her ear prompted Yi Qixu to push him away. What brings you here, Mr. Qi? I recall that your family is not engaged in the antique business. A man in his 40s, clad in a tailored suit and possessing a robust physique, approached with a warm demeanor and a smile that revealed two charming dimples. Two assistants trailed behind him. Could this be an invitation from the Wu family? Besides, I wish to acquire a couple of collectibles, so my grandfather had sent me. Qi Jingshu adorned himself with a professional smile. The newcomer's eyes sparkled with interest, and upon hearing my words, his smile broadened. Ah, I see. I have recently contemplated entering the antique industry, and I thought perhaps the Qi family had taken an interest as well. Currently, the antique market lacks a leading figure, should the Qi family decide to engage. These individuals would have to step back. Wishing you prosperous business, Boss Zhu, Qi Jingshu replied, with an equally courteous smile, fully aware of the other party's intentions. A discerning individual can decipher motives with just a few exchanged words. Zhu Qingwei then shifted his gaze towards Yi Qixu. And who might this be? He inquired. Yi Qixu. A descendant on my grandmother's side, Qi Jingshu introduced directly, invoking the name of Yi Yinan. After all, they shared a surname. Claiming that Yi Qingshu was related to his grandmother would keep others from questioning its veracity, thus averting any potential missteps. Hello. Yi Qingshu did not contest Qi Jingshu's words, but graciously introduced herself. In the world outside, one's identity is self-bestowed. Moreover, Qi Jingshu was indeed correct in a certain sense. She was indeed connected to Yi Yinan, albeit as a senior relative. Miss Yi, greetings, Zhu Qingwei responded, taking a moment to appraise her. Although he had not heard of any relatives from the Yi matriarch's side, the mention from Qi Jingshu warranted attention. It would be wise not to inadvertently offend someone of note. You two may browse. I must attend to these two experts to see if there are any fine pieces. I shan't detain you further, Boss Zhu concluded, gracefully shifting the topic. What do you think of Boss Zhu? Qi Jingshu inquired, unable to quell his curiosity. recalling how his second brother had declined a partnership with Zhu 2 years prior, only to be reprimanded severely by their grandfather. He is quite astute and adept at navigating social intricacies. Such a person, unless beset by unforeseen misfortune, is destined for a lifetime of financial prosperity, Yu Chaoga remarked, his eyes glimmering with insight. So highly regarded? Qi Jingshu expressed surprise, as he knew the man to be intelligent. The way he addressed him as young Master Qi indicated a level of humility and respect. It was evident that despite Qi Jingshu's privileged background, Zhu was older and thus did not need to adopt such a title. Yet, Yi Qingshu's assessment astonished him. Shall we then observe? She proposed, unable to resist the urge to place a wager. What stakes do you suggest? Qi Jingshu replied, fully aware of the likelihood of her victory. Once the wager is settled, will you still recall it when you are old and gray? Yi Qingshu questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. If I win, I shall demand my due from you even with a cane in hand, Qi Jingshu responded, akin to a clever fox, his eyes sparkling as if filled with the entirety of the night sky. Then let us wager on a condition, Yi Qingshu declared, momentarily feeling a twinge of shame, akin to the wolf offering Little Red Riding Hood an empty promise. The clear and resonant male voice responded with conviction. Chapter 21, Appraising Antiques. Yi Qingshu could not help but smile, remarking on the youthful spirit. Shall we take a look at these antiques now that we are here? Do you understand antiques? A little, Yi Qingshu replied, mentioning her past interest and brief study. The two meandered through the exhibition hall, while others were there for work and business discussions. They simply strolled. Yi Qingshu's gaze fell upon a double-handled celadon vase with golden threads. She leaned in for a closer look. Do you like this one? Qi Jingshu inquired, as he lacked knowledge of ceramics and could not discern the vase's beauty. If you like it, I'll buy it for you, he offered. No. I just feel something is off, Yi Qingshu remarked, scrutinizing the porcelain. Are you suggesting it might be a forgery? Qi Jingshu leaned closer. Yet he could not detect anything amiss. The body appears coarse and loose, the glaze thick, with black cracks and a purple mouth and iron foot. All these characteristics seem correct, resembling the Song Dynasty Gukiln, Yi Qingshu explained, yet she felt something was amiss, finding it eerily familiar compared to other forgeries. Ah. This young lady speaks quite well. Indeed, this is a piece from the Song Dynasty Gukiln. A group of people approached, led by a middle-aged man who spoke cheerfully. Beside him was Zhu Qingwei, with whom Qi Jingshu had just exchanged pleasantries. You are from the Qi family? Yes, you must be Uncle Wu. Qi Jingshu recognized him and greeted him. I hear your father has just recovered from a serious illness. Congratulations. My father is in good health. Please send my regards to your grandfather. The middle-aged man patted Qi Jingshu's shoulder. Since this is our first meeting, I have nothing to present to you. How about this? Choose a piece from the exhibition hall, and I shall gift it to you. Such generosity was the shared sentiment of those around. Knowing that some of the porcelain displayed could not be authenticated and were all priced as if genuine. Instantly, those unfamiliar with Qi Jingshu began inquiring about his identity. And upon discovering he belonged to the wealthiest family in the city, they deemed the gift rather modest. Thank you very much, Uncle Wu. Qi Jingshu said with a slight bow. How could you recognize him without having met before? Yi Qingshu's eyes shifted between the two. Indeed, regardless of the era, signs of prominent families are often well informed about the world. Young lady, you possess a keen eye, unlike my girl at home, who has been observing these for years without comprehension, Wu Fuguo remarked, his gaze keen and bright. Not at all. You flatter me, Yi Qingshu replied modestly. I have collected this Gukiln piece for many years. It is the first time I am showcasing it, Wu Fuguo said to the smiling Zhu Qingwei beside him. Not at all. I am merely an amateur, Zhu Qinghui humbly responded. Please, go ahead. Wu Fuguo stepped aside, and two assistants donned white gloves to gently extract the Gukiln piece, examining it meticulously with a magnifying glass, nodding in agreement. Boss Zhu, upon gazing at the Song Dynasty Gukiln, was instantly filled with joy. Ah, I must express my gratitude to General Wu for this opportunity. If you could sell me this Gukiln piece, it would certainly serve as a centerpiece in the Grand Hall. All porcelain displayed there had owners. Some were merely for exhibition, while others were for sale. Due to a lack of differentiation, buyers were required to obtain the seller's consent. Zhu Qingwei was fortunate. Yi Qingshu raised an eyebrow, her keen eyes meticulously scrutinizing the Gukiln. The moment the item was unveiled, she discerned the distinction between the imitation and the authentic piece, deeming it a reasonable acquisition. Let us proceed, she whispered to Qi Jingshu. He nodded, unperturbed by social engagements, yet preferring to avoid them when possible. Uncle Wu, Let us take a look around while you converse. Wu Fujian intended to nod, but, upon seeing the Gukiln, recalled an expert's appraisal he had recently received that echoed Yi Qingshu's observations. The young girl had previously remarked on something peculiar, but what could it be? He unwittingly asked. Immediately regretting the question, he realized he had inquired of a young girl despite numerous appraisals confirming it as a Song Dynasty Gukiln. However, having posed the question, he could only anticipate hearing the same information reiterated. The surrounding crowd murmured, questioning what a mere girl could possibly comprehend. Yi Qingshu paused, glancing at Zhu Chengwei, deciding it best to avoid conflict. I am but a novice and dare not pass judgment, she replied, shaking her head. No worries, Wu Fujian waved his hand, feeling it would be awkward to retract his invitation for scrutiny. Would you kindly lend me a magnifying glass? Yi Qingshu requested of Zhu Chengwei. Of course. Zhu Chengwei instructed his assistant to hand the magnifying glass to her. Although unsure why Wu Fujian entrusted a young girl with such an important task, he felt compelled to extend his courtesy. Thank you, Yi Qingshu said, lifting the magnifying glass to examine the double-eared celadon. With her discerning eyes, she hardly required such an aid. Yet, humanity often does. This is not a Song Dynasty Gukiln, she stated with conviction. Her declaration ignited a stir among the crowd. How is that possible? This was authenticated by an expert. Miss Yi must be mistaken, Zhu Chenghui exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, we just examined it and found no error. An assistant chimed in. How could it be? I just inspected it as well. It is undoubtedly a piece from the Song Dynasty. Just a young girl, others murmured. Too inexperienced to grasp the truth. What leads you to this conclusion, Miss Yi? Wu Fujian's expression slightly tightened, yet being an elder, he refrained from criticizing the younger generation's insight. A gentle nudge, a light touch to redirect the conversation would suffice. Both Qingshu and Qi Jingshu found Yi Qingshu's assertion rather astonishing. The double-eared celadon was indeed a close imitation of the Song Dynasty, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed tiny bubbles resembling glutinous rice, failing to meet the criteria of true craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly picked up their magnifying glasses for a closer examination. Zhu Chengwei scrutinized the piece as well, for he was the buyer and could not afford to be careless. Is this the only aspect? Wu Fujian inquired, meticulously studying the porcelain. Yi Qingshu shook her head, her delicate features reflecting the subtle intricacies of her thoughts. Yet, the discourse felt disjointed, lacking a natural flow, and was rather convoluted. The craftsmanship of the porcelain was indeed exquisite. A gasp of astonishment arose from the onlookers. Zhu Chenghui found himself in a predicament. Caught in a quandary over a counterfeit piece that compelled him to summon Wu Fujian, buying it felt unwise, yet not purchasing it seemed even worse. But while it may not be from the Song Dynasty, it still possesses collectible value, he pondered, as the crowd's gaze turned towards him. Please, refrain from excessive sighing. Can we speak plainly? Wu Fujian, with a somber tone, lamented the realization that an item he had cherished for years was, in fact, a forgery. The piece was crafted during the Qing dynasty, with minimal impurities and a tightly bonded glaze, its surface exhibiting remarkable finesse, clearly a Qing imitation of Song Gukiln ware. Indeed, as Yi Qingshu's words resonated, a discerning member of the crowd recognized the truth. Many in attendance were seasoned professionals, and upon her elucidation, they scrutinized the piece closely, confirming it as a Qing imitation of Song. Wu Fujian, upon hearing Yi Qingshu's insights, also examined the porcelain with newfound diligence. Though an amateur, he possessed enough discernment to appreciate the young lady's astute observation. The Qing dynasty's imitation of Song porcelain was renowned for its superior craftsmanship. It was evident that Mr. Wu had not scrutinized the item closely when he acquired it, thus being misled. Yi Qingshu, ever gracious, sought to ease the tension. After all, she had just arrived and could not afford to offend the host. Indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable, Wu Fujian remarked, following her lead. As for you, Boss Zhu, he gestured towards the porcelain, though it may not be from the Song era, it is still a Qing piece. Indeed, it is a Qing dynasty piece. Zhu Chenghui whispered to Wu Fujian, silently chastising himself for his earlier oversight. Despite years of study, he had yet to encounter a female connoisseur with such prowess. The crowd's attention swiftly turned towards Yi Qingshu, eager to seek her guidance in the future. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhu Chenghui wore a professional smile. While it may not be from the Song dynasty, I find the celadon glaze quite appealing. I hope, Mr. Wu, you might consider parting with it. The faade of propriety was now firmly established, and Yi Qingshu couldn't help but reflect on the allure of wealth and power. Wu Fujian readily acquiesced, his face radiating warmth. You possess remarkable insight at such a young age. My brother is the president of the Antique Association. Should you wish to join, I would be pleased to recommend you. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Wu, but I am currently studying abroad. Yi Qingshu politely declined. Wu Fujian nodded in understanding. In that case, do not hesitate to reach out if you ever require assistance. Jingshu. The old gentleman has been mentioning Qi Lao for quite some time. You must ensure to visit him at the banquet and share news of your grandfather, he added, giving Qi Jingshu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Of course, Qi Jingshu promptly replied, aware that his grandfather had only a few encounters with the Wu family as patriarch. Yet, the business world thrived on appearances, where cordiality reigned supreme, akin to kinship. As Wu Fujian departed, a throng of individuals followed suit. Miss Yi, here is my business card. Your insights and knowledge are truly exceptional. Should you wish to enter the field upon your return, feel free to reach out to me. Zhu Chenghui extended his card to her. Certainly, Yi Qingshu nodded in acknowledgement. As Zhu Chenghui departed, turning away a group eager to make her acquaintance, Yi Qingshu swiftly grabbed Qi Jingshu and made her escape. She had no interest in becoming an appraiser. Chapter 22. Medicine. Have you considered what Wu Fujian mentioned? You have made quite a name for yourself in the antique world this time. After all, his family's connections in this industry run deep and could elevate you to great heights. Qi Jingshu jested, prodding Yi Qingshu with his finger. What use do I have for such heights? Yi Qingshu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Jingshu. By the way, are you studying abroad? Qi Jingshu intended to probe into Yi Qishu's background. That's merely an excuse. What is your actual connection to my grandmother? You've only now chosen to ask. Yi Qishu regarded Qi Jingshu with a playful smile. It was because my grandmother forbade it. If that's the case, I shall refrain from asking. Qi Jingshu's face flushed crimson. He felt as though Yi Qishu could see straight through his heart. Yi Qishu smiled. Dear child, if you wish to inquire, just ask. I shall answer you. What, dear child? I am 6 years your senior. Someone huffed, unable to contain their curiosity. I am a relative of your grandmother, having lived abroad for many years. Our contact was severed due to war, hence the long silence. Yi Qingshu spoke vaguely, yet she had not deceived Qi Jingshu. Are you saying your family is related to my grandmother, and that the connection was lost due to the severance? Qi Jingshu translated Yi Qingshu's words into a form he could comprehend. Precisely. No wonder I have never heard my grandmother mention you. Qi Jingshu replied. Thank you, Yi Qingshu. Yi Qingshu was taken aback. For what, child? Your words are rather nonsensical. Thank you for returning to let my grandmother see you one last time. I have often heard her speak of her youth, yet I have never met her relatives. She mentioned having run away after making mistakes, which led to the severance of her ties. During her illness, she often murmured of her longing for family. I feared she would depart with regrets. Thus, thank you for ensuring she had no such regrets. The sincerity in his gaze was palpable as his eyes fixed upon Yi Qishu. Only then did he comprehend why his grandmother held such regard for her. Each word of longing resonated in his ears, while Yi Qishu tightened her grip on her handbag, stating, I see her because she is important to me, before turning to walk ahead. Did she not long for her family as well? In the deep of night, the lights shone brilliantly, illuminating the grand hall, as if it were day. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting its glow over the entirety of the space, where elegantly dressed individuals mingled. Unlike the daylight hours, this venue drew a significant portion of the city's elite. As Qi Jingshu entered the hall with Yi Qishu at his side, they attracted numerous glances. Word of the Qi family's attendance had circulated since the antique fair earlier that day. Young Master Qi, this is my friend Zhu Chenghui, who works in the film industry. A figure approached, accompanied by a young man in his 30s. Understanding that Qi Jingshu had established an entertainment company, he sought to forge a connection by introducing his own network. Greetings. Qing Zijin, a man adorned with a pair of golden-rimmed spectacles, possesses a scholarly appearance. I am acquainted with you, esteemed director. Qi Jingshu extended his hand. You two may converse. I have others awaiting me. Zhu Qingwei, with a beaming smile, interjected. I must also express my gratitude to Boss Zhu for introducing me to this illustrious director. Upon our return to the city, I shall treat Boss Zhu to a meal. Qi Jingshu remarked politely, mentally noting Zhu Chenghui's kindness, for such favors in the business realm must be repaid. In the coming year, the Qi family may develop a new parcel of land, and he shall discuss this with his grandfather. Until we meet again, young Master Qi. Zhu Qingwei exchanged pleasantries before rejoining the crowd. Observing Zhu Chenghui's adept mingling among various groups, Qi Jingshu couldn't help but marvel at the truth in Yi Qingshu's words. Who might this young lady be? Is she an artist from your company? Cheng Zijin inquired, turning to Yi Qingshu. Not at all. She is a friend of mine. Yi Qingshu clarified. I see. I'm about to commence filming a Republic-era movie, and I feel this young lady embodies the character of the female lead. Might you have any interest? Cheng Zijin remarked with a gentle smile, his dark eyes shimmering with intrigue as he gazed at Yi Qingshu. He had noticed her the moment she entered, for the character he envisioned was a mysterious beauty, undaunted by the tumultuous times. Clad in a black qipao, her demeanor exuded an air of ancient elegance and weariness, epitomizing his ideal lead. Having lived for over a century, Yi Qingshu had never considered herself suited for the silver screen. She couldn't suppress a chuckle. I apologize, Mr. Cheng, but I have little interest in acting. Well then, here is my business card, Cheng Zijin offered. I pour my heart into crafting every leading role, and this is indeed a splendid opportunity. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out. Accepting the card, Yi Qingshu placed it in her bag, responding, very well. Having spent considerable time with Yi Qingshu, Qi Jingshu could almost read her expressions and gestures with precision. It seemed Cheng Zijin's heartfelt invitation would likely come to naught. Mr. Cheng, is it true that you are casting for a film? I have not heard any announcements in the industry, he inquired. Cheng Zijin adjusted his glasses. Currently, the information has not been made public. We are still in the confidentiality phase. Your influence and capabilities are well recognized in the industry. And I hope that once your film is underway, we may have the opportunity to collaborate, Qi Jingshu extended an olive branch. Although he often adopted a hands-off approach, he would not overlook opportunities to expand his business. Indeed, I too hope for a chance to work with you, young Master Qi. Cheng Zijin replied as they raised their glasses in a shared smile. I have heard that old Master Wu is recovering well. Shall we pay him a visit? Qi Jingshu suggested. I have just returned from there and asked the Wu family to arrange medication for my younger brother. I presume you are also here regarding the medicine? Cheng Zijin replied with a smile. Medication? Qi Jingshu questioned, perplexed. Your grandfather did not mention it to me. May I inquire what kind of medicine? He asked, shaking his head. It is said that a master from Xiangbei, renowned for his expertise in wellness, crafted a pill that could alleviate ailments. Prior to coming here, Cheng Zijin was rather skeptical. If such wellness pills were effective, hospitals would surely not be so crowded. However, upon meeting the esteemed elder of the Wu family, he began to entertain a flicker of belief. His younger brother had been ill for quite some time, and perhaps there was hope for relief. From Xiangbei? Yi Qingshu raised her gaze, her eyes sharp. Indeed, it is from that region, but there are only 3 pills available per month. If you require them, you must inquire with the Wu family for their contact information. Cheng Zijin paused, perplexed by Yi Qingshu's strong reaction, yet he gently offered an explanation. What is the matter? Qi Jingshu asked softly. Nothing, let us first visit the elder of the Wu family. Yi Qingshu forced a smile, a faint suspicion stirring within her. All right. Qi Jingshu readily agreed. Mr. Cheng, I shall head there first. We shall reconvene upon our return to the city. After bidding farewell to Cheng Zijin, the two proceeded towards the center of the banquet, where a throng had gathered. The elder of the Wu family sat in the midst, appearing quite spirited. Please inquire if there are any remaining pills. May I take a look? As they approached, Yi Qingshu whispered to Qi Jingshu. Despite his myriad of questions regarding Yi Qingshu's fixation on the medicine, Qi Jingshu complied. Standing at a distance, Yi Qingshu's gaze deepened as she strained to catch snippets of conversation. Upon hearing that the pills were located on the 2nd floor but required dissolution and could not be retrieved, her eyes flickered with intrigue, and she swiftly exited through a side door. In the garden's corner, Yi Qingshu meticulously surveyed her surroundings, her focus drawn to an open window. And she vanished in an instant. Unlike the clamor of the lobby below, the 2nd floor was eerily quiet, facing a row of rooms. She closed her eyes to attentively listen to the ambient sounds. Ah, how troublesome. If the young lady of the Wu family finds out, she will surely flay you alive. She is such a fool. My heart belongs to you. Yi Qingshu's brow furrowed slightly. There aren't enough people downstairs. You all need to assist. Oh dear. What are you doing here? We cannot afford to be shorthanded for the elder. This is the medicine. You need to brew it here. The steward sent me. I found it. Yi Qingshu suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 23. Just as I suspected. Inside the room, Yi Qingshu's expression darkened as she opened the medicine jar. Although it had been steamed and boiled, a faint metallic scent lingered. Just as I suspected. Her eyes turned crimson in an instant. despite the slight odor. She could discern that this was not human blood. It belonged to a vampire, and it was highly likely the blood of Qi Hanyan. Could it truly have been used as a raw material for medicinal concoction? She clenched her fists. Miss Wu, are you certain the items were left in the pharmacy? Yes. Yes, Xiaoxin mentioned she went to the pharmacy and forgot them there upon returning. Someone is coming this way. A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Suppressing her emotions, Yuchishu hastily made her way to the door. A group of 5 women and 1 man was ascending the stairs, and in order to escape through the window, she would need to navigate the staircase. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the adjacent room. Since they had such audacity, perhaps she could lend them a hand. She stepped out of the room, seemingly heading next door, and with a determined push, she forced open the locked door. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the 2nd floor. Yuchishu, appearing flustered, looked at the couple on the bed, entangled in their passion, and exclaimed, I apologize. I had no idea what was happening in this room. How did you get in here? The man wore a look of panic, clearly having locked the door. However, before he could ponder this unexpected intrusion, the 3 individuals ascending the stairs heard the deafening scream and exchanged quick glances before rushing upstairs, colliding with Yuchishu as she emerged from the room. What are you doing on the 2nd floor? That scream just now was yours, questioned the male steward, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. I got lost looking for the restroom and accidentally wandered onto the 2nd floor, she stammered, hesitating to reveal more. The 5 women present wore expressions of confusion, while the elegantly dressed leader curiously peered into the room, only for another piercing scream to echo once more. Meow meow, let me explain, came the man's desperate plea. Explain what? That my stepmother and my husband are entangled together? Family scandals should remain private, and the steward, now preoccupied with the unfolding drama, quickly summoned someone to inform the hosts. As the noise of commotion and crashing echoed behind her, Yuchishu descended the stairs, her mind racing with thoughts of whether the Wu family was the mastermind behind Yu Hanyan's disappearance. Where have you been? I've been looking for you. Qi Jingshu hurriedly approached her, having exchanged pleasantries before realizing Yi Qingshu was nowhere to be found. I just went to the restroom and got lost, she explained. I see. Qi Jingshu sighed in relief, but his gaze fell upon the group from the Wu family ascending the stairs, concern etched on his face. I saw you come down from the 2nd floor. Nothing happened, right? Nothing. Just stumbled upon a scandalous scene, she replied. The mention of the Wu family's young lady's fiancé made Qi Jingshu gasp in astonishment. Goodness, this Wu family's son-in-law has quite the audacity, caught in bed at a banquet. Tomorrow, the entire high society will be buzzing with this gossip. The Wu family surely won't let him off easily. He mused that the banquet would likely end prematurely and suggested, let us leave. He grasped Yu Qingshu's hand, which felt unusually cold. Why are your hands always so chilly? I should find an old doctor to examine you, he remarked, frowning. It's just hereditary coldness. No need for a doctor, she declined. Her thoughts consumed by the Wu family upstairs. Upon returning to the hotel, Qi Jingshu frowned at the individuals waiting at the door, an inkling that Yuchishu and her companions were harboring secrets he was not privy to. See you tomorrow. Make sure to rest well, Yuchishu said nonchalantly. What are you all discussing that I can't hear? Qi Jingshu leaned against the door, his expressive eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Feeling like an outsider despite being the first to know Yuchishu. Do you truly wish to hear? She inquired. After a pause, Qi Jingshu dejectedly replied, forget it. Tell me when you're ready. As he departed, Yi Qingshu's expression darkened entirely. What's the matter? Gu Xian asked. In the Wu family residence, I witnessed a pill being ignited to light a cigarette. Leaning against the wall, Yuchishu slowly spoke, her eyes concealing an inscrutable expression. A pill? Gu Xian questioned, puzzled. A pill crafted from the blood of a vampire. What did you say? The blood of a vampire can be used to create medicine? Gu Xian's body tensed in disbelief. Blood is indeed a fundamental ingredient. Vampire blood can alleviate human suffering and facilitate rapid healing of external injuries. Gu Xian was astonished. Did that imply they had become mere raw materials? What are you thinking? Yuchishu interjected, it is not easy for humans to capture vampires, and the blood can only be used once. Excessive use leads to an explosive demise. As if discerning Gu Xian's thoughts, Yi Qingshu clarified, the pill originated from Xiangbei. I suspect it is likely linked to Yi Hanyan. I must go to the Wu residence. Gu Xian's pupils constricted sharply, comprehending Yi Qingshu's implication. His eyes turning crimson as he stood abruptly. Stop. Be composed. Yi Qingshu admonished sternly. That is my creator. Gu Xian growled lowly, struggling to maintain his composure. Everything remains uncertain. The Wu family is hosting a banquet tonight with many guests. We must avoid alarming them. What should we do then? He inquired urgently. Yichishu narrowed her eyes, her expression obscured by the smoke. Today, the Wu family's son-in-law was caught in bed with another woman and might be cast out. We must find him. Could he possibly know? Whether he knows or not, we shall inquire. The Wu family resided in the outskirts, frequented by affluent individuals in luxury vehicles, devoid of any other means of transportation. It was now late at night, the spring evening chill settling in. Zhang Yu, disheveled, bore numerous scratches upon his exposed skin. It's over. It's all over. Hatred filled his slender eyes. It's all that wretched woman's fault. If she hadn't barged in, I wouldn't have been discovered. I am the rightful son-in-law of the Wu family. All his years of hard work had gone to waste. He was so close. So very close to obtaining shares in the Wu family. If I find out who you are, I will not let you off easily. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. And as for the Wu family, they permitted him to return on foot, denying him even a vehicle. It was utterly despicable. A cold breeze swept by, carrying the early spring chill, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He wrapped his hands around his tattered clothing and limped forward. Is that him? A faint voice sliced through the darkness. Is someone there? Zhang Yu's brows furrowed before he reconsidered, questioning if he was being overly cautious. Who would be wandering in such desolate surroundings? Yet, he couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. A shiver coursed through him as he spun around. Nothing but emptiness greeted him. Perhaps I am overthinking things, he murmured, shaking his head in relief. Were you searching for me? A cool female voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 24. I will help you retrieve it. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Zhang, why are you closing your eyes? I want to harm you, the cool voice echoed once more. Do you know him? Zhang Yu felt a profound sense of dissonance within. Gradually opening his eyes to behold a woman clad in a black cheongsam, her visage strikingly familiar. It's you. He recognized her, his eyes widening with resentment. I have some inquiries to make. Cooperate with me. Gu Xian swiftly materialized before Zhang Yu, their gazes locking, his blood-red eyes meeting Zhang Yu's startled expression. A ghost. The man's voice cracked in a deafening scream. Yi Qingshu helplessly rubbed her ears. At that moment, Gu Xian exuded an air reminiscent of a vampire. Seizing Zhang Yu, who attempted to flee, Gu Xian's eyes darkened. I shall ask you, from where did the old master of the Wu family procure his medication? After a brief pause, Zhang Yu seemed to lose his senses, his eyes vacant, akin to a marionette. It was obtained from a master mu in Xiangbei by the Wu family's aunt. How many pills do you possess? How are they supplied? When did this commence? Yi Qingshu stepped forward to inquire. We only have 3, which were directly delivered. The first pill arriving here 2 months prior. The timeline aligns. Where does Master Mu reside in Xiangbei? Apparently, it is near the 14th bridge. Task complete. Let us depart. Having garnered the desired information, Yi Qingshu clapped her hands. Aside from the old master, who else from the Wu family has ingested the medication? Gu Xian remained stationary, his crimson gaze still fixed on Zhang Yu. Just the old master, no one else, Zhang Yu replied vacantly. You have not seen us, remember? No sooner had he spoken. Gu Xian released Zhang Yu, his figure flickering and vanishing from sight. This is bad. Yi Qingshu's expression shifted. He has been influenced. In the outskirts, 2 figures raced through the woods, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. With a rustle, Yi Qingshu seized the opportunity to position herself in front of Gu Xian. Gu Xian, calm yourself. Yi Qingshu, I recognize your formidable strength, but do not impede me. Gu Xian's eyes flared red, his expression menacing. He has consumed the blood of my creator, and his desire to persist in this world is a defiance of fate. I merely wish to send him away. You must remain composed. Yi Qingshu commanded. Your creator's emotions are affecting you, dragging you into despair. A half-failed specimen. Losing control at this juncture may lead to a permanent loss of sanity. No, he must die. Gu Xian's voice was fierce. This state is unacceptable. Yi Qingshu closed her eyes, then reopened them, her blood-red pupils flashing. With a resounding thud, the 2 clashed, but in a single exchange. Gu Xian was sent sprawling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. Controlling Gu Xian, Yi Qingshu's expression darkened. She had never encountered a failed specimen before, never anticipated that such a minor issue would lead to such a loss of control. Binding him firmly with his own outer garment, she contemplated for a moment, then bit into her own vein, offering it to Gu Xian's lips. Within a dimly lit hotel room, Zhao Lingjun, with his prominent nose adorned by gold-rimmed glasses, sat before his computer in a black silk robe, fixated on the screen. After dismissing the last of his offline tasks, he reclined in his chair. Weariness enveloped him as he glanced out the window, observing the myriad lights of the city. Yet finding no refuge for himself, he sighed ruefully. Knock, 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 there came a rap at the door. He rose, his expression one of surprise. Who could it be? With a hand marked by distinct joints, she slowly opened the door. Yi Qingshu. Zhao Lingjuan's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with surprise, as he had not anticipated her visit, given that it was he who had sought her on several occasions. Upon entering, Yi Qingshu's countenance revealed no discernible emotion. Zhao Lingju nodded and closed the door. But in that fleeting moment, a force propelled towards him. With a resounding thud, he found himself pressed against the wall. The cool breath of the woman brushed against his skin, a fragrant aroma wafting into his nostrils. Leaning her head on Zhao Lingjuan's shoulder, Yi Qingshu's expression was far from pleasant. In just 2 or 3 days, her vitality had been nearly drained by Gu Xian. No wonder the Blood Clan decreed that failures must face execution. What happened? Zhao Lingjun inquired softly as he held the woman in a protective embrace. Unsure of where to place his hands, she appeared to be in a poor state. Had she been out with Gu Xian? His gaze flickered with concern. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingshu's weak voice finally emerged. Drained. Zhao Lingjuan's expression shifted. Gu Xian was indeed siphoning her blood? He lowered his eyes to Yi Qingshu. I'm hungry. Could you share something to eat? She whispered, slightly rising on her toes to bring her lips close to Zhao Lingjuan's ear. One matter shouldn't trouble another, and Zhao Lingjuan's emotions should not hinder her sustenance, for it was not she who was affected. The cool and irresistible aura she exuded rendered Zhao Lingjuan's ears flushed. He recollected the recent peculiarities. In his imagination, she existed in various realms. Very well, he replied, his Adam's apple bobbing, his peach blossom eyes quivering slightly. Then I shall not hold back. Yi Qingshu chuckled lightly, and in an instant, she had him pinned onto the bed. Why, with the child unharmed? Have you grown so tall? She leaned down, her pupils transforming into a blood-red hue, sharp fangs bared, preparing to indulge in this feast. Yet, as her teeth approached, they met the distinctly jointed hand of the man. What is the matter? She frowned slightly, displeasure evident from the interruption. I shall remove your glasses, he stated, his voice tinged with an unconscious tension. I'll help you, Yi Qingshu replied eagerly. With one hand, she firmly grasped Zhao Lingjuan's wrist, pinning it to the bed, while with the other, she reached up to his prominent nose, carefully removing the glasses and placing them beside his head. Her cool lips brushed against the skin of his neck like a gentle kiss, followed by the sharp fangs piercing into his vein. Zhao Lingjun let out a soft hum, his usually reserved peach blossom eyes conveying myriad unspoken thoughts as they rested upon her. The moonlight spilled onto the bed, and from a distance, they appeared as two lovers entwined. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Qingshu finally withdrew, licking the blood from her lips. She propped herself up and distanced herself from Zhao Lingjun. I apologize, I was too forceful. Does it hurt? As she retracted her fangs, her pupils returned to a light amber hue, and if not for the blood at the corner of her mouth, she seemed like a delicate, cool young woman. Zhao Lingjun gazed at her for a long moment before shaking his head. It doesn't hurt, Yi Qingshu raised an eyebrow, retrieving a band-aid from her bag to apply it to Zhao Lingjun. You're the second person I've heard claim it doesn't hurt. Who was the first? Zhao Lingjuan's eyes flickered, an inkling of recognition stirring within him, yet he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Was it jealousy? His pupils constricted sharply. Of course, it was my former lover. Yi Qingshu replied nonchalantly. He must have been quite the competent lover to keep you well fed, Zhao Lingjun replied, suppressing his expression with a light laugh as he leisurely sat up from the bed. In the ensuing commotion, the buttons of his black pajama shirt had come undone, revealing an expanse of his chest. So fair, Yi Qingshu's gaze lingered there, unable to resist teasing. She then laughed lightly, inexplicably curious to see the enchanting figure before her shed the facade of seriousness. Zhao Lingjuan's face flushed suddenly. Are you always this shy? Yi Qingshu inquired, puzzled. He had not seemed this way when they first met. Certainly not, Zhao Lingjun replied, his demeanor serious. Yi Qingshu's eyes shifted playfully, her lips curling into a smile. You look splendid in glasses, your attire is to my liking, and you are quite handsome as well. Seemingly delighted by her observations, she sat on the bed, her light brown eyes glimmering with amusement as she watched the man before her whose ears reddened further. Please, no more. Zhao Lingjun felt his heart racing, almost desperately. He leaned forward, enveloping Yi Qingshu in his arms, his expression grave, wishing for her to cease her frivolous chatter. All right, I shall refrain. Will the handsome man let me go? Yi Qishu chuckled. Zhao Lingjun felt somewhat disheartened by her playful demeanor. In truth, I have a question I have long wished to ask you. Yi Qishu feigned contemplation. What is it? Zhao Lingjun inquired, puzzled. With such striking looks, why haven't you pursued a career in stardom? You wouldn't have to endure such hardships. She voiced the question that had crossed her mind on set. Zhao Lingjun was rendered speechless, his gaze falling downward. I was blacklisted before I even debuted. Blacklisted? Why? Yi Qingshu pressed. Zhao Lingjun shut his eyes, inexplicably reluctant to divulge this matter to her. Observing the man's expression, Yi Qingshu surmised she had an inkling of the situation. Throughout history, it has often been the case that beauty does not guarantee success. Once you help me locate Yihan Inn, upon returning to the city, I will settle your remuneration. Rest assured, it will be more than sufficient to last you 30 years, she declared grandly. You would release me? Zhao Lingjun's eyes flickered with surprise. Yi Qishu laughed lightly, questioning why she would need to harm a mere mortal, especially when Zhao Lingjun obediently provided her sustenance. I won't be here forever. What purpose would there be in keeping you by my side? Would she truly leave? For some reason, upon hearing this, Zhao Lingjun did not feel the anticipated joy. By the way, regarding your illusions, I will also find a solution for that matter, she assured. A solution? Yes, there will be a way. Yi Qingshu nodded. All right. Zhao Lingjun's eyelashes lowered. By the way, what transpired between you and Gu Xian? He hesitated for a moment, then inquired. The medicine consumed by the old master of the Wu family is derived from the blood of a vampire. We intend to investigate further. However, newborns are typically unstable, particularly upon hearing that their creator has been utilized as a mere resource. Yi Qingshu remarked with a shrug. Do you have any news? Zhao Lingjun was taken aback by the revelation of the vampire's blood possessing such properties. Indeed, we depart for Xiangbei tomorrow. We are seeking an individual known as Master Mu. Master Mu? Zhao Lingjun's pupils constricted sharply, his distinctly defined fingers clenched slightly, as if recalling something significant. Do you know him? Yi Qingshu's tone shifted abruptly. Yes, the man nodded. He visited the city 2 years ago, a charlatan offering fortune-telling. His gaze was somber. Had it not been for that fraud, I would not find myself in this predicament. Do not worry. We shall go together, Yi Qingshu stated, turning to gaze out the window. A charlatan, you say? The fourth rainfall of early spring enveloped the city, the air thick with moisture and the scent of earth. Qi Jingshu observed the drizzling rain outside. Are we to set out today? He felt uncertain, as no one ventures out on a rainy night. Yi Qingshu regarded Gu Xian, whose gaze was fixed on the horizon. Yes. Very well, then I shall take the wheel for the entire journey, Yi Qingshu asserted, raising her black umbrella. Driving all night will be taxing for Qi Jingshu and the others. No, Qi Jingshu countered, driving all night? Have you lost your senses, or have I? Yi Qingshu regarded Qi Jingshu with a penetrating gaze. You lack a driver's license. Let us switch driving duties with Qi Zong. Zhao Lingjun interjected suddenly. Is an international driver's license insufficient? No, both men replied in unison. It is settled then, we shall depart. Is this my car? Qi Jingshu pointed to the tinted black curtains of his windows. I decorated it, Yi Qingshu replied, entering the vehicle. It is approximately a 13 to 14-hour journey to the city. We shall arrive by daybreak. The journey was marked by tranquility as the vehicle gradually distanced itself from the bustling cityscape, the scenery shifting as they merged onto the national highway. The rain intensified along with accompanying thunder and lightning. In the distance, it appeared someone was flagging them down. Qi Jingshu noticed several figures on the highway. Upon seeing their vehicle approach, they moved to intercept. Zhao Lingjun's expression changed. Stopping in the rain? Be cautious. Understood, Qi Jingshu replied. Yi Qingshu remained silent, her eyes discerning the group from afar. 3 men and 1 woman, seemingly stranded with a broken vehicle. As Qi Jingshu brought the car to a halt, the leading man jogged over, tapping on the window. Hey there, it's pouring. Our car has run out of fuel. Do you have any spare gas? The man's face was etched with helplessness, and to assure Qi Jingshu of his sincerity, he gestured toward the woman standing outside. My wife is ill and pregnant. We can negotiate a fair price. Noticing the visibly pregnant woman, Qi Jingshu cast a deliberate glance in her direction. She appeared to be several months along, very much showing. Qi Jingshu was not typically known for his helpful nature, yet upon witnessing the unfolding situation, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Just wait. I'll be right back, he said. Suddenly, Zhao Lingjun spoke up, his eyes reflecting a shadowy gloom. Come on, it's just a barrel of oil. The man outside, his gaze directed towards the rear seats, struggled to discern the details due to the dim lighting in the seven-seater vehicle, but he sensed there were approximately 3 individuals inside. Furrowing his brow, Qi Jingshu remained silent, uncertain whether Zhao Lingjun had discovered something significant or was merely an indifferent observer. What's wrong, darling? Is the other party out of fuel? A woman's voice suddenly called out. Hold on, I'm addressing that right now. The man replied. I'm begging you. It's pouring rain, he implored, his expression one of desperation. Let us go. Yi Qishu interjected sharply, her gaze piercing. Something is amiss. In such heavy rain. Leaving your pregnant wife outside while you speak with such vigor, where is the hint of illness? In this era of advanced technology, surely calling for a tow truck would be more convenient. Brother, I apologize, but we genuinely have none. How about this? I'll call a tow truck. Qi Jingshu decisively declined, responding to Yi Qingshu's suggestion. The man's disappointment was palpable. Then there's nothing we can do. Darling, this brother is in a bind. He shouted, as if signaling something. Then we should thank him. The woman's voice chimed in, triggering an immediate transformation in the previously docile man's demeanor, morphing into one of malice. Don't move. With that, he swiftly flung open the car door, a knife slipping from his sleeve and pressing against Qi Jingshu's neck. What are you doing? Qi Jingshu exclaimed in alarm. Instantly, the man's 2 companions brandished their own knives, surrounding the vehicle. Upon spotting the 3 men inside, their expressions shifted, but then they reconsidered, dismissing them as mere youths. Moreover, when the man's gaze landed on Zhao Lingjun and Yi Qishu, a lewd glint flickered in his eyes. Everyone out of the car, or this knife won't hesitate, he threatened, the blade still pressed against Qi Jingshu's throat. Realizing why Zhao Lingjun and Yi Qishu had previously refused to engage, Qi Jingshu felt a surge of regret for not having locked the doors. Chapter 26. Pleading for mercy. Gu Xian's eyes were cold as he regarded the wiry man wielding a knife against him, silently stepping out of the vehicle. Without Yi Qingshu's command, he dared not act hastily. Meanwhile, the man's lascivious gaze shifted back and forth between Zhao Lingjun and Yi Qingshu. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for Yi Qishu, deciding that, after all, she was a woman. No matter how beautiful, she was not a man. Zhao Lingjun, who had remained composed until that moment, felt a sudden surge of determination and reached out to seize the man's hand. Yi Qingshu's tea-colored eyes glinted sharply as she simultaneously issued an order, commanding, Gu Xian, take action. No sooner had her words left her lips than Gu Xian vanished from sight. Yi Qingshu's goal was to abduct the man who had taken Qi Jingshu. In an instant, she seized the man's knife and, with a swift motion of her foot, a resounding thud echoed. Before the man could react, he felt a searing pain in his chest, as if he were a kite severed from its string soaring away. Gu Xian followed suit. To Yi Qingshu's astonishment, Zhao Lingjun, who appeared to possess limited strength, was still holding on to another individual. It was evident that this person was likely a trained fighter. You monsters! The man who had been kicked away scrambled to his feet, his expression one of sheer horror, trembling uncontrollably. What should I do? What should I do? He thought of begging for mercy and suddenly knelt down. Please spare us. We have children, he shouted, pointing with his trembling hand at the woman who was attempting to escape by getting into a vehicle, internally cursing. He thought that if he hadn't been watching her, she would have surely abandoned them all. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Qingshu's lips as she fluidly moved, exerting force to throw the woman under the car. Despair washed over the onlookers, their spirits plummeting. Given the speed of these monsters, was there any hope of escape? We do not seek your life, Yi Qishu declared with an air of nonchalance, slowly approaching the man. The good news is, your life can be spared. The heavy weight in the hearts of those present lifted slightly. Even Gu Xian's gaze flickered. He had no intention of taking a life. We will pay any amount to be released, the man pleaded, standing with a face alight with relief. Spare us? Yi Qishu scoffed, swiftly moving beside him, a glint of red flashing in her eyes. You will forget you ever saw us and report yourself to the authorities. I have not seen you. I will report myself, the man muttered, his eyes glazing over in a daze. Yi Qingshu felt satisfied. Human affairs should be resolved by humans themselves. Gu Xian, understanding Yi Qingshu's intentions, noticed the man in his grasp was filled with terror. Call the police. What they did is enough to imprison them for a lifetime. How is that any different from death? He exchanged a glance with his companion. In the next moment, both suddenly broke free from their restraints and fled in a panic. Trying to escape, Gu Xian's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that they would attempt to run at such a moment. Stop. Almost instantaneously, he pinned one man to the ground. A spurt of crimson blood erupted from the thin man's mouth. He felt as if a great weight had pressed down upon him, struggling to breathe. The bright red blood stained Gu Xian's trousers, heightening his senses, and he shook his head, almost unable to contain himself, his pupils gradually shifting. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingjun, though not as swift as Gu Xian, managed to pursue the other man. I will fight you. The man suddenly drew a wooden pistol from his clothing, aiming it at Zhao Lingjun. Not good. Yi Qingshu's gaze sharpened, her form flickering as she swiftly grasped the man's arm, twisting it forcefully. Ah! The man cried out in pain, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, unaware of her own peril. Yi Qishu's gaze was as frigid as ice as she delivered a swift kick to the bend of the man's leg. A sharp crack echoed through the rain-soaked air, followed by the agonized wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The man, now sprawled on the ground, rolled back and forth, clutching his shattered limb. Devils! They're devils! He lamented, filled with regret, wishing he had sought refuge at the police station to preserve his life. Are you all right? Yi Qingshu turned to the man standing nearby, his peach blossom eyes unusually sharp. I'm fine, Zhao Lingjun replied, slightly averting his gaze, an array of complex emotions swirling within his eyes. He had witnessed her instinctive rush to assist, realizing she surpassed even his expectations. After dealing with the three men, Yi Qingshu then turned her attention to the woman slumped on the ground. Upon noticing Yi Qingshu's gaze, the woman fell to her knees, pleading, "Please, spare me. I have a child," she sobbed, cradling her belly. "I'll bow before you." She began to lower her head in supplication, but as she did, her eyes fell upon a pair of shoes that had suddenly appeared before her, startling her into a seated position. Yi Qingshu crouched down, her hands gently exploring the woman's abdomen. The icy touch sent shivers through the woman, whose drenched hair clung to her face as she bowed her head, paralyzed by fear. "You are indeed pregnant," a cool, melodic voice whispered beside her. Yi Qingshu studied the woman's belly thoughtfully before inquiring, "How many times have you done this?" "This is my first time," the woman replied, her head snapping up with fervor, as if sensing a glimmer of hope in Yi Qingshu's question. "Really? Your earlier demeanor suggested otherwise," Yi Qingshu observed, her eyes inscrutable. "They forced me to practice this. I had no choice." The woman grasped Yi Qingshu's skirt in desperation. "I have another child at home, and the father died in the mines, leaving us with no compensation." Her eyes widened as she recounted her plight, pulling at Yi Qingshu's skirt to emphasize her dire situation. "Should I trust you?" Yi Qingshu's gaze flickered with a hint of red. "What I say is true," the woman insisted, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. With that, Yi Qingshu smiled faintly and stood up. "The rain is too heavy. Where do you live? I shall escort you nearby." Suddenly regaining her senses, the woman realized she might have passed a test. She wiped the rain from her face with her sleeve and obediently replied, "In Majiakan, Shenyang County, just ahead. Conveniently, on our route." "Get in the car," Yi Qingshu instructed in a low voice. The woman promptly agreed, not daring to defy her, and hurried to climb into the vehicle. "All right, gather your things. We shall depart," Yi Qingshu called out. She paused for a moment upon seeing Qi Jingshu standing before the car, his expression obscured. "Let me drive," he offered, understanding that given his current state, it would be difficult for Zhao Lingjun to manage the rest of the journey. "I will do it," Zhao Lingjun asserted. Qi Jingshu suddenly spoke, his eyes obscured in emotion as he entered the car, yet the haunting image of what he had just witnessed lingered in his mind, leaving his heart in turmoil. Chapter 27. He witnessed Yi Qingshu transform into a monster inside the car. Silence reigned, but each individual was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Qi Jingshu replayed the almost surreal scene in his mind. What had he just seen? Yi Qingshu and Gu Xian had morphed into creatures with crimson eyes. No wonder they traversed the night. No wonder he had never encountered Gu Xian in the morning. She was not human at all. Yi Qingshu's gaze was heavy with uncertainty. She was unsure how to approach Qi Jingshu. If he could not accompany her till the end, perhaps it was best to erase his memories. From that point onward, bridges would be bridges, and paths would be paths. "Qi Jingshu, could you walk with me through the latter half of this journey?" She turned to regard him, her light brown eyes brimming with complexity. Sensing a gaze fixed upon him, Qi Jingshu knew who it was, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. After a prolonged moment, the gaze showed no signs of withdrawal, and alarm bells rang in his mind. "Do not entertain thoughts of hypnotizing me like those kidnappers. When did I ever suggest I would hypnotize you?" Yi Qingshu's expression softened, a flicker of guilt crossing her heart. Qi Jingshu remained silent. In the back seat, Zhao Lingjun handed Yi Qingshu a towel to dry herself, quite considerate of him. Gratefully accepting the towel, she absorbed the raindrops from her hair, feeling her spirits lift. She surveyed the group, noting that they were all drenched. "We look like a bunch of drowned rats," she couldn't help but jest. Zhao Lingjun chuckled, as she always had a knack for uplifting the mood inadvertently. Qi Jingshu, seated at the wheel, also allowed a fleeting smile to escape, though it vanished swiftly. His thoughts intricate and troubled. "You're still not well." Yi Qingshu turned around, her smile fading as her gaze met Gu Xian's blood-red eyes. In her contemplation of Qi Jingshu, she had momentarily forgotten about Gu Xian. Gu Xian nodded. "For some reason, I find myself unable to exert control. Do you know why this is?" At last, he voiced his concern. He had long believed that his inability to manage his instincts stemmed from being a fledgling vampire. However, after losing control the previous night, he remembered every detail vividly despite his berserk state. He could not rein in his urges. All that occupied his mind was a singular thought: thirst for blood. Ultimately, it was Yi Qingshu's blood that restored his sanity. Yi Qingshu suppressed her smile. She had miscalculated, allowing Gu Xian to treat those two kidnappers as sustenance. "It may be an issue with your creator. Your specific condition requires further investigation in the Holy Land," she implied without explicitly labeling him a failure. If a 20-year-old were to learn of being a failed creation, it could easily consume his reason. "Then, will I die?" Gu Xian's lips trembled. "You have already died." Yi Qingshu corrected him. Gu Xian forced a bitter smile, realizing the truth of her words. "So, I shall not die again." The woman's words resonated profoundly, striking a chord within Gu Xian's heart. His blood-red eyes fixed upon Yi Qingshu. "Thank you," he expressed. "You have much more to thank me for," she retorted, her demeanor seemingly relaxed. Yet, as if recalling something, she added, "However, none of this comes without a cost. Once we rescue your creator, Yi Hanan, he shall owe you a debt. Indeed, I shall repay alongside him." The young man, just over 20, was filled with sincerity and emotion. Had it not been for her presence on this journey, he feared he might have lost control long ago, rendering the search for Yi Hanyan futile. Zhao Lingjun's gaze flickered between the two, her expression cold as ever, though it momentarily shifted upon hearing Yi Qingshu's intention to offer Gu Xian her blood. Her situation warranted such a sacrifice for Yi Hanan. The vehicle navigated steadily into the county town. "This shall suffice. Let us tidy up at the inn. As for you, you have never traversed that road with the kidnappers, nor have you seen us. You came to the county to purchase a lottery ticket and fortuitously won some money. Do you remember?" Yi Qingshu's eyes bore into the woman hunched in the corner of the back seat. She opened her handbag, producing a wad of cash and stuffing it into the woman's pockets. "Understood," the woman replied, dazed. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Zhao Lingjun turned to Yi Qingshu. "That was several tens of thousands. You simply gave it away? How vulgar. Is this merely about money?" She tossed back, her eyes sparkling as she strode into the modest inn. "She is not at all as we presumed, is she?" Gu Xian had approached Zhao Lingjun at some point. "Indeed." Zhao Lingjun nodded, her gaze still on the woman's silhouette. "You are no longer afraid of us. That is not a good sign." Gu Xian's voice was slightly hoarse. Despite his youth, he was not devoid of emotional experience. Curiosity often heralds the onset of entanglement. Yi Qingshu was deeply ensnared, oblivious to the subtle game, yet he, as an outsider, perceived it clearly. Zhao Lingjun swayed slightly, her eyes dark and piercing. "What do you wish to convey?" she inquired. "She is not only different from you, but also from me," Gu Xian replied, shaking his head, his crimson eyes seeming to have seen through Zhao Lingjun. "Her age may far exceed what you and I have envisioned. Having traversed countless experiences, we may simply be a grain of sand in her vast ocean of memories." With that, he turned to leave. He had already hinted to Zhao Lingjun. She knew what to do better than he did. Standing still, Zhao Lingjun struggled to decipher her own expression, closing her eyes. When she reopened them, her demeanor had reverted to its usual indifference. "Madam, a room, please?" Yi Qingshu requested with a smile at the small reception desk. "A room, you say? Just a moment, let me finish this segment," replied the middle-aged woman in a red outfit seated at the front desk, her figure slightly stout, as she dabbed her nose and tears away while waving her hand. Yi Qingshu leaned forward, catching a glimpse of the computer screen, which displayed a torrential downpour. A man and a woman stood in the rain. The woman repeatedly rejecting the man, exclaiming, "I don't want this. I don't want this." The man pleaded, "I was wrong. I was wrong." She could not help but curve her lips into a smile. While there had been films in the last century, few were as emotionally rich as this one. And the male lead was rather handsome. "Boss, a room please," Qi Jingshu declared, seemingly oblivious to Yi Qingshu's presence, his gaze unwavering. "Not ready yet. Are you ignoring me?" Yi Qingshu raised an eyebrow. "Oh dear, I mentioned a handsome man. How many rooms?" The landlady's tone shifted dramatically upon seeing the three men before her. With a smile that felt like a breath of spring, she assured a welcoming atmosphere. Her gaze fell on Zhao Lingjun, igniting a spark of admiration. My! He was even more appealing than the male lead in the drama. "For rooms," Qi Jingshu spoke. "No, we need 3, Yi Qingshu interrupted. 3 rooms. The landlady's eyes widened as she surveyed the men before her, astonished that one handsome man was already taken. "What do you need 3 rooms for?" Qi Jingshu finally turned to Yi Qishu. Chapter 28. 1 room. You're acting like a meddlesome housekeeper. Yi Qishu shook her head. "Look at Gu Xian. I'm helping him." She pointed at Gu Xian, her smile radiant. Qi Jingshu felt like he was being transformed into a pufferfish out of frustration. Throughout the journey, his shock and fear began to dissipate, leaving only a growing irritation. Reflecting on their journey, she constantly provoked him, as if he were a naive child. "1 room," he declared loudly. "1 room." This time, the landlady's voice rose, her curiosity ablaze. A woman with 3 men? Was this something she could comprehend? How would 1 room suffice? Yi Qingshu chuckled. Qi Jingshu ignored her, directly paying and collecting the room key as he ascended the stairs. "Shall I book 2 more rooms?" Zhao Lingjun approached with a query. "Let him be," Yi Qishu chuckled lightly. After all, the bathroom had a door. They would tidy up and continue on their way. It wasn't as if they were staying here. Moreover, she was aware of Qi Jingshu's emotional shifts, just as she experienced her own. Yi Qishu sighed. He was attached to her because of the girl who had left behind her mark, which is why she allowed him to linger by her side. She could accept his excuses, including these trivial emotions. If not for her slight desire to capture these feelings, she could have easily hypnotized Qi Jingshu until her departure. As she followed him upstairs, she gathered her thoughts, surveying her surroundings. The small inns in the county were typically economical, adorned with a style reminiscent of the late 80s and early 90s. Yi Qingshu had not encountered such decor before. Everything seemed novel to her. However, the soundproofing left much to be desired. The muffled sounds from the rooms they passed rendered Gu Xian and Zhao Lingjun visibly uncomfortable. Upon opening the door, they beheld a modest room, furnished with only a bed and a bathroom. "You stay inside. We'll remain outside," Qi Jingshu said gruffly. Regaining his composure, he realized that such childish behavior was rare for him as an adult. Yet, everything changed when it came to Yi Qingshu. His eyelashes drooped, as if his heart yearned to grasp something elusive, yet he perpetually failed to do so. Yi Qingshu did not decline, for her makeup had already been smudged. The house was not soundproof, and the sound of running water echoed within, causing the few individuals outside to glance at one another, seated in discomfort. At last, Qi Jingshu could no longer contain himself and resolved to seek out additional rooms. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Yi Qingshu emerged, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, droplets of water tracing their way from her hair into her clothing, her bare face exuding a gentle softness. "The hairdryer is broken. Please bring me a towel," she spoke. Zhao Lingjun retrieved a white towel and handed it to her. Inside the room, the others exchanged glances, wide-eyed. "Aren't you all going?" Yi Qingshu asked with a smile, observing the 3 who remained motionless. "Who exactly are you? What is your connection to my grandmother?" Qi Jingshu inhaled deeply, raising his gaze, devoid of fear or petty emotions, only curiosity. Rather than conjecturing, he preferred to inquire directly. The vampire woman's earnest expression tightened Qi Jingshu's heart. He had not anticipated her forthrightness. "Your grandmother is the child of my sister, whom I personally raised," Yi Qingshu revealed without reservation. This declaration caused everyone in the room to collectively gasp. Zhao Lingjun's eyes darkened, and Gu Xian's earlier words resurfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but wryly smile, realizing the vastness of the world, yet feeling fortunate that it was not too late. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Qingshu. Qi Jingshu's pupils constricted. Although he had sensed something, he was still startled by her words. "So, you were indeed a relative of my grandmother. No wonder you did not accompany her." His voice grew increasingly somber. "Which elder would willingly part with their child? Where will you go next?" he inquired, having lost faith in the notion of mere travel. "There," Yi Qingshu pointed to Gu Xian, seated nearby. "His creator has been taken, and that creator bears the surname Yi. She often visited your grandmother during her lifetime. I never heard of anyone with the surname Yi, Qi Jingshu recalled. Having spent most of the past year in his grandmother's residence, he had never encountered anyone by that name. He is a vampire. It would not be difficult for him to enter your home, Yu Qishu reminded him. Qi Jingshu suddenly understood. Then what about him? Why did he accompany you? He gestured toward Zhao Lingjun, his displeasure evident. Throughout their journey, he had noted this, feeling aggrieved that Zhao Lingjun, a human, was aware of Yu Qishu and her companion's identities while he remained oblivious. A sense of grievance welled within him, after all. He was the first person Yi Qingshu had met upon her return, entrusted to him by his grandmother. He had also interacted with Yi Hanyan, and it was Gu Xian who had been captured in Xiangbei, which he had facilitated. What else would you like to know? I am unreserved in my words. And with a gentle gaze, Yi Qingshu continued to inquire. Perhaps she could surmise the reason behind Qi Jingshu's prolonged silence. Will you leave this place in the future? Qi Jingshu's eyes flickered. Yu Qishu sighed. Jingshu, I am not human. The room fell into a heavy silence. Zhao Lingjun picked up his belongings and headed for the restroom. His gaze deep and inscrutable. The others busied themselves, and when they were ready to depart once more, Yi Qingshu bit her wrist, urging, suck. Gu Xian nodded, cradling Yi Qingshu's wrist in his hands before sinking his fangs into her flesh. Be careful not to stain my white clothing. Why does he drink your blood? Qi Jingshu asked, unable to restrain his curiosity as he observed Yi Qingshu's pallor. Isn't a vampire supposed to drink human blood? Blood of the same kind can stabilize him. But human blood can also suffice. Are you willing to make a sacrifice? Yi Qingshu raised an eyebrow. The thought of those fangs piercing into her veins made Qi Jingshu's head spin. Forget it. I still wish to live a long life. I don't want to be anemic and die at a young age. Gu Xian wiped his mouth, and Yi Qingshu intended to enter the restroom to wash up. However, as she passed by, a pair of strong hands seized her arm. Are you all right? Do you need anything? Zhao Lingjun's words trailed off. But Yi Qingshu understood his implication. I'm fine. You should take care of yourself. A series of heavy knocks suddenly echoed on the door. The wooden entrance of the small and not being particularly sturdy. Qi Jingshu felt as though the door might shatter at any moment. Who is it? What is the matter? He called out loudly, his recent experience with a robbery making him cautious. Police. We need to check the room. A man's voice rang out from outside. With a hint of confusion, Qi Jingshu opened the door, revealing two uniformed officers. Routine check. Please cooperate. Chapter 29. Let's go inside for tea. Having lived for so long, Qi Jingshu had only heard of room checks, as he typically resided in upscale hotels where such occurrences were unheard of. When the police entered the room and beheld the trio of men and a woman, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In this small county, they had never encountered such a gathering of striking individuals. 3 men and 1 woman. Show us your identification. No sooner had the words left their lips than a crowd surged in from outside. The two groups exchanged glances. Ah, so it is indeed you lot. Caught red-handed. With the police's stern command, the arrests commenced. The sound of sirens wailed, and Yi Qingshu found herself unexpectedly entangled in a scandal as she sat in the police station. Her expression distant. The end was rather dubious, having mistakenly rented the same room to 2 parties. The group they had just encountered was engaged in illicit activities. And Qi Jingshu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If we explain the situation, they will let us go, he murmured, his voice dwindling. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have ended up here. It will soon be dawn, Yi Qingshu spoke quietly. In just a few hours, the sun will rise. Qi Jingshu glanced at Gu Xian, instantly grasping the situation. I will take care of this, he declared, rising to his feet. Qi Jingshu was led away, leaving 3 individuals confined in the room, accompanied by a group of men and women who had also been apprehended. A few of them exchanged furtive whispers while casting glances at Yi Qingshu's group. Gu Xian squeezed himself beside Yu Qishu, wishing he could shrink away entirely. If news of this reached their school, he would be utterly disgraced, although he felt somewhat less than human at this moment. His younger brother would be taking the entrance exam for the same university next year, and he could not bring shame upon his family. Zhao Lingjun sat on the other side of Yu Qishu, his expression obscured in the dim light of the detention center, which still carried a chill in the air. He removed his own jacket and offered it to Yu Qishu. What are you doing? Yu Qishu asked, feigning ignorance. Do I look like I fear the cold? Zhao Lingjun raised an eyebrow, his voice deep and resonant. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lingjun retracted his hand, but in the next instant, a pair of delicate, jade-like hands seized the garment. Although I am not cold, I shall graciously accept your kind gesture, Yi Qingshu replied. her eyes sparkling with a smile as she draped the jacket over Zhao Lingjuan's shoulders. This is my goodwill. Stunned for a moment, Zhao Lingjuan's enchanting eyes focused intently on Yi Qingshu. Thank you. A peculiar flutter stirred within Yi Qingshu's already still heart. A fleeting oddity passing through her gaze before she broke into a smile. No need for gratitude. I excel at offering borrowed flowers to present to the Buddha, she quipped. Her tone light. Now, who could possibly distinguish between me and Love Einstein? Her voice, no longer as cold as before, brimmed with warmth. And her unadorned face radiated a captivating charm. Zhao Lingjun chuckled softly. Indeed, no one can tell the difference. The resonance of their exchange stirred Yi Qingshu's emotions. Yet she preferred not to dwell on it. After all, had not the past century been traversed in similar fashion? This time would be no different. Meanwhile, a group in the corner finally ceased their scrutiny. One woman, heavily made up and clad in a miniskirt, stood up. Her gaze lingering momentarily on Zhao Lingjun before she approached Gu Xian. Hey there, handsome. Haven't seen you before. Are you new here? The woman exuded a worldly air. Inching closer to Gu Xian, Yi Qingshu subtly shifted her position, her expression one of amusement. Gu Xian, feeling cornered, stood up, attempting to evade the woman's advances. No, I'm not involved in this line of work. I know, the woman replied. I meant to say that if you have some free time, you could help your sister with her business. Her brightly painted nails brushed lightly against Gu Xian's sleeve as she cast flirtatious glances. A well-bred youth of 21. Gu Xian had never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. He mustered his courage and said, Madam, this is a police station, and you are currently harassing me. Are you aware of that? The woman's demeanor shifted abruptly as she rolled her eyes at him. You naive boy. Do you think I would ever be interested in you? Only that kind of yellow-haired girl would. With that, she shot a dismissive glance at Yi Qingshu. What about my situation? Yi Qingshu sighed, acknowledging the circumstances, but it was indeed her indulgence of Qi Jingshu that had led to this predicament. You were quite ruthless in your departure just now, Gu Xian remarked. On my honor, it was Zhao Lingjun who insisted on pulling me along, Yi Qingshu quickly clarified. You're fabricating tales. Gu Xian sighed in exasperation. He observed that Yi Qingshu was indeed fierce, yet also quite cynical. Not much better than the demeanor of that fellow Qi Jingshu. As one lives longer, everything tends to become a source of amusement. Will he also end up this way in the future? Gu Xian cast a glance at Yi Qingshu and shivered. He did not wish for that. Meanwhile, the entire Qingyang County was abuzz, having heard that a significant figure had been apprehended, even prompting the director to rush over. Mr. Qi, I sincerely apologize. It was our oversight in handling the case that led to your wrongful detention, the director hurriedly expressed upon arrival. He had been sound asleep at home when a call from the landline jolted him awake, informing him that the heir of the Qi City Group had been taken to the station. Which Qi family? Naturally, the one belonging to the richest in the city. The county magistrate personally called him to demand his release, asserting that it was a directive from the higher authorities. Without even dressing properly, he hurried over, his heart heavy with concern. After inquiring, he discovered that it was due to a misunderstanding related to a vice crackdown. What a joke, a vice crackdown. How could the Qi family's heir possibly be implicated in such matters? What woman could he not have? Why would he travel all the way to their little county? Upon investigation, it was revealed that he had been mistakenly detained, prompting an urgent apology. Look at you all, mishandling a case and wrongfully detaining someone. Make sure to submit a reflective report when you return, he reprimanded the two officers behind him. No problem. If possible, I would like to take my friend with me, Qi Jingshu remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall with urgency. Of course, but we still need to take your statement today. How about I come back tomorrow? Qi Jingshu's prompt agreement astonished the director, who had anticipated that these affluent young men would be haughty and unapproachable, only to find him so accommodating. A smile spread across his face. The director personally went to the detention center to retrieve him. Many onlookers gazed enviously at Yi Qingshu and her entourage as they exited, wondering how they managed to leave so easily. Goodness, what extraordinary connections they must possess. Those who frequented the place for tea had never witnessed the director displaying such obsequiousness. They could not help but click their tongues in astonishment. As they exited the detention center in the early morning hours, both Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun appeared somewhat fatigued after a night of sleeplessness. Director Feng has arranged a hotel for us. You all go ahead, and I will stay here to take statements, Zhao Lingjun instructed, organizing for Gu Xian and Yi Qingshu. You all return, I will remain here, he added. Qi Jingshu seemed poised to say something, But Yi Qingshu's gaze silenced him. I do not require any rest. Qi Jingshu could only nod in agreement. By the time Yi Qishu emerged from the police station, it was already noon, shielded by an umbrella. She stepped out and began inquiring directions to the hotel. Chapter 30. Journey to Majiakan. Life in the county was far from the splendor of the metropolis, yet it was bustling with a lively atmosphere. Yi Qingshu regarded her surroundings with earnest eyes, absorbing the transformations of this world. Hey, have you heard? Director Feng's son seems to have recovered. Recovered? Wasn't he terminally ill? How could he suddenly get better? The conversation between two middle-aged women at a stall reached Yi Qingshu's ears, causing her to pause in her tracks. I heard it was due to some medicine brought by his wife from her family. Medicine? What miraculous remedy is this that one consumes and is cured? A woman's peculiar voice resonated, evidently filled with disbelief. If that miraculous medicine existed, Wang Ergu from the neighboring village would not have perished. How could I possibly know? If you doubt me, consider my words unspoken. Yi Qishu stood quietly to the side, her expression profound. Medicine? Ah, young lady, are you here to buy groceries? The woman, with a strong local accent, inquired, wondering why she lingered without purchasing anything. Apologies, but I am not buying, Yi Qishu replied, stepping forward, her mind in contemplation. All evidence pointed towards Xiangbei, yet it was entirely plausible for such a medicine to exist in this small county today. This left only two possibilities, one being that the medicine was distributed widely, but according to Zhang Yu's account, its supply was limited, making it illogical for a county chief to acquire it. Thus, another possibility emerged. Yi Hanyan had once stayed here, or perhaps Yi Hanyan was still present. It seemed she would need to linger here a while longer. Yi Qingshu's gaze darkened. Inside the restaurant, several individuals were gathered around a table. Qi Jingshu, holding his phone, wore a broad smile and only set it down after a while. Did you find out? Yi Qishu inquired from her seat. I did. It's in Majiakan. Qi Jingshu replied solemnly. Majiakan again. It appeared they indeed had a connection with that village. What do you need that medicine for? Does it contain information about Yi Hanyan? He found it peculiar that upon Yi Qishu's return, she had urged him to contact Director Feng to inquire about the medicine her son was taking, leaving him perplexed. Yi Qingshu nodded. That medicine is made from the blood of a vampire, coinciding perfectly with the time of Yi Hanyan's disappearance. I will depart from Majiakan shortly. You all wait for me at the hotel. No way. Qi Jingshu exclaimed anxiously. Gu Xian immediately turned to her. I must go. Yi Qishu, feeling helpless, replied, I am merely going ahead to scout. Director Feng informed me that Majiakan is quite isolated. How can I allow you to go alone? Qi Jingshu was nearly beside himself with worry. As a non-human, would she encounter danger? Yi Qishu regarded Qi Jingshu with exasperation. Let us go together. Zhao Lingjun suggested thoughtfully. 3-1, she had lost. With a sigh, Yi Qishu straightened up and said earnestly, we can only go together at night. There will be too many people in the village during the day, making it difficult to gather information. I can have Director Feng arrange for someone to guide us. Qi Jingshu quickly responded, concerned that they would be ignored and unable to gather any news. No worries, as long as he is with us. Agreed, Yi Qishu conceded. 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon her, leaving her with no choice but to comply. In good spirits, Qi Jingshu picked up his phone again to call Director Feng. After the group finished their meal and emerged from the restaurant, they encountered Director Feng hurrying towards them, accompanied by a man in his mid-20s dressed in police uniform. Director Feng, thank you once again. I will ensure my assistant sends your payment, Qi Jingshu said with a smile. Director Feng seemed hesitant, finally mustering the courage to voice his concerns. Young Master Qi, I am unaware of your intentions in Majiakan, but it is not a suitable place for tourism. Traveling there and back is rather challenging. If an incident were to occur involving this ancestor, the small county would undoubtedly erupt in chaos, and simultaneously, the position of the chief would come to an abrupt end. Director Feng, rest assured, my brother is well versed in folklore and seeks to immerse himself in traditional culture. There will be no issues. Slapping Gu Xian on the shoulder, Qi Jingshu beamed with a radiant smile. Director Feng, with a complex expression, nodded and replied, very well then. This is Shan Zemin, a newly assigned officer from this year. Although he is not from the vicinity of Ma family village, he possesses ample experience in dealing with villagers. So shall we allow him to accompany you? Qi Jingshu stated that he only required one person, although he would have preferred to bring along 2. No problem, he affirmed, as he merely needed someone who could present identification, allowing the villagers to entertain them even at night. The identity of the person mattered little. Greetings, Director Qi. My name is Sean Zimmon, the young man said, his dark complexion lending him an air of innocent simplicity. It's getting late. Let us prepare to depart. Glancing at his watch, Guxian silently pushed Qi Jingshu's hand down. His gaze turned somber, as if he could sense the blood coursing through Qi Jingshu's carotid artery. But in the next moment, a figure obstructed his view. Yi Qingshu's expressionless eyes were fixed on Guxian. Qi Jingshu could hardly withstand Guxian's voracious appetite. Guxian's pupils constricted. Rest assured, I will not. Seeing that Qi Jingshu had made up his mind, Director Feng ceased his persuasion and departed in the opposite direction after seeing the group off. Meanwhile, the group hurried towards Ma Family Village under the cover of night. With Sean Zimmon at the wheel, he mentioned that the road ahead was mountainous and treacherous, hence he would drive the entire way. Qi Jingshu, seated in the car, wore a pained expression, feeling as though his internal organs might be jostled out of place. Stop the car. Hurry, stop, he shouted. Sean Zimmon, flustered, quickly brought the vehicle to a halt. The mountain road was rugged, and he wondered why this wealthy young man insisted on coming here, if anything were to happen. How could he report back to the director? As soon as the car stopped, Qi Jingshu flung open the door and bolted out. He doubled over, feeling nauseous, as if his dinner were about to be expelled. Initially, he thought the journey would be no more arduous than a country road. After all, he had visited rural goose houses before. However, as they ventured deeper into the remote area, he truly grasped the meaning of seclusion. Yi Qingshu followed him out, patting his shoulder and offering a bottle of water. Shall we have Officer Shan take you and Zhao Lingjun back? No, Qi Jingshu replied, although his complexion was ashen. He waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Lingjun, standing nearby, appeared equally unwell, though not as discomposed as Qi Jingshu. I will accompany you to find him, he said solemnly. Get in the car, let us set off. Qi Jingshu stood, rallying himself internally, thinking, it's just a rough road. Yet, to his astonishment, upon raising his head, he spotted a pair of green, glimmering eyes fixed on him from the distant wheat field. Oh my, a ghost! He emitted the most undignified scream imaginable. As soon as the words left his lips, Dan Zimmon hurriedly stepped out of the vehicle and positioned himself in front of him, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Mr. Qi, do not be afraid. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Trust in science. Despite his words, his entire body was tense. Chapter 31, A Wolf with a Human Head. There were two non-human entities nearby, and you asked me to believe in science? Qi Jingshu felt as though the world had become fantastical. A month ago, he might have been more inclined to believe. Dan Zimmon's gaze fixated on the direction of Qi Jingshu's cries, yet after several glances, he found nothing and let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Qi, there seems to be nothing ahead. The fog is thick today. You must have seen it wrong. I did not see it wrong. There were a pair of green eyes. Let us depart. The fog is dense here, Zhao Lingjun spoke thoughtfully. He harbored a faint belief in Qi Jingshu's words, though the latter appeared somewhat reckless. He had never uttered anything implausible before. Let us go. The moment Qi Jingshu screamed, Yi Qingshu's gaze darted in his direction, but all she saw was a fleeting shadow. She was poised for action, her eyes dark and resolute. The group unanimously agreed and swiftly boarded the vehicle, leaving the sight behind. As Qi Jingshu gazed out of the window at the receding rice fields, he tugged at Yi Qingshu's sleeve and whispered, I did not see it wrong. It was green eyes, like a wolf's. I cannot be mistaken. Perhaps it was just a small animal. Yi Qingshu attempted to calm him. What kind of animal stands upright? Qi Jingshu protested, feeling aggrieved that no one believed him. I saw it too. Guxian suddenly interjected, his expression grim. Though he was no longer human, he had spent over 20 years as one. While Qi Jingshu was screaming, his gaze was also fixed on the rice fields, and he had caught sight of those eyes resembling a vicious wolf's. Despite the fog, his vision was much clearer than Qi Jingshu's. It appeared to be a creature with a human head and a wolf's body. The reason they had remained silent earlier was to avoid startling the beast. After all, there were 3 humans present. You two can't be serious, Dan Zimmon remarked, feeling an unexplainable chill despite the air conditioning in the vehicle. Nothing, perhaps I was mistaken. Yi Qingshu replied to Dan Zimmon. Dan Zimmon forced a smile. Although he was a police officer and an atheist, he felt a creeping unease. Let us not dwell on it. We are merely passing through, Yi Qingshu reiterated in a low tone. Since Dan Zimmon was in the vehicle, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further about what Guxian had seen. As long as that ghastly creature did not attack, they could only observe the situation. The vehicle advanced, passing through a village devoid of any lights. What kind of place is this? Surely, there must be no one living here? Qi Jingshu leaned against the window, peering outside. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed, and the vehicle lurched violently forward. Yi Qingshu's expression shifted, and she immediately grabbed Qi Jingshu, who had not fastened his seatbelt. Zhao Lingjun, seated beside her, first glanced in her direction, and upon seeing that her seatbelt was secure, his demeanor returned to neutrality. Mr. Qi, I apologize. The atmosphere grew tense as Shan Zemin's voice quivered, his wide eyes fixated ahead. A sense of foreboding surged within Yi Qishu. I'll go down and take a look. I'm not sure what I hit, Shan Zemin stammered, swallowing hard. Moments ago, he had glimpsed a shadow darting past, barely having time to react before slamming on the brakes. The occupants of the vehicle exchanged solemn glances, with Qi Jingshu's face betraying sheer terror. Wait, he shouted, hastily retrieving a white baseball bat from beneath his seat, an item he had purchased that very morning from an outdoor supply store. Taking the bat, Shan Zemin cautiously exited the vehicle. The headlights illuminated his path as he stepped gingerly toward the front of the car, only to suddenly scream and dash back inside, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. What happened? Qi Jingshu sensed an ominous turn of events. We need to leave. That's not human. Shan Zemin's voice trembled, his hands fumbling as he attempted to shift gears, his nerves betraying him in a series of failures. He had seen it, a creature with a human head and a wolf's body. The moment those words left his lips, the headlights revealed a face. A grotesque visage with piercing green eyes fixated on the occupants inside the vehicle, drool cascading from its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Tattered garments barely concealed its furry claws, and its wolfish body hunched unnaturally on two legs. Drive, Qi Jingshu yelled, affirming his instincts. The creature had followed them. Without hesitation, Shan Zemin, trembling, engaged the gears and pressed the accelerator, yet the vehicle remained immobile. An ominous hissing sound filled the air. The tire's blown, he exclaimed, panic evident in his tone. The creature, seemingly roused, lunged at the windshield with a ferocious leap, shattering the glass with a resounding crack. Yi Qishu's expression shifted as she commanded, get out. Gu Xian, find a safe place. In an instant, she darted forward, confronting the beast. The creature, equally swift, lunged at her, its limbs poised to strike. Seizing the moment, Yi Qishu grasped the creature's tattered clothing, flinging it aside while attempting to press the advantage. Seemingly enraged, the monster roared, its form swelling as its jaw morphed into a wolf's snout. A werewolf. Yi Qingshu's pupils contracted. She had never encountered such a beast, devoid of reason and incompletely evolved. The massive creature charged at her with lightning speed. Without a moment to spare, she evaded. Its fangs bared. Get everyone out, she shouted. Meanwhile, Gu Xian had instructed the others to exit the vehicle. Hurry. Yet, Yi Qishu remained in peril, provoking Qi Jingshu to shout, where is she? This is beyond our control. Zhao Lingjun's eyes flickered with concern, but their presence would only serve as a distraction. The group seized the immobilized Shan Zemin and fled in the opposite direction. On the other hand, Yi Qishu had already engaged with the werewolf, sustaining several scratches from its claws. Damn it, she thought, realizing the creature was utterly devoid of rationality, lost in a frenzied state. She swiftly leapt onto the back of the werewolf, its fangs bared yet finding no place to sink in, compelled to restrain it with all her might. A tremendous howl echoed as she felt its power thrash beneath her. With determination, Yi Qingshu locked her blood-red gaze onto its neck, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, in the next instant, the half-wolf's face twisted a full 180 degrees. Its green eyes locked onto Yi Qishu's crimson orbs, drool dripping from its maw. It opened its bloody jaws and sank its teeth into her hand. A sharp pain coursed through her, and with a scream, Yi Qingshu tumbled away. In the blink of an eye, the massive figure lunged towards her, and she quickly rolled on the ground, grasping a wooden stick. With remarkable agility, she charged towards the creature's eyes. A howl erupted from the beast as it collapsed, a stick lodged in its eye. Swaying side to side in fury and barking menacingly at Yi Qingshu, seemingly intent on pursuing the direction of Gu Xian and the others. This is bad. Yi Qingshu's pupils constricted as she positioned herself in front, forcefully yanking the stick free. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and the werewolf's fangs viciously tore into her arm, inflicting a deep wound. Chapter 32. The attack blood flowed freely, and the creature, caught midair, sniffed eagerly, howling with excitement, just as she had surmised. The werewolf was most sensitive to the blood of vampires. With a triumphant shout, Yi Qishu raised her injured arm and hurled the wooden stick with tremendous force, driving it deep into the beast's body. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. The creature, enraged, thundered after her, its massive limbs pounding the ground rapidly. The forest stirred with fallen leaves as the two figures raced through the mist. Yichishu's blood-red eyes fell upon the wound on her hand. Bitten by the monster, the injury had not healed but had turned black. Agonizing stabs of pain coursed through her limbs, making her wish for death. Her complexion soured. Indeed, it was a werewolf. How could there be a lone werewolf here? And such an odd one at that? As she continued to flee, the creature relentlessly pursued her, and this was no viable solution. Her gaze darted around until it landed on a dilapidated building ahead. Her eyes brightened, and she dashed inside. The beast, enormous and seemingly exhilarated, followed suit, making guttural sounds as it plunged in after her. What an opportunity! Yiqingshu's eyes glinted as she concealed herself nearby, grasping the wooden stick and leaping onto the creature's back, stabbing fiercely at its neck. A howl of agony resonated through the woods. The creature's neck was pierced through. It thrashed violently, flinging Yichishu off. Its green eyes brimmed with resentment as it crashed heavily to the ground. Regaining her footing, Yiqingshu staggered forward to inspect the lifeless form, her gaze devoid of light. At last, it was dead. She exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. The wounds inflicted by the creature bled profusely, while the venom from her hand's injury spread relentlessly, amplifying her agony. The pain radiated from the wound, piercing her to the core, rendering her incapable of rising. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she lay on the ground, staring up at the ceiling, her gaze unfocused. Having lived for over a century, she had never once confronted a werewolf, and even when she caught a glimpse, it was always from a safe distance. This was solely due to the fact that werewolves inherently held a deadly advantage over her kind, their fangs and claws laced with potent venom. Little did she anticipate that today would mark her first encounter with such an unusual specimen. It seemed she had unwittingly fallen into a predicament. Meanwhile, Qi Jingshu and his companions finally succeeded in rapping upon the door of a local dwelling. Their journey thus far had seen them knock on several doors. All to no avail. The entire village lay shrouded in an eerie silence, as if it had succumbed to death itself. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man cautiously cracked open the door, his sharp gaze scrutinizing this group of individuals who appeared to hail from a bustling metropolis. "Our vehicle has broken down, and we lack anyone capable of repairing it. We thought to seek assistance within the village," Zhao Lingjun responded with an air of calm. He gestured towards the side, indicating Dan Zemin. "He is a police officer. Rest assured, fellow villager, we mean no harm." Upon hearing this, Dan Zemin promptly flashed a smile and produced his identification. "Fellow villager, I am indeed a police officer. Unfortunately, our vehicle malfunctioned while on duty, and we are here to inquire if anyone in your village possesses the skills to fix it." On their journey, Zhao Lingjun had anticipated potential complications and had preemptively instructed Gu Xian to hypnotize Dan Zemin. The middle-aged man's expression softened slightly upon hearing these words. He scrutinized the group once more and found that they did indeed appear harmless, particularly with a police officer among them. "Come inside," he beckoned. "Recently, our villagers refrained from venturing out at night. I shall have someone assist you with your vehicle come morning." "Thank you very much. I will ensure you are compensated." Qi Jingshu managed to muster a smile, though his mind remained preoccupied with concerns for Yiqingshu and her current situation. Upon hearing of the promise of payment, the man's demeanor brightened considerably. The group stepped inside, only to discover that the interior was dimly lit by a solitary oil lamp, with a woman seated on the Kong, cradling a child. She had been listening to the commotion outside and stood upon their entrance. "Allow me to fetch a glass of water for you, comrades," she offered. The man nodded silently. "Fellow villager, we knocked on several doors along the way, yet no one answered. What troubles your village?" Dan Zemin inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his smile. The man sighed deeply at this question. "Of late, it is said that there are monsters prowling at night. Everyone is terrified. No one dares to venture out after dusk." "Monsters?" Dan Zemin's smile faltered, replaced by a look of disbelief. "Fellow villager, where in this world can one find monsters? We must trust in science." "No, there are indeed monsters. They say they feast upon humans," chimed in the little girl perched on the Kong, her voice innocent and sweet. The man's expression softened as he glanced at his daughter. "Nyonyo, go play by yourself. Adults are speaking, and children should not interrupt." The little girl pouted. "It's true. Police officer, that good-for-nothing Wang Matzi from our village was killed by a monster. They say his intestines were ripped out." The woman entered with several bowls, speaking up. She had not dared to witness the horror herself, These details were shared by neighbors. If there has been a murder, why not report it? Dan Zimmern almost exclaimed. Should we report a death caused by a monster? The woman was perplexed. Things have improved in recent years. However, in the years prior, there were frequent occurrences of people going up the mountain only to be devoured by beasts, leaving nothing but bones behind, and no one ever thought to report it. Single Min was rendered speechless, having no intention to explain himself. He resolved to return to the station and file a report. After all, what if this was a chain of murders? The villagers near Xiangbei grew increasingly insular as one ventured deeper into the mountains. If he were to communicate his concerns to them, they would be utterly incredulous. It was only during his promotional tasks that he became aware of such isolated villages existing in the world. Officer, I will tidy up the West Room and then take my leave, he said, thanking the villagers for their hospitality. Oh, not at all. Just make sure you all stay indoors tonight. I know you folks often dismiss notions of the supernatural, but the outside world has indeed become perilous of late. The man gestured, reiterating his warning. Meanwhile, in the West Room, Zhao Lingjun, Gu Xian, and Qi Jingshu remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Qishu's situation. Pondering why there had been no word from her for such an extended period. Could something have happened? Zhao Lingjuan's pupils constricted sharply as he sat in the room. Single Min felt an unsettling sensation, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Mr. Qi, I apologize for the inconvenience, but you must stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I will call the station for assistance, he stated. All right, Qi Jingshu replied, his expression obscured. You should get some rest, Gu Xian urged, and in the next moment, Single Min climbed onto the bed and closed his eyes. Upon confirming that he had fallen asleep, Yi Jingshu rose, declaring, let us go check. Qi Jingshu. Yi Qingshu does not wish for you to be harmed, Zhao Lingjun emphasized, placing particular weight on her name. But shall we merely sit here and wait? Gu Xian stood. I will go. I have already ensured your safety by bringing you here. Qi Jingshu slumped back onto the bed, realizing that no one here, apart from Gu Xian, could assist Yi Qingshu. Fine, go, but take your phone and keep in touch, Zhao Lingjun pondered aloud. Phone? Yes, the phone. Qi Jingshu's eyes brightened. Yi Qishu's phone must have been left in the car, Gu Xian remarked, as if reading Qi Jingshu's thoughts. He had already sent a message on the way. But there had been no response. We cannot delay. I'm off, he declared, opening the window and vanishing from sight. Chapter 33, Discovery. The night was tranquil. Zhao Lingjun and Qi Jingshu lay on the bed, each lost in their own thoughts. The image of a creature with a human face and a beastly body weighed heavily on Zhao Lingjun's mind, resembling a werewolf. I wonder how she is faring? Meanwhile, Gu Xian returned to the rice fields, which lay in disarray, devoid of anything save for traces of blood. He rushed to the car, his gaze sharp. Upon spotting Yi Qingshu's phone, he paused momentarily. The scent of blood was faint. His expression shifted as he seized the phone and followed the trail at a swift pace. Simultaneously, the misty sky began to drizzle lightly. Yet, as he ventured deeper into the woods, the traces grew fainter. Gu Xian closed his eyes, attempting to discern the direction from the scent of blood. Damn it! Moments later, he opened his eyes, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. The rain had already obscured the scent, and in such a vast forest, he was utterly unable to determine his bearings. I must search the mountains. He took a deep breath, swiftly vanishing among the trees. Inside the dilapidated house, Yi Qingshu felt her thoughts drifting, her eyes unfocused as they gazed at the beam above. She wondered how Gu Xian was faring. After ensuring Qi Jingshu's safety, he should come looking for her. But the rain had begun to pour, and this mountain was no small matter. Would Gu Xian be able to find her? What if he arrived only to discover her lifeless form? Tilting her head towards the wound that continued to bleed, she offered a bitter smile. She had only heard tales of others becoming corpses, yet now it was her reality. At least those who had turned into corpses had a chance of awakening. But being bitten by a werewolf left her fate uncertain. She never imagined that in her attempt to save others, she would find herself in such dire straits. If something were to happen to her, Qi Jingshu would likely be found weeping by her grave. Then there was Zhao Lingjun. The image of his handsome face flashed in her mind, and she thought he might find some solace in her demise, reveling in his newfound freedom. However, Gu Xian would undoubtedly be devastated. There was little she could do about that now. The rain fell heavier, and Yi Qishu's thoughts became increasingly chaotic, her senses dulling. Night was gradually yielding to dawn, and Gu Xian was drenched, water droplets cascading from his hair. The previous night's rain had obscured all traces. and he had spent the better part of the night searching just half the mountainside. Yet, he still had not caught a glimpse of Yichishu. The mountain was eerily silent. Two possibilities loomed in his mind. Either the battle had concluded, or Yichishu's battlefield lay elsewhere. The phone chimed again. Had Yichishu returned? Upon answering, Gu Xian immediately inquired, having been in constant contact with Zhao Lingjun throughout the night. No, I am at the foot of the mountain. If, as you say, the battlefield is here, then she must still be present, Zhao Lingjun replied, standing at the base with a flashlight in hand. His beautiful peach blossom eyes tinged with red veins from fatigue. He had hardly slept, maintaining communication with Gu Xian, and an ominous premonition gnawed at him. Knowing Yichishu's character, if she had resolved the conflict, she would not have lingered. The only plausible reason for her absence was that something had gone awry. Seizing the opportunity while Qi Jingshu was in a drowsy stupor, he had come here. Dawn was approaching, and Gu Xian could not continue the search. Qi Jingshu was someone Yiqingshu cherished. They could not expose him to danger. Are you out of your mind? How can a mere human search for Yiqingshu? The mountain is fraught with peril. You could lose your life. Yu Xian bellowed, perceiving Zhao Lingjun's actions as reckless. Moreover, the outcome of the encounter between the monster and Yiqingshu remained uncertain. Zhao Lingjun wouldn't stand a chance if he encountered it. Nothing was as simple as it seemed. Daybreak is upon us, Zhao Lingjun cautioned. He understood Gu Xian's intent. Yet he also recognized that Yiqingshu had drawn the monster away for their sake. Had it not been for them, she would have easily escaped. Thus, he felt compelled to come. Gu Xian's expression shifted. Indeed, dawn was nearing, and he needed to find a place to hide without delay. Ensure your safety on your journey. I have already inspected the southern area. You should proceed north. Should any danger arise, contact Qi Jingshu, for he can summon assistance. He cannot venture out himself. So he is our only hope. If a situation occurs, even at the risk of exposure, we must locate the others. Zhao Lingjun assented, making his way up the mountain. A gentle breeze carried the dampness, brushing against Yiqingshu's skin, while the earthy scent permeated the air. With a stick in hand, Zhao Lingjun cautiously probed the underbrush. The traces of the heavy rain from the previous night long since faded. The stick produced a sound as it struck the grass. He cautiously advanced, parting the foliage. Amongst the greenery lay an old wristwatch, quietly resting. It was Yiqingshu's. Zhao Lingjun's expression brightened as he picked up the watch, wiping it clean with his sleeve. Indeed, it was the timepiece she often wore. She must be nearby. He surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting a humble abode with a roof peeking through the trees. And he hurriedly made his way there with his cane. Inside the dilapidated house, a young girl in soiled white clothing lay on the ground, her life hanging in the balance. Her pale arms revealed prominent veins, yet the black poison had spread across her shoulder, while wounds from claw marks bled profusely. However, upon closer inspection, the injuries were simultaneously healing and bursting open. Nearby lay a grotesque creature with the head of a human and the body of a wolf. As Zhao Lingjun reached the threshold, the scene before him caused his pupils to dilate. He dropped his cane and stumbled inside, horrified. What happened, Yiqingshu? He rushed to her side, trembling hands lifting her from the ground. His gaze fell upon her battered form, and his heart clenched tightly, eyes brimming with tears. How noisy! Yiqingshu murmured, her brow slightly furrowing. Why does that sound resemble Zhao Lingjun's voice? She shook her head internally, dismissing the thought as a mere hallucination. How could Zhao Lingjun, a mere human, brave the torrential rain to find her? Yiqingshu awakened. Zhao Lingjun exclaimed, panic evident in his eyes as he glanced at his own hands. Yes, his blood, perhaps it could be of use. Where's the knife? Why did I not bring a knife? His expression was frantic. Why is there so much noise? Could this be a dream? The persistent sounds filled her with doubt. Had someone truly found her? With great effort, she opened her eyes, meeting the sight of the once handsome man now covered in dirt, his bony hands dangerously close to her mouth. Well done. You managed to find me, she said, a slow smile forming on her lips. Yichishu, you're awake? Zhao Lingjun's expression was one of bewilderment as he embraced her. My blood, you should drink my blood. Perhaps that would aid her recovery. Haha, you're quite obedient now. Unlike when we first met, Yiqingshu chuckled, surprised she had managed to hold on until help arrived, even if it was merely logistical support. You still have the presence of mind to laugh. Are you aware of your current condition? Zhao Lingjun exclaimed softly, drawing Yiqingshu's head closer to his neck. Chapter 34. The disappearance of Gu Xian. This was offered to you willingly. Thus, I shall not hold back. Yiqingshu furrowed her brow, the agony having consumed her. She was in dire need of sustenance. Her fangs bared, her icy lips pressed against the man's neck, sinking in. Zhao Lingjun, with his distinctly defined fingers, tightly embraced Yu Qingshu's frail body. She was indeed freezing. Through their time together, he had come to understand that her wounds would heal autonomously. Yet the bloodstains upon the floor and the scars on her body bore no signs of recovery. The pain these injuries inflicted upon her must have been excruciating. His gaze quivered. Warm blood flowed into her mouth, her senses gradually returning. The scratches on her body began to mend, leaving only the wounds on her hands and the dark markings upon her arms yet to dissipate. After a moment, Yu Qishu withdrew her fangs, her blood-red eyes once again icy and piercing. Your hand. Zhao Lingjun's complexion paled, his eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, tinged with crimson, his lips devoid of color. His large hands felt somewhat cold as they grasped Yu Qingshu's injured hand, concern etched across his face. It's fine. It will heal in time, Yu Qishu smiled, her tone nonchalant. Yet, deep within, she sensed that recovery would not be so simple. Zhao Lingjun, half convinced, pressed his lips together. We searched for you all night, fearing for your safety. What are you talking about, child? Am I to perish? The woman chuckled lightly, playfully poking his pale cheek. How beautiful. I am not a child. Zhao Lingjun's expression turned grave, his heart vehemently rejecting the term. The sincerity and intensity in the man's gaze caused a fleeting complexity to flicker across Yu Qishu's profound eyes. Very well, you are not a child. Now, help me up. I wish to see what manner of creature this truly is. She smiled, diverting the conversation. Zhao Lingjun nodded in silence. Is this a werewolf? Zhao Lingjun questioned, uncertain whether there existed a distinction between fairy tales and reality. In response, Yu Qingshu shook her head, her eyes filled with contemplation. According to the records, werewolves typically transformed into massive wolf forms while retaining their human intellect. This creature, with a human head and a wolf's body, did not conform to the documented appearance. Perhaps there were discrepancies between the records and reality? Impossible. In the 1940s, I witnessed one from a distance. Its transformation was indeed as described in the texts. Yu Qingshu paused. The wounds it inflicted bore venom. Venom? Zhao Lingjun immediately glanced at her hand, questioning whether her earlier nonchalance had merely been a facade to reassure him. Did you bring your phone? Yu Qingshu turned back. I did. What do you ask? The man's expression grew serious, his mind racing with questions he struggled to articulate. Capture it on video. I shall inquire further upon my return. She was uncertain if the poison could be neutralized with merely human blood, if her condition did not improve. She would have to seek answers later. Understood, Zhao Lingjun nodded. Yu Qingshu crouched down, intending to reposition the werewolf for Zhao Lingjun to take a photograph. With a slight exertion of force, dust was stirred up. And suddenly a crackling sound echoed as a tunnel was revealed on the ground in the corner of the small room. Both individuals were taken aback. Don't move. Yet Qingshu grasped Zhao Lingjun firmly, her eyes fixated on the tunnel entrance, her body poised for action, ready to flee at a moment's notice. After a prolonged silence, with only the dust settling, she spoke softly, let us take a look. The two cautiously approached the tunnel. It's too deep, we can't see anything, Zhao Lingjun remarked, shaking his head as he illuminated the darkness with a flashlight. The tunnel seemed bottomless, revealing only a limited view. It appears to be a tunnel, and there seems to be a spacious area within, yet Qingshu observed, her crimson eyes scanning the ground. At the tunnel's base, a peony pattern was discernible, reminiscent of some organization or perhaps a burial passage. Let us close the tunnel. We're leaving, she decided, adhering to her principle of not exploring the unknown. After all, curiosity killed the cat. Years ago, her own inquisitiveness about the depths of the ocean nearly cost her life. The sea was vast, and the trenches were deep. It was easy to get lost, but fortunately, Dean and a group of others had rescued her. All right, Zhao Lingjun nodded. And together they restored the scene before departing from the treehouse. You hiked up the mountain with that broken stick? She raised an eyebrow at the distant stick, envisioning the arduous journey. Well, thankfully I found you. The man's gaze lingered on Yu Qingshu, fear gnawing at him throughout the journey, fearing he might never see her again. With a smile, she brushed off the dust from her clothes, but suddenly, thoughts of Gu Xian and Qi Jingshu crossed her mind. Where are Gu Xian and Qi Jingshu? Upon hearing Yu Qishu change the subject, Zhao Lingjun's expression dimmed momentarily, only to return to his usual calm demeanor. Daylight is broken. Gu Xian is hiding somewhere in the mountains. As for Qi Jingshu, we stayed with a nearby villager last night. He waited all night and only fell asleep at dawn. Did you come looking for me early in the morning? Ye Qishu inquired, puzzled. Knowing Gu Xian's speed far surpassed that of a human. It rained all night, washing away the traces. He searched on the southern mountain, while I arrived at the northern mountain. By chance, I discovered your watch and followed the direction here. He pulled out a watch from his pocket, taking Ye Qingshu's hand gently yet earnestly, fastening it onto her wrist. His gesture stirred something within her, but she quickly masked her emotions. Call Gu Xian. Let us find him and inform Qi Jingshu that I'm safe. That child must be frantic without news of me. Zhao Lingjun nodded in agreement. When Qi Jingshu answered the phone, he was elated, saying he was waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. However, when they called Gu Xian, there was no signal. What's wrong? Noticing Zhao Lingjun's change in demeanor, Ye Qingshu inquired. No one is picking up. No one is picking up? Could it be the signal is poor in the mountains? Let us change locations. Grasping Zhao Lingjun's hand before he could respond, Ye Qingshu dashed down the mountain. A fierce wind swept past their ears, and in just a moment, the two had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Ye Qishu personally dialed a number, but only a cold female voice responded. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. They needed to find Gu Xian urgently. Ye Qingshu's expression turned frosty, her gaze sharp. Who could say if there were monsters still lurking on the mountain? Given Gu Xian's abilities, the odds of surviving an encounter with a beast were exceedingly slim. After all, he had ventured up the mountain seeking her. She couldn't allow any harm to befall him if it could be avoided. I will ascend the mountain to find him. You go notify Qi Jingshu. No. Zhao Lingjun instinctively protested, only to realize the imprudence of his words. This mountain is vast. If you were to be injured again, locating you would not be easy. Take me with you. Should you be harmed, I can provide assistance. She was swayed. Ye Qingshu fell into contemplation. Chapter 35. What if we are trapped here? Very well. Let us ascend together, but your current condition is far from ideal. We must return to the vehicle to gather provisions. Humans still require sustenance. Zhao Lingjun nodded, and the two quickly returned to the car to pack all the necessary supplies before hastening back into the mountains. Be vigilant for caves or any dark, damp places. Ye Qingshu instructed, scanning her surroundings at each stop. During daylight, these were the only places one could hide. The more they searched, the greater her anxiety grew, silently hoping that Gu Xian had simply not answered due to poor signal reception. Fortunately, they had not encountered any signs of struggle along the way, suggesting that Gu Xian's chances of encountering a monster were minimal. There is a cave over there. Zhao Lingjun observed a small cave concealed behind the branches and leaves of a tree. Without uttering a word, Ye Qishu dashed inside. The cave was dark and damp, with abundant moss clinging to the stone walls. He must be nearby, she declared, picking up a jacket from the ground. However, there was no one inside. Zhao Lingjun scanned the surroundings. The cave was small enough to survey in mere seconds. Could he have moved elsewhere? Impossible. Ye Qingshu replied with conviction, her expression serious as she focused on a specific spot within the cave. Zhao Lingjun was puzzled. Look at the pattern on that stone. She pointed to a peony design etched into the rock. I saw an identical one beneath the dilapidated house. Could it be that Gu Xian inadvertently triggered a mechanism and fell inside? Zhao Lingjun speculated. Yet, given Gu Xian's capabilities, ascending should not pose a significant challenge. Then there is another possibility. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the same conclusion reflected in the other's eyes. The cave's entrance must be automatically closing. This would explain why Gu Xian had not emerged. Let us investigate, Zhao Lingjun suggested gravely. Are you afraid? Ye Qingshu's gaze bore into Zhao Lingjun's. She was confident in her survival, but he was merely human. Who could say what ghastly entities awaited them in the depths of the cave? I am not afraid. The man's voice was gentle yet resolute. Ye Qishu curled her lips and pressed her hand against the stone. The next moment, the ground beneath her thunderously split apart. In free fall, Ye Qishu clutched Zhao Lingjun tightly around the waist as they plummeted. The abyss below was far deeper than she had imagined. Ye Qingshu's gaze shifted slightly. This could not continue. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully pushed off the adjacent stone wall, leaping several times before finally landing on the ground. The stone door above had already closed during this interval. Ye Qingshu's expression darkened. Indeed, as they had anticipated, given the depth. Attempting to break through the stone door was utterly impossible. Are you all right? She asked, her voice tinged with concern, echoing in the vast expanse. Although she had strived to hold on to Zhao Lingjun throughout their descent, he was merely human after all. I'm fine, Zhao Lingjun replied softly from the darkness. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, The hand he held provided him with immense reassurance. The silence enveloped them. The cold hand resting on his waist heightened Zhao Lingjuan's senses, causing him to take a slight step back, suddenly stumbling. "Be careful." Yuqishu urgently pulled him closer. "Don't move." Her tone was serious. "What's wrong?" The woman's demeanor was evidently off. "There's a cliff behind us." Yi Qingshu's lips moved slightly, her crimson eyes fixed on the space behind Zhao Lingjun. Within such a profound cave, the surrounding structures resembled sheer cliffs. If it were a human, the outcome would likely be fatal. Zhao Lingjuan's expression turned grave as he switched on the flashlight. The dim light illuminated their surroundings, and he glanced down, his heart sinking. "You must hold on tightly to me when we jump," Yi Qingshu instructed. Worrying about Gu Xian's situation, she mused that although they would not die, they could be reduced to a pulp upon impact. If Gu Xian were caught off guard in this desolate place, he might meet his doom. "All right," the man replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. "Aren't you afraid I might accidentally let you fall?" Yi Qingshu couldn't help but tease him. "You won't," Zhao Lingjun stated confidently. "Hold on tight." With her soft command, the two swiftly descended. Zhao Lingjun held the flashlight in one hand, scanning the towering cliffs, and was astonished to discover a coffin on each cliff face. Yi Qingshu kept her gaze fixed on the ground until she saw the bottom. Then she forcefully kicked against the wall before landing. "We're here," she announced. "Let go of Zhao Lingjun," she urged as she surveyed the surroundings. There were no traces, but there were footprints. Crouching down, she observed the clearly fresh prints. "Someone must have fallen here," she deduced. "I just noticed that there's an opening over there." Zhao Lingjun directed the light towards the distant cave entrance. "We can't exit from above. Gu Xian must have gone through that opening in search of a way out." Yi Qingshu nodded, urgency in her voice. "Stay behind me and remain vigilant. We must set off." This place was too strange. She had also seen the coffins on the upper cliffs and suspected this might be what her father had spoken of, the tombs of nobility. The cave entrance was narrow, allowing passage for only one person at a time. Yi Qingshu cast frequent glances at Zhao Lingjun behind her, concerned for his well-being. Humans require breath. And if this place were sealed tight, he would have succumbed to asphyxiation long ago. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Zhao Lingjun chuckled, unable to overlook Yi Qingshu's gaze, which regarded him as if he were a fragile porcelain doll. "Humans are so delicate," Yi Qingshu sighed. "This passage seems to be narrowing." Zhao Lingjun remarked, a sense of unease growing within him the further they descended. "Indeed," Yi Qingshu nodded, though her tone bore no hint of anxiety. The passage was shaped like an hourglass, and it was becoming increasingly constricted. If they reached the end without finding any trace of Gu Xian, they might need to consider turning back or searching for other mechanisms. "What if we become trapped here?" Suddenly, the man spoke softly, his voice somewhat hoarse and unnatural. Yi Qingshu turned sharply, her expression serious. "What is it?" Zhao Lingjuan's gaze flickered, pausing momentarily. "You just mentioned what if we were trapped here, and I contemplated it." She replied, feigning profundity, her earnest demeanor causing Zhao Lingjuan's heart to race, though he maintained an outwardly calm facade. "I believe you have misjudged the situation, for I can always regard you as sustenance and break open that exit. Therefore, with my capabilities, escaping is assured. As for you," Yi Qingshu grinned mischievously, "whether you can endure until that moment is uncertain." The man laughed lightly, his pale eyes glimmering with mirth. "Very well, consider me your sustenance. Given the misfortunes of my life, it is quite gratifying to have such a grand burial pit in death." Chapter 36. The giant python. His laughter resonated joyfully within this confined space. "Humph, not amusing," Yi Qingshu pouted, turning to continue forward. This man had many admirable qualities, yet lacked temperament. Where had that rebellious spirit gone that she had first encountered? The long night stretched on, and she had no desire to linger in this burial pit with him. That would be dreadfully tedious, though she was already dead. Despite the darkness, Zhao Lingjuan's eyes sparkled with joy, his heart devoid of fear. He understood that Yi Qingshu would not succumb to panic. Yet, she remained an enigma, leaving him perpetually bewildered. At times poised and graceful, at others unrestrained and wild. Who was the true Yi Qingshu? Suddenly, she halted. Yi Qingshu closed her eyes, amplifying her senses to listen to the surrounding sounds. When she opened her eyes again, a glimmer of joy illuminated her face. "There is water ahead. This signifies a way out." She urged Zhao Lingjun onward, quickening her pace. Initially exceedingly narrow, it widens into clarity. The two emerged from the passage, their faces smeared with dust. "It's a lake. Be cautious," Zhao Lingjun warned, his eyes scanning the chaotic surroundings. Signs of a fierce struggle were evident. "Good," Yi Qingshu frowned. Searching for an exit and any anomalies revealed no signs of irregularity. Absent the traces, there lay only a skeletal remains and what appeared to be tools for grave excavation. Zhao Lingjun crouched before the corpse, examining it like a rustic grave digger. When we arrived, the path was akin to a sheer cliff. Yet the presence of these bones here indicated there must be an exit. Yi Qingshu deduced, her gaze shifting towards the expansive lake ahead. The exit, she surmised, must be at the lake's bottom. Not advisable. The water is dark and deep. Sensing Yi Qingshu's intent, Zhao Lingjun swiftly grasped her arm, deeming it too reckless. I have traversed the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. What is there to fear? Yi Qingshu replied nonchalantly. You, on the other hand, should find a rock to hide behind and prioritize your own safety. Who knows what creatures may lurk here? As a mere human, the danger is undoubtedly greater for you. Reluctantly, his grip loosened, and with a worried expression, Zhao Lingjun watched as Yi Qingshu plunged into the lake. The current was fierce, nearly sweeping her away. Yet she managed to steady herself and peer downwards. An unfathomable abyss awaited her. Internally lamenting, who would have thought such a profound chasm lay beneath this mountain? The river bore no fish, its waters appeared relatively clear, and green algae floated about. Following the current downward, she soon noticed a narrow opening beside the rocky wall. Though the entrance was constricted and its destination unseen, a piece of fabric floated nearby. Yi Qingshu recognized it as belonging to Gu Xian. If Gu Xian still lived, it signified this was indeed an exit. Contemplating the safety of Zhao Lingjun on the shore, she resolved to inform him first before venturing further. After all, should this not be an exit, a human could not endure long underwater. Ascending was effortless, buoyed by the water's strength. Yet an unsettling sensation nagged at her. Something seemed to be watching. Yi Qingshu stiffened, cautiously glancing over her shoulder. To her horror, a serpent, approximately 16 meters in length, emerged. Its forked tongue flicking as it fixed its gaze upon her, its gaping maw lunging in her direction. Unfortunate fate. Yi Qingshu cursed inwardly, evading with the current's aid. However, the resistance in the water was too formidable. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that with Zhao Lingjun on the shore, she would first lure the serpent to land before devising a plan to vanquish the beast. With determination, Yi Qingshu propelled herself upward, soon breaking the surface. Zhao Lingjun, find a place to hide. Her shout startled him, prompting an immediate dash to shelter beneath a rock, where he hastily retrieved a baseball bat from his bag and tossed it towards her. Yi Qingshu, catch. Will this bat even be of use? She questioned. Skepticism creeping in, yet possessing a weapon was certainly better than being unarmed. With one hand, she caught it, bracing herself for the impending confrontation. It was only when the serpent surged forth from the water that Zhao Lingjun recognized the creature in full, its massive, 16-foot body glaring down at them. Using a baseball bat was utterly futile as a weapon. He appeared anxious, glancing around until his gaze settled beside the corpse. Over there, Yi Qingshu was already entangled in a fierce struggle with the giant python. On land, her speed was unmatched by the serpent, and she swiftly split the bat in two. Constantly searching for an opportunity, the scales were too resilient, thus she aimed for the eyes. A spark of determination ignited in her eyes as she appeared before the python. Hurling the bat with all her might, the massive creature instantly lost its sense of direction, swaying erratically. Its wide mouth flicking its tongue as a golden eye was brutally pierced by the bat. Its tail lashed out wildly, generating a thunderous roar. Out of the corner of her eye, Yi Qingshu noticed Zhao Lingjun crouched in front of the corpse, rummaging through the bag, and her heart sank. You beast. I'm right here, she shouted, diverting the python's attention. The enormous serpent's head snapped toward her, its mouth agape, as it detected the source of the sound and launched a fierce attack. Yi Qingshu now, a long knife flew through the air, and she deftly caught it. In the next moment, the python's tail swept towards her like a hurricane. Unable to evade, she gritted her teeth, a fierce resolve flashing in her eyes, and dove to the ground, but still felt the tail graze her side. As she rolled and regained her footing, a crimson streak marred her waist. Yi Qingshu, are you all right? Zhao Lingjun's eyes were filled with concern as he observed her condition. He turned toward the giant python and shouted, Come on. I'm right here. The massive golden eye fixated on the diminutive figure on the ground, charging toward Zhao Lingjun. Now was the moment. Yi Qingshu leaped into action, appearing before the python and driving the long knife deep into the creature's skull. A piercing scream erupted from the beast. Its elongated body thrashed violently against the walls, causing debris to rain down from above. Yi Qingshu seized Zhao Lingjun, both of them dodging the chaos. Before long, with a thunderous crash, The colossal creature fell heavily to the ground. It must be dead, Yuchishu said, intending to approach for a closer inspection, but was abruptly seized by a pair of strong hands. Don't go near it. This monster may have lived for countless years in these depths. Who knows if it will retaliate in its dying moments? Zhao Lingjun frowned, his expression filled with worry. That's a sound judgment, Yuchishu replied with a raised eyebrow, offering a compliment with a smile. She understood that such a creature might strike back in its final moments, but her fearless nature had never allowed her to ponder that possibility. Yet, Zhao Lingjun's awareness was commendable. His intelligence was one of the reasons she had brought him along. She had encountered too many humans who, when faced with circumstances beyond their comprehension, would simply scream, never considering how to resolve the situation. All I want is to survive, Zhao Lingjun stated, his eyes regaining their calmness. They were in this together. He could not afford to be a hindrance. Chapter 37. The main burial chamber. The giant python lay by the lake's edge, and the two stood nearby, hesitant to approach, their eyes fixed on it. In the next moment, the serpent opened its mouth wide, its tongue flicking out as it let out a reluctant howl, before crashing down completely lifeless. This time, it's truly dead. Rest assured. Yuchishu waved her hand. There exists an entrance beneath the lake, but the journey is lengthy and the circumstances are uncertain. I shall venture forth to explore. You remain here and await my return. Yuchishu articulated the situation beneath the surface. Are you prepared now? The man's gaze fixated on Yi Qingshu's injured arm and the wound at her waist, which was on the verge of healing. It's nothing. If there's an issue, your blood will suffice. The woman suddenly drew closer, her icy breath brushing against Zhao Lingjun's neck, causing him to feel a tinge of embarrassment. With a light chuckle, Yi Qingshu's crimson pupils reflected the form of the giant python, casting a fleeting moment of enchantment. Confronting the giant python served as a reminder that she might indeed become the very serpent of the future. For centuries to come, she would dwell in darkness. Time was of the essence. The moment the sunlight aura failed, she would revert to her kin, waiting. Once more, she lifted her head, her expression relaxed, and plunged into the lake. Gazing at the woman's retreating figure, Zhao Lingjun felt a vague sense of something slipping from his grasp, unable to distinguish himself any longer. After entering the cave, they swam for nearly a quarter of an hour before Yi Qingshu finally emerged above the water's surface. Upon sighting the entrance to the tomb, she surmised she had indeed found the right path and wasted no time in returning to bring Zhao Lingjun along. The two descended together. As soon as they entered the lake, Zhao Lingjun was astounded by its profound depths. Were it not for Yi Qingshu's grip, despite his prior experience as a diving instructor, he feared that even the most skilled swimmer could meet their demise in such an abyss. Yi Qingshu quickened her pace. She could endure, but Zhao Lingjun could not. Soon, they both surfaced. Zhao Lingjun retrieved his waterproof phone from his bag and activated the light. He was grateful for his fortuitous purchase. This is the deepest lake I have ever seen, he remarked. So have I. Who would have imagined such a treasure lay at the foot of the mountain? Yuchishu spread her hands. Your hand, how does it feel upon touching that water? He scrutinized the wound on Yi Qingshu's hand, frowning slightly. The injury was still spreading. It's nothing, Yi Qingshu replied, shaking her head. She had long grown accustomed to such pains. Ultimately, the wounds would continue to heal. I heard Gu Xian's voice. He must have sensed the commotion. We should regroup, she spoke solemnly. Gu Xian believed he had never been so unfortunate in his life. First, he had fallen into a tomb and nearly met his demise. Then he narrowly escaped the clutches of the giant python, and now he found himself trapped in this sepulchre. He almost thought he had angered fate and pondered whether he should consult a master for guidance. Yet, he was already a dead man. Could a master still discern his fate? Slumped on the ground, his hands were a bloody mess. Each blow against the stone door seemed to threaten the very collapse of the crypt. Was he destined to meet his end here? He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Gu Xian, are you there? A voice suddenly pierced the air, and he sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with hope. It was Yuchishu. She was unharmed. She had come to rescue him. Yuchishu, I am here, he shouted from beside the door. A faint sound reached her ears, and Yi Qingshu felt fortunate to be in such a tranquil place. Had she been amidst the clamor, discerning the source would have proven challenging. He is calling me, she thought. Zhao Lingjun, of course, heard nothing, but as he surveyed his surroundings, the only available space was the tomb chamber behind the door. Let us proceed inside, he said. The tomb chamber was adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, and the murals that adorned the walls were accompanied by inscriptions narrating the life of the tomb's occupant. Yuchishu gazed at the murals with great interest, recalling how her father had often remarked that the graves of officials differed from their own. It was a sight she had long wished to witness. "What are you pondering?" Zhao Lingjun inquired, noting the absence of a pathway as he searched the chamber for mechanisms. Upon turning, he saw her intently examining the murals. "My father mentioned that the tombs of the affluent are unlike ours. I never understood it in my youth. But now it is evident," Yi Qingshu replied, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her pale, tea-colored eyes. "They continue to reside in grand houses even in death, unlike us, who merely had a straw mat to be rolled in and buried." She spoke softly, then paused, seemingly recalling something. "No, there were those without even a mat, perishing either on the road in search of refuge or in the throes of war. On the ships bound for distant lands, death was a daily occurrence. At that time, I felt I had never witnessed so many deaths in my life." A smile graced her lips as she sighed inwardly, pondering how one could foresee encountering so much in their lifetime. History is inscribed on paper, often chronicling the lives of the prominent, while the common folk are reduced to mere statistics. Zhao Lingjun had not witnessed history or war, yet today he felt he had glimpsed them. "Were you afraid back then?" His voice was somewhat hoarse. Yi Qingshu's expression shifted, memories of a century past resurfacing vividly. "Yes, I was afraid, every single day, but that is all behind us now." "Indeed, it is all in the past. Can you comprehend the inscriptions?" she inquired, her spirits lifting. "I took a course in college and can understand a bit," he replied. "Please, enlighten me about these murals." Yi Qingshu shook her head, her curiosity piqued by the stunning artwork before her. "Are you not concerned about Guxian anymore? Now that we know where he is, what is the rush?" Yi Qingshu glanced at him. "You are young, yet so impulsive. Understanding traditional culture is essential. I have wandered for over a century and know little of this. Is it wrong to want to learn more?" "Not at all," she retorted, her free-spirited nature evident. Zhao Lingjun chuckled softly. "Does no one care about my well-being?" Guxian lamented. "Based on the architectural style, this appears to be from the Tang dynasty. The individual interred here was a prince of a different surname, who sought immortality, hence the construction of this burial complex." "Immortality? Then he should have encountered me. Alas, he was born in the wrong era," Yi Qingshu mused, shaking her head dismissively. Zhao Lingjun nodded in agreement. "There is a small statue over there. If you twist it, we can join Guxian," he suggested, clapping his hands. "All right, no questions asked," she replied, as the man proceeded to twist the statue. A resounding knock echoed as the mural split in two, revealing an elongated corridor. Another corridor. The tomb's master exhibited a lack of creativity. This time, the passage was unobstructed, with exquisite porcelain artifacts displayed on both sides, leading presumably to the main burial chamber. "I am here," Ancient Xian called out loudly upon hearing the sound. "How do we enter?" Yi Qingshu inquired, gazing at the massive stone door, recalling that the figure had been pointed out by Ancient Xian. "The mechanism is in the eyes of the stone lion beside it, but the door has automatically locked, and there is no means of egress within," Ancient Xian explained. This tomb seemed like a dead end, suggesting that the master intended for the living to come, but never return. Chapter 38. "It wasn't me who knocked." Ancient Xian remarked that the tomb's master wished for them to be trapped, reiterating his words to Zhao Lingjun. This was constructed by artisans. Traditionally, builders of tombs would leave a path of escape for themselves. Zhao Lingjun pondered, though his heart sank, his resolve unwavering. "You will enter and search for a passage with Ancient Xian," Yi Qingshu decided. She would remain outside, and if necessary, summon the two to devise a plan together. "All right," Zhao Lingjun nodded. Yi Qingshu slowly twisted the stone lion's eyes, and the slumbering door rumbled open. Ancient Xian felt a surge of joy upon witnessing this. "If we cannot find a way out, we will devise a plan together," Yi Qingshu said solemnly. Zhao Lingjun cast a deep glance at Yi Qingshu before stepping inside. Soon after, the door thunderously slammed shut. "I thought I was destined to be buried here. I never anticipated you would find me," Ancient Xian smiled genuinely. Regardless of the circumstances, he was merely a 20-year-old university student, confronting an unprecedented experience that instilled fear within him. "I found Yi Qingshu, but she vanished. Are you unharmed?" Zhao Lingjun scrutinized Ancient Xian. "I am fine, but what about you? How did Yi Qingshu manage to evade that enormous python with you?" he asked, intrigued, knowing well the peril they had escaped from. "The python is dead. Yi Qingshu slew it," Zhao Lingjun replied nonchalantly, yet to Ancient Xian's ears, it was akin to a thunderclap. Such a formidable creature had been dispatched with such ease by Yi Qingshu. Was it really that effortless? Have you thoroughly searched this burial chamber? Zhao Lingjun queried as he surveyed the surroundings. I have searched everywhere. I saw no mechanisms for escape. Ancient Xian waved his hand dismissively, his mind a tangled mess, likening it to a tomb of despair. What about the coffin? Zhao Lingjun's gaze fell upon the center. Noticing the absence of a coffin. If the main burial chamber lacks a coffin, where is the tomb's master? Ancient Xian shook his head. I have not found the coffin. He had nearly scoured the entire chamber and still found no trace of it. The tomb's master must have believed in their own immortality, interred here without a coffin. There are only two possibilities. This is merely an antechamber, or Zhao Lingjun looked upwards towards the chamber's ceiling, illuminated by light. Have you examined above? He inquired. Above? In an instant, Gu Xian comprehended Zhao Lingjun's intent and raised his gaze upward. He swiftly vanished from his position. Shortly thereafter, a colossal sound reverberated, and a magnificent copper coffin descended from a rift that had torn open above. Indeed, as you mentioned, who could have anticipated that the tomb's owner would conceal both his coffin and mechanisms above? The two exchanged glances and approached the center, surrounding the coffin. Zhao Lingjun meticulously examined it, while Gu Xian felt a slight unease. Having lived for over 20 years, it was his first encounter with a coffin. Soon, his hand grazed an hidden compartment. Here. Zhao Lingjun hurried over. Give it a try. In this moment, there was no other choice. Gu Xian silently prayed for his ancestors' forgiveness and pressed the hidden compartment. Simultaneously, a faint sound emanated from the corner, revealing a tunnel barely large enough for a person to crawl through. Found it. Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as he rushed to the tunnel entrance to peer inside. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed around him. Zhao Lingjun urged, stop examining the coffin. We can escape. It wasn't me knocking. The man's warm, steady voice reached Gu Xian's ears, causing him to stiffen. Taking a deep breath, he turned to see Zhao Lingjun beside him, while the source of the sound was none other than the very coffin at the center. Zhao Lingjun, I must have misheard. The coffin is making noise. His pupils contracted as he fixated on the coffin, which had begun to tremble. You heard correctly. Zhao Lingjun's pallid face bore a grave expression. Good heavens. The tomb owner would truly be ascending to immortality. Unable to contain himself, Gu Xian uttered a profanity, yet his body instinctively braced for battle. Ascend to what immortality? This coffin can't withstand much longer. Should we stand or flee? Zhao Lingjun was nearly astounded by Gu Xian's imaginative leap to immortality in such a dire situation. Bang! The coffin lid was flung open, revealing its occupant. What on earth? Gu Xian exclaimed. The figure appeared as if carved from withered wood, clad in a tattered green robe, with long, darkened nails and hollow eye sockets, resembling a ghastly specter. Stay here. I'll confront him, Gu Xian declared, vanishing in a flash, only to engage in a fierce struggle with the creature. Although the creature could not match Gu Xian's speed, its long, pointed nails delivered formidable strikes, and the two battled fiercely within the tomb. Gu Xian spun around, bouncing back to his original spot. What the hell is that? It moves so quickly. And those nails are excruciating. Huh. The creature raised its hands, attacking once more. Outside, Yuchishu sensed something was amiss and swiftly activated the mechanism. The moment the stone door opened, she darted inside. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the injured Gu Xian, she furrowed her brow, swiftly appearing behind the creature. Gripping its head, and with a gentle twist, crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed, and the creature collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. As Gu Xian contemplated engaging in an arduous battle with the corpse, he suddenly witnessed the creature collapse lifelessly to the ground, revealing the pale visage of Yi Qingshu behind it. You have arrived, he thought with a flicker of joy. Your speed surpasses his. However, Yi Qingshu's tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction as she pondered whether he could truly rescue Yi Han, given his apparent ineptitude. I am aware. I am merely unpracticed, Gu Xian replied, scratching his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Yi Qingshu's injured hand, his expression sharpening. What has happened to your hand? It was bitten by a monster yesterday, but it is nothing serious. How can it be nothing serious? Gu Xian's hands clenched tightly. Their self-healing abilities are remarkably potent, capable of mending wounds almost instantaneously, yet her injury remains unhealed. The wound continued to rupture, blackness spreading across her entire arm, presenting a most horrifying sight. How can it be nothing serious? He bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. This was all because of him. Had he not sought the Creator, they would not have encountered the monster, and she would not be injured. Now, due to his reckless descent into this tomb, she had endured numerous perils, and though she typically valued cleanliness, she was now covered in filth. I seek Yi Hanyan for my own reasons, and it does not concern you, Yi Qingshu stated, seemingly aware of Gu Xian's thoughts. Her eyes dark and resolute. Rather than dwell in sorrow, it would serve you better to muster your spirits for the challenges that lie ahead, Yi Qingshu advised. For she could not bear the burden of two individuals. Very well, Gu Xian replied tersely, his eyelashes drooping. Let us proceed to the passage. Chapter 39. Emergence at the entrance of the passage. Zhao Lingjun, who had been observing their battle, felt a pang of disappointment. He had been unable to assist her, as she had been the one bearing the brunt of their journey. I will lead, Gu Xian stated, lingering at the rear, eyeing the cave entrance as Yi Qingshu directed. I shall take the lead, Gu Xian insisted stubbornly. Yi Qingshu's light brown eyes regarded him for a moment before she slightly nodded in agreement. The group crawled through the entrance, enveloped in a heavy silence, the passage seemingly endless, save for the faint sounds of their movement. They were climbing upwards when Gu Xian's voice broke the stillness, slightly muffled. Be aware that maneuvering within this narrow space is arduous, and ascending will only exacerbate the difficulty. Let us press forward and assess the situation, Zhao Lingjun suggested. Before long, they reached a bend in the passage. What is the situation ahead? Yi Qingshu inquired from behind. Unable to see the front. It is a rocky surface, not smooth, allowing for climbing. Gu Xian's voice carried a note of optimism, while also considering Zhao Lingjun's condition. Zhao Lingjun, grasp my foot, and I will hoist you up. This passage is quite lengthy. I have experience in rock climbing. Do not worry, Zhao Lingjun declined. The path ahead is uncertain, and dragging him along would only slow Gu Xian down further. It would be better for him to climb a bit on his own. That settles it, Zhao Lingjun. If you cannot endure, seize Gu Xian's foot, Yi Qingshu stated firmly. The urgent priority is to vacate this wretched place as swiftly as possible. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and the group had no notion of how long they had been crawling. Zhao Lingjun's already pale face appeared even more wan. How long has it been? 2 hours. Gu Xian felt an urgent need to leap over a fire pit upon his return to dispel the lingering misfortune. He should be nearing a point where Yi Qingshu could discern their surroundings through the gaps. All right, Zhao Lingjun, hold on to me, Gu Xian called out. This time, Zhao Lingjun did not decline. He grasped Gu Xian's hand, and in an instant, they swiftly began to ascend. Soon, several disheveled figures emerged from the ground. Finally, they reached the surface, and Gu Xian, seated on the ground, wore a grim expression as he surveyed the area. Had they returned to square one? The familiarity of their surroundings overwhelmed him with a sense of despair. Was this not the very tunnel they had traversed earlier? No. Above was merely a piece of floor tile. Yi Qingshu noticed traces of peony flowers on the ground, confirming that this must be the entrance to that dilapidated house. Can we escape? Gu Xian instantly sprang to his feet, his trust in Yi Qingshu unwavering. Let us bring Zhao Lingjun with us. We must ascend. His injured hand instinctively curled up, and Yi Qingshu's eyes dimmed as she vanished from sight in a flash. Wait for me. I'm coming with Zhao Lingjun. Gu Xian called out, hastily following her. With a resounding crash, the floor tile shattered, and the long-lost moonlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating Yi Qingshu as she collapsed to the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief, her hands trembling slightly. Yi Qingshu, Zhao Lingjun exclaimed, his expression grave as he knelt beside her. Your hands are shaking. Despite her evident pain, she had remained silent throughout their ordeal, using those very hands to pull them back from the brink of death. Why do you look at me like that? Lean in, I need to eat. Yi Qingshu replied with a carefree smile, though the slight furrow of her brow betrayed the pain she was enduring. This werewolf had truly taught her a lesson. Death had not spared her even in life. Zhao Lingjun's eyes glistened as he leaned closer to her. Once again, the fangs pierced her neck, and the warm blood flowed into her mouth, causing Yi Qingshu's pupils to turn crimson. She could no longer afford to care about anything else. The pain was overwhelming. Zhao Lingjun sensed a different force than usual as he closed his eyes, his large hands bracing against Yi Qingshu's surroundings. Soon, she released her hold. I'm sorry. It's nothing, Zhao Lingjun replied, shaking his head, his pallid complexion revealing a hint of frailty. Observing his condition, Yi Qingshu bit into her own unblemished arm and leaned closer to Zhao Lingjun. What is this? He inquired, confused. Drink this. I won't let you perish here, she insisted. At her words, a faint smile crept onto Zhao Lingjun's wan face, and he did not refuse as his lips barely brushed against Yi Qingshu's arm. He had already sustained a wound on his neck yesterday, and having traversed through water on their journey, it was a miracle he had held on this far. Gu Xian stood nearby, his expression a mix of emotions. I'm sorry. There is no need for apologies, Gu Xian, Yuchishu replied, her gaze heavy with resolve. She had brought him here and was determined to return with him. But what about your arm? He asked, crouching down, his eyes shifting as he contemplated biting into his own arm, only to be halted by a pair of delicate hands. Your blood may not be as beneficial as Zhao Lingjun's, she stated, her voice laced with skepticism. Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then he offered a bitter smile. Indeed, his condition was not suitable for such actions. After all, his circumstances were distinctly different. Enough of this melancholic lamentation. What time is it now? Qi Jingshu must be in a state of utter distress. We have lingered in this cave for 2 days. Zhao Lingjun glanced at his phone. 2 days. Has it truly been that long? As the group descended the mountain, Gu Xian paused momentarily when passing by the werewolf. What kind of creature was that? It resembled a werewolf, yet there was uncertainty. I shall investigate when we return. At the mountain's base, though night had fallen, the area was ablaze with lights. Qi Jingshu stood beside a police vehicle, his eyes tinged with anxiety, pacing restlessly. I must ascend the mountain. At last, he uttered those words once more. Young Master Qi. It is simply impossible. The mountain is perilous at night. My friends are still up there. Qi Jingshu bellowed, his frustration mounting to the brink of madness. 2 days prior, he had waited at the base for 2 hours without any sign of Yi Qingshu and the others. Yi Qingshu, Zhao Lingjun, Gu Xian, none could be reached. He had immediately instructed Shan Zimin to report their disappearance to the authorities. Yet, the mountain was vast, and after 2 days, they had vanished without a trace. Fear gripped him. He feared the worst, that they had encountered misfortune and would never return. Mr. Qi, you must remain calm and trust that we are professionals. News will come shortly, Shan Zimin urged, his own appearance disheveled, hair tousled in a chaotic state, inwardly lamenting. The task assigned to him by the director remained unfulfilled. And 3 individuals had gone missing in one night. He had just endured a scathing reprimand over the phone. His job was likely in jeopardy. He cursed himself for being the first to fall asleep and the last to awaken. How can you expect me to remain calm? Qi Jingshu's eyes were bloodshot. If anything were to happen to Yu Qishu, how could he face his grandmother? Moreover, without Yu Qishu, he would be utterly alone. Found them! Found them! A breathless figure rushed toward them, shouting as he ran. Qi Jingshu's eyes reddened, and he swiftly approached, grasping the man's shoulder. You found them? Where are they? He inquired, glancing back anxiously. Mr. Qi, they are just behind us. No sooner had the words left the man's lips than Qi Jingshu dashed up the mountain, with Shan Zimin trailing behind, exasperated. This little rascal was determined to shed his hat, it seemed. Chapter 40. Dispute as Yi Qingshu and her companions descended. They slowed their pace, feigning a chance encounter with those searching for them, now walking down the mountain together. The anxious voice of Yi Qingshu's companion echoed from afar. Yi Qingshu's gaze softened as she looked at the approaching figures. Qi Jingshu, weary and haggard, rushed toward her the moment he laid eyes on her, enveloping her in his embrace. Thank goodness. You're back. I was so scared, so frightened. The boy's voice trembled with unshed tears. Did I not return? She managed a reassuring smile, gently patting his back in comfort. Inside the brightly lit room, the group gathered around the table. The officers had long departed in their vehicles, leaving only Shan Zimin outside, distributing monetary rewards to the villagers for their efforts in the search. The profound sorrow enveloping Qi Jingshu was akin to the vast ocean poised to drown Yu Qishu. With her delicate, tea-colored eyes, she gazed at the despondent Qi Jingshu and sighed. It will be all right. In time, you shall heal. Ever since Qi Jingshu beheld the wounds upon her own hands, she had been engulfed in self-reproach and unrest, leaving her at a loss. This visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his grandmother. I shall take you to the doctor. Let us return. Qi Jingshu's voice trembled with suppressed tears, her gaze stubborn. Enduring such grievous injuries for an extended period must be unbearable. Nothing else mattered to him but Yi Qingshu. In barely over a week, she had suffered so much. He wished to shield her from pain. Qi Jingshu. Yi Qingshu's voice rose. I have told you, there is no need for self-blame. You have done remarkably well with what your grandmother entrusted you. I understand. But do you still insist on not returning in this state? Qi Jingshu's neck stiffened, her eyes reddening. I am fine, in due time. I shall recover swiftly through my blood. You must know that the hospital cannot heal me. Yu Qishu, exasperated, spoke the truth. Why does this child so easily shed tears? Then my blood. Qi Jingshu's eyes finally sparkled, as if grasping a revelation. Yet, upon witnessing the somber expression on Yi Qingshu's face, his voice diminished involuntarily. He had never seen her so grave, as if a storm were imminent. Suppressing her inner fury, Yi Qingshu inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Qi Jingshu, I do not wish to hear such words from you again. Why is he allowed to? Unable to restrain herself, Qi Jingshu felt aggrieved, pointing at Zhao Lingjun. He too wishes to help her to the best of his abilities, rather than merely stand by helplessly. Opening her eyes, Yi Qingshu's gaze turned stern. Qi Jingshu. The girl entrusted not only me to you, but also entrusted you to me. She understood all too well that Yi Yinan sought companionship for her granddaughter, which is why she had sought out Qi Jingshu. Yet what of Qi Jingshu? Within the old residence, he had never mentioned his parents. He appeared to be a free spirit, yet deep within, he yearned for affection and warmth. The room fell into an instantaneous silence. Gu Xian's expression darkened as he observed the scene before him. Perhaps Qi Jingshu could not comprehend, and even the astute Zhao Lingjun might not grasp the weight of those words. Yet he understood. Her humanity was more intricate than his own, seemingly detached from all. She ultimately could not sever the last thread of connection to humanity in this world. One day, he too might find himself like her, clinging to the familial bonds that defined his existence. I understand now. Qi Jingshu finally lowered her head. Jingshu, you resemble your grandmother. She was just like this in her youth. Yi Qingshu's gaze fixed on Zhao Lingjun. However, I hope you too will emulate your grandmother, traversing the thorns and tribulations of fate, ultimately leading a brilliant life, rather than plummeting into the abyss with demons, cursed to an eternity of unrest. With a gentle caress of Qi Jingshu's hair, Yi Qingshu managed to draw forth a faint smile. Yu Xian had no choice, nor did Zhao Lingjun, but he had options. Qi Jingshu gritted his teeth and, after a moment, revealed a smile. I understand. Yet, Yu Qishu, perhaps I comprehend all that you say, but in that household, I have lost everyone. You are the last kin my grandmother bequeathed to me. Zhao Ling remained silent, seated nearby, his pale eyes quivering slightly as the woman spoke. Before settling into tranquility once more, as we prepare to journey to Majiakin, we must gather some tools. Gu Xian pondered. A monstrous creature had nearly claimed their lives. And should another appear, total obliteration was not beyond the realm of possibility. I shall take responsibility for procuring the weapons, Qi Jingshu asserted, settling into a chair as he accepted the task. Very well, we may need to rest here for a couple of days. Zhao Lingjun, please inquire with the villagers regarding any information about the creature. Our path ahead may not be smooth. Yi Qingshu nodded, orchestrating the arrangements. It was time to assign Qi Jingshu some tasks, otherwise, his incessant ruminations would leave her at a loss. Moreover, her current condition was not conducive to continued travel. The two nodded in agreement. Shall I venture into the mountains during the day? Gu Xian hesitated. No need for that. I have rented this house with that couple. So you can remain here during the day, Qi Jingshu stated, having organized everything during the 2 days of the other's disappearance. Well done, Yi Qingshu praised. Qi Jingshu visibly brightened. That evening, Qi Jingshu informed Shan Zimin of their decision to rest, to which Shan Zimin acquiesced. Among them, he was the most pleased by Yi Qingshu's return, for it meant his livelihood was secure. By the way, during these days, please stay with other villagers and help me gather information about the creature. Zhao Lingjun, unlike Shan Zimin, had a background in communication and mediation, likely making him more adept in this regard. Shan Zimin expressed surprise. The young man from the city was interested in the creature? What purpose would that serve? This world operates on scientific principles. Surely, it is not an expedition. Upon recalling the trio's disappearance, he became alert, determined to keep a close watch on them. A repeat occurrence would jeopardize his livelihood. Time flew by, and after several days, Yi Qingshu had grown accustomed to the pain in her hands. Qi Jingshu had procured numerous blood bags for her, though she had yet to fully heal. Her recovery was noticeably expedited. It seemed that to completely eradicate this poison, she would have to wait until their return. Leaning against the vehicle, she observed the others preparing for their next move. Has Shan Zimin resolved the situation? She glanced towards Gu Xian at the front of the vehicle. Gu Xian nodded. Shan Zimin has already undergone hypnosis. Furthermore, it is said that rumors of the creature have persisted for half a year. Some villagers mentioned green eyes, likely referring to the very one we encountered, though no reports of a horde of creatures have surfaced. Zhao Lingjun recounted all the information he had gathered over the past few days. And what of Qi Jingshu? While nodding, Yi Qingshu scanned the surroundings in search of him. Chapter 41. The eerie village. Upon hearing these words, Gu Xian and Zhao Lingjun were equally perplexed. Typically, one could always spot Qi Jingshu in close proximity to Yi Qingshu. Yet today, he was nowhere to be seen. From a distance, Qi Jingshu waved at Yuchishu, clad in an unusual black casual outfit that exuded an air of sophistication, resembling a young heir of a wealthy family. He jogged over and presented Yuchishu with a short knife he had procured from Huijie. Here, I found this for you. It will serve well for self-defense against any monsters we may encounter. Much better than that baseball bat, which is utterly useless. Yi Qingshu smiled in gratitude. Get in the car. With this command, the group resumed their journey, fortunate that they had encountered no dangers thus far. However, as they navigated the rugged mountain road, they found themselves approaching Majiakan in the early hours of the morning. Throughout the journey, Qi Jingshu and his companions gazed in disbelief at their surroundings. They had thought that the small village where they had paused was already quite desolate. But the deeper they ventured, the more they understood the true meaning of remoteness and poverty. I never expected to find a place like this, Qi Jingshu remarked, his tone laden with complexity. I once heard from a senior who went to teach in a remote area that getting out of here means relying solely on one's own feet, Zhao Lingjun interjected, his gaze calm. Are you not surprised? Qi Jingshu turned to Yi Qingshu, who had maintained an unchanging demeanor throughout the journey. In my recollection, my childhood home resembled this. Yi Qingshu replied, her tone steady and unhurried. How did you manage to leave back then? Qi Jingshu asked, slightly puzzled. He knew Yi Qingshu had lived abroad for some time, yet he was unaware of how she had managed to escape such circumstances. After all, his grandmother had never shared tales of their impoverished past. As this revelation hung in the air, the others in the vehicle turned their gaze toward Yi Qingshu. Under their scrutiny, she remained composed. My father was a laborer during the Qing dynasty, a time when many young boys were sent away. We left during that period. The Qing dynasty. The group gasped collectively, having speculated that Yi Qingshu might have been born during the Republic, yet never imagining she hailed from the Qing era. The history of the Qing dynasty felt as distant to them as the Earth is to the Milky Way. Their curious eyes rested upon her, prompting Yi Qingshu to elaborate. I was born in the 1880s, and my sister was the youngest in our family. It must have been a difficult journey, Zhao Lingjun remarked, his expression reflecting the complexities of childhood struggles, as it was no easy feat for a young child to traverse the seas. It was not overly arduous, Yuchishu replied, rolling down the car window and lighting a cigarette, her gaze drifting outside as if she were transported back to a ship over a century ago. Compared to the horrors of war, what suffering can be compared? The Qing dynasty was in a state of decline, and it was merely the common people like us who bore the brunt of the suffering. Life improved significantly after enduring days of eating tree bark and dirt. Silence enveloped the vehicle as they each lowered their eyes. Qi Jingshu silently reproached himself for broaching the painful subject. After all, his grandmother had endured hardships, especially during such a dark era. Mr. Qi, we are almost there, came the voice from the front. Not long after, the voice of Shan Zimin echoed from ahead. Extinguishing the cigarette in her hand, Yi Qingshu gazed out the window, exclaiming, daylight has arrived. Gu Xian, venture into the mountains, but this time, exercise caution. As she cautioned him, she opened the car door. Gu Xian nodded. Although he too was eager to investigate Yi Hanyan's matter, the sun was already on the rise. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. After days of incessant rain, the skies finally cleared today. However, by 7 in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Yi Qingshu donned a leather glove on one hand and held a black umbrella, her brow slightly furrowed. The injury on her hand worsened under the sunlight. What is it? Zhao Lingjun observed Yi Qingshu's unusual demeanor. Nothing, she replied, shaking her head. Miss Yi, this path is narrow, with crops on both sides. We must proceed. Shan Zimin looked ahead at the long, winding road, troubled. He had never been to Majiakan and was merely following the map provided by the director, which indicated they had quite a distance to cover. Let us go? Lead the way, Qi Jingshu called out. The group advanced in a single-file line, and only when the sun reached its zenith did they catch sight of the village's silhouette. Throughout the journey, Yi Qingshu's expression tightened. There were people in the rice fields watching them, while it was not unusual for locals to steal a glance at outsiders. Their scrutinizing gazes were laden with a sense of caution. Recalling Zhao Lingjun's previous capture, she could not help but feel apprehensive. Who are you? A group of middle-aged men and women stood at the village entrance, their sharp eyes fixed on Yi Qingshu and her companions, with several men's gazes lingering on her. Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun quickly positioned themselves in front, whether it was a mere illusion or not. The stares from this group felt as clingy as that of an octopus, a stark contrast to the villagers they had encountered earlier. Fellow villagers, I am a policeman. Shan Zimin approached with a sincere smile, presenting his badge. The elder among them, with graying hair, accepted the badge. Scrutinizing it closely before looking up with a smile that seemed insincere, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "Ah, so you are an officer. May I inquire what brings you to our village?" The inquisitive stares from the surrounding villagers made Sean Zimmon feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if he were a monkey on display. After traversing numerous villages, this was the first time he encountered such unwelcoming faces. "This is a relative's child. They are here with classmates to investigate folk customs." He pointed to Qi Jingshu and the others, reciting the pre-arranged explanation. "Folk customs?" A middle-aged man stepped forward, his eyes scanning Yi Qingshu and the others from head to toe, clearly skeptical. "We are studying traditional customs. It is our school's project," Zhao Lingjun explained politely. The man smiled, and the villagers couldn't help but gasp. What a handsome young man. More charming than the university graduates from their own village. Yet, the man's gaze was dismissive. "He looks like a woman, just a decorative pillow. What is there to study? And you brought a policeman along?" A middle-aged man shouted, stating that it was a school assignment. Since we had never ventured into the mountainous regions before, my uncle, who served as a police officer in the county, brought us here. Qi Jingshu jumped in with an air of superiority, proclaiming that it was indeed an honor for them to host us, as we hailed from the city. We might stay for a few days, departing once our project was complete. Rest assured, we will compensate you generously. Implicitly, he conveyed, I possess wealth. Upon hearing the mention of money, the villagers' smiles became noticeably more genuine. I am the village head here. My surname is Wang, an elderly man spoke with a steady tone. Village head Wang, would it be possible for us to borrow a spare room for a few days? We can pay 10,000. Qi Jingshu furrowed his brow and inquired. 10,000. Gasps echoed around. Such city dwellers truly appeared to regard money with indifference. Why not stay at my house, village head? I have a vacant room nearby. The middle-aged man who had initially questioned them now wore a sycophantic grin. That amount is equivalent to my annual salary. Chapter 42. Settling into the village Sanpang. Is your home suitable? If you ask me, the village head should choose my house. A robust middle-aged woman emerged, pushing the man aside. Enough bickering, stay at my place. Village head Wang stroked his beard and spoke solemnly. The two families, rejected, instantly turned pale. Rest assured, since you have come to our village to observe our customs, this 10,000 will be well worth your while. With these words, the previously disgruntled villagers suddenly wore smiles. He was indeed adept at managing the sentiments of the crowd. Zhao Lingjun thought, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Thank you, village head Wang, Dan Zimmon said as he handed over the prepared deposit. Instantly, the village head's smile grew more sincere. He discreetly scrutinized the group behind him, pausing momentarily upon seeing Yi Qishu. Please follow me. The group exchanged glances and proceeded into the village. Along the way, Zhao Lingjun and Qi Jingshu found the village to be exceedingly peculiar. Was it due to its remoteness that the villagers exhibited such cautious behavior? Why did the passers-by regard them with such peculiar stares? Yi Qishu, however, sensed a hint of danger. During their conversation, numerous gazes had lingered on her. Particularly, a young woman had shown a flicker of excitement when Dan Zimmon displayed his police credentials. As they walked, the village was sparsely populated, according to the village head. Most had gone to the rice fields. Only a few young women wandered about, their complex expressions toward Yu Qishu and her companions revealing a hint of resentment. This is my home. Please come in, village head Wang said, opening the fence gate with a beaming smile, calling into the house. Wife, we have guests. Even before they arrived, his voice had already reached the ears within. A woman in a tattered apron hurried out, followed by a similarly dressed girl. Though the girl was clad in ragged attire, her delicate features stood in stark contrast to her surroundings. Dad, you're back. The young woman stepped forward, her gaze flickering toward Yi Qingshu. A group of university students has recently arrived from the city to conduct a folklore investigation and will be residing here for the next few days. The village head, with a serious tone, warned, please pay attention and do not disturb their peace, his gaze fixed on the woman. I understand, I won't trouble the guests. The dog will be back soon. I must go prepare dinner, the woman replied, her expression briefly flashing with fear as she hurried to the kitchen. Her heart raced. Something felt amiss. The girl sensed an unusual quickening of her heartbeat upon seeing them. Yi Qishu frowned, finding the village exceedingly peculiar. Could they possibly be connected to Yi Hanyan's disappearance? Officers, you may stay in this room. It belongs to my youngest son who is out working. As for this girl, she said softly, her gaze tranquil as a still pond, she can share with me. Ah, that seems inappropriate. You, a young lady. Should go stay next door for a few days. I will share accommodations with this young lady, a middle-aged woman quickly interjected, her expression one of concern for Yu Qishu. That's unnecessary. We are all classmates and accustomed to sharing a room in the village. Qi Jingshu declared loudly. Then it shall be as you say. The village head acquiesced, his eyes flickering momentarily. Yi Qingshu stood at the back, holding a black umbrella, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across the doorway, catching a glimpse of a garment fluttering. The room was relatively clean and tidy. The middle-aged woman brought over several blankets. You may stay here. I will call you when it's time to eat. 10,000 yuan. That certainly includes meals. Dan Zemin smiled genuinely. The villagers here, though initially appearing fierce, turned out to be quite hospitable. Isn't the payment sufficient? Qi Jingshu and the others remained silent. Dan Zemin scratched his head. Officer Dan, could you please fetch a few more meat dishes from the kitchen? Qi Jingshu suggested, hoping to redirect Dan Zemin. Sure, I'll take care of that. Dan Zemin replied without a hint of suspicion. Outside, the village head sat on a stone bench, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Dan Zemin emerge, he quickly approached. After closing the door, Qi Jingshu slumped onto the bed. I'm utterly exhausted from this journey. Why is everyone so quiet? Zhao Lingjuan's eyes flickered. This village feels off. I share that sentiment. Do you think their odd behavior is tied to Yi Hanyan's disappearance? Perhaps we should inquire directly tonight? Qi Jingshu straightened. Isn't it said that the people here are simple and honest? He had yet to sense any simplicity. Everything felt strangely out of place. That could alert them. Yu Qishu leaned against the doorframe. If they manage to abduct Yi Hanyan, they must possess certain capabilities. Let us linger for a few days to gather intel. However, she found the women in the village to be particularly strange, voicing her feelings. Strange? They seemed quite amiable. Qi Jingshu was puzzled by Yi Qingshu's implication. Surely, a group of women couldn't have kidnapped Yi Hanyan? Enough of that. Even he and Hu Yijie together wouldn't be able to manage such a feat, let alone a group of women. Those women do not resemble the villagers. Zhao Lingjun articulated his observations, casting a glance at Yu Qishu, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, momentarily igniting curiosity. That evening, Gu Xian and I ventured to investigate as Yu Qishu withdrew a cigarette from her bag, igniting it with a flicker. The room was shrouded in a haze of smoke, and the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken thoughts. Dinner is ready, a young woman's voice resonated from outside. Shan Zemin, having risen from the Kong after a sleepless night, appeared rather unwell. Miss Yi, have you not rested? He exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of Yu Qishu seated at the table. I have just awoken, she replied, her composure unruffled. Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun promptly rose as well. Having succumbed to a nocturnal routine, they were on the verge of transcending the need for sleep. Finally, a meal. I feel as though I might faint from hunger. Qi Jingshu lamented, having gone a day and a night without sustenance. He was not made of iron. As Yi Qingshu opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of a table set up in the courtyard, where the young woman was arranging dishes and utensils. A gentle smile graced her face upon seeing Yi Qingshu. This is what we have prepared for everyone, the young woman said, her eyes brimming with kindness. A middle-aged woman emerged from the main hall, her complexion suggesting distress, yet she maintained a facade of composure. Suewa, I've told you not to speak carelessly with guests. What if you offend someone of importance? She scolded. The young woman's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this. Yet she managed to muster a smile. Mother, I merely informed this young lady that we are dining separately. After I finish here, I shall fetch Xiaobao. He must be famished after running about all day. The young woman's face radiated warmth as she brushed her apron with her hand. Upon hearing mention of her grandson, the middle-aged woman's demeanor softened. Go on. Don't let Xiaobao go hungry. Her gaze then shifted to Yu Qishu, her expression fluctuating. The craftsmanship of country folk may not meet your standards. Chapter 43. Is there a mother who does not love her child? No. It is quite well done. Thank you. Yi Qingshu replied with a slight nod. Let us proceed to dine. Call us should you require anything. The middle-aged woman declared before stepping back inside. The two tables were separated, allowing a view of the interior during the meal. A young woman, accompanied by a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s and the village chief, gathered around a small table. Beside the woman sat a little boy, approximately 3 or 4 years old, who was incessantly clamoring, while the young woman soothed him gently. But she does not love her own child. Yu Qishu observed with her light hazel eyes, drawing a conclusion. This was not the behavior of a loving mother, no matter how well she masked her feelings. Her eyes betrayed a hidden darkness and weariness. What did you see? Zhao Lingjun inquired softly. having been more attuned to the family's dynamics in Yi Qishu's demeanor than the somewhat blunt Qi Jingshu. Is it possible for a mother not to love her child? Yi Qingshu mused with a delicate smile, seemingly posing a casual question. How could there be a mother who does not love her own child? Upon hearing the question, Qi Jingshu instinctively opened his mouth. He recalled that it was his mother who had fought valiantly to protect him during that fateful accident, ultimately sacrificing her life. Meanwhile, his father had been unaware of which woman's womb he was occupying at that moment. A flicker of pain and irony crossed his eyes at this thought. Yi Qishu keenly sensed the shift in Qi Jingshu's emotions, yet she refrained from voicing her inquiries. This was not an opportune moment for a psychologist. Perhaps once they returned to the city, she could investigate the matter further. Indeed, Miss Yi, what mother does not love her child? My own mother believed I was a fragile porcelain doll even as I entered the police academy. Dan Zeman chuckled, noting that it was this very sentiment that had driven him to enroll in the academy, only to find himself as a neighborhood officer instead of the detective he aspired to be. At least his mother could finally rest easy. Zhao Lingjun cast a deep glance into the room. Love is not an inherent trait. Without the nurturing of companionship and heartfelt investment, how can love truly flourish? I appreciate your perspective, Yi Qingshu remarked, her brow arching. She had merely sought to gauge the young woman's reaction, yet Zhao Lingjun had provided an unexpected answer. She had witnessed countless demonstrations of maternal affection, but this love was not innate. It stemmed from society, from companionship, from sacrifice, from hope. What if these elements were absent? Would a mother still love her child? She turned her gaze to the young woman within, inquiring, "What is your reason?" As the conversation unfolded, even Qi Jingshu, who was typically oblivious, began to sense something amiss. The mention of children and mothers could only pertain to the child and woman within the room. Was there an issue? No, he shook his head. What could a child and a woman possibly do? In a moment of confusion, his thoughts were a tangled mess. Inside the room, the voices of Yi Qingshu and the others were not loud, yet those within could naturally hear them. Upon hearing Zhao Lingjuan's conclusion, they all exchanged indifferent smiles. What a joke. A middle-aged man scoffed, muttering under his breath, "A man who looks like a woman, he must be a seductress." Throughout his life, he had seen countless women who would go to great lengths for their children. Even a phoenix would bow before them. City dwellers may be educated, yet they truly lack an understanding of human nature. However, the woman beside him was indeed striking. Wang Zhuji glanced at the young woman. If not for his current wife, he would certainly seek a beauty like her. Alas, with finances dwindling, he shook his head in disappointment. Fortunately, they had a child. Having Chui'er was a blessing. His gaze lingered on the young woman, revealing a sense of contentment. Exactly. What could city dwellers possibly understand? They are merely a group of individuals who have never experienced parenthood, a middle-aged woman remarked in a sarcastic tone. Only the young woman paused momentarily, her feeding motion faltering as she glanced up at the few seated at the table, only to breathe a sigh of relief afterward. The hand gripping the spoon tightened. Had that group of people sensed something? Should she wait a little longer? With a resolute heart, she adorned her face with a gentle smile. "Xiao Bao, it's time for dinner," she called softly. The night was tranquil as water, with Yi Qishu seated at the table, while several others had succumbed to slumber. This was their agreement. She and Gu Xian would investigate during the night, while the others gathered information about the village by day. Yet, it was rather noisy. She lit a cigarette, her delicate hand pulling open the window, a hint of displeasure etched across her brow. The woman's reluctance only confirmed her suspicions. This woman harbored secrets. The voice of Gu Xian reached her ears, prompting her to extinguish the cigarette and vanish from sight. At the village entrance, Gu Xian stood beneath the large locust tree, awaiting Yi Qingshu, his expression far from relaxed. What is the matter with that look? A gentle breeze swept by as Yi Qingshu stood before Gu Xian. I observed the area. There are 2 mountains nearby, yet I did not sense Yi Hanyan's presence. Creators and vampires often share a connection. We must search. Perhaps some special means were employed. Yi Qingshu's tone darkened. The methods capable of isolating primal bonds are scarce. Who exactly captured Yi Han? By the way, there have been cries of women echoing from this village. Gu Xian frowned, noting that the weeping had been vaguely audible since nightfall. Recalling the young wife of the village chief, Yi Qingshu felt something stir in her mind, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss. By day, we will survey the entire village, she stated solemnly. All right, let us proceed to search the mountains. Gu Xian nodded, and the 2 swiftly entered the forest. Days passed, serene and uneventful. Yi Qingshu continued her nightly patrols with Gu Xian, determined to explore every corner of the mountains. Meanwhile, under the pretense of investigating local customs, they probed into the village. Over the past few days, they discovered an overall imbalance in the gender ratio, with men outnumbering women. Moreover, the villagers' behavior was rather peculiar. They scrutinized their group with heightened vigilance. The villagers' hesitance to speak, as if they had unearthed something unsettling yet remained silent, weighed heavily on their minds. If we don't find anyone today, this village may no longer welcome us, Qi Jingshu frowned. The previous days had been manageable, but now, it appeared that someone in the village was keeping a watchful eye on them, evidently displeased with their disruption of daily life. Are the people in this mountain village truly so strange? Yi Qishu mused. Indeed. Miss Yi, we have already circled the village. If our business concludes, let us return swiftly. Dan Zimon's brow furrowed with concern. What nonsense. There is not even a signal on this mountain. It would be a miracle for Director Feng to call. Chapter 44. The trafficking village. They all understood this was merely an excuse, yet Dan Zimon's behavior had been rather odd these past few days. As if he were eager to leave. It seemed she would need to inquire further tonight, Yi Qishu contemplated. This evening, I shall conduct one final inquiry with Gu Xian. I intend to question the village chief regarding the matter of the medicine. Should Yi Hanyin truly be absent, we shall depart and leave her to make her decision. Yet, a thought flickers in my mind about that young woman. What could possibly be the matter? Help! Help! Suddenly, a disheveled woman, appearing frenzied, bursts forth from the haystack. Upon spotting Yi Qishu and her companions, her soiled face reveals eyes brimming with bloodshot desperation. Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun instinctively attempt to shield her, but Yi Qingshu halts them. Miss, I beseech you, save me. I do not belong here. She clutches at Yi Qingshu's garment, her tone frantic, casting anxious glances behind her. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you can affront the esteemed guests and escape unscathed? A group of men and women rushes over, the leading man hurling curses, his cracked hands reaching out as if to seize her. Yet they are thwarted by a pair of icy hands that grip him tightly, rendering him immobile. Fellow villager, look how terrified she is. Surely, there is no need for violence. Yi Qingshu states coldly, glancing at the woman hidden behind her. What business is it of yours? I can discipline my own wife without your interference. The man curses back. Ma Shan inwardly curses his misfortune. Having purchased this wretched woman, she persistently attempts to flee. Had he the means to acquire another, he would have gladly seen her perish. You lie. I am not from here. I was abducted. Miss, please save me. The woman trembles violently, her hands gripping Yi Qingshu's clothing, her face a portrait of pleading. Abduction. Zhao Lingjuan's confusion dissipates entirely, the oddities of this place suddenly making sense. His pupils constrict, and he regards the villagers with newfound suspicion. Qi Jingshu's expression shifts as well, as the young master of the Qi family. He has never encountered such tales of abduction. Inwardly, Dan Zimin curses his luck. He had intended to report back to the police station. But this unforeseen turn of events leaves only 5 of them in this desolate place. Abduction? Yi Qishu murmurs, the questions that have plagued her mind for days suddenly crystallizing. Having crossed oceans at the tender age of 9, she had only witnessed the trafficking of livestock, never imagining that in such a small village, women might be sold merely for their sexual exploitation. What utter nonsense. A voice suddenly admonishes from behind. Sister-in-law, why haven't you taken your daughter away? The speaker casts a shadowy glance at the woman. As the words leave his lips, a middle-aged woman steps forth from the crowd, her face plastered with a forced smile. I apologize for the disturbance, esteemed guests. My daughter was previously abducted, and it took great effort to recover her, resulting in her current state of madness. You lie. My name is Hu Xinshin. I am from the city. Please believe me, miss. The woman clings to Yi Qingshu as if grasping a lifeline. At this moment, the atmosphere grows palpably tense, and the expressions of those present darken considerably. What are you saying, you foolish girl? Quick, come with me. The middle-aged woman's expression changed dramatically as she lunged towards Hu Xinshin, only to be thwarted by a figure that intervened. Let us do this. I can see she is indeed gravely ill. Yi Qingshu feigned belief as she looked back at Hu Xinshin. At these words, Hu Xinshin's face turned ashen. This was her last resort. After numerous attempts to escape, she had always been caught. We are leaving tomorrow, she clung to me, unwilling to let go. Perhaps it would be best to allow her to stay by my side for now. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Yi Qishu swiftly changed the subject. This is unacceptable, the middle-aged woman blurted out. Let it be. Your daughter has been fortunate enough to garner the sympathy of the city's elite. It's only for one night, after all. The village chief stood nearby, his facade amiable, but his gaze dark and brooding. "But chief, she is my wife," Ma Shan protested, filled with reluctance. "Who knew if those from the city would take her away? Are my words falling on deaf ears?" The village chief thundered, his eyes flashing with a forbidding intensity. "Very well." Ma Jun lowered his gaze, trusting that the chief would not allow him to suffer a loss. A throng of villagers stared at Yi Qingshu and her entourage, their eyes lingering long after they had departed. Hu Xinshin, trailing behind Yi Qishu, felt the piercing glares akin to venomous snakes, causing her to freeze. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her. She was on the verge of escaping this prison. How wonderful! Upon returning to the village chief Wang's home, a young woman was washing clothes in the yard. Her eyes flickered upon seeing Hu Xinshin. Then, after a moment, she scrutinized Yi Qingshu and her group before lowering her gaze. Closing the door, Qi Jingshu's expression darkened. "We must leave at once and report this to the authorities. Who knows what these villagers might do?" The looks they shot us as we left sent chills down my spine. "Indeed, Miss Yi. Let us descend the mountain and then alert the bureau." Dan Zemin quickly concurred with this suggestion. Though he had never visited such a village, he had dealt with these people before, and reasoning with them about the law was akin to playing music to cattle. "Do you think they will let us go?" Yi Qingshu lamented that Qi Jingshu and the others were underestimating the situation. The village was rife with human trafficking. No one had ever escaped. This alone indicated their blatant disregard for the law and their collusion in crime, and even within the town, there might be their accomplices. "What do we do then?" Qi Jingshu asked urgently. "Tonight, let Gu Xian escort Officer Dan down the mountain to report this. We must remain here for now and observe the situation. We need to rescue these women. Shall I find a place to send a message?" Zhao Lingjun inquired. "There is no signal in the mountains. Sending a message would be slower than my words." Yi Qishu chuckled lightly. The group fell into a pensive silence. And Yi Qishu then turned her gaze toward the shackled Hu Xinshin. "How many women have been trafficked in this village?" Hu Xinshin listened in shock to their plans. And upon hearing that there were others outside ready to help, joy surged within her. They could finally leave this confinement. Almost every household has someone. I've heard that recently, many have been locked away at home. Tears finally streamed down Hu Xinshin's face. She had merely assisted an elderly gentleman. And who could have imagined that she would awaken in such a desolate and impoverished place? And then there was Sister Cheng. "Please, I beg you, save her." She clutched Yi Qingshu's clothing, desperately revealing that she was locked in the cattle pen, where those brutes assaulted her. Although her face was contorted in pain, the words remained unspoken. It was painfully evident what a woman could endure in such a wretched environment. Qi Jingshu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "How could they commit such inhumane acts?" "Calm yourself." Zhao Lingjuan's pupils trembled, betraying his agitation. Despite having grown up in poverty, he had never witnessed such a morally bankrupt situation. Chapter 45. They wish to keep you here. Rest assured, I am a police officer and will ensure your rescue. Dan Zemin assured Hu Xinshin, attempting to soothe her anxiety. Fearfully, Hu Xinshin nodded. "By the way, I heard that there are women they just bought at the ancestral hall on the back mountain." "The back mountain ancestral hall?" Yi Qishu questioned, perplexed. They had nearly scoured the entire village with Gu Xian and had discovered no signs of activity. "Yes, there is a cellar. The newly acquired women are bound and gagged, tossed there to await the storm to pass before being pulled out to be sold." The word sold struck a nerve with Qi Jingshu and the others. Yi Qingshu's gaze flickered slightly as she nodded. "I understand now. This existence is no less cruel than that of the pigs in the past." Outside, the village chief cast a heavy gaze at the firmly shut door. "Old woman, I am stepping out for a moment. Keep an eye on things," he said, lifting his leg to exit the courtyard. So it was time to take action. Yi Qishu narrowed her eyes. As dinner approached, the meal was still sumptuous. But this time it was served by a middle-aged woman. None of them inquired about the whereabouts of the young women, fully aware that they were likely victims of abduction as well. Today, Cui Hua is ill, so she's resting indoors. That girl from the Wang family is indeed pitiful, snatched away by those vile traffickers, and now returned in such a state, the middle-aged woman sighed, her tone dripping with a sense of loss. Those traffickers truly deserve punishment for abducting people in this small mountain village, relying on the absence of surveillance. She continued, "I suggest, should you ever have a daughter, you must keep a vigilant watch over her." A charming smile adorned Zhao Lingjuan's face, as if he were an innocent youth who easily believed the middle-aged woman's fabrications. The expression of regret quickly faded from the middle-aged woman's face, replaced by awkwardness. "I need to use the restroom," Yi Qishu stated calmly as she stood. Upon hearing restroom, Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun turned pale. For them, each trip to the restroom felt like a sentence of torture. Observing Yi Qingshu's retreating figure, the middle-aged woman's eyes flickered momentarily. Inside, Zhang Ying gazed in astonishment at Yi Qingshu, who had entered through the window. Wasn't the window locked? She peeked outside and quickly shut the window. You seem quite agitated, she remarked. You have been watching me closely of late. Surely, you wish to escape this place as well? Yi Qingshu stated directly. Indeed, I was abducted. Yet in this place where trafficking is rampant, escape seems utterly impossible. Zhang Ying revealed the information she possessed. Ever since Hu Xinxin managed to flee today, I have been confined within this house. I suspect the village chief is currently coordinating with both the villagers and outsiders to ensure your entrapment here. Her expression was tinged with agitation, and a sense of despair began to creep into her heart. If Yi Qingshu and the others cannot escape, the hope for us will become even more elusive. By the way, do not eat the food. They have expressly forbidden me from touching it today, for fear it may be drugged. Remembering something, she hurriedly added, Do you know where the outsiders associated with the village chief are located? This was precisely what Yi Qingshu wished to inquire about, which is why she sought Zhang Ying. I overheard that the village chief brings women to the mountainside every 15th of the month, but today they should all be at the ancestral hall, as the previous batch of women has yet to be sold. All right, I understand. Yi Qingshu's gaze was calm as she opened the window and leaped out. Behind her, Zhang Ying's expression revealed a mixture of excitement and contemplation. The night was tranquil. By evening, the village remained unusually silent as Yi Qingshu sighed upon seeing the unconscious Qi Jingshu and Shan Zemin. Have you not eaten? She turned her gaze towards Zhao Lingjun, her heart filled with curiosity. Upon returning to the dining table, she had mentioned the food being drugged, yet Qi Jingshu and the others had still succumbed. Water. It was the water. Zhao Lingjun's lips felt parched, her beautiful face difficult to read in the candlelight. They had also tainted the water we drank. I did not consume any. Yi Qingshu was slightly surprised by Zhao Lingjun's vigilance, but recalled how Zhao Lingjun had managed to escape unscathed during Yi Hanyan's abduction. Such cleverness and caution were undoubtedly intertwined. You and Gu Xian descend the mountain to report this, and be sure to take these three with you. She indicated toward the entranced Hu Xinxin and Shan Zemin, along with Qi Jingshu. Currently, Shan Zemin is incapacitated. We can only send all three together. I will not leave. Suddenly, Qi Jingshu, who had been in a deep slumber, groggily opened his eyes and attempted to rise. He had not consumed much water but felt slightly dizzy. Struggling to prop himself up, his expression resolute. Obey. Yi Qingshu commanded firmly. Yi Qingshu, I am not a child. I am a grown man capable of taking care of myself. I will not abandon you here. His gaze was unwavering, devoid of any hint of retreat. In that moment, Yi Qingshu began to assess him seriously. He stood tall, his eyes sharp. Very well, you may stay. Zhao Lingjun will take Shan Zemin down. She reluctantly altered her plans. I will stay too. The warm, resolute voice resonated, causing Yi Qingshu to feel her composure gradually slipping away. Are you also going to act recklessly like Qi Jingshu? If we all remain here, someone must go to deliver the message. Gu Xian's speed surpasses mine. With so many villagers here, I am not much inferior to Gu Xian, who is not utilizing his abilities. Zhao Lingjun had long considered this. Gu Xian's reporting would greatly enhance the speed of assistance, whereas his own departure would only delay matters. I am unable to contend with those monsters, yet I have acquired some knowledge of combat, making it manageable to deal with a few villagers. His voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of supplication, his earnest and fervent gaze resembling a forest filled with life beneath the flickering candlelight. With a soft sigh, Yi Qingshu pondered how overly opinionated humanity had become. Just as she was about to respond, a rustling sound echoed from the doorway. Well, it seems that no one can escape now. The group exchanged solemn glances, each discerning the gravity reflected in the other's eyes, making a gesture for silence. Yi Qingshu positioned herself at the forefront. Are you certain they are all asleep? How is the candlelight still aglow? A man's voice resonated from outside. Rest assured. All is under control. My wife is overseeing their consumption, came the village chief's voice. The door creaked open, and the group exchanged wary looks, their gazes locking in mutual apprehension. They have arrived. Yi Qingshu sneered coldly. Did you not just claim they were asleep? The man with the inverted triangular eyes barked angrily. His gaze then turned menacingly towards Yi Qingshu and her companions. Since you are here, you might as well stay. With that, he summoned 4 or 5 individuals from outside. Yichishu swiftly retrieved a baseball bat from her bag and charged forward. There were too many of them to risk exposure. Brothers, let us advance. However, before she could finish her words, the bat was swung down upon her. Two of them quickly became entangled in combat, while Zhao Lingjun and Qi Jingshu found themselves embroiled in their own skirmish. Gu Xian, call the police. Just as Yichishu finished speaking, a figure darted past in the distance, perched upon a tree branch. Chapter 46. Taking action yet. When one looked over, only leaves were falling. TSK, how feeble. Seizing the moment while the man with the triangular eyes turned towards the source of the sound, Yichishu brought the bat down with force, her grip firm. Bang. The man stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Capture that woman. The man with the triangular eyes shouted. Fear flashed in his eyes as he cursed inwardly, wondering how this woman possessed such strength. A gust of wind rushed from behind, and with a cold smirk, Yi Qingshu turned and delivered a swift kick to the assailant's abdomen. Oh, is someone attempting to flee? Noticing the village chief stealthily trying to leave the courtyard, Yi Qingshu scoffed and dashed towards him, seizing him and pulling him towards the man with the triangular eyes. The intense pain caused the man to break out in a cold sweat. Once she had stabilized the situation here, Yi Qingshu's gaze shifted towards Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Lingjun took down an opponent from behind, while Qi Jingshu was not as fortunate, already bearing injuries. Observing the one-sided battle, the adversary's face flickered with a hint of struggle as he contemplated abandoning Qi Jingshu and fleeing. Yi Qingshu hurled the baseball bat, striking the opponent, allowing Qi Jingshu to pin him to the ground. Who are you? The village chief gasped, scrambling backwards in a frantic retreat, regretting ever allowing these individuals into the village. We merely wish to investigate the local customs, Yi Qingshu said, picking up the rope worn by the man with the triangular eyes. Her expression one of impatience as she tossed it to Zhao Lingjun. Bound and restrained, you have released us, and we shall release you in turn. The man with the triangular eyes concealed regret within his gaze. Had he known better, he would never have placed his faith in the words of that old man, claiming there was a great bounty to be had. Now, it seems, he has not only failed to secure any goods, but has instead placed himself in dire straits. With you all firmly in our grasp, do you still dare to negotiate? Qi Jingshu perceived a flaw in the triangular-eyed man. He was undoubtedly a fool. There are still our people in this village, and capturing us will not grant you an escape, the triangular-eyed man declared fiercely. Those individuals in the ancestral hall. Yi Qingshu's tea-colored eyes flickered with intrigue. How could you possibly know that? The triangular-eyed man was taken aback, gazing at their prowess. Could they truly be police from the city? Those within stepped forth. Yi Qingshu's gaze fixed upon the door of the main house. After a long pause, no one emerged. Do not keep me waiting for too long, she frowned. At that moment, a middle-aged woman and Zheng Ying finally appeared. Bind them all. Yichishu hesitated to act against the woman. You cannot do this. It is against the law. The woman's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Huh? Qi Jingshu nearly laughed aloud. When you were involved in human trafficking, did you ever contemplate the law? Now, in this moment of peril, you suddenly think of it? Do you believe the law will protect scoundrels like you? With that, he stepped forward to secure the bindings tightly, and as he reached Zheng Ying, he glanced at Yichishu. I will keep watch over them, Zheng Ying said through gritted teeth. They are armed with rifles. You must be cautious. Yi Qingshu regarded her intently, then spoke. Very well. I trust you understand the significance of overseeing these individuals better than I do. Her gaze shifted to the child trailing behind her. Zheng Ying paused, turning to the child following her, a bitter smile escaping her lips as tears streamed down her face. Fine. Do not worry. With that, she picked up the rope and bound the child. You have lost your mind, Chuyer. That is your own flesh and blood. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened in shock. Vile woman. The village chief cursed vehemently, wishing he could devour Zheng Ying whole. Woa, you wretched woman, do not bind the little treasure. You shall not escape your fate. I have long since accepted my doom. Zheng Ying turned, her eyes aflame with rage. I am Zheng Ying, not some wretched Chuyer. The moment I arrived here, I ceased to exist. Binding the child tightly, tears fell freely from her eyes. He is not my child. He is the demon you have given me. I loathe him. I loathe all of you. I loathe him to the point of wishing to devour his flesh. Gripping the child tightly, she seethed. I do not wish to harm you. Simply remain here quietly. Her roar seemed to unleash a lifetime of torment in that instant. She despised herself as well, questioning why she had not succumbed to madness or death. Yet, her parents must be searching for her. If she were to perish, What would become of them? Father, mother. Ying will return home soon. She howled, her usual gentleness replaced by anguish. Tears marred her cheeks. Silence their voices. We shall head to the ancestral hall. Yichishu understood that Zhang Ying had completely placed her trust in them, believing they could lead her away from this hellish place. Inside the ancestral hall, nearly half of the village's able-bodied men were gathered, their eyes lewdly fixated on each girl being dragged out. Lian Sheshao, tears streaming down her face. Curled up on the ground, her disheveled attire revealing the torment she had endured. She never anticipated that a mere trip to the restroom would result in her being bound and brought here. If given another chance, she would certainly avoid such a remote place for inspiration. Stop crying, Ma Shan sneered, delivering a kick that landed squarely on her abdomen, causing Lian Xiaoxiao to wail in agony as she collapsed to the ground. Enough, an honest-looking farmer beside Ma Shan interjected. Even us simple folk have learned the city's ways. Ma Shan grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth, struggling to recall a particular idiom. Uncle Ma Shan, it's called cherishing beauty, a scrawny man chimed in. But why are you here when you already have a wife? Recently, Ma Shan felt he had hit the jackpot, eager to rid himself of an unruly partner in exchange for a more attractive one. Did you not notice who he came for? Just look at how his eyes lit up when he saw that city girl, Hu Xin. The farmer muttered, sulking. Oh, you dare mock me? Ma Shan retorted, albeit his thoughts were consumed by the allure of city women. To have such a woman beneath him would be a lifetime of pleasure. The village head had mentioned that these girls, being brought in from the village, would be sold at a discounted price. All right. When will the farmer and the village head return? We need to distribute these girls. The scrawny man hurried to the entrance, inquiring with the armed man stationed there. They should be back soon, the man replied, glancing at the time. Laughter erupted throughout the ancestral hall. Lian Xiaoxiao glared at the group of men eager to divide them. Filled with hatred, yet powerless to change her fate. Her sobs echoed through the hall. Damn these beasts. On the roof, Qi Jingshu steadied himself, his eyes blazing with fury upon hearing one of the brutes daring to covet Yi Qingshu. Zhao Lingjun, standing nearby, concealed his emotions, though a shadow flickered in his gaze. Yi Qingshu clutched a stone she had picked up on the way. Though she lacked a firearm, she could wield the stone as a projectile. Be careful, she cautioned as she and the others leapt down. The stone flew through the air like lightning. The armed man at the entrance barely had time to react before the stone struck him. With a pained cry, the projectile pierced his thigh. Chapter 47. Rescuing You. How did you get here? A group of people stared in shock as Yu Qishu and her companions descended from the roof. Lian Xiaoxiao's face lit up with hope upon seeing them, but the smile quickly faded. It merely appears to be a fragile woman accompanied by two men. The number of people here is rather overwhelming, making the situation quite challenging. Upon counting, I realized that there were indeed 20 individuals in this ancestral hall, excluding the two who lay on the ground, wailing in despair. Are you capable? She inquired of Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun. If not, we should retreat and lock the door, trapping them like fish in a barrel. No problem, unexpectedly replied Qi Jingshu, his gaze fixated on the rabble before them, eager for a confrontation. Enough talk, my brothers. Let us bind these trespassers and let the clan regulations deal with them. He bellowed. To dare intrude upon the ancestral hall is to show utter disrespect to their ancestors. If Yuchishu knew of Ma Shan's intentions, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter. What kind of honorable legacy could be built upon the rampant trafficking of souls? Ma Shan, along with the emaciated leader and the peasant, charged forward, dismissing the frail city dwellers with contempt. In the next moment, a scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the ancestral hall, with a slight exertion. Yuchishu propelled two robust middle-aged men through the air, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Oh, my leg hurts so much. As Yuchishu advanced, she forcefully stomped down on Ma Shan's leg, producing a resounding crack as both his and the peasantess' legs were shattered beneath her feet. The lean monkey attempted to flee, but was swiftly subdued by the agile Zhao Lingjun, who rendered him unconscious with a precise strike. With so many people in the hall, their numbers were few, and every lost combatant diminished their strength. Devil, brothers, let us converge upon this little witch, someone shouted from the crowd, igniting the fervor for battle as a dozen villagers surged forward to attack. Yuchishu fought with ease, for her strength and experience far surpassed that of the other two. Among the group of women, the once pained and numb expressions now blossomed with the joy of impending rebirth. Sisters, we must help. Laughter, despite the pain, echoed with determination. For she was resolute in escaping this den of demons. But we are all bound, sobbed a woman, Laughter turned to her. Can anyone assist in untying my ropes? The bindings only secured their wrists, allowing some movement of their hands. Two women immediately stepped forward to help free her. Meanwhile, Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun had sustained some injuries, while Yi Qingshu's allies continued to fall one after another. Ma Shan, dragging his injured leg, glared fiercely at the unfolding battle. He was determined to make this insolent woman pay. Surveying the surroundings, his gaze fixated upon a man with a perforated thigh, armed with a wooden gun at his waist. Enduring his pain, he rose to his feet, dragging his leg toward that man, soon acquiring a firearm. Everyone, cease at once. A thunderous command rang out, the dark muzzle of the gun piercing through the crowd, aimed directly at Yu Qishu, causing an instant silence amidst the chaos. Upon seeing the wooden gun, Zhao Lingjun's expression hardened. Almost instinctively, he kicked aside the villager before him, positioning himself in front of Yu Qishu as a shield. The man's action stirred a subtle response in Yi Qingshu's heart. She gently pushed Zhao Lingjun aside, her gaze settling on the gun-wielding hands of Ma Shan. "Oh, can you truly shoot?" She spoke with unabashed sarcasm, her eyes glancing towards the eaves. "Back so soon? Damn you, little vixen, still so defiant even when death is imminent." Ma Shan cocked his gun, his mouth spewing saliva as he spoke. "If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I shall spare your life." His lewd gaze roamed over Yi Qingshu's figure, imagining the thrill of having such a fiery temptress confined at home. Among the villagers, those closer to Yi Qishu dared not move, fearing Ma Shan's poor aim might turn upon them. "Kneel and beg you?" A sneer crossed Yi Qingshu's face. Her eyes fixed on the eaves. "Dream on." As her crisp voice resonated, Ma Shan collapsed, bloodied and battered, his gun flying from his hand, landing at Lian Xiaoxiao's feet. The villagers stared in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had just transpired? How did Ma Shan fall so abruptly? None had witnessed the scene clearly, except for Yi Qingshu, who glanced towards the figure atop the eaves, her eyes flashing with inquiry. "I called the police from the mountain." Gu Xian's voice reached her ears. Upon reaching the base, his phone regained signal, and he had reported to the county police station, directly mentioning Qi Jingshu's name. Director Feng had personally come to receive the call, and upon hearing the described circumstances, he did not take it lightly, likely already en route. Several villagers had their ropes untied, and Lian Xiaoxiao immediately grabbed a wooden gun, aiming it into the courtyard. "Don't move." Her voice trembled. "How bold of you, little wench, to have freed them." A villager cursed. Clearly, the bindings were not tight enough, allowing you to stir trouble. Yet, they dared not act. Having witnessed Ma Shan cocking his weapon moments before, though this woman might not know how to load a gun, pulling the trigger was a simple task for anyone. No one wished to become the unfortunate target. Yi Qishu smirked, casting an appreciative glance at Lian Xiaoxiao. "Make your move." She initiated action, and Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun swiftly subdued the surrounding villagers. With Yi Qingshu taking the lead, the villagers lost their inhibitions amidst the chaos. That wretched woman would surely hesitate to fire. Only a handful of villagers remained, and Yi Qingshu furrowed her brow, quickening her pace. With a few swift strikes, she rendered them all unconscious. The melee finally came to an end. Qi Jingshu rushed into the ancestral hall to free the women still bound. "All is well now. The police will come tomorrow," he comforted, noting the disheveled state of those present, some appearing as mere children. "I'll find some rope to tie these villagers up," Zhao Lingjun said as he headed towards the ancestral hall. Yi Qingshu had already accomplished much. The remaining tasks were best left to them. Discovering a weapon from the man with a bullet wound in his thigh, Yi Qingshu approached Lian Xiaoxiao. "You were incredibly brave," she affirmed. Tears streamed down Lian Xiaoxiao's face as she longed to cry out loud upon hearing those words, yet she resolutely held back her emotions. "Thank you," she said, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. Although she remained unaware of the identities of the individuals before her, she had saved them. Yao Qishu demonstrated the use of the wooden crossbow several times, calling Zhao Lingjun over in the process. "You all must guard the ancestral hall well. I still need to inquire about Yihan Yin at the village chief's house," Zhao Lingjun cautioned. Meanwhile, Zheng Ying remained vigilant, glancing at the village chief and others bound like dumplings, while also assessing the conditions of Hu Xinxin and Shan Zemin. Chapter 48. The ancestral hall resounded with heart-wrenching cries. Hu Xinxin felt a throbbing in her head as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing the familiar, dilapidated rafters, she instantly became alert and sprang up from the ground. She had only sipped from the bowl of water handed to her by Shan Zemin. Yet she had unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. That water contained drugs. A sense of dread washed over her. Her gaze then swept across the room, causing her heart to momentarily halt and her breath to quicken. Could it be that she was truly on the verge of salvation? Upon awakening, she thought it wise to quietly assist in monitoring their captors, fearing that Hu Xinxin might inadvertently shout out. Zhong Ying hastily reminded her, after all, there were still others in the village. What has transpired? Groaned Shan Zemin as he rose from the ground, his eyes widening in shock at the scene within the room. He felt as though his mind was failing him. They drugged me, and I bound them. A chilling female voice echoed in his ears as Yao Qingshu entered the room, bringing with her a gust of cold air. Shan Zemin shivered. Spring still calls for warmer attire. It is indeed cold in these mountains. You have returned. Zheng Ying's eyes brightened. The return of Yao Qingshu signified that matters at the ancestral hall had been resolved. Keep a watch over these individuals. The police will arrive tomorrow morning, Yao Qingshu stated, her expression composed. The police will come tomorrow morning? Shan Zemin inquired as he stood up. Gu Xian went to notify them, came the reply. At the news, Shan Zemin felt a wave of relief wash over him, pondering that his unaccountable slumber might be linked to these villagers. Even the police made him furrow his brow. Desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. Though not a phrase he would typically utter, it resonated within him at that moment. Seizing the village chief, Yao Qingshu strode toward the small room, declaring, I have some questions for you. You all stay here. The village chief, with his mouth taped shut, could only widen his eyes in terror. Uncertain of why Yao Qingshu had singled him out, was it a means of venting her wrath? Yet, he was not the trafficker, he merely purchased these women. While the real mastermind bore the triangular eyes, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Yao Qingshu swiftly ripped the tape from the village chief's mouth, her pupils burning crimson. Has anything unusual occurred in your village recently? Yes, the village chief replied without hesitation, as Gu Xian leaped through the window, his eyes similarly ablaze with excitement. Where? He inquired. A woman and 3 men. A woman and 3 men? That must be her. Yao Qingshu realized she had posed the wrong question, yet her demeanor exhibited not a trace of embarrassment. I have heard that there exists a miraculous remedy in your village capable of curing all ailments. Is that true? Such things do not exist in our hamlet. Do you recall the incident where someone from your village sold medicine to the women in the county? Yi Qingshu furrowed her brow. It was Ma Lady. She seemed to have sold some concoction to the townsfolk recently. Where is she now? Gu Xian's expression grew fervent. The village chief shook his head in confusion. I do not know. A few days ago, she left with her eldest child, reportedly to earn money with her brother-in-law. Did she leave on her own? Gu Xian inquired, puzzled, as it is not permissible for women to venture out of the village. She is from our village. And that young man from the Ma family insisted on taking her with him. What does her brother-in-law do? Yi Qingshu contemplated, her mind stirring with suspicions. He engages in dubious trades, certainly not reputable ones. Gu Xian was about to inquire further, but was halted by Yi Qingshu. It is the very group of individuals that ambushed us on our way here. How can you be so certain? Gu Xian expressed skepticism. The details align perfectly. And given that we have scoured this desolate area without locating Yi Han in, it is evident that he is not here. We should hasten down the mountain to find Ma Lady. After putting the village chief into a trance and returning him to the main house, Yi Qingshu happened upon Hu Xinxin unleashing her pent-up rage upon the triangle-eyed individuals, seemingly intent on venting all her frustrations and resentments accumulated over the past year. These people exploited her kindness, dragging her into a hellish existence. She would gladly feast upon their flesh. Do not make a sound, nor step outside. When the police arrive, I will summon you. Yi Qingshu advised, her tone calm despite the chaos. Rest assured, Hu Xinxin and Zheng Ying nodded earnestly, having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. They were determined not to jeopardize it. As they traversed the village, silence enveloped them. Most households had long succumbed to slumber, with only a few lights still aglow, likely from the homes of villagers attending to the ancestral hall. This is rather concerning. What if someone goes searching? Gu Xian whispered, having observed the same scene. A rabble. Nothing more. We will incapacitate them all if they come. Yi Qingshu harbored no compassion for those engaged in human trafficking. The entire village colluded in the abduction, imprisoning others and inflicting bodily harm, coupled with acts of violence. 100 deaths would not suffice. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, having learned from her own experience of being bound, Lian Xiaoxiao and a group of others swiftly tied up the villagers like Zongzi. Will the police truly arrive? Several women quietly inquired of Qi Jingshu, their fear palpable, as they had heard reports of someone calling the authorities in the town, only to be sent back. Do not worry, the police from the county will come. Qi Jingshu reassured them softly, instilling a sense of confidence in the women. They resembled startled birds, ready to scatter at the slightest sound, yet a few managed to remain composed, offering solace to the others. Lian Xiaoxiao was among them, calming the emotions of the other women she was familiar with. "Wake up!" A stir arose from the crowd, accompanied by cries of distress. Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun exchanged worried glances and moved towards the commotion. They beheld a woman, blood seeping from her lower body, her skin clammy with cold sweat. The woman lay with closed eyes, her voice extinguished, her breath nearly vanished. Yu Xiaoman, known for her emotional steadiness, promptly approached to check the woman's pulse. It was likely a miscarriage, a severe hemorrhage, indeed, a grave situation. The women were in a state of panic, recalling the recent events in the cellar. A young girl, around 13 or 14, knelt beside the woman, tears cascading down her cheeks, landing on the woman's pale, frail face. "It's all my fault, all my fault. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't be in this state." Silence enveloped the group as Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun exchanged glances, comprehending the gravity of the scene before them. The woman bore the marks of brutal abuse, and the nature of her suffering was painfully evident. The girl clutched the woman's hand tightly, beseeching Yu Xiaoman, "Please, save her. I'll give you anything you want." The sincerity in the girl's eyes struck a deep chord within Yu Xiaoman, who had only studied a bit of traditional medicine during her school years, and now found herself devoid of any instruments or resources. She closed her eyes and uttered her plea. Suddenly, the woman lying on the ground began to tremble, and after a brief moment, her body fell still, devoid of life. The sound of wailing echoed throughout the ancestral hall. Zhao Lingjun removed his outer coat and draped it over the woman's body. His large, bony hands gently brushed the girl's disheveled hair, while his eyes darkened as they regarded the villagers bound like Zongzi. Chapter 49. Conflict. It's not your fault. Blame those human traffickers and the heartless buyers. Yet, it should have been mine. The one who died should have been me. The girl held the woman's hand tightly, too afraid to look up, her tears falling like rain. If it weren't for the need to protect her, the woman would not have perished. She could have awaited the police to take her home. She gave you life, thus, you must live well and strive to reduce the number of people like you in this world. Yi Qingshu stood outside, her indifferent gaze fixed on the girl. Do not let her sacrifice be in vain. She died for you and would not wish to see you end up like this. She knelt down, imploring. Let there be no more souls who endure similar fates. The girl's eyes reflected her anguish as she softly repeated the words. Yes. Yu Xiaoman and Lian Xiaoxiao quickly gathered around, offering their affirmation. They were enveloped in a haze of confusion and despair. Yet they also provided reassurance, not only to the young child before them, but also to themselves. Watching the girl tightly embrace the now cooling body, Yi Qingshu remained silent for a long while. Qi Jingshu observed the group of scantily clad women and, with reddened eyes, ran out of the house. The resounding cries within the hall rendered him restless. It was only when he sensed another presence beside him that he, with tear-filled eyes, inquired, "They will be punished?" Wantive? Yes, the messengers of justice will hold these sinners accountable. They shall face retribution, replied the other. As Qi Jingshu's eyes flickered with a hint of ferocity while gazing at the people inside, Yu Qishu sighed. Although she had given Qi Jingshu a positive response, a lingering uncertainty nestled in her heart. This village had not formed overnight. Could the women who dared to step out of their homes truly declare the sins of these criminals without bias? Would the crimes born of the exploitation of sexual resources truly receive their deserved punishment? The sun rose in the east, casting a faint light over the horizon. The sound of police sirens reverberated throughout the village, awakening those who had spent the night in restless slumber. The police have arrived, a woman exclaimed joyfully amid the crowd. While inside the houses, a frenzy of celebration erupted. Those women, long deprived of sunlight, rushed into the courtyard, embracing one another in tears, releasing the anxiety and suffering that had accumulated over the months. We are free. The sight brought smiles to Yi Qingshu and her companions. An hour prior, Gu Xian had sent word that Director Feng had arrived, accompanied by a considerable number of people. Let us head to the village entrance with these individuals. Do not lag behind, Yi Qingshu instructed, mindful that some villagers had come seeking them just the day before. The village was no longer its usual quiet self. Upon hearing the sirens, Hu Xinxin felt an overwhelming urge to rush outside, but recalling Yi Qingshu's words, she forcefully halted her steps. Be patient, let us wait a moment. Zheng Ying cautioned, having witnessed the villagers' fierce demeanor before. Hu Xinxin nodded in agreement, while Dan Zemin struggled to contain his restlessness. However, The thought of leaving 2 women to guard a group of men felt unsafe, so he suppressed his impulse. Within the village, Director Feng found himself obstructed by a group of armed villagers, accompanied by his own cadre of security personnel. He felt somewhat helpless. Upon receiving the news of Qi Jingshu and others being kidnapped, and that this was a trafficking village, he had promptly reported it to the city. For safety's sake, the city had dispatched numerous personnel to assist him, and he hurriedly made his way here, having prepared himself for the realities of such a village. He recalled an incident from his youth when he had faced hostility from villagers who had struck him violently, requiring 6 stitches to mend the wound. He harbored concerns about Qi Jingshu and the others' visit, yet, buoyed by the lack of similar reports from the county, he had proceeded with the operation. To his dismay, he had encountered such a situation. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a sufficient number of personnel. I must inform you that we received a report alleging that you are involved in kidnapping, and I am here to investigate. Do not obstruct the investigation. Director Feng referred to the alleged kidnapping without mentioning trafficking, knowing that revealing such details would likely provoke an even more intense reaction from the villagers. The villagers, however, were not easily swayed by these claims. Upon their arrival that morning, they had learned that no one had returned from the ancestral hall the day before, which raised their suspicions. Just as they were about to approach the hall, the police had arrived. Could it be that someone had escaped and alerted the authorities? If they discovered which wretched person had made the report, they would surely not show her any mercy. It seemed today, the villagers were resolutely determined not to yield. Director Feng let out a deep sigh and took a step back, warning, I suspect there is human trafficking occurring here. I have come to investigate. And if this is the case, you should prepare for imprisonment. Upon hearing this, a projectile, resembling an egg, soared through the air from the crowd. But Director Feng swiftly evaded it. Emma spat vehemently. What nonsense! There is no such trafficking happening here. Clear the way for me. Director Feng commanded angrily, well aware that this matter would undoubtedly escalate due to Qi Jingshu's involvement. If he failed to handle it properly, he could expect to lose his position. Is everyone here? A melodious female voice rang out from behind. It was the village chief. Someone among the villagers exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qingshu had returned to the village chief's home to bring out Shan Zemin and others before hurrying back. Initially, Director Feng had been concerned for their safety, but seeing that they were unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. Director Feng, they have kidnapped me. Qi Jingshu pointed at a group of individuals bound like zongzi behind him. You're talking nonsense. You're standing right here. A man, with a shifty appearance, shouted angrily, attempting to distort the truth. Yes, release our village chief. As the villagers saw the chief and the men present, they attempted to rush forward, only to be stopped by the police. Do you have any evidence? Just arrest people. The shifty-eyed man shouted. Police, they have kidnapped us. They are human traffickers. A woman rushed out from nearby, her voice hoarse yet resolute. My name is Zhang Li. I was abducted on May 16th last year. She was the woman whom Yi Qingshu and others had encountered at the village entrance that day. Tears welled in Zhang Li's eyes. She had waited for this moment. Over the past year, she had borne 3 children to lower their guard, all to find an opportunity to escape this prison. Yet the mountains were too vast, and she could not find her way out. What nonsense are you spouting? The shifty-eyed man shouted in anger. Ha ha ha, prepare to rot in prison. I tell you, those few abusers are gone. Zhang Li laughed loudly, tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression frenzied. The man's eyes bulged with rage. What did you say? You wretched girl? How could you be so cruel? He attempted to seize Zhang Li, but was firmly restrained by a pair of strong hands. Chapter 50. The women in the cattle shed. Qi Jingshu glared at this demon with intense hatred, wishing to consume him alive. Zhang Li's words ignited something within the crowd of women, reaching a boiling point. I was abducted here 5 years ago, number 610. I am from the city. I am number 37, abducted here. My name is Lian Xiaoxiao. I am also number 37, and I am Yu Xiaoman. Voices of women echoed from behind Yi Qingshu, each resolute and powerful. Evidence. They themselves were the evidence. Living proof. Director Feng gazed at the group of girls before him, some as young as his daughter. Their fists clenched tightly. Take these people away, he shouted decisively. The officers behind were about to push past the villagers to apprehend the village chief and his entourage. But they were swiftly obstructed by a group of women and a few men rushing from a distance. Most of these women were middle-aged, some accompanied by young children. No. You cannot take my husband. You cannot take my son. They cried out in desperation, repeatedly blocking the way. You were also trafficked here. Why do you shelter these people? Hu Xinxin's eyes were bloodshot. unable to comprehend their actions. Without them, how can we survive? A woman spoke with a quavering voice. We want to live as we did before. We have children. We already have families. Can we ever return? This question cast a heavy silence over the crowd. The world is indeed harsh. Zheng Ying and Wang Li, who could sever ties to the past, could return. Women like Lian Xiaoxiao, Hu Xinxin, and others without children, or those whose parents offered understanding, could go back. But what about those who possessed none of these privileges? Yet, is this justification for crime? You are all accomplices. Lian Xiaoxiao wept and laughed simultaneously. Born in brightness, yet dying in filth, they are unworthy of humanity. Yu Xiaomon's gaze turned cold as it fixated on the group of women. Yes, she was pregnant, but as long as she lived, she would not remain trapped in this hell. Even if her scalp bled, she was determined to return. Amidst the struggle between villagers and police, most of the men in the village were handcuffed. As they searched each household for women who might be locked away, they paused at one residence. It's Sister Cheng. Hu Xinxin cried out, her voice choked with tears. In the cattle pen lay a woman, barely clothed, her body marred with bruises and exuding a foul odor. Like a beggar, nestled among the hay. A massive iron chain was bound around her neck. Due to the chill of spring, she curled up tightly like a shrimp, trying to gather warmth. In her hand, she clutched a small yellow wildflower, painstakingly extracted from the soil. When Yi Qingshu's gaze fell upon the flower, it narrowed sharply, and she followed Hu Xinxin into the cattle pen. The stench was unbearable, yet she paid it no heed. Hu Xinxin could not stop the tears as she gently lifted Cheng Xiqing. Sister Cheng, wake up. We are free now. There's still breath. I'll fetch some water. She lightly probed the woman's nose with her finger, and without delay, Yu Qishu headed to the kitchen. She filled a bowl with water and glanced at those attempting to unlock the iron chain, her pupils flashing crimson. She brought her hand close to her fang, allowing a drop of blood to fall and dissolve into the water. The wound healed almost instantly as she stepped out, colliding with Zhao Lingjuan's gaze. Zhao Lingjun had been observing her movements and noted how Yu Qishu had fixated on the flower in Cheng Xiqing's hand. His peach blossom eyes regarded the woman before him with warmth and gentleness. She often claimed to be hell and a devil, yet he believed her to be a divine spirit among mortals. Let her drink some water first. She is dehydrated. Hu Xinxin wiped her tears and hurriedly took the bowl. Thank you. The water moistened her lips, and the chain was severed by the police with a chainsaw, however. The lock near her neck could only be opened by an expert back at the station. Hu Xinxin, the woman, weakly opened her eyes. Sister Cheng, look. The police have arrived. Hu Xinxin exclaimed with uncontainable joy, pointing at Director Feng. Child, we have come to rescue you. Even Director Feng, who had weathered many storms, felt his eyes welling with tears. In such frigid weather, to imprison someone in a cow shed was simply inhumane. Cheng Xiqing's eyes flickered with confusion, then seemed to clear with understanding as she forced a smile. How wonderful. In Hu Xinxin's embrace, she fainted once more, yet this time, her body relaxed slightly. The woman's voice was as faint as a mosquito, yet no one present spoke. They listened intently, with a young officer shedding tears on the spot. Let's go. Take everyone back, Director Feng commanded as he stood up. At the village entrance, the officers counted heads. Many of the women who had been trafficked expressed their desire to return, while some sought to exonerate the traffickers. Director Feng, indifferent to the latter, retorted, if they have the capability, they can go to the county themselves. The men's mouths, previously sealed with tape, were now free, and they clamored about their innocence. Be alert while descending, Director Feng advised, as their vehicle had taken a longer route up the mountain. Due to the substantial load and time constraints, they had no choice but to drive up. However, with so many people descending, they aimed to reach the town before afternoon, then take a vehicle to the county. They must arrive in the county before nightfall. Director, there are no handcuffs left. What about this woman? A young officer approached, leading Wang Li with a complex expression. Wang Li had killed someone, and theoretically, she should be handcuffed. Yet, there were no handcuffs available, and he personally did not wish to proceed with that course of action. Director Feng sighed. Very well, let's return without the handcuffs. Why must it be so intense? She clearly still had time to escape to another place. Director, that man will be punished, won't he? Wang Li beamed with a bright smile, her face seeming to bask in the gentle warmth of spring, dispelling the shadows. Of course. With your testimony, he will likely face severe charges. As for those traffickers who were willing to protect him, they won't face significant consequences. But for someone like Wang Li, who has burned her bridges, that man will never see freedom again. That's good. May I borrow a phone? A sense of relief surfaced on Wang Li's pale face. Before Director Feng could respond, the young officer produced a phone from his pocket and handed it to Wang Li. Here you go. Director Feng felt a twinge of oddity but was soon distracted by the commotion ahead. Thank you. Wang Li adjusted her clothing, bowing deeply, before stepping aside to whisper something into the phone. Yet, Yi Qishu heard every word distinctly, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Soon after, Wang Li returned the phone to the officer, her smile warm, akin to ice melting under the sun. Thank you, officers. I have a message for my parents. Please help me convey it to them. The young officer was bewildered, and in the next moment, he witnessed Wang Li draw a kitchen knife from her clothing. Chapter 51. Fainting. He widened his eyes, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, blood stained the stone tablet of Majia village. Wang Li collapsed to the ground, her neck gushing blood, convulsing uncontrollably. With red-rimmed eyes, the officer crouched down, shouting, "What do we do? What do we do?" Helplessly, he pressed his hands tightly against Wang Li's bleeding neck, as if this could somehow stem the flow of blood. Thank you. The woman managed to smile, reminiscent of the dandelions adorning the mountains, free and vibrant. The warm spring breeze swept through, carrying away her liberated yet solitary spirit. Among the crowd, the women watched this scene, all weeping, some even wailing in despair. It was not until the first woman surged forward to kick at the traffickers that they seemed to ignite, swarming toward them. The surrounding officers remained silent, their gazes averted as if they could not bear to witness the unfolding tragedy. Did you hear her words? Zhao Lingjun stated affirmatively. Yes. It seems our thoughts are aligned. He exchanged glances with Yi Qingshu. The free spirit would ultimately find liberation. This was her final redemption. Yi Qingshu spoke softly, respecting Wang Li and choosing not to intervene. Qi Jingshu observed the scene before him, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart as he lowered his eyelashes. Their lives will surely improve from here on, right? He asked Yi Qingshu, seeking reassurance. They have endured a lifetime of suffering. Thus nothing can truly defeat them, she believed, convinced that these women would embrace a brighter future. Qi Jingshu fell into contemplation. Director Feng, accompanied by a group, hurried toward the county, with no time to spare for Qi Jingshu's situation. Yet, Qi Jingshu was unconcerned, for the pressing matter was those women. Thank you, Jingying said as she passed by Yi Qishu. You should thank yourself, for you have never given up. Zhang Ying's tears flowed as she glanced back at the child following her, before turning to enter the police station. By the time they returned to the hotel, darkness had fallen. The days of fatigue had weighed heavily on both Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun. Yi Qingshu bid farewell to the two and returned to her room. The moonlight spilled onto the pristine bed, lending it a touch of softness. If Li Bai were here, he would surely compose a poem for you. But alas, Li Bai was absent. Yi Qingshu chuckled bitterly as she leaned against the wall, her brow furrowed, removing her black gloves. The pain compelled her to groan, as the black venom had spread across her arm. The wounds inflicted by bites were particularly horrific, with dark blood continuously oozing from them, her fingers trembling slightly. What a vicious creature! She shook her head with a bitter smile, recalling that even during her pursuit, she had never felt this helpless. Yet, there was still no clarity regarding Yi Han-in. She could not leave. Just a little longer, she thought. It would be all right. Outside the door, Zhao Lingjun, with his captivating peach blossom eyes and a hint of crimson at the corners, hesitated for a moment before knocking. Yi Qishu, keenly aware of his arrival, could not suppress a chuckle. She had initially intended to let him be, but his disobedience thwarted that plan. A gust of cold wind swept through, and the door slammed open with a loud bang. On the pristine white sheets, a handsome man was pinned beneath a poised yet perilous woman. Her fangs sunk into his neck as she greedily drank. Zhao Lingjun felt a slight movement in his Adam's apple. Moments later, Yi Qishu sat up, her eyes shimmering with an eerie allure in the dim light of the night. Your hand is already like this. Why not speak? The man questioned, his voice laced with concealed concern. I won't die, so don't worry, Yi Qingshu replied, her pupils shifting back to a light tea color, her arm showing slight recovery, albeit slower than before. Zhao Lingjun understood that persuading Yi Qishu was futile. Despite his striking appearance which usually granted him success, he found himself facing obstacles with her. Silence enveloped the room for an extended period. Yu Xian entered and was taken aback by the scene before him. Could it be that Zhao Lingjun has turned into a vampire? Does he not need to sleep? Go sleep. I do not wish to have a sickly beauty accompanying me on the journey. Yu Qishu winked at Zhao Lingjun. Though she sensed his unusual feelings, he remained human. She sighed, realizing it was not the time to dwell on such matters, as unknown dangers awaited them outside. Ultimately, Zhao Lingjun agreed. Have you found my lady's address? Yi Qishu inquired, turning to Gu Xian. I went to Director Feng's office, and an officer mentioned that my lady had recently moved next door to him. He began investigating as night fell, and after some inquiries at the police station, he learned that the county is small. Everyone is aware of the new arrival. Gu Xian explained. Let us go, Yi Qishu decided. No? Gu Xian asked, noticing her arm. You need to rest. I can handle this. You are already busy enough. She insisted, believing it was his duty to take care of this matter. Can you hold back? Yi Qishu locked her gaze with his. Yes, Gu Xian nodded firmly. He indeed needed to control his instincts and handle some matters independently, and Yi Qishu acquiesced. As Gu Xian departed, Yi Qishu felt a tremor in her chest. Unable to suppress a mouthful of dark blood, she closed her eyes and lay heavily on the bed. Qi Jingshu, his eyes bloodshot, grasped Yi Qingshu's icy hand tightly. Has she fed? Zhao Lingjun entered with a backpack, his gaze somber. Yes, but she still has tea awakened, Qi Jingshu replied. His voice tinged with a hint of a sob. If it weren't for the incessant tearing and healing of wounds, he would have almost believed that Yi Qishu had left him forever. I found an overseas address in the bag and have already sent a letter, Zhao Lingjun said. Sitting beside her, his captivating peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Yi Qingshu. 5 days have passed. She has been in a deep slumber for a full 5 days. He has reproached himself countless times for obediently leaving her alone that day, bleeding throughout the night. How much pain must she have endured? Over these 5 days, they have explored numerous methods to awaken her, yet to no avail. Qi Jingshu, filled with anxiety, yearned to carry her overseas, but in her current condition, how could she possibly travel? I will head to the overseas location. You stay here and watch over her, Zhao Lingjun finally decided. The letters were too slow. He wished to directly find someone capable of treating Yi Qishu, braving any peril. Qi Jingshu understood Zhao Lingjun's intentions. However, where could a human, unblind by illusions, venture without immense danger? He resolved to send Gu Xian in his stead. If they could not go, Gu Xian must. You must understand, there is danger here. Someone needs to protect you. Pain. It felt as though the agony would consume Yi Qishu, yet the surrounding sounds pierced her consciousness, jolting her awake. Chapter 52. Awakening No. Going there would be like lambs to the slaughter. She suddenly opened her eyes, her blood-red irises gleaming like the finest jewels. She has awakened, Qi Jingshu exclaimed with joy, while Zhao Lingjun's beautiful face instantly radiated with vitality. Where do you think you're going? I'm fine, she scolded, though her voice was barely a whisper, lacking any real admonition. The blood from my bag, please, she urged weakly. Zhao Lingjun immediately handed over all the blood bags from the pack. For days, she had been unable to drink, and he and Qi Jingshu had been force-feeding her in turns. A generous infusion of fresh blood coursed through her body, alleviating some of her pain, and gradually, her spirit was restored. Where's Gu Xian? She scanned the surroundings, failing to find his figure. He went to Director Feng's. They need someone to provide an entrance. Zhao Lingjun explained softly. Upon recalling that group of women, Yi Qingshu's expression shifted slightly. Prepare yourselves. We are going to the police station to pick up Gu Xian. We must set off for Xiangbei. Now, Qi Jingshu stood up. Your body is not yet healed. Why was she so reckless with herself? He felt a surge of frustration. Heaven knows he had been on the verge of madness these past few days. Zhao Lingjun also wore a disapproving expression. I am fine. The sooner we resolve matters here, the sooner we can return. Yi Qingshu sat up, retrieved clothing from the box, and headed toward the bathroom, leaving Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun exchanging glances. Let us go. Zhao Lingjun sighed, gathering the remaining blood bags from the pack. There were still some in his room to bring along. You just allow her to disregard her well-being. Qi Jingshu thought Zhao Lingjun's concern was no less than his own. How could he so easily compromise? Zhao Lingjun smiled wryly, his eyes reflecting complexity in the light. We cannot interfere with her decisions. Even Qi Jingshu's identity cannot halt her. How much less can I? The room fell silent. Qi Jingshu gazing toward the bathroom with a sigh. In front of the police station, the scene was bustling with activity. Recently, a significant case of human trafficking had been solved, and each day, individuals came seeking their missing loved ones. Lian Xiaoxiao and Cheng Xiqing were busy taking statements. And after several days of recovery, Cheng Xiqing appeared to be much improved, accompanied by her parents. Upon hearing about their daughter's harrowing ordeal, both families were consumed with rage. Wishing to tear apart those inhuman fiends responsible, Lian's father maintained a relatively calm demeanor, Yet, Cheng Xiqing's parents were nearly driven to madness. One could only imagine their anguish upon seeing their daughter still adorned with a chain around her neck after 20 years of nurturing her, only for her to endure such torment. Miss Cheng, regarding your claim that your friend deceived you, we will conduct a thorough investigation. Rest assured, we will not let a single wrongdoer escape. A female officer spoke gently, her eyes reflecting the same fury. According to Cheng Xiqing's account, it was her friend who had lured her to a bar, and she subsequently awoke in the hands of traffickers. Thank you, officer. Cheng's parents expressed their gratitude repeatedly, resolved to find the best lawyer to ensure that those vile creatures remained incarcerated for life. Cheng Xiqing sat silently on a stool, her head bowed, lost in thought, which brought tears to her parents' eyes once more. Mom, Dad, it was a group of students who rescued me, Lian Xiaoxiao remarked. Her spirits evidently lifted as she recalled Yu Qishu and the others. Do you know where they are staying? Lian's parents inquired of the police. Without Yi Qingxu and her companions, they would have never found their daughter. Such a profound debt of gratitude must be repaid. You mean Miss Yi and Mr. Qi? They are residing in the hotel next door, the female officer replied with a smile. Now, Yu Qishu and her companions had become renowned at the police station. Who could have imagined that such young individuals could dismantle an entire trafficking ring? Thank you. Both families expressed their appreciation, deciding to visit the next morning to convey their thanks. As they exited the police station, they spotted Yu Qishu and her companions waiting at the entrance. It was Miss Yi who first discovered our whereabouts, Lian Xiaoxiao noted. The parents of both families quickly approached, greeting them warmly. Upon turning to face the newcomers, Yu Qishu sighed when she saw Cheng Xiqing, who, though physically improved, bore an unmistakable look of distress. Physical ailments can be treated, but the heart-s wounds are harder to heal. Miss Yi, we intended to visit you, but we didn't expect to encounter you here, Cheng's father stated, producing a card from his bag. I have not prepared any gifts, but this card contains 80,000 yuan. He had nearly exhausted his life savings in the search for his daughter, and offering such a sum was no small feat, however. Given that they had saved his daughter and recognizing the visible toll the ordeal had taken on the rescuers, he felt it was right to offer this token of gratitude. Seeing this, Lian's mother also retrieved a card from her bag. There's no need, Yi Qingxu replied, directly pushing the card back. Please accept it, Miss Yi, Lian Xiaoxiao urged, her voice tinged with emotion. If not for Yi Qingxu's intervention and her encouraging words, she would not have found the strength to persevere. My dear friends, I do not lack for money. The rescue of your daughter was a matter of fate, Yi Qishu said, shaking her head and refusing the offer. One must express a modicum of sentiment. Otherwise, the weight of such immense kindness would render one restless. There is no need for that. As they have emerged from the depths of despair, and their subsequent peace and happiness is the greatest gratitude one could offer. Yi Qingxu's gaze fell upon Cheng Xiqing, and upon noticing the look in Yi Qingxu's eyes, Cheng's parents were nearly brought to tears. The night had grown late, and I had matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Upon seeing Gu Xian emerge, Yi Qingxu prepared to bid farewell. Are you heading to the city, Miss Yi? Although I possess no considerable influence in the city, I do own a hotel where you might find accommodation, Mr. Lian interjected hastily. We are heading to Xiangbei. Qi Jingshu spoke up. My uncle resides near the 14th bridge in Xiangbei. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek his assistance, Mr. Lian eagerly added, wishing to offer support to Yi Qingxu and her companions. The 14th bridge? Thank you very much, Yi Qingxu replied with a smile. It seems I shall need to call my uncle tonight and request his help, Mr. Lian thought, feeling a sense of relief. As they watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Cheng's parents exchanged a glance, vowing that if they were ever in a position to do so, they would aid those women rescued from the mountains. Inside the car, Yi Qingxu learned of the fates of several women. Yu Xiaoman, an orphan, departed the county without pause after resolving her affairs here. Zhang Ying had left, though it remained unclear whether she did so alone or with a child. The little girl had been returned to her parents. As for Hu Xinxin, it was said her family belonged to prominent figures in the city, and whether this trafficking ring could be dismantled remained to be seen. Most of the other women chose to leave, while a few remained at the police station, pleading for the release of those fiends. Qi Jingshu expressed indignation at the protection afforded to those demons. Observing the scenery outside, Yi Qishu scoffed, reflecting on humanity's uncanny ability to conjure and shield malevolence. Chapter 53. We sent a letter. What news from Ma Lady? She inquired of Gu Xian. She mentioned that the medicine was brought back by her brother-in-law from Xiangbei. Gu Xian relayed the information he had received. Xiangbei? It seems there is indeed no connection to Magiacan, she mused. And how are you? His gaze fell upon Yi Qingshu's hands, encased in black gloves. The sight of her lying in a pool of blood had nearly led him to believe she was lost to them forever. Guilt had nearly engulfed him in the days that followed. Fortunately, she had awakened. I am fine, Yi Qingshu replied, shaking her head. The others in the car, accustomed to her usual response, felt a wave of frustration as silence enveloped them. Gu Xian, with his head bowed and hands clenched, resolved to mature swiftly. The photograph in your handbag, was it of my ancestor? Qi Jingshu, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly recalled the image he had seen extracted from Yi Qingshu's purse. Huh. Your choice of words is quite unique, Yi Qingshu chuckled, amused that Qi Jingshu had come up with such a thought. An ancestor? Well, I suppose those from the Qing dynasty should indeed be considered ancestors, Qi Jingshu mused, scratching his nose, uncertain of how to categorize them. Ah, that is my father. By all accounts, he should be considered your woman. With a furrowed brow, she appeared lost in thought. Nonetheless, I find myself at a loss for words. Yi Qingshu shook her head. Qi Jingshu and his father were separated by several generations, making them nearly distant relatives. Is that address in the bag your residence, vampires? Qi Jingshu cautiously inquired, voicing the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Indeed, Yi Qingshu nodded. No wonder she had forbidden me from going there. Are the inhabitants difficult to get along with? The reaction Yi Qingshu displayed upon awakening was distinctly unusual. Accustomed to the serene demeanor of Gu Xian and Yi Qingshu, he struggled to fathom just how terrifying vampires could be. As Zhao Lingjun drove, he let out a slight sigh. Yi Qingshu had only revealed her best side to Qi Jingshu, making it challenging for him to comprehend. Normally, who would assume that vampires are amiable? They are quite fierce. Do not venture there, was all Yi Qingshu had to say on the matter. Qi Jingshu scratched his head. While you were unconscious, we sent a letter. You sent a letter? Yi Qingshu's gaze sharpened, her expression grave, reminiscent of their initial encounter. You remained in a state of unconsciousness for quite some time. And we were deeply concerned. The man's gentle voice reached Yi Qingshu's ears, causing her to slightly temper her expression. Yes, they were all striving to rescue him. However, what is the matter? Gu Xian could clearly sense the weight of Yi Qingshu's thoughts. We must swiftly locate Yi Hanyan, Yi Qingshu replied solemnly. The unusual circumstances surrounding Gu Xian's condition posed a significant danger until the creator was found. The gravity of her expression left the men feeling unsettled. What could possibly cause Yi Qingshu to exhibit such a countenance? Xiangbei City, a small city within the province, is renowned for its traditional historical culture. After settling Gu Xian, Yi Qingshu led Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun to her uncle's residence. The 14th bridge exuded classical charm, with flowing waters and opulent gardens, presenting a breathtaking panorama. Along the way, Yi Qingshu felt uplifted as she gazed at the surrounding scenery, her eyes brightening upon spotting a pair of individuals clad in traditional attire. Where can I purchase such clothing? She inquired. There are many shops along that street. I shall take you there, Zhao Lingjun replied, taking her hand and guiding her towards the stores. Are today's youth so adept at discerning others' desires? Did she truly wish for such an outfit that it was so transparently perceived? No. Yi Qingshu immediately dismissed this supposition, observing Qi Jingshu, who appeared utterly oblivious. Throughout their journey, the group attracted nearly 99% of the passers-by's attention. Observing Zhao Lingjun's face, which seemed to draw admiration effortlessly, Yi Qingshu couldn't help but muse that regardless of the era, beauty remains the focal point of public intrigue. Moreover, Qi Jingshu had already declined several advances. Yet, why did this young man seem so burdened with thoughts? At this moment, Qi Jingshu's thoughts were entirely consumed by the sight of Zhao Lingjun holding Yi Qingshu's hand. His gaze turned pensive. What was it about this boy that felt increasingly unsettling? Qi Jingshu found him rather exasperating. Upon entering the clothing store, the trio instantly captivated the attention of all present. Wow, they are stunning. Are they celebrities? Where are the cameras? Are they internet influencers? Welcome. A keen-eyed staff member promptly approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh my, two handsome gentlemen. I wish I could be the lady in the middle. Hello. I would like to purchase some clothing, Zhao Lingjun said, his smile akin to a gentle spring breeze. The staff member eagerly nodded. As if pecking at grains, what type do you need? Oh my, the handsome gentleman speaks so softly. Zhao Lingjun inquired gently, glancing down at Yi Qingshu. How about that one? Yi Qingshu pointed towards a piece of traditional Tibetan women's attire displayed in the window. Certainly, how many would you like? The staff member's eyes darted between Yi Qingshu and Zhao Lingjun, Feeling somewhat disheartened, it was evident that the handsome gentleman was already in a relationship. Yet, his girlfriend was equally beautiful, elegantly clad in casual black attire. 3 pieces, Qi Jingshu interjected quietly from the side. The staff member's eyes widened with astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a sensational scoop, surveying the trio with renewed interest. This young lady never hinted at a fondness for ethnic attire. Yi Qingshu cast a questioning glance at Qi Jingshu. After changing into their outfits, the store erupted with exclamations of awe. "Oh my! I can see the spirit of the snow-capped mountains." The store manager's eyes gleamed with excitement as he approached briskly. "If you would allow us to take a photo, we can offer you a 20% discount." His tone was almost reminiscent of a cunning wolf. "No, thank you," Yuchishu replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing her refusal, the manager felt a twinge of disappointment but persisted. "We can also offer complimentary gifts. Would you reconsider?" "Thank you for your kindness," Yi Qingshu said, lowering her gaze and declining once more. The manager could only watch wistfully as they departed after she completed her purchase. Alas, the living advertisement has left. "Shall we take a photo?" Qi Jingshu suddenly suggested. Yi Qingshu halted, finally voicing her thoughts. "You know, someone like me shouldn't leave behind photographs." She lowered her lashes. Since 1930, she had not taken another picture. "But I want to take one with you." Qi Jingshu's tone was laden with disappointment. He had suspected that Yi Qingshu's refusal stemmed from this reason, yet he still put forth his request. His fear lingered. What if one day Yi Qingshu forgot him? Zhao Lingjun remained silent, wishing for the same. Chapter 54. Did your grandfather write this? Behind Qi Jingshu stood Yinan, who would always endure and accommodate him with the utmost patience, regardless of his actions or requests. "I fear that one day you might forget me." Qi Jingshu's lips moved as he uttered these words. Yi Qingshu felt a sudden tremor in her heart, her fingers nervously rubbing against her handbag, and at last, she heard herself respond with a resounding yes. Perhaps she had been thinking the same. Qi Jingshu's face instantly lit up with joy as he took out his phone. Raising an eyebrow at Zhao Lingjun, "Could you assist me in capturing a photograph? Let us do it together." Observing the playful expression on Qi Jingshu's face, Yi Qingshu couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Lingjun's thoughts were evidently displayed on his face, his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed intently on her. If a photograph was to be taken, they might as well do it together. Through their time spent together, Zhao Lingjun had already become a friend. Perhaps years later, these photographs would serve to awaken cherished memories. "Let's take a photo together." Zhao Lingjun's eyes sparkled with joy. Ultimately, they honored the wishes of both, resulting in a delightful group picture. Zhao Lingjun and Qi Jingshu, truly, the desires of both individuals. Zhao Xiaohu Lingjun quipped, "If I get to join in, it's a win." Suddenly, a robust voice pierced through the air, exclaiming, "Stop that thief." Yuchishu lifted her gaze to see a masked man charging towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed forward, seized the thief's clothing, and executed a swift maneuver to pin him to the ground. "Thank you, miss." Lian Jingjing wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathless as she retrieved her bag from the thief's grasp. "You can really run. I chased you through 3 streets." She shouted indignantly, robbing in broad daylight. Moments later, the security personnel arrived, albeit belatedly. "Apologies, Miss Lu. It's all right, you may take him away." Lu Jingjing waved her hand dismissively. The security staff were familiar with Jingjing, a resident of the neighborhood. "All right, once you're done, please come over to take a statement." Lu Jingjing readily agreed and then turned to express her gratitude to Yi Qingshu. "Miss, I truly appreciate your help. I'm Lian Jingjing. And as a token of my gratitude, I would like to offer you a reward." She smiled brightly. "It was a mere act of kindness. We have other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Yi Qingshu gently shook her head, turning to depart. "Where does Lian's uncle reside?" Yi Qingshu inquired, tilting her head towards Zhao Lingjun. "He lives on Taohua Alley, named Lu Haixing." Lu Haixing. Yi Qingshu's pupils constricted, her steps momentarily faltering. "Do you know my grandfather?" Behind them, Lian Jingjing's voice emerged once more, her expression one of surprise. She vowed she hadn't intentionally eavesdropped. She merely happened to be traversing this path. "Lu Haixing is your grandfather?" Qi Jingshu was astonished, marveling at the serendipity of encountering a family member of their target. "Indeed. What do you seek from my grandfather?" Lian Jingjing pondered, recalling that she had never seen these individuals at home. With such beautiful people, she surely would have recognized them long ago. "We were introduced by Lian Xiaoxiao's father. You are the ones who rescued Xiao Xiaojie?" Lian Jingjing exclaimed in awe, her face illuminating with admiration. She had learned just yesterday that Xiao Xiaojie had been saved, and her benefactors were soon to arrive in Xiangbei. Though she and Ti anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Yes, Qi Jingshu nodded. Thank you for rescuing Xiao Xiaojie. Lian Jingjing bowed deeply, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Could you take us to find your grandfather? Yi Qishu endeavored to maintain a smile on her face. Of course, follow me, Lu Jingjing readily replied, trailing behind Lu Jingjing. Yi Qishu was beset with thoughts, and after a moment could not help but chuckle. There were countless individuals in this world who shared the same name, and the one she was familiar with had long since passed away. In a short while, they arrived at an antiquated and charming alley. Here we are, Lu Jingjing announced as she pushed open the door. Child, why are you making such a fuss? Just return quietly. An elderly woman with a gentle demeanor reprimanded upon seeing Lu Jingjing. Though her words were scolding, her tone held no trace of reproach. Is this your friend? Grandma Lu inquired, glancing at Yi Qingshu and the others behind her. This is the benefactor mentioned in the call from Sister Lian yesterday. Come to see Grandpa? Lu Jingjing whispered. Oh, I see. Please have a seat. I will fetch my husband, Grandma Lu said with a benevolent smile. Already aware of the situation concerning the Lian family girl, it was indeed fortunate to encounter kind-hearted individuals who had aided in her rescue. Jingjing, please make our guests comfortable. She added. Thank you. Qi Jingshu smiled, appearing youthful, spirited, and endearing, which endeared him to Grandma Lu even further. Though these children seemed quite young, their ability to save individuals from trafficking villages suggested they possessed both character and wisdom that was exceptional. Watching her grandmother enter the study to call for someone, Lu Jingjing pointed to the stone table and benches in the courtyard, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Please sit. The table is laden with freshly picked fruits. Help yourselves. Handsome young men and beautiful young women, especially those who were benefactors, were indeed hard to dislike. Old man, the people from the Lian family have arrived. Grandma Lu stepped inside and glanced at Lu Haisheng, who was engrossed in his calligraphy, feeling a headache coming on. After half a lifetime, this man was admirable in every way, yet once he began to write, even the heavens could not deter him. Lu Haisheng made a gesture for silence. His hair was frosted with white, and he was clad in a white gown and trousers, exuding a vigorous spirit, with deep-set eyes that hinted at his youthful appearance. This piece is nearly complete. Just a moment, he said, as he held a brush, dipping it into ink with his beaded hand. The beads were smooth, evidently worn down from countless touches. Grandma Lu let out a helpless sigh. Is this piece written by your grandfather? Outside, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly echoed, causing Lu Haisheng to halt his brush mid-stroke. Indeed, my grandfather has a profound love for calligraphy. All the paintings on these courtyard walls are his own work. Lu Jingjing responded. These characters seem quite familiar, the woman remarked gently, yet Lu Haisheng felt a jolt of recognition. Instinctively, he ran outside, brush in hand. Hey, old man. What is happening with you? Grandma Lu, puzzled, followed in pursuit. Outside, Yi Qishu gazed at the characters and paintings before her. A flicker of speculation stirred within her. Yet she soon chuckled. He has passed away. Perhaps this is all merely coincidence. Zhao Lingjun observed Yi Qingshu's demeanor and couldn't help but feel intrigued. A resonant sound echoed, prompting the onlookers to lift their gazes, revealing a spirited elderly man standing at the entrance. Ink had stained his white gown, and his keen eyes were fixated intently on Yi Qishu, as though brimming with unspoken words. A brush rolled upon the ground, ultimately resting at the feet of the woman he had longed for. Grandfather, you're here, Lu Jingjing exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her grandfather emerge. Yet, today he seemed rather peculiar, prompting her to scratch her head in confusion. Yi Qingshu's pupils trembled slightly as she beheld this familiar figure, rendered speechless. Old man, what troubles you? Lu grandmother broke the silence, retrieving the brush from the ground. Why does everyone seem so strange today? Chapter 55. Long time no see. A melodious laughter reverberated throughout the courtyard, tinged with sorrow and mockery. Yi Qingshu's gaze turned cold. It has indeed been a long time. Lu Haisheng. She uttered the name of the aged man before her, a blend of familiarity and strangeness in her tone. What a reunion it is. One I thought would never come to pass. How could I have resisted seeing you while I still draw breath? Standing. Zhao Lingjun sensed the unusual undertone in Yi Qingshu's words, his eyes flitting between Lu Haisheng and Yi Qingshu, a heaviness settling in his heart. Miss, do you know my grandfather? Lu Jingjing remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Jingjing, Lu Haisheng admonished, a tempest brewing in his eyes as he dared not meet Yi Qingshu's gaze. Yi Qingshu, do you recognize him? Qi Jingshu inquired with a straightforwardness that lacked the reservations of Zhao Lingjun or the pressure from Lu Jingjing's familial ties. Lu Haisheng, should I say that I know you? Yi Qishu softly questioned, refraining from answering Qi Jingshu. It has been so long, dear one. Lu Haisheng finally spoke the term of endearment he had not uttered in ages, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. 50 years had passed, and he had believed that he would never see her again until the day of his demise. Yet today, she had unexpectedly returned, reminiscent of their first meeting. With a bittersweet smile, Lu Haisheng stepped forward, yearning to bridge the distance to the woman who had occupied his thoughts countless times. Lu Haisheng, why do you carry such a grand deception, along with those prayer beads? Yi Qingshu's gaze fell upon the beads in his hand, and she retreated a step, eager to clarify her myriad questions. However, upon noticing Lu Jingjing and the astonished Lu grandmother in the courtyard, she tightened her grip on her handbag. Ha, it matters not. The truth has lost its significance at this juncture. She laughed hollowly, a flicker of red flashing in her eyes, and stepped forward to forcefully cast the beads to the ground. A cacophony ensued, strings snapped, and beads scattered. Miss, what are you doing? Lu Jingjing felt a surge of anger, bewildered by the sudden conflict. This was her grandfather's most cherished bracelet. She had nearly lost it once, earning herself a stern reprimand from him. Yi Qishu, Zhao Lingjun called out. Lu Haisheng, let it be as you say. May we never meet again in this lifetime. The woman's voice was sharp and resolute, each word striking Lu Haisheng's heart like a hammer, igniting an urge within him to grasp her hand. No, that was not his initial intention. He had long since regretted his choices. Yet now, he found himself unable to utter words of reconciliation, for he had erred. Moreover, he had aged. Without casting another glance at the man, Yi Qingshu turned to leave, wishing to conclude everything here. Perhaps this was the best resolution, regardless of the truth. She no longer wished to know. Look, immortality does have its merits. Time ultimately erodes all. Zhao Lingjun and Qi Jingshu exchanged knowing glances with Lu Haisheng, understanding without words that there might be something between Yi Qishu and him. However, this was not the moment for inquiries. Grandfather, let me help you, came Lu Jingjing's voice from behind. Stop it, Jingjing, a frail voice interjected as Lu Haisheng's hands frantically searched for the bead. He could not afford to lose this last possession. It was a gift from Anan. Anan. His eyes glazed over, reaching for the bead on the table. But he was sharply jolted, blood spilling forth. Grandfather, are you all right? Yi Qingshu halted at the gate, her footsteps pausing, her gaze flickering with struggle, a bitter smile escaping her lips. She dashed to Lu Haisheng's side, crouching beside him. Lu Haisheng, don't pick it up, she shouted, her hands trembling slightly. Anan. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Grasping the bead tightly, Lu Haisheng snapped back to reality, tears streaming down his face, weeping like a child. The past, ultimately, is but a wisp of smoke. Lu Haisheng, you have achieved what you wished for. What more could you desire? Pain flickered in her eyes. She had always believed herself indifferent to the truth, yet it turned out she was still affected. Indeed, but I do not wish for what I do not wish for. Lu Haisheng replied with a bitter smile. I have freed myself since the day you jumped off the bridge. Yi Qingshu murmured softly, gradually revealing her heart. I let everything go to start anew, and now, seeing you alive, I feel fortunate. Lu Haisheng looked up at the woman before him, his heart in disarray, as if something had been wrenched from his soul. And now, I only wish to know the truth. The truth behind your actions back then. She had once thought it was simply a matter of lost love, never delving into Lu Haisheng's myriad peculiarities. Everything was unfolding in an entirely unpredictable manner. Warm hands enveloped Yi Qingshu's, as Lu Haisheng's eyes reflected his inner turmoil and anguish. Old man, whatever conflict you have, just speak it out, Lu grandma interjected, pulling at Lu Haisheng, though she felt there was something peculiar between her husband and this young girl. It seemed that this man had been tormented by a single issue his entire life. If the root of all problems lay here, she had no desire to delve into the reasons behind the strangeness. Lu Haisheng, I have moved on. Perhaps you should too. Yi Qingshu's gaze was gentle, resting upon Lu grandma before her. At last, Lu Haisheng revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness, his hands yearning to grasp Yi Qishu firmly. Yet the perspiration rendered him unable to do so. Anan, I have divulged everything to you, he spoke in a subdued tone, observing the two enter the study. Qi Jingshu paced back and forth like an ant on a hot skillet. What do you think they could possibly say? What is their relationship? He bombarded Zhao Lingjun with questions. He was not foolish. The look on Lu Haisheng's face just moments ago could only signify romantic entanglement. He recalled how Yi Qingshu had once remarked in the restaurant that he resembled someone else. Could it be that Lu Haixing? Why the rush? It is merely a reunion of old friends. Lifting the steaming tea from the table, Zhao Lingjun took a gentle sip, savoring the words old friends with profound emphasis. A turbulent current simmering in his gaze. This fellow remains remarkably composed. Qi Jingshu arched an eyebrow. What do you think that woman-esque connection to my grandfather is? Lu Jingjing felt a strange twist in the unfolding events. Her grandfather seemed to encounter a former lover from a past life, and that young lady appeared utterly betrayed. Could it truly be a case of reincarnation? She whimsically pondered, shaking her head, for she was an avowed atheist. Old Madame Lu remained silent. Her aged eyes bright with understanding. Although she was unaware of the unfolding drama, she found solace in the hope that one day he would untangle his heart's knots. Within the room, Yi Qishu listened intently as Lu Haixing recounted the events of yesteryear, lost in contemplation. I never anticipated you would believe your brother's death was orchestrated by me, she said with a bittersweet smile. It was not she who had gone mad on that rainy night, but Dean. To conceal Dean's uncontrollable state and placate the court, she had taken the blame, asserting that all was driven by her feelings. Yet somehow, this statement had reached Lu Haixing. Chapter 56. Release. Over the years, I have contemplated this matter thoroughly. It could not possibly be your doing. Yet Lu Haixing lowered his head, resembling a child who has erred. His brother's feelings for Yi Qingshu, along with his brother's death, weighed heavily on his heart. He had sought her out again, only to find her vanished. So, you chose to evade through death, did you? No. I left that day only to be rescued. Lu Haixing shut his eyes, seemingly transported back to that fateful morning. Watching her being taken away by the court while she witnessed him plunge off the bridge. At her words, Yi Qingshu felt a sense of relief, realizing that their bond was not solely founded on deceit. Why didn't you ask me back then? She inquired softly. I lacked the courage. It was all in the past now. Perhaps, for both of us, this was the best conclusion. Her gaze softened, devoid of any lingering emotions. I am truly sorry about your brother, she lamented, unable to assist Lu Haixing in seeking vengeance, for that individual was her creator. There is no need for apologies. Lu Haixing tightened his grip on the Buddhist beads. He wondered if, had he been more forthcoming back then, the subsequent events might have unfolded differently. She and he would not have arrived at such a juncture. You harbor no resentment towards the wrong person. It is my fault. That individual is my creator, Yi Qingshu, who chooses to be candid. The person before him possesses the right to know the truth. The man staggered back a step, gripping the bead tightly in his hand. Do not speak any further. As long as you return, I care for nothing else. The truth has long ceased to matter to him. If you require any assistance, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your needs. Upon hearing these words, Lu Haixing gazed up at the woman he had cherished since childhood, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Everything is far too late. Anang, all I desire is your well-being. He murmured softly. They had missed so much. He did not wish for her remorse to linger in his final memories. Lu Haixing, you may resent, but do not remain confined within the cage of love. Approaching the man, Yi Qingshu gently caressed his head, her expression tender. Lu Haixing should not be ensnared by her matters for a lifetime. The man, like a child, remained silent for a long while before finally lifting his head. I know, yet I cannot help but think of you. I cannot cease thinking of you, just as I once chose death to escape. No, you love your wife, love your children. Lu Haixing, you have already escaped all of this, though you have yet to realize it. Yi Qingshu softly recounted his transformation. Once, he never allowed anyone into his study. Yet now his family could, indicating what he truly cared about. Perhaps the thoughts of her lingered within him. Perhaps it was their love that rendered him regretful and unable to move on. This statement struck Lu Haixing like a bell, his pupils constricting. Indeed, he still has family. A flicker of pain crossed his brow as he softly uttered a good. The person before him, after all, was fated yet unattainable. We should go out. I have matters to attend to, Yi Qingshu said, pushing open the door and turning to look at Lu Haixing. The matters had been laid bare, leaving no regrets in her heart. And now, even if Lu Haixing did not speak, should the future descendants of the Lu family seek her out, she would certainly assist them to the utmost of her ability. Adjusting her demeanor, Lu Haixing cast one last deep glance at Yi Qingshu, as if to forever etch this moment into his memory before his gaze returned to a tranquil state. Perhaps, from the very beginning, they were simply individuals on parallel paths. Had he not insisted, they would never have crossed in such a manner. They are out. Qi Jingshu exclaimed upon seeing them emerge, his eyes bright with curiosity. Eager to inquire what had transpired, Zhao Lingjun concealed his emotions. Are you well? Everything has concluded, Yuqishu replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingjun felt a weight lift from his heart, as if a great stone had been removed. Lu Haixing momentarily paused, his gaze falling upon Zhao Lingjun. When their eyes met, he comprehended everything within his heart. Indeed, who could resist such a woman? Yet they were like fleeting passers-by, forever elusive. Old man, are you all right? Grandma Lu approached Lu Haixing, supporting him with a concerned expression. Gently caressing his elderly wife, who had weathered decades of life storms alongside him, Lu Haixing's gaze softened. I am quite well. This young lady is the daughter of an old acquaintance. I was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, and I hope you can forgive my earlier indiscretion. Upon hearing these words, Grandma Lu smiled. We have shared several decades together. Such trivial matters cannot possibly upset me. In that moment, her husband appeared more vibrant than his usual composed self, revealing a side she had never encountered before, and she felt joy in his transformation. Hearing the mention of the Lin family, Lu Haixing continued, Young lady, I understand you have come seeking assistance. My wife and I have resided here for 20 years, and we will do our utmost to help. Grandma Lu's words were gentle yet resolute. The person before her not only aided the Lin family but also assisted her. It was then that Lu Haixing recalled that Yuqishu had come for a specific purpose. I will do everything in my power to assist you, he began, opening his mouth as if to utter an affectionate term, but abruptly hesitated. Noticing his choice of address, Yuqishu remained composed. It was time for him to step forward. We are here to inquire about Master Mu. Do you know anything? Qi Jingshu asked directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Haixing's expression shifted. What is the matter? Yi Qingshu observed his unease. Lu Haixing nodded. I know Mu Yinan. He was gravely ill a year ago, and then miraculously recovered. He had never believed in miraculous recoveries from terminal illnesses, and upon closer observation, he had noted that, in the past 6 months, the Mu household had been bustling with visitors, especially those adorned with silver chains, bearing distinctive symbols. Due to his military background, he was particularly attuned to such details. Yi Qingshu's investigation today naturally confirmed his suspicions. But what has transpired? He tentatively inquired. My companion has gone missing in Xiangbei Nashan. He blurted out instinctively. What do you know? The elder Qi Jingshu leaned in closer. Lu Haixing shot a reluctant glance at Qi Jingshu, expressing his dislike for this young man who was always positioned in front of Yi Qingshu. Yi Qingshu noticed her discomfort, indicating that the child was overly concerned, making matters difficult to manage. I have been visiting Nanshan recently to pay respects, and I have seen them there several times. Where does he reside? We must find him. Zhao Lingjun interjected. He has been away for several days and is not at home, Yi Qingshu replied thoughtfully. The mountain, the medicine, if she was not mistaken. The person should indeed be in Nanshan. We shall go tonight, she resolved. Those individuals appear to be organized and all wear wolf head insignias, Lu Haixing warned. Chapter 57. This time, it's a true farewell. The thought of encountering werewolves in the vicinity of Majiakan weighed heavily on Yi Qingshu's heart. What in the world was happening? Furthermore, the absence of any further activity from those pursuing Zhao Lingjun raised questions about their identities. I will be cautious, she assured. I noticed a street of delicacies outside. Shall we venture there? Qi Jingshu suggested, eager to pose a myriad of questions. Lu Haixing wished to retain them with words of invitation, yet his lips moved without sound, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. As if sensing her husband's thoughts, Grandma Lu spoke up. It's almost noon, and the snack street won't come alive until evening. You are Xiaoxiao's saviors. May we treat you to a meal? Upon hearing this, Qi Jingshu wished to respond, but was restrained by Zhao Lingjun. A flicker of contemplation passed through his enchanting peach blossom eyes. Some matters require a graceful parting. Yi Qishu consented. Inside the room, Lu Jingjing was enveloped by a chilling silence. Unable to contain herself, she stood up. I will check what Annie has bought and lend a hand to Grandma. Be steady, go ahead. Lu Haixing sighed, reflecting that the child was admirable in many ways, yet lacked composure. With a sense of having received permission, Lu Jingjing dashed out, wondering why the atmosphere felt so devoid of youthful vibrancy. Over the years, have you been well? Lu Haixing gently rubbed his teacup, his tone soft. Yi Qingshu nodded. I've been quite well, wandering across the globe. In truth, she had been fleeing for her life. That is good, Lu Haixing nodded, suddenly at a loss for what to ask next. His gaze grew hazy, reminiscing about the years he had trailed behind her, filled with countless questions. Never imagining this day would come, silence enveloped them. What is your relationship? At last, Qi Jingshu could no longer suppress his curiosity, while he had already surmised the answer. Hearing it confirmed by the parties involved left him with an air of uncertainty. Former lovers, Yi Qingshu replied, her tone nonchalant. Lu Haixing halted the motion of his hand rubbing the cup. Indeed, Qi Jingshu exclaimed in surprise. Is that so strange? The woman lifted her cup, smiling as she spoke. Qi Jingshu nodded, his eyes betraying his astonishment. Although he found Yi Qingshu witty and humorous, her eyes always seemed to regard everything with detachment. Love demands passion. He could scarcely fathom a romance devoid of fervor. Yi Qingshu chuckled softly. My past and future are so extensive, it would be odd not to have emotional experiences. Wouldn't it? Qi Jingshu was not one to pry, yet at that moment, he yearned to uncover the past of the person before him. Have all your previous relationships ended this way? Upon hearing this question, Zhao Lingjun stiffened, his beautiful peach blossom eyes keenly fixed on Yi Qingshu. He too sought the answer, which held immense significance for him. A secret, Yi Qingshu replied with a hint of resignation. Who would relish sharing every aspect of their romantic history? Instantly, the mood in the room dampened. Is your companion Dean? Lu Haixing inquired, hoping it was indeed Dean, yet feeling somewhat foolish. He could never forget that man he had only seen once. Assertive, handsome, and icy. Like a victor, he had effortlessly summoned Yi Qingshu away. How could such a formidable person vanish without a trace? If Dean were captured, it would undoubtedly be the greatest jest Yi Qingshu had heard this century. No. It's a little fellow with the same surname. Yi. Your family? Lu Haixing found it peculiar, apart from Yi Yinan. It was rumored that the entire Yi family had passed away. Where did this individual come from? I am uncertain, yet Yi Yinan knows him. Yi Qingshu waved her hand dismissively. Thus, since it pertains to that girl, I must personally investigate. The journey to Nanshan is rather distant. Allow me to guide you. Yi Qingshu turned and gazed at the slightly awkward man before her, his hair as white as snow, and sighed softly. I hope we can all attain a better life. Will you never see me again? Lu Haixing's eyes reflected a profound melancholy. In my eyes, you will forever remain that innocent and witty youth. You are also that warm and mature man. You have not changed. Lu Haixing. I understand, Anan. Lu Haixing closed his eyes. You will always be my most cherished family. In this life and the next, we can only be family. The other two within the room watched this scene with a heavy heart. Zhao Lingjun lowered his eyelashes. He had always understood that an insurmountable chasm lay between him and her, and this chasm had arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Today, he caught his first glimpse of its contours. Silence stretched across time. Dusk was approaching. Yi Qingshu set down her chopsticks. Lu Haixing, I must take my leave. She rose, her eyes a pale hue, betraying no emotion. May you have a smooth journey from now on. Clenching the beads in his hand, Lu Haixing uttered this farewell. He understood that this was indeed the moment of parting. Thank you. Yi Qingshu did not look back as she exited the courtyard. Lu Jingjing observed her grandmother, who remained as serene as ever, and her grandfather, whose demeanor was distinctly awry. She wished to express her farewells, yet found herself at a loss for words. This meal, felt exceedingly strange. Farewell. Zhao Lingjun rose to follow. The young man, Lu Haixing, called out. Zhao Lingjun paused mid-step. With each step, tread cautiously. Thank you. Watching the figures depart, Lu Haixing downed a glass of wine, tears welling in his eyes. Once more, he recalled that winter long ago, when a wandering youth was tightly grasped by hands that offered no warmth, leading him out of the frigid depths of hell. Old man, do not drink. It is detrimental to your health. The woman beside him spoke in her usual gentle tone. Very well, I shall refrain, he replied, turning towards the study, releasing all that burdened him. Outside the alley, Yi Qingshu paused as she heard the sounds from within. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds enveloped the sky. Rain is imminent. I shall hail a cab. Qi Jingshu couldn't help but feel the heavens were unkind. Zhao Lingjun fixed his gaze upon Yi Qingshu, his voice warm and magnetic. Once matters are resolved, what do you wish to do? I do not know, Yi Qingshu replied truthfully. She had not contemplated what to pursue upon her awakening. For decades, she had been preoccupied, yet now, awakening to a world devoid of those she held dear. And you? She turned to inquire of Zhao Lingjun. Perhaps I will return to my former self. Zhao Lingjun suppressed the emotion swirling in his eyes. Could his life truly revert to what it once was? A person as beautiful as you is destined for a more radiant existence. Yi Qingshu smiled gently. She was well aware of Zhao Lingjun's intentions, yet their paths were destined to diverge. Qi Jingshu, who had been listening silently, refrained from speaking. In the past, he would have insisted that Yu Qinshu take him wherever she went. However, now he found himself at a loss. Chapter 58. Nanshan Villa. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken thoughts as they hurried back to the hotel. Du Xian, Zhao Lingjun. I shall accompany you. Qi Jingshu. You must remain at the hotel, Yu Qishu declared, her pace unyielding as she assigned roles. I want to go with you. Qi Jingshu protested, discontented. Why must she always leave him behind? Listen, you must stay at the hotel. Yu Qinshu halted, her expression stern. Bringing Zhao Lingjun along was imperative as he had already set his sights on him, while Qi Jingshu could not be further entangled in this matter. She could not, nor did she wish to, involve him in these affairs. I will wait for you. I want to go, Qi Jingshu conceded, his eyes wide with determination to assist her. Fine, Yu Qinshu finally relented, and as they spoke, they arrived at Gu Xian's door. Gu Xian opened the door. Qi Jingshu knocked, yet silence lingered in the air. Not here. Yi Qingshu's expression shifted. During the day, Gu Xian could not have gone out. With night just having fallen, it was inconceivable that he was absent. Unless something had gone awry. With a forceful push, the door swung open, revealing a scene of chaos within, a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. I'll inquire who visited today. Zhao Lingjun immediately became alert. Yu Qishu's expression hardened. Gu Xian's abduction likely indicated that his true identity had been uncovered. Thus far, they had not located her, perhaps considering her an oblivious human. To Nanshan, if he has indeed been taken, he can only be there. As the night deepened and the rain fell steadily, the countryside road revealed but a fleeting shadow. Yi Qingshu led Zhao Lingjun towards Nanshan, while Qi Jingshu stayed behind to investigate the hotel's surveillance, hoping to uncover further information. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the metallic scent of blood, prompting Yu Qinshu to pause. This must be the place. She closed her eyes, straining to listen to the sounds surrounding her. What do you discern? Zhao Lingjun inquired. We are not mistaken. However, it is not at the temple. It lies further up the mountainside. Without hesitation, Yi Qingshu grasped Zhao Lingjun's arm and hastened towards the mountainside. Though this time her pace was considerably slower, her eyes transforming into blood-red orbs. Stay here and conceal yourself, she whispered as they reached the villa nestled halfway up the mountain. She instructed him to remain quiet. For even if those men sought to capture Zhao Lingjun, they would likely not anticipate him being hidden here. Be cautious. Remember to make no sound. Having given her instructions, Yu Qishu swiftly ascended to the treetops outside the villa. From the exterior, it appeared to be a modern dwelling built on the mountainside. Yet, peering inside, she discerned that individuals were patrolling within. If her judgment was correct, they were armed with silver handguns. The dagger upon his person should undoubtedly be crafted from silver. Such a scale of security could not have been established overnight. Furthermore, how were Yi Han-in and Gu Xian quietly abducted? They appeared to be merely an assembly of ordinary humans. Yu Qishu was engulfed in confusion, amplifying her senses as she stealthily scaled the wall. In the backyard, Gu Xian was blindfolded, his fangs bared. He felt a haze enveloping him, only recalling that he had been in the room when he heard a knock, claiming to be a delivery from Yu Qishu. However, upon opening the door, he was unexpectedly ensnared by a silver chain around his neck, followed by an injection of some substance, and upon awakening, he found himself here. Who are you? He bellowed, desperate for answers. Yet, no response came. The two individuals restraining him functioned like automatons, devoid of any reply. He attempted to heighten his senses, but they felt as if they were shrouded in darkness. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. Old Mu, your people are quite swift. A youthful female voice reached Gu Xian's ears as he was unceremoniously tossed onto the cold ground. Unable to rise. Who are you? He demanded. Heh, my lord. This lad was alone in the hotel, providing me a perfect opportunity. Mui Nan, clad in a gray robe, sat with an air of otherworldliness, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Well done. This will suffice for a report. The female voice chimed in again. Yet, we failed to capture that special human. Humans are far more elusive than these monsters. Mui Nan frowned. He had initially sought to capture the untroubled youth, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this solitary vampire. A windfall indeed. He resolved to secure this prize first and report later. This matter is not urgent. Let us take this lad away for now. Who are you? Gu Xian growled, his pale skin revealing faint blue veins. The humiliation of being treated like an object was intolerable, and he was further alarmed by the uncertainty of his destination. Who were they? It seemed they had captured more than just a single vampire. Take this lad away, Muinan commanded without answering Gu Xian, casting a cursory glance his way. Due to the proximity of the voice, Gu Xian distinctly sensed something rush past him. Within the cave of the rear mountain, it appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet inside, modern equipment was prominently displayed. A group of individuals clad in hospital garments were confined within cages. Their pupils gleamed crimson, their bodies emaciated, and their consciousness hazy as they lay on the ground. Were it not for their intermittent low growls, one might assume they were lifeless. Yi Hanyan's complexion was ashen, his fair skin marred by silver chains that burned and shredded his flesh. A needle was inserted into the back of his hand, with blood continuously flowing into a collection bag. He had been trapped in this place for 3 months, initially fleeing from those who hunted vampires. He had not anticipated being captured at last. The instructor observed that this individual could no longer partake in smoking. Beyond the iron cage, 2 men clad in white lab coats meticulously recorded their observations. These ghastly entities possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, causing a bald man to frown in palpable disgust. A younger man appeared slightly uneasy, yet remained silent. Over the past few months, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of their capabilities. These monsters were impervious to death, devoid of consciousness, and would be reduced to ashes under the sun, a revelation that left him astounded. Only the one before him seemed to retain a semblance of rationality, which piqued his curiosity. "Chin, this is the new arrival," announced a man in security attire as he unceremoniously tossed Gu Xian to the ground. "So soon?" The bald man expressed mild surprise, for he had devoted several years to studying these creatures, acquiring merely a handful. To his astonishment, it had been a mere 3 months since the last vampire had been delivered. "It's the security personnel created from that capture a few months back," he pointed out, indicating Yi Hanyan. This entity, neither alive nor dead, stirred their covetousness, yet the regulations imposed a restraint as he recalled the dire fate of a previous individual, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 59, Laboratory, throw him in, proclaimed the bald man, in high spirits regarding today's subject. "Get in there and remove Gu Xian's blindfold," he commanded, giving a forceful kick that sent Gu Xian sprawling into the cage, where silver handcuffs secured him to the iron bars. With his eyes now enshrouded, Gu Xian's crimson gaze scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting Yi Hanyan, his blood-red eyes hinted at a subtle loss of sanity. "How are you?" he inquired, his hands trembling. "Stay calm. How did you get captured?" Yi Hanyan's voice was faint. Despite his meticulous efforts to shield Gu Xian from exposure, he had still attracted the attention of that sinister group. "I came to rescue you," Gu Xian managed, striving to maintain lucidity, but his pupils constricted upon noticing the mindless vampires strewn across the floor. "These are all the ones they captured," Yi Hanyan explained, a sense of guilt gnawing at him. It was his inadequacy that had left Gu Xian unprotected. He felt like a failed creator. The 2 individuals retained their consciousness, prompting the young man to approach the cage with surprise. "Do not look into their eyes," the bald man bellowed in warning, while the mindless ones posed little threat. The lucid vampires were a different matter entirely. The thought sent a chill through him. He would never forget the time he nearly perished at the hands of these creatures. Had he not been compliant, he might have lost his life that day. The bald man seized a nearby syringe and plunged it forcefully into Gu Xian's arm. Helpless, Gu Xian could only watch as the needle pierced his flesh, soon succumbing once more to a haze of confusion. "Is this sufficient?" he queried. "Yes. Remember to inject every 2 hours. We cannot afford to give these monsters a chance. Once they regain their strength, they will become the main course." Muinan felt as though fortune had smiled upon him this year. Initially, he utilized the connections left by his father to engage with that enigmatic organization, curing his affliction, and perhaps one day, achieving immortality. Truly, there was no one luckier than him in the world. Sipping his strong tea leisurely, he steeled himself. Ever since he began taking those medicines, he had become invigorated during the day, yet utterly fatigued by night. It seemed imperative that he assist that group in accomplishing their tasks promptly, for only then could he genuinely attain eternal life. Suddenly, a chilling presence enveloped him from behind. A frigid hand grasped his neck, causing his entire being to tremble. "Who are you?" He could not resist raising his voice in alarm. "Perhaps you should test whether I can snap your neck faster than you can scream." Yi Qing-shu, with her blood-red eyes, coldly scrutinized the ethereal figure before her, resembling nothing more than a charlatan masquerading as a Taoist priest. Fear coursed through him, rendering him tremulous. The villa was vast, and she had exerted considerable effort to locate this place. "Stop. Whatever you seek, I can provide," Muinan stammered, his eyes rife with panic. "I am here to find someone." You have captured my friend, Yuchishu murmured, tightening her grip. Cough. You mean that young man who was apprehended today? Where is he? What is your intention in capturing him? Muinan gasped, attempting to play his cards close to his chest. He needed to devise a means to extricate himself. Revealing too much could very well lead to his demise. Turning Muinan around, Yuchishu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She would hypnotize him and inquire further afterward. But in the next instant, Muinan produced a silver handgun from his clothing, aiming it squarely at her as he pulled the trigger with conviction. The sound of the bullet piercing flesh resonated. Yuchishu frowned, enduring the pain in her shoulder, swiftly disarming Muinan of his arm. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed as Muinan writhed on the ground in agony, only to have his neck seized once more by her cold, powerful grasp. It seems you wish for death, she pronounced, her blood-red eyes glinting with menace. The familiarity of her face sent a jolt of fear through Muinan. How could it be possible? How could a vampire appear in the sunlight? In recent times, he had been investigating the two individuals surrounding Gu Xian and Zhao Lingjun, believing her to be merely an ordinary woman, only to discover she was a vampire capable of traversing in daylight. His heart plummeted. The being before him was likely a monster who had lived for countless years, far beyond those trapped in cages behind him. I will answer anything you ask, he quickly acquiesced, prioritizing his own survival above all else. And for heaven's sake, where is that person? How could they not have heard the commotion here? It's too late. Without tending to her shoulder wound, Yuchingshu's deep-set gaze pierced through him. Who instructed you to capture vampires? I don't know, Muinan replied, dazed. Where are the captured vampires confined? Within the cave at the back. How well guarded is the cave? Are there any others present? There are 2 doctors and a squad of guards. Realizing their whereabouts, Yuchingshu let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the mastermind's identity, the immediate priority was to rescue them. Her fangs gleamed ominously, akin to a tiger grasping its prey, as she exerted a gentle pressure in her grip. After dealing with Muinan, Yuchishu stretched her shoulders, expelling the silver bullet heads from her body. Though her healing had slowed, presumably due to the effects of the wolf poison, it seemed imperative to resolve matters here swiftly. Casting a glance at her wound, her eyes flickered momentarily as she exited the room. Shortly thereafter, a figure lingered beside Muinan, before dashing out moments later. On the ground, the once feeble Muinan lay with his neck now twisted beyond recovery. The journey to the back mountain was not arduous. The guards appeared rather lackadaisical in the darkness, as night often rendered humans weary. After incapacitating the 2 sentinels outside, Yuchingshu slipped into the cave. Master, only 400 more draws remain, a young man remarked, glancing at the blood bags hanging from the creature, diligently taking notes. That newcomer today should extract more. Those damned affluent patrons have prescribed the serum, mandating a monthly quota, leaving us with scant remnants, the bald man lamented. His singular desire was to unravel the structure of these monsters, yet the overarching demand from above was merely profit. The young man acquiesced. Gu Xian scrutinized the bald man, a sense of familiarity nagging at him, though he could not recall where he had seen him before. In a few days, I'll find a way to get you out, he murmured, observing the 2 as they made their way toward the laboratory. Yi Hanyan softly interjected. He couldn't allow Gu Xian to be thrust into yet another hellish ordeal. How do you propose to save me? Gu Xian chuckled bitterly, recognizing their current plight as akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Siphon the life from these few, and I shall break the cage when the time comes. Do your utmost to escape. He cast a cold glance at the transformed vampires. If it were just him, even breaking free from the cage would not guarantee his escape. After all, there were more than just humans outside. The thought of that individual sent a shiver through his pupils, filled with trepidation. They were far too powerful, to the extent that he could scarcely mount a resistance. Chapter 60. The organization yet. If Gu Xian could be allowed to flee, perhaps it could be achieved. He would trade his life for Gu Xian's chance. Once he returned to human society and regained his family's acceptance, surely those individuals would not dare to act brazenly. You're mad, Gu Xian exclaimed in a low growl, fully aware of Yi Hanyan's implications. Yet, this was his creator. Only madness could lead one to entertain such a ludicrous notion. Let us wait. Perhaps someone will come to our rescue, he lowered his voice. A name surged in his mind. Yuchishu. With her capabilities, she would undoubtedly find a way to save them. Is there someone else? Yi Hanyan's pupils flickered with confusion. Did you come with your human friend? Bringing humanity to such perilous places is sheer folly. She is not merely human, her eyes reflecting a profound seriousness. She possesses strength that rivals, if not exceeds, our own. Upon hearing this, Yi Hanyan's expression shifted dramatically. Having been a vampire for 15 years, he had encountered very few of his kind aside from his initial creator and one other individual. Who is she? How do you know her? He inquired with urgency. She is from Yu Yinan's side. Upon learning that you also bear the surname Yi, she sought you out. Gu Xian explained softly. I have heard of this person. Yi Hanyan recalled with great care when Yi Yinan had assisted him. She mentioned an elder who bore similarities to him. Yi Qishu, was it not? He asked with certainty. Indeed, it is I. A cool and ethereal voice reverberated through the cavern. A woman stepped into view against the light. Her demeanor icy and her blood-red pupils appearing both ethereal and enchanting beneath the warm orange glow. Yi Qingshu. Gu Xian's eyes lit up. She had come to rescue him. But you were injured. He stared at the bloodstains on Yi Qingshu's shoulder. It is merely a silver bullet, nothing of great consequence, she replied nonchalantly. Yet her words tightened Gu Xian's heart. No one understood the agony of a silver bullet better than he did at that moment. Yet, she bore the pain to come to their aid. I apologize. Now is not the time to showcase your humanity. Yi Qishu stepped forward. Her gaze fixed upon the captive in the cage, her eyes darkening. They are all failures. The moment a failure emerges, it must be eradicated immediately. Yet here lies an abundance. Controlling these failures is no simple task, and thus, it is surely beyond the capabilities of humanity. It must be the vampires. This thought struck her swiftly. With fangs piercing the wound, she seized a beaker and dripped in blood. We must be swift. Before the two humans inside become aware of the anomaly, and before those behind notice, we must vacate this place immediately. The vampire responsible for this enterprise must be formidable. Moreover, there are those enigmatic werewolves. Yi Hanyan observed her slowly healing wound with a hint of astonishment, yet he promptly took the beaker from her. Thank you. He understood that now was not the time for idle chatter. As the blood coursed through his body, his senses revived, and Gu Xian felt his strength returning, tearing away the blood bag to forcibly break open the iron cage. Who are you? A fearful male voice echoed. A man in a white lab coat stood frozen in terror. He had intended to collect data, only to stumble upon this scene. What a bother! Yi Qingshu lowered her gaze, and in the next moment appeared behind him, her fangs sinking deeply into his body. Raising her head, her eyes glimmered with a red light. Blood continuously dripping as she discarded the man onto the ground. Do not move. A voice laced with fear emanated from behind. Be careful, Gu Xian shouted, hastening towards Yi Qingshu's side. The bald man brandished a silver handgun, sweat pouring down his face. He closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Silver bullets were fired haphazardly, yet they lacked any semblance of precision. Gu Xian was not as emotionally stable as Yi Qishu. Having just undergone blood extraction and witnessing his creator in such a state, it was a wonder he had not lost control. With a chilling ferocity, he sank his sharp fangs into the neck of his opponent, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Tell him to stop. We must depart swiftly, Yi Qishu said, her gaze flickering as she beheld the lifeless failures strewn upon the ground. According to regulations, it was permissible to execute these failures. But she decided against it. Such matters were best left to the courts. Gu Xian, cease. Yi Hanyan commanded sternly, his crimson eyes filled with urgency. Wiping his mouth, Gu Xian released the man, his eyes still troubled. Yet, he could not disobey his creator's command. Let us go, Yi Qishu urged. Casting a glance at the state of the laboratory before pressing on, they navigated through the corridors, avoiding guards with ease, yet something felt amiss. Yi Qingshu's eyes narrowed. Something was approaching. It seemed her suspicions were correct. You all have arrived. Do you think you can leave? Yi Qingshu halted, confronting the woman blocking her path. Clad in leather, her red pupils gleaming with excitement. This confirmed her conjecture. Clearly, my assumptions were not unfounded. Yi Qishu positioned herself protectively in front of Gu Xian and Yi Hanyan, her body taut with vigilance. The weapon the woman wielded was silver. While it may be difficult for humans to inflict harm upon them with silver, she was a vampire. In terms of both speed and strength, her opponents could find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Alas, no matter who you are, you must remain here today. A glint of malice flashed in the woman's eyes as she swiftly drew a silver knife from her waist, targeting Yi Qishu. She sensed that this woman was unlike Gu Xian. She was formidable, but encountering her would spell misfortune for them. Adult matters must not be spread. Yi Qingshu hastily instructed. Protect yourselves and remain vigilant. She rushed forward, engaging in combat. Uncertain if there were other vampires lurking nearby, she focused on the fight. In midair, the two clashed, leaving trails of afterimages, and Yi Qingshu's expression darkened. The woman's mastery over the silver knife was impeccable had it been in her prime. Defeating her might have posed no challenge. Yet now, with her injured and weakened hands still gloved, she resolutely grasped the silver knife of her adversary. In the face of her opponent's astonishment, she surged forward, disarming her with swift precision. "You are still too weak," she declared, pivoting the blade and driving it forcefully into the woman's shoulder, then delivering a powerful kick that sent her sprawling several meters away. Meanwhile, Gu Xian and Yi Hanyan subdued the perceptive humans, disarming them and rendering them unconscious in heaps. Advancing toward the woman, Yi Qishu smirked, extending her hand into a claw-like grip around the woman's neck. "Speak. Who are you?" she demanded. The woman coughed, a look of disbelief in her eyes. "If you do not divulge your identity, I assure you, this knife will find its way to your heart." Yi Qingshu's gaze was as frigid as ice, her gloved hand raising the silver blade. Yet, upon closer inspection, that hand trembled ever so slightly. "Do not resist. I shall divulge everything you wish to know." A dark glimmer flickered in the woman's eyes. "In truth, we are in pursuit of vampire blood to sell for profit." Chapter 61. Rescue. Upon hearing this, Yi Qishu let out a cold laugh. She had already overheard the bald man's words. "That place requires a portion. Where is that?" A deadly aura enveloped the woman, causing her to involuntarily shudder. She harbored no doubts that the individual before her would indeed take her life. "I shall speak. I shall speak. I am willing to act." A shadow crossed the woman's gaze, as if she had witnessed something profound, and she exclaimed loudly. In the next instant, a gust of wind swept by. And Yi Qishu's eyes narrowed. She instinctively dodged to the side. "Be careful." Gu Xian, noticing the commotion, darted in front of Yi Qishu. A tremendous pain surged through him, prompting an involuntary cry as he was forcefully thrown aside. Yi Hanyan, witnessing this, immediately rushed to catch him. Yi Qingshu's pupils constricted at the sight of the monstrous figure before her. A colossal creature with a human head and the body of a wolf stood menacingly. A werewolf. "Indeed, it was you who created these abominations." Yi Qishu's voice was cold as she glared at the woman, who wore a smug expression. "They belong to the organization. Because I inadvertently stumbled upon them years ago, they have relentlessly pursued me ever since." Yi Hanyan's gaze darkened as he spoke the truth he knew. "Ha ha ha. I initially had no intention of capturing you, but you have simply learned too much." The woman snorted disdainfully, her face twisted with hatred towards Yi Qishu, who had nearly ended her life. Gu Xian could not help but wail in agony. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Blood gushed from his chest, showing no signs of healing. Yi Hanyan's gaze shifted to the humans nearby, seizing one. "Drink." The woman sneered at this turn of events. "None of you will escape. Number 1, engage." "Yi Hanyan, hold that woman off for me. I will deal with the werewolf." Yi Qingshu made her decision almost instantly. The werewolf was formidable. She had to concentrate her efforts on eliminating those monsters first. Observing Yi Qishu heading towards the werewolf, the woman let out a scornful laugh, underestimating her opponent. This beast had been under her control for a decade. Yet, she yearned to personally eliminate this woman. As she advanced, a figure blocked her path. "Your opponent is me," Yi Hanyan declared, his eyes blood-red. "You think you stand a chance against us?" The woman retorted dismissively. Having faced similar circumstances before, Yi Qishu was now far more cautious. She moved swiftly, aiming to approach the beast, but it was clear that this creature was far more alert than the ones in the village. "Come forth, monster," she taunted, feigning a direct confrontation. The werewolf, predictably, charged forward without hesitation. "Gotcha." Yi Qingshu's eyes gleamed. She twirled her blade, evading a frontal assault, and leapt into the air. Reappearing, the tip of her knife was aimed at the werewolf's neck, and she thrust down fiercely. A howl erupted from the creature as it let out a pained cry, its massive form crashing heavily to the ground. Blood splattered forth as Yi Qingshu cast aside her long knife without a moment's hesitation, deftly avoiding the crimson spray. Her blood-red eyes sparkled with a hint of exhilaration. The woman entangled with Yi Hanyan felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this scene. Her meticulously nurtured number 1 had been effortlessly dispatched. Yet, upon assessing the dire situation, her gaze shifted to the defeated Yi Hanyan with a flicker of reluctance. Before she swiftly chose to flee in the opposite direction, her figure disappearing into the distance. Gu Xian, though regaining some composure, remained incapacitated by the unrelenting pain that plagued him. With a sense of admiration, he observed the woman standing beside the wolf beast. A mere scratch had rendered him utterly wretched, yet he could only imagine the agony Yi Qingshu endured. Her inscrutable gaze lingered momentarily on the fallen creature. "Take Gu Xian." We must depart. This place is no longer safe. These people? Yi Hanyan inquired, glancing at the cluster of humans. Let those behind handle it. We need not concern ourselves. Yi Qishu replied with a casual tone, surveying the scene. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Yi Qishu looked down to see fragments of a vial scattered across her attire, her expression darkening as she turned. A young man clad in a white lab coat brandished a large syringe weapon. It appeared her mercy had been misplaced. He could still rise. The man, upon meeting her gaze, stumbled back in fright, attempting to escape. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the woman vanished from sight. You truly are a troublesome individual. Her fangs plunged mercilessly into his neck. Moments later, she discarded him onto the ground, satisfaction evident in her stride. Let us leave this place. The trio hastened toward the villa, colliding with Zhao Lingjun, who was leaning against the wall. What are you doing here? Yi Qingshu questioned, her eyes filled with reproach. Had she not instructed him to hide? I saw a fleeting shadow, Zhao Lingjun replied, handing her an object that had fallen from her. His voice was cool, though his eyes were fixated on her wounds. You are injured again, he could not help but inquire. Glancing through the documents he had retrieved, though incomplete, they primarily chronicled the growth diary of the wolf beast. Gu Xian is hurt. We must return, Yi Qingshu stated solemnly. This place is far too perilous. Who knows if that woman might not return with some monstrous creature for a surprise attack. Only then did Zhao Lingjun notice Gu Xian, bloodied and supported by Yi Hanyan. He nodded towards Yi Hanyan before turning his attention to Gu Xian's wounds. The marks were unmistakably those of a werewolf. He recognized them almost immediately. And upon seeing that Yi Qingshu bore no similar injuries, he exhaled in relief. The group swiftly made their way down the mountain. Below, Qi Jingshu sat in the car. Vigilant and uneasy, his gaze fixed on the world outside. He was uncertain of Yi Qingshu's exact location and could only wait near the temple. Before long, several fleeting shadows crossed his vision, and a few figures stood before the car, filling him with joy as he opened the door. You're back. Upon noticing the unfamiliar face beside Yi Qishu, he speculated it might be Yi Hanyan. The signs of battle marked each of them, causing a flicker of concern within him. Let us head back. I'll call to order some blood bags. You have grown, Yi Qishu remarked gently, observing how Qi Jingshu had shed his former impulsive demeanor. I wish to take care of you, he added softly, glancing at Yi Qingshu's injuries. Under the cover of night, the group hurried back to the hotel. Before their arrival, Qi Jingshu made a point to buy clothes for everyone, as they resembled refugees. Entering the hotel in such a state would likely invite unwelcome attention. Inside the room, Yi Hanyan sat on the sofa, his complexion pale and his hands somewhat awkward. Gu Xian lay on the bed, also pale, consuming blood from a bag. Qi Jingshu and Zhao Lingjun sat beside them, observing the man they had gone through great lengths to rescue. Chapter 62. So you are not a member of the Yi family. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Qingshu, a relative of Yi Nan. She broke the silence, her gaze fixed on the pale-skinned, handsome man before her. Yi Hanyan, Yi Nan is my savior, he responded. Thus, you are not a member of the Yi family? Qi Jingshu keenly detected the implication in Yi Hanyan's words. His eyes narrowed as he pondered the connection between Yi Hanyan and his grandmother. I fled to the city at the tender age of 20, pursued by these people. It was the grandmother of the Yi family who provided me with shelter and an identity, allowing me to establish my life here, Yi Hanyan reflected, surmising that Yi Qingshu's reason for rescuing him might be rooted in a presumed kinship. Is that so? A shared realization washed over the group. Yi Qingshu sighed. Who is your creator? How could one so irresponsibly abandon a newborn? He's dead, Yi Hanyan replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. What happened? On the night of my transformation, he was captured by a witch. So, you have been wandering ever since? Yi Qingshu found it hard to fathom how a solitary newborn vampire could survive. Yi Hanyan nodded. Yes. I had no idea how to identify my kind and was terrified of those witches. The events that followed forced me into hiding. It was arduous. Qi Jingshu considered him undoubtedly the unluckiest individual he had ever encountered. Are you aware of Gu Xian's situation? Yi Qishu suddenly understood that Yi Hanyan likely lacked knowledge of various laws due to his circumstances. His case could potentially shift blame onto that irresponsible creator during the trial. However, Gu Xian's situation posed a greater challenge. If exposed, the court would not show him any mercy. I know, he has lost control before. Upon mentioning Yi Hanyan, a pang of guilt washed over him, which was the very reason he had insisted that Gu Xian remain hidden within the mansion. You told me it was instinct. Gu Xian furrowed his brow, an undercurrent of fear stirring within him. desperately yearning for a mere instinctual answer from his creator. Even if he knew that statement was a lie, he would accept it. Today, while confined in the cage, witnessing that horde of mindless monsters had instilled fear in him. Fear that one day he too might succumb to such a fate. Gu Xian, do not be afraid. Yi Qingshu gently soothed, rubbing her temples. At least from her perspective, Gu Xian's situation was rather unique. Perhaps a solution could be found, albeit it would require considerable time. This reassurance allowed Gu Xian to regain a measure of calm, as he always placed his trust in Yi Qingshu's words. His anxious gaze fixed upon Yi Hanyan, silently pleading for a satisfactory response. I can control him. At last, Yi Hanyan uttered this phrase, albeit with great difficulty. He was indeed capable of managing Gu Xian. Be a good child, and when the time comes, shift all blame onto your creator and that mysterious organization you encountered today, Yi Qingshu orchestrated. Her eyes then turned to Gu Xian. You must remain calm, maintain control over him, and ensure he reveals nothing inappropriate in court, understand? The weight of her words nearly overwhelmed Gu Xian, causing him to tremble as he asked, what will happen if it is discovered? Yi Qingshu's expression grew serious. You would not wish to know the consequences. I understand. I will follow your instructions, Yi Hanyan nodded. Regardless of whether it stemmed from his role as Gu Xian's creator or from Gu Xian's act of saving him, he was determined to protect Gu Xian. Gu Xian, what you must do now is maintain your best state. Yi Qingshu consoled the despondent boy, having endured so much together. She could not bear to see Gu Xian meet a grim fate, so she could only strive to soothe him. If possible, she preferred not to inform the court. Those behind the organization likely already knew of their circumstances. Thus, they needed to report upwards to safeguard themselves. I understand. Thank you, Gu Xian said, diligently suppressing his physical pain, his expression solemn as he expressed gratitude. He knew that his journey toward achieving his goals was made possible by the storms and suffering that Yi Qingshu had borne on his behalf. There is no need for thanks between friends. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Lingjun, his long, fair hands cradling a black package. Setting the parcel down on the coffee table, he crouched before Yi Qingshu. How is your hand? Removing her gloves, Yi Qingshu grimaced slightly, as you can see. It is rather bad. How did it become so serious? Qi Jingshu stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concern. I booked tickets. We are returning to the city and preparing to head to the country. A flicker of self-reproach crossed his features. It was all his fault for not taking better care of her. You were also scratched by the wolf. Yi Hanyan exclaimed in surprise. He had thought only Gu Xian had sustained injuries. Upon hearing the phrase regarding the injuries sustained in the village, Yi Hanyan was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that she had come to seek him while bearing wounds, and wounds at that. A glance at the condition of Gu Xian, lying on the bed, was enough to reveal that even a mere scratch could inflict unbearable pain. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, I, Yi Hanyan, pledge to assist you with my very life. He vowed earnestly. Zhao Lingjuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Throughout their journey, she had insisted that everything was fine. Yet such injuries could hardly be trivial. Qi Jingshu's eyes reddened. Had he known better, he would not have brought her to meet any acquaintances. Had they not met those acquaintances, she would not have endured such suffering. What is the point of wearing such a mournful expression? Yi Qingshu sighed, perplexed by the two of them who looked as if they wished to send her away. Clutching Yi Qingshu's hand, marred with wounds, Zhao Lingjun felt as though an enormous grip was tightening around her heart. The group, weary from their travels, hardly lingered. The injuries on Yi Qingshu and Gu Xian left no room for rest. Particularly concerning was Gu Xian, who spent most of his time in a state of unconsciousness. Upon returning to the familiar hotel, a sense of familiarity washed over them all. Yi Qingshu was slightly taken aback to observe a throng gathered at the entrance. Has this become a new attraction? She pondered aloud. Should we find another place? Zhao Lingjun inquired softly. No need. Dawn is approaching, Yi Qingshu replied, shaking her head. As they approached the hotel entrance, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Look, it's Xian Xian. Ah, Xian Xian, we adore you. Rumors circulated that Wu Weixian, the owner of the hotel, was also present. Could she be with them? Stay alert, everyone. We're not here as fans. If Qi Jingshu appears, make sure to capture it. A few journalists, poised and ready, have been camped out for a week, waiting for an exclusive scoop. Chapter 63. This is headline news. The romance between a wealthy heir and a rising starlet is bound to create a sensation. Wu Weixian stepped out of the van with a smile. Who would have imagined that the short drama she had filmed could catapult her to sudden fame? Coupled with the aftermath of the Zhang Mohan incident and her manager's adept handling, she had garnered a significant following. Perhaps we should use the back entrance? Yichishu suggested, eyeing the cameras at the entrance. I'll ask where the back door is. Zhao Lingjun nodded in agreement. It's young Master Qi. A voice in the crowd recognized Qi Jingshu, who was wearing a hat, igniting an electrifying atmosphere. Wu Weixian was equally surprised, since Qi Jingshu had left the hotel. It had been quite some time since he had made an appearance. She had assumed he had returned to the city, not realizing he was still here. Reflecting on the media's curiosity, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Following the revelation of their coinciding schedules, numerous reporters had sought interviews. She had inquired with her company, but the response was ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying the connection. In simpler terms, they were playing coy, merely stoking the flames of intrigue. Ji, the esteemed CEO, must be aware of this matter, yet a hint of uncertainty lingered in her heart. May I inquire, Miss Qi, have you and Miss Wu begun a romantic relationship? Whispers circulated, suggesting that you dismissed Zhang Mohan from her position for the sake of love. Was it truly a fit of passion that compelled you? It is said that you meticulously arranged this trip, is that correct? A torrent of inquiries inundated Qi Jingshu, stirring agitation within him. How on earth did these rumors emerge? Could it be that Huijie, that unreliable character, was stirring the pot for publicity again? Qi Jingshu had ample reason to be suspicious, given the other party's previous antics. Who is this individual beside you? A keen-eyed journalist spotted Yi Qingshu nearby, directing the camera towards her, only to have it obstructed by a large hand. Sir, please refrain from taking photographs. Zhao Lingjun frowned, firmly shielding Yi Qingshu. What is this? Not even a single shot? Someone muttered under their breath. Who is this? So handsome. Could it be the newly signed artist? Speculations arose among the crowd. This is a couple? Tomorrow's headlines are set. CEO Qi's new artist collapses before debut. Everyone, please refrain from taking photographs. If any images are leaked today, the Qi Corporation will pursue this matter to the fullest extent. Qi Jingshu interjected, his gaze icy and voice grave. The media and fans finally quieted down, realizing that this was no ordinary young star they could write about at will. He was undoubtedly the genuine heir of the Qi family. Dear all, my relationship with CEO Qi is purely professional, and I kindly ask that you do not speculate further. Wu Weixian hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, her heart sinking. Did Qi Jingshu remain unaware of the brewing scandal? She sighed inwardly, regretting her choice of venue. She had inadvertently offended her boss. Had she known, she would have opted for a different hotel, knowing that Qi Jingshu would make her job untenable. Stealing a glance at the well-shielded Yu Qishu, she let out a breath of relief. Really? Is that so? A journalist seemed skeptical. Wu Weixian is an employee of our company. This is merely a coincidental encounter during a business trip, Qi Jingshu stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the journalist sighed, disappointed at having missed a scoop. However, they knew better than to offend a powerful figure at this juncture. The fans in the crowd, however, were elated, reassured that their beloved sister would not falter. Is the person behind you a new artist? Someone asked, unable to resist inquiring about Zhao Lingjuan's striking visage. Such a face would surely make headlines in the entertainment world. No, this is my friend. We are on vacation together. For any further questions, Wu Weixian will provide the answers, Qi Jingshu replied, his patience wearing thin as he delegated the matter to Wu Weixian. He who instigated must resolve. He turned to Yu Qishu, placing his hat atop her head, and spoke softly. Shall we depart? All right. Yu Qishu nodded gently, feeling overwhelmed by the cacophony around them. The sooner they could leave, the better. A throng of journalists watched the departing figures, cameras raised, yet none dared to capture the moment. Yet there were still some audacious individuals who couldn't resist the temptation to stealthily capture the silhouettes of several people with their phones. A clandestine photograph, now that is indeed sensational news. Master, what news could this possibly be? Haven't these two already clarified everything? The novice employee questioned, perplexed. Are you foolish? If there is no topic, one must create one. The mentor retorted, his tone tinged with exasperation. So, what shall we write about tomorrow? The man pondered for a moment, his gaze fixated on the departing figures, a fleeting spark igniting in his eyes. The wealthy heir angrily dismisses a celebrity, now accompanied by a new companion. Suspected of a high society marriage. Astonishment. The newly minted reporter widened his eyes. Could this not be a blatant slander? It is no wonder that the internet is rife with absurd tabloid stories. What do you understand? This is called a hot topic. The man, feeling slightly uncomfortable under such scrutiny, muttered softly. The allure of language lies in its use of suspected rather than definitive statements. The flight tickets have already been booked for the earliest flight tomorrow evening. Qi Jingshu's eyes bore a hint of darkness. He had nearly secured the earliest flight to swiftly return to the city. You've worked hard, Yi Qishu expressed her gratitude. Throughout their journey, Qi Jingshu seemed not to have assisted her directly, but he had undoubtedly exerted considerable effort in managing various aspects of her life. Between us, there is no need for thanks, Qi Jingshu replied gently, his phoenix eye softening. Their connection, established through Yuinan, meant that her affairs were inherently his as well. The person before him appeared aloof, yet she had always been a silent guardian. He believed that if he were ever in trouble, she would undoubtedly care for him. Rest early. Keep an eye on Gu Xian, Yi Qingshu. She nodded. Upon returning to her room, Yi Qingshu refrained from turning on the lights, instead gazing out at the bustling cityscape. The sudden ringing of her phone startled her. She picked it up, surprised to see an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, she fell silent, awaiting a response from the other end. It was Zhao Lingjuan's voice. What is the matter? Her eyes were devoid of emotion. This man, truly. Why the need for a call when a mere wall separated them? On the terrace, the cold wind brushed against Zhao Lingjuan's neck as he peered into the darkened room next door, letting out a bitter smile. Rest well, good night. As he prepared to return to the city, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He yearned to ask if she could perhaps include him in her future. Yet the words remained unspoken. There was no future for them. Good night. The woman's voice lingered softly, sending ripples through his heart. Tightly gripping his phone, Yi Qingshu gazed at the illuminated city with her light brown eyes, inhaling deeply as her chest gently rose and fell, attempting to mimic human breath. Yet her heart remained devoid of any rhythm. Indeed, everything was a fade. Perhaps, distancing oneself is the wisest choice. Chapter 64, Trending Headlines in the Early Morning. The trending topics were bustling with activity. Wu Weixian was abruptly roused from her slumber by the blaring ringtone of her phone. Squinting her eyes, she climbed out of her covers, wondering what had transpired. Sister, her agent has been so elusive lately, appearing only like a dragon's head. Yet today she seems to have ample time. You're still asleep? Hurry and check the trending topics. The woman spoke with urgency, startling Wu Weixian from her slumber. She promptly ended the call and checked the trending news. The rising star has been dumped, and a grand marriage among the elite is imminent. She scrolled through the comments beneath. Who is this woman? I heard from insiders that Xian is already with young Master Qi. It's this woman who has usurped her love. Accompanying this was a background photo of Yi Qishu. We must protect Xian. Has the young master of the Qi family truly succumbed to this marriage? Not a word from him. To the commenter above, what do you expect? It's quite usual for your sisters to be jilted in mismatched unions. Ladies, our primary goal is to resist the third party. We must stand against the mistress. Indeed, my husband was lured astray by a shameless mistress. Without her, there would be no betrayal. I'll look up that woman's information and inform you all later. Some netizens had already begun to dig into Yi Qishu's background, sending a chill through Wu Weixian. In this day and age, no one understands the dangers of such matters better than she does. Qi's own. Surely he hasn't found out yet. No, I must explain this immediately. Hastily changing her clothes, she rushed towards Qi Jing's study. As she approached the door, she abruptly halted. Didn't Miss Yi reside here previously? Tapping her forehead, she realized her folly. This matter must first be clarified with Miss Yi. If she recklessly barged into Qi's zone, she might very well be the next disappearance in the entertainment industry. After all, she had witnessed Qi Jing's regard for Yi Qishu. Resolving herself, she knocked on the door. Not Ancient Xian and the others. Yi Qishu looked up at the door. Droplets of water still in her hair, the black bathrobe accentuating her pallor, her face devoid of makeup and exuding a serene detachment. However, the wound on her arm still bled, looking alarmingly gruesome. She hastily wrapped a piece of gauze she had bought yesterday around her hand and opened the door. It's you? She was somewhat surprised, unsure of the visitor's sudden appearance. But the other person stood silent at the threshold, leaving Yi Qishu puzzled. Miss Wu? Ah, Miss Yi, may I come in to speak? Wu Weixian snapped back to reality, taken aback by the exquisite paleness of her skin. How does she maintain such delicate features? Yi Qishu nodded, stepping aside. Please, go ahead. The woman settled onto the sofa, her gauze-wrapped hand retrieving a cigarette. Her calm eyes fixed on Wu Weixian. Is that all right with you? Of course, it's fine. Wu Weixian's eyes held a flicker of envy. She had never encountered anyone like Yi Qishu, who approached everything with such tranquil indifference. Such a person, merely seated, exudes an aura reminiscent of the aristocracy depicted in oil paintings of the last century. Their alabaster fingers delicately clasp a cigarette, evoking neither discomfort nor vulgarity, but rather an exquisite sense of mystery and charm. In that moment, she comprehended why Qi Jingshu was so concerned about the woman before him. Who could possibly resist such a captivating presence? As she recounted the events that had become the talk of the town, her countenance was suffused with regret, for she felt responsible for the turmoil that had befallen the other. She had not anticipated such circumstances. Yi Qingshu chuckled softly, assuring, "Do not worry. I shall discuss this matter with Qi Jingshu." She understood the visitor's intent. Perhaps they deemed Qi Jingshu difficult to approach and sought her forgiveness first. But what fault did she possess? "Thank you," Wu Yuexin expressed, touched. Most would feel a degree of dissatisfaction when entangled in inexplicable affairs. Yet she discerned no hint of discontent on Yi Qingshu's face. "You have done nothing wrong," Yi Qingshu replied, shaking her head, her gaze suddenly fixed towards the door. "Ah, your boss has arrived. Go and invite him in." Wu Yuexin was taken aback. How had she not realized her boss was coming? Just then, a series of knocks echoed. Upon opening the door, she found Qi Jingshu standing there, his expression far from pleasant. The moment he laid eyes on Wu Yuexin, his countenance darkened as if it were charred, despite knowing that she was merely complying with Hu Yijia's request to generate news. The entanglement with Yi Qingshu rendered him unable to maintain a cheerful demeanor. Why so serious at such a young age? Yi Qingshu laughed softly, extinguishing her cigarette. Ashes fell onto her fingers. Qi Jingshu remained silent. Retrieving a damp tissue, he approached and knelt before her, gently taking her hand and carefully wiping away the ash. Avoiding the gauze. "I apologize for causing you further trouble. Wu Yuexin has already explained everything to me. It suffices for the two of you to clarify the matter." Yi Qingshu stated softly, observing the disheveled state of his hair. "Yes, Qi Zong, you must believe me, it was not my intention," Wu Yuexin hastily asserted. Upon hearing Yi Qingshu's words, Qi Jingshu's expression softened considerably. He rose, his striking features now adorned with an uncommon seriousness. "I have contacted Hu Yijie. We will return to the city together today, and he will help to stir up some rumors. In the past, such matters could be resolved with a mere clarification. But now, the involvement of Yi Qingshu changed everything. Even if she was just a background figure, he did not wish for the public to focus excessively on her. Hence he must create a greater spectacle to overshadow it. As for how Hu Yijie would explain things at home, that was not his concern. The troubles caused by the other party ought to be resolved by them. "I understand." Wu Yuexin obediently complied. "Close the door," Qi Jingshu instructed, signaling the end of the visit. At that moment, the sound of footsteps reached Yi Qingshu's ears. "Quick, I heard they are staying here. Capturing them would be a windfall," urged the male reporter, hoisting his camera. It was noteworthy that the news from yesterday had gone viral today. Despite his extensive experience in journalism, few stories had garnered such attention. Scandals involving wealthy young men and female celebrities, laden with insinuations of unspoken rules and transactions within high society, always promised substantial returns. He had leveraged numerous connections to gain access to this hotel. "Master, isn't this inappropriate? What do you know? This is a significant story," came the incessant chatter that chilled Yi Qingshu's gaze. "Quick, shut the door. There are reporters outside." No sooner had she spoken than two reporters burst in, blinding light flooding the room. Qi Jingshu's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Get out. Mr. Qi, may I inquire about your relationship? Is it a threesome?" The leading man, camera in hand, bombarded them with questions. "Leave." Outside, Zhao Lingjun stood, having already sensed the commotion from Yi Qingshu's side and seen the trending news. Chapter 65. I received a call today. The reason he had delayed coming over was that this matter should be resolved by Qi Jingshu and his associates. However, he had not anticipated reporters intruding. "Who are you to dictate my actions?" The man with the camera, his face glistening, felt a twinge of jealousy at the sight of Zhao Lingjun. Damn it, he must be a kept bird. What use is his handsome visage? Zhao Lingjun, unwilling to engage in unnecessary words, cast a cold gaze and swiftly subdued the man, pinning him to the ground. "Ah!" The man cried out in pain. "Qi Jingshu, delete the photos from his camera, and whoever else is involved," Zhao Lingjun commanded, his striking peach blossom eyes fixing on the dazed Wu Yuexin. "Go find security." Qi Jingshu quickly grasped Zhao Lingjun's intent. After all, the intruder was a reporter, and who could tell what other incriminating images might be lurking on his camera? He picked up the camera and scrutinized it, while his young assistant stood frozen in fear. As Qi Jingshu reached for it, the assistant nervously handed it over. Yi Qingshu's gaze flicked from Zhao Lingjun to the camera, resting there. Just delete our images. Qi Jingshu agreed. But his expression turned grim upon discovering a frontal photo of Yi Qingshu within the camera. My entertainment, is it? I'll remember this. The man, racked with pain, shouted. Let me go. This is intentional harm. Zhao Lingjun sneered, his eyes reflecting disdain. He knew precisely how much force he had exerted. Yi Qingshu observed the young assistant, her eyes moistening with emotion. Rewrite your press release. You were apprehended by security before you even entered the room, understood? The assistant nodded dumbly. And Yi Qingshu felt a sense of satisfaction as she glanced at the bewildered man, who seemed on the verge of screaming. Noticing this scene, Qi Jingshu swiftly grabbed a handful of tissues and stuffed them into the man's mouth. As per usual, after hypnotizing the two individuals, Wu Weixian arrived with security. However, upon witnessing the dazed expressions of the paparazzi, she felt a strange familiarity, yet her mind was utterly blank upon reflection. I apologize, Mr. Qi, the manager lamented, wishing fervently for the ability to rewind time. After all, these were individuals from the Qi family. Even though this was the city, there were numerous enterprises owned by them, and their hotel was under Qi family's control. Her negligence in allowing these paparazzi to intrude meant her career was nearing its end. With her eyes closed, she awaited her judgment. To her surprise, despite Qi Jingshu's grim demeanor, his words brought an unexpected warmth. Investigate who allowed these individuals in, and terminate their employment. We do not need employees who casually leak guest privacy. Grateful for Qi Jingshu's decisive words, the manager departed, her mind already plotting vengeance. If she discovered the culprit, there would be no mercy. The matter is resolved, so there's no need to frown. Yi Qingshu spoke, feeling a slight blur before her, her form faltering. Are you all right? Zhao Lingjun, sensing something amiss, stepped forward to support her. Leaning against Zhao Lingjun's shoulder, Yi Qingshu lifted her gaze, her heart sinking. That moment of disorientation was certainly not an illusion. Suddenly recalling the substance administered to her the previous day, she pondered if it was the cause of her distress. If that were the case, she must return post-haste. There's no cause for concern. Have everyone prepare. We shall depart at sunset. She reassured them. By the way, I received a call today. Qi Jingshu interjected, as if recalling something. The steward mentioned that a European man visited me last night. He has few friends in Europe, and only the steward knows them. Moreover, the last email he sent included my home address. Yi Qingshu was puzzled. I included all potential addresses where we could stay in my last correspondence, Qi Jingshu admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Uncertain if anyone would come to their aid, he had thought it best to list them all. There's no time to waste. We leave tonight, Yi Qingshu decided, her mind racing with thoughts of who might be arriving. As night descended, Yi Qingshu donned a flowing black gown that elegantly enveloped her curvaceous figure. Black gloves adorning her fair hands. Her deep-set eyes glimmered, and the long dress swayed gracefully as she moved. Zhao Lingjun gazed at her, momentarily entranced. At that moment, she resembled the woman he first encountered, though back then he yearned to escape. Now, he could only smile ruefully. Remain vigilant at all times. Yi Qingshu cautioned Gu Xian and Yi Hanan. Rest assured, we shall be cautious, Yi Hanan promised, steadying the weakened Gu Xian. With Wu Weixian's early departure, the reporters at the entrance had dispersed. Having already ventured into the abyss once, he had no desire to be captured again. At the city's international airport, a tall man donned in a deep-necked black shirt, with golden hair and blue eyes, stood waiting at the arrivals gate. The man's face was sharply defined, strikingly handsome as if he had stepped out of an oil painting, drawing the furtive glances of many. Today, the airport was particularly bustling, all due to the imminent arrival of Wu Weixian, accompanied by the young master of the Hu family, Hu Yijie. Just hours prior, Hu Yijie had made a bold display of affection on social media, igniting trending topics. Who could have imagined that the rising star would not be entangled in a romance with the usual tabloid fixture, Qi Jiaxiao, but rather with someone else? As Wu Weixian landed at the airport, she held Hu Yijie's arm, warmly greeting fans and the media. Are you dating Mr. Hu? Why are you on the same itinerary as Mr. Qi? The questioning hinted at a suspicion of infidelity. Hu Yijie's forehead throbbed with tension, lamenting quietly that Qi Shiwu had truly fallen head over heels. He had never witnessed such fervor before, removing trending topics and using him as a shield. A quintessential example of a man betraying his brother for a woman. He internally scoffed, yet recalled the image of Yi Qingshu sitting on the sofa, a cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers, and couldn't he help but sigh. Such a woman, cloaked in mystery, who could resist falling for her? Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed dating Miss Wu. As for traveling alongside Mr. Chi, it is merely a coincidence. Huijia flashed a radiant smile, revealing his two small canine teeth, prompting the nearby fan selling merchandise to instinctively point her camera at him. Ah, the boy next door, who could not adore him? Such a face. Not entering the industry would be a waste indeed. Moreover, there were those two handsome men spotted yesterday at the city hotel. Forget about them. Those are heirs to family fortunes. Someone whispered nearby, eliciting a collective sigh. What about the woman who stood beside Master Chi yesterday? A question arose. She must be some distinguished lady. Just look at how tense Master Chi was. In the crowd, there was a wave of envy. Dear journalists, it's getting late, and I must attend to my next engagement. Thank you all for coming. Wu Yuexian skillfully reassured her fans and reporters, linking arms with Huijia as they approached their car. However, as soon as they got inside, they immediately separated. I'm exhausted. Huijia leaned back against the seat, disregarding his image. Why didn't Chi Wu return with you? He inquired. The lad had promised to come back today, yet he had waited from afternoon until evening, only to be met with Wu Yuexian. Goodness. Wu Yuexian hesitated to refer to Qi Jingshu as Chi Wu, feeling slightly awkward. Mr. Qi is taking a late flight back. A late flight. If there is an early one, why choose the late one? Huijia shook his head. Qi Xiaowu's behavior is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Has he been with you Qi Shu lately? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he hastily inquired and dashed out to travel, not believing that he was not accompanying Yi Qi Shu. Perhaps. Manager who? I truly am unaware, Wu Yuexian said, bracing herself. Wu Yuexian, I genuinely have no idea about the boss's itinerary. Observing that she truly knew nothing, Huijia lost interest in further questioning and reclined on the chair, feigning sleep. After all, Qi Xiaowu could evade the emperor, but not the temple. Everything would become clear upon their return. The airport gradually quieted, and a tall figure lingered, his light green eyes reflecting a hint of worry. She always seemed to neglect her safety, placing herself in peril. If she did not return in the next couple of days, he would have to proceed to the next address mentioned in the letter. The midnight air was cool, and the tall man's clothes were damp with moisture. It was not until the moon reached its zenith that a familiar silhouette emerged from the hall. Dean. As soon as she exited the airport, Yi Qi Shu almost instantly spotted the familiar, handsome face. Without a second thought, she rushed towards him, like a weary bird returning to its nest. You're here. She stood on her toes and embraced the man, a flicker of relief crossing her brow. The man's handsome visage softened, his eyes radiating warmth as he gently stroked Yi Qi Shu's hair. Upon receiving the letter, I did not pause for a moment. Fortunately, he was the first to see the letter. Had it been anyone else, the situation might have spiraled beyond control. A wolf beast, a missing vampire, none of these matters were trivial. Zhao Lingjun, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, felt a sinking sensation as he beheld the embracing couple. Today, he finally comprehended the complexity in Lu Haishan's eyes when he mentioned the man named Dean. It was solely because of the trust and reliance reflected in Yi Qi Shu's demeanor. Throughout their journey, she had taken on the role of protector, shielding them from the storms of life. Yet now, she appeared as the one in need of protection, cradled in the man's embrace. The man's light green gaze swept over the others, causing Gu Xian to tremble involuntarily. He is formidable, he whispered. The other party exuded such strength that he felt a mere glance could shatter him. Qi Jingshu's eyes were filled with complexity. Could he still safeguard the woman before him? They are my friends. Let go of Dean, Yi Qingshu said, gesturing towards the individuals behind her, a smile gracing her face. You've made new friends. They seem quite pleasant. Dean's handsome face broke into a smile, his eyes fixated on Yi Qishu's bandaged hand. Hello, I'm Yi Hanyan. Yi Hanyan stepped forward to introduce himself. An unfamiliar name? Dean's eyes narrowed, resembling a leopard fixating on two unfamiliar new kin. I believe you must share your experiences with me in detail, he remarked casually. I would love to, but let us discuss it later. Yi Qingshu shrugged, fully understanding Dean's vigilance. It is worth noting that, up until now, no vampire existed among their circle that they did not recognize. As the vehicle sped along, Qi Jingshu's eyes flickered with a complexity of emotions, while Zhao Lingjun struggled to discern his feelings. In contrast, Gu Xian and Yi Hanyan felt a surge of anxiety within. They were not fools. The piercing gaze Dean cast their way sent a jolt of apprehension through them. Within the familiar villa, bathed in bright light, a strikingly handsome man reclined on the sofa, resembling a deity from the last century. His pair of pale green eyes had an allure that was hard to resist. With gentle hands, he began to unwrap the bandages from Yi Qingshu's wounds, frowning as he noticed the steadily bleeding injury. "What madness is this?" he exclaimed. "Just an unknown vampire, and yet you treat it with such gravity." "Perhaps so," Yuchishu replied, a serene smile gracing her features. "But if given the chance, I would likely do the same again." Dean gazed at the woman before him, a century of acquaintance failing to unravel the inexplicable stubbornness that enveloped her. He sighed. "So, what you imply is that these two vampires before us, one is a recluse, and the other a failure." The word failure rendered Gu Xian pale with dread, his hand instinctively clutching his wound, his eyes brimming with fear. "Dean, they are my friends," Yuchishu pleaded, her tone laced with urgency. She had created them and had leaned on them for over a century. She understood him, yet she was uncertain if he would accept something so foreign. After all, he was the enforcer of the district, tasked with ensuring that every vampire adhered to the law. "I am not a failure," Gu Xian blurted out defensively. His hands clenched tightly, his entire being tense. "That is not for you to decide," Dean replied, his green eyes sweeping over Gu Xian. "However, if you can maintain your composure, I shall spare your life." This assurance brought a sigh of relief from Yuchishu. "Thank you." A smile reappeared on Dean's handsome face as he retrieved a small box from his belongings, filled with green potions. "Bear with it, dear girl." The man's soothing voice resonated. The needle glimmered under the light, and as the potion entered her body, Yi Qingshu could not suppress a cry of pain. Yet, she was enveloped in a comforting embrace. His arms were cold, yet they offered her a sense of security. In a moment, the pain subsided, and her blood-red eyes glimmered with brightness. "The wound is healing," she exclaimed, although the dark poison still lingered within her arm. "A couple more doses, and you will be well," Dean remarked, exuding a sense of resignation at her relieved expression. "All of these?" Yi Qingshu gasped in shock. "Does that not mean I would be in excruciating pain?" Seemingly aware of her thoughts, the man chuckled lightly. "You can endure the agony of wolf venom. How can this be unbearable?" "That is entirely different," Yi Qingshu retorted. Chapter 67. "I believe I can guess the mastermind with that." Dean turned his gaze toward Gu Xian, indicating that he should handle it himself. Dean had no intention of getting personally involved with Gu Xian. Yi Hanyin picked up the potion and administered it to Dean. And within moments, the wounded area had returned to its former state. As Gu Xian felt his body gradually recovering, he experienced a mix of repulsion and fear towards Dean. Yet he could not help but feel a sense of gratitude within. Meanwhile, Dean's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Lingjun, who was nervously observing him. "Are you suggesting that he is unaffected by the enchantment?" As soon as Yuchishu's words fell, the seat beside her remained empty. Dean, seated opposite Zhao Lingjun, possessed blood-red eyes that resembled swirling vortices. "Forget Yi Qingshu," he declared resolutely. "I will not forget her." The man's voice, smooth and resolute, left no room for hesitation. And Zhao Lingjun's beautiful face was etched with determination. "I am not mistaken, am I?" Yi Qingshu leaned on the sofa, her expression suggesting a shared understanding. She harbored no concerns that Dean would harm Zhao Lingjun. Given Dean's temperament, it seemed Zhao Lingjun might become the next subject of observation. An unaffected human, how intriguing. A soft chuckle escaped the handsome man, his light green eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Let me be clear, my friend. Observation is permissible, but harm is not." Yi Qingshu warned with a serious demeanor. This did not surprise Dean. He glanced at Zhao Lingjun's exquisite face with an air of comprehension. "I understand," he remarked. "She had always been like this. Lu Haixing of you was the same, just as these individuals were now. Yet, amidst the prolonged existence, solitude was the most abundant companion. She was still far too young. By the way, the ones capturing vampires may themselves be masterminded by vampires. They have created numerous failures." Yuchishu relayed her findings. "Should we inform the court?" "I believe it is unnecessary," Dean replied languidly while reclining on the sofa. "The elder saint is embroiled in a civil war and is too occupied to attend to such matters." Yi Qingshu frowned. 50-year rotations. Why is this one occurring so swiftly? The last rotation was only a little over a decade ago. I was previously unaware of the reason, but hearing what you just mentioned, I think I might understand. Dean's eyes flickered with a hint of danger. "What is the elder saint?" Gu Xian could not help but inquire, as Yi Qingshu had never mentioned this before. "The highest steward of the court, and currently the most powerful and oldest vampire," Yi Qingshu explained softly. "What about the first and second generations?" Qi Jingshu asked. His curiosity piqued about Yi Qingshu's world. "They have long since vanished, and no one knows why such formidable beings disappeared." "How so?" She redirected the conversation. "The elder of this rotation has died." Yi Qingshu's pupils constricted slightly. How could that be? Such a powerful entity, how could it suddenly perish? I heard it was captured by hunters, but you know how it is, Dean scoffed. Yi Qingshu fell silent. The notion of hunters capturing the third generation was utterly preposterous. And the conflicts among the elders had been brewing for quite some time. There was surely a third generation's involvement in this. Are you suggesting that someone is enhancing their power using vampire blood? She speculated, noting that the third generations were relatively equal in strength. Dean nodded in appreciation. Thus, it remains unclear who is conducting this business. Must we return at once? Dean chuckled lightly, for Yi Qingshu and the others were already within sight. Optimistically, one might hope that the subordinates would refrain from reporting upward. However, this would merely ensnare them here, leading to their capture. Yet, if the individuals behind this were to discover the situation, they might be met with even more formidable adversaries. The news would never reach the Elder Council. Yi Qingshu was well aware of this. If she were alone, escape would be arduous, but who could truly confine Dean? You wish to remain here, do you not? She asserted, casting a sidelong glance at Dean. This fellow, ever idling away his days, seemed determined to involve himself in this matter. What is the harm? Allow me to discern which rodent is pilfering. Dean leaned closer to Yi Qingshu, his icy breath wafting against her neck. Protect me and my friends, Yi Qingshu declared with conviction. In truth, she likely wished to stay here as well. Life is long. Seeking out endeavors to engage in is indeed beneficial. Fear not. But you have already startled the snake in the grass. It will be troublesome to pursue them now. Gu Xian had been silently listening to their exchange. But the visage of the bald man kept flashing in his mind. I recall where I have seen that bald man, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The others immediately turned their gazes toward him. It was on the wall of our school. He is a graduate of our institution. Do you wish to attend school? Dean inquired, glancing at Yi Qingshu. She pondered. The school might not necessarily hold any trace of their adversary, but she decided to investigate. Life is exceedingly long, and it has been half a century since her last attendance. Experiencing a new cultural environment could be delightful. Which school? Zhao Lingjun inquired. Tianhai University. I shall accompany you, he promptly resolved. Qi Jingshu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Excellent. Ambitious as a wolf. I shall go as well. Are you two still attending school? Yi Qingshu expressed a rare look of surprise, for these two were both 2 years her senior. Zhao Lingjun maintained his composure, though his heart darkened. If it were not for that individual, he would not have been compelled to suspend his studies. The thought of that person made him feel a wave of nausea. Qi Jingshu flustered, yet he held his head high. I will accompany you to school. Isn't it permissible for him to act as a guardian instead of attending school? No, I shall have my assistant arrange my enrollment later. Dean's gaze flickered between the two, then turned to Yi Hanin. It seems I shall be spending time with you both in the near future, he said, his tone tinged with disappointment. The city has many splendid places. I can show you around. Yi Hanin smiled in an official and proper manner, for this individual before him must have lived for countless years. The pressure he exuded was perhaps only felt by two humans and Yi Qingshu. The two instantly reached a consensus, yet Gu Xian lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Qingshu, I find myself missing my parents. Upon his return, he was genuinely terrified, fearing he might never see them again. As these words escaped his lips, a sense of melancholy enveloped those present, including Gu Xian and his parents. Yi Qingshu narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering. Do you wish to return home to see your parents? Gu Xian nodded, a glimmer of desperation in his eyes as he clutched the hem of his garment tightly. Is it possible? He was acutely aware that, given his current predicament, returning home might no longer be suitable, yet, the longing to catch even a fleeting glimpse of them was overwhelming. Yi Qingshu fell silent. And just as Gu Xian began to lose hope of a response, her voice broke the stillness. Of course, but the duration must not be too prolonged. Chapter 68. Who called for dinner? As Yi Qingshu observed Gu Xian, she couldn't help but reminisce about her own experiences from decades past, when she had been akin to the youth before her. However, unlike Gu Xian, her circumstances had been far less fortunate. She had only been able to glimpse her family from a distance one fateful night before embarking on a journey to a foreign land. Upon hearing her words, Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. When do we depart? In 2 days. Shall I accompany him? Qi Jingshu interjected, believing that Yi Qingshu should rest rather than accompany Gu Xian on a taxing journey. I am the most suitable choice, Yi Qingshu replied coolly. Yi Hanin intended to remain behind to assist Dean in searching for clues, while Qi Jingshu, as a human, was unable to exert control over Gu Xian. Can't we wait a little longer? You are still injured. Yi Qingshu shook her head. This matter needed to be resolved swiftly. If left unaddressed, Gu Xian would perpetually dwell on it. Rather than allowing him to continue mulling over it, it was preferable to let him return home directly. Only by returning could he comprehend that he and humanity had diverged onto separate paths, preparing him to accept the entirely foreign world that awaited him. This was a rite of passage for every vampire, though she harbored concerns about whether he would withstand it. With this thought, a faint worry flickered in her eyes. Yi Hanyan, being an orphan, could not fathom Gu Xian's sentiments. Yet Dean cast a profound glance at Yi Qingshu. She remained the same tender-hearted individual. Wait until your injuries have healed before you go. There is no rush. Gu Xian shook his head. The pain he felt would only amplify Yi Qingshu's suffering. He did not wish for her to endure further hurt on his behalf. Consider it a journey. It has been a century since I last explored this familiar yet foreign place in detail. Yi Qingshu chuckled lightly. Well, I shall not accompany you. Dean replied with a smile, turning to Yi Hanyan. You will stay here with me to investigate the organization. Despite his worries for Gu Xian, Yi Hanyan promptly agreed, trusting Yi Qingshu to manage Gu Xian effectively. Very well, I previously discovered several notable locations. Let us visit them together. Notable locations? Yi Qingshu inquired, intrigued. During my years in the city, I have, to some extent, identified some places frequently visited by that individual. That individual referred to the woman from the villa that day. While she pursued him, he had also engaged in counter-surveillance. Though he could not recall the exact locations, he retained a general sense of direction. Problem solved, Dean said, in good spirits. Indeed, you young rascal, should she return home with you, it is your duty to care for her. If anything were to befall her, I shall flay you alive. Dean's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet his words struck a chilling note. He knew well that few could inflict harm upon Yi Qingshu. But one could never be too cautious, especially when confronted with members of the Elders' Council. Should any misfortune occur along the way, even if Gu Xian were blameless, Dean would not hesitate to confront this troublesome situation, for she was, after all, the only vampire he had ever created throughout the millennia. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to her protection, Dean vowed silently, though he would act on this promise regardless. Yi Qingshu's safeguarding of him was a debt he felt honor-bound to repay. Why frighten a child? Yi Qingshu raised an eyebrow, well aware of Dean's propensity for both words and actions. Yet these individuals were her friends. Even if misfortune struck her, she wished for none to suffer. I shall accompany you, Zhao Lingjun declared as he rose. That might prove somewhat complicated, she responded, though she longed for the handsome man to join her. However, it was far safer for him to remain by Gu Xian's side. Faced with the man's alluring, flirtatious gaze, she resolutely declined. You will be safer here. Zhao Lingjun's disappointment was evident as he lowered his lashes. Please investigate what delights await at my prospective school. Yi Qingshu intended to assign this charming man a task. The good man's eyes brightened as he agreed. Yi Qingshu's gaze fell upon the eager Qi Jingshu nearby. Dean and the others might require human assistance in their quest for clues. Your presence here would be of aid to both them and me. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingshu's expression dimmed slightly, resembling a forlorn puppy. All right, he acquiesced. This one, I trust you know well enough, so I shall not elaborate further. Ensure his safety. Yi Qingshu pointed toward Qi Jingshu, her tone imbued with unprecedented gravity as she looked at Dean. Upon encountering such earnestness in her gaze, Dean understood. Do not worry. This little imp will come to no harm. Her enduring compassion, once extended to that girl who had forsaken her, now enveloped her descendant as well. Alas, such a disposition was a liability among vampires. With matters settled, Qi Jingshu began to allocate rooms. Everyone shall reside here for the time being. Yes, let us accommodate them all here. The Eternal Night Mansion, though once a suitable location, was now ill-suited for their gathering. Qi Jingshu's home had sufficient space, making it a prudent choice to settle there for now. As the group convened in the living room to arrange their upcoming agenda, Dean lounged on the sofa, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings. Before long, his gaze drifted toward the door, a hint of danger and playful intrigue dancing across his handsome features. Who ordered dinner? Upon hearing this, the others were perplexed, for none had placed an order for takeout. The next moment, the sound of a car horn echoed, its headlights illuminating the villa's courtyard. After escorting Wu Weixin home, Hu Yijie received a call from Qi Jingshu, who had just landed in the city. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried over, curious to discover what Qi Shiwu had been up to lately. Especially since the arrival of that young lady had made it increasingly difficult to catch a glimpse of him. Upon seeing Hu Yijie, Gu Xian and the others exchanged uneasy glances at Dean, feeling an unsettling chill. Even Gu Xian, who usually struggled with controlling his bloodlust, felt his hair stand on end. It became evident to them that Dean was distinctly different from Yi Qingshu. The mere mention of dinner from his lips sounded alarmingly casual. Yet the individual approaching from outside was no mere blood bag. He was also a friend. Yi Qingshu cast a fleeting glance at Dean, unable to suppress a gentle frown. My dear, you have so many friends. It seems I will have to endure a hungry evening tonight. Leaning against the sofa, the man's pale green eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. His handsome face wore a pitiful expression, as if not acquiescing to his wishes would render her a timeless sinner. Yet, Yi Qingshu remained utterly unmoved, tossing her bag towards him, which contained a blood bag. Here is your dinner. By the way, times have changed since the last century, so please be mindful of your behavior. Very well, Dean replied with a smile, his handsome face lighting up with a relaxed demeanor. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, while Zhao Lingjun lowered her lashes. Chapter 69. What brings you here? Perhaps this is the best interpretation of his actions, a moth drawn to the flame. Qi Shiwu, what have you been doing in the city lately? Before he arrived, his voice had already reached the room. Hu Yijie strode in confidently, only to be taken aback by the unfamiliar faces that filled the space. How had Qi Jingshu's social circle expanded so tremendously without his knowledge? Aside from their childhood friends, no one else had ever visited Qi Jingshu's home. Who are these individuals? He inquired, pointing towards Gu Xian and the others, confusion etched on his face. When his gaze landed on Dean, his pupils constricted. Why did he feel an unsettling chill permeate the air? Such striking looks paired with those piercing eyes were truly unnerving. You should head upstairs. Yi Qingshu turned her gaze towards Dean, her expression devoid of emotion. He truly had a knack for instilling fear. The handsome man bore a look of helplessness, having traveled a great distance to rescue her, and now, merely because he had gazed at the nocturnal visitors a moment longer due to hunger, she regarded him with such trepidation. Which room do I occupy? The second room on the left of the second floor, Qi Jingshu replied. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, the pressure emanating from Dean was overwhelming. Perhaps this intensity only subsided in the presence of Yi Qingshu. As the handsome man ascended the stairs, everyone exhaled in unison, relieved. Aren't you going to introduce us? Hu Yijie asked tentatively. These are Qingshu's friends, Zhao Lingjun, Gu Xian, and Yi Hanyan. Qi Jingshu introduced. He felt a slight headache at the unexpected visit of friends, much like Yi Qingshu. He wished to keep Hu Yijie out of such matters. Hello, Hu Yijie flashed a grin, revealing his small canine teeth. Yi Hanyan gently nodded to Gu Xian, while Zhao Lingjun's eyes revealed no discernible emotion. Hello, Zhao Lingjun. Hu Yijie glanced at the group, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Are you all off to seek the next rising star? As you may have noticed, I recently traveled to the city, Qi Jingshu explained nonchalantly, glossing over the main points. Did you all go together? Hu Yijie questioned skeptically. Indeed. Qi Jingshu scratched his nose. Hu Yijie felt as though his friendship with Qi Shiwu, spanning over 50 years, was teetering on the edge. It was well known that whenever Qi Jingshu felt guilty, he would scratch his nose. The skeptical gaze from Hu Yijie rendered Qi Jingshu somewhat uneasy. He accompanied me on a folklore investigation, and I inadvertently got abducted. I wish to keep this matter private, hence the concealment. My apologies. Yi Qingshu, seated on the sofa, gently rubbed the glazed teacup with her fingers, smiling as she smoothed over Qi Jingshu's words. That's a lie. Hu Yijie remained unconvinced, yet Yi Qingshu's expression, devoid of deceit, suggested that there might be truth to this matter. Is that so? He inquired, half convinced. You should be able to find information regarding the recent human trafficking case that was uncovered in the city, Qi Jingshu replied, offering a mix of truth and ambiguity. Recalling the incident, Hu Yijie indeed had some recollection. As a wealthy second-generation individual, he kept abreast of the latest news, especially concerning the uproar that had recently enveloped the city. I apologize for believing it. No worries, Yi Qingshu chuckled. She noticed that while Hu Yijie appeared to be quite guarded, adept at navigating various social interactions, he was fervent in his dealings with friends. Qi Jingshu was fortunate to have such a companion. Did you come here so late just to inquire about this matter? Qi Jingshu pondered seriously whether his prolonged absence from his friends had diminished his credibility. Your grandmother left something for you and this young lady. Hu Yijie pointed at Yi Qingshu. My grandfather hasn't called me. Qi Jingshu frowned. Your third uncle's company has encountered some issues recently, so he probably hasn't had the time to reach out. Hu Yijie remarked, expressing a touch of sympathy for the elder of the Qi family. That land in the north of the city, your third uncle managed to acquire it. Now, with so many people missing, it seems he will be quite busy. What has happened to the Qi family? Qi Jingshu scanned his phone for any missed calls, likely because he had been lost in some remote area when the family tried to contact him. I heard several people have gone missing from that land in the north. This is your third uncle's new project for this year. Hu Yijie was unaware of the specifics but had certainly caught wind of it. Qi Jingshu nodded. Well aware of his third uncle's character, more likely to create chaos than to achieve success. However, with his grandfather stepping in, it seemed that no matter how serious the issue, it could ultimately be resolved. Shall we return to the old residence together tomorrow? He asked, glancing at Yi Qingshu. Yes. I must go to retrieve what Yi Nan left behind, she affirmed. The Mo family is also quite concerned about you. Remember to return their call. Hu Yijie sat on the sofa, admiring Qi Shu's newly purchased furniture, thinking that he must acquire one for himself in the near future. You should head back. Qi Jingshu remarked, unhesitatingly ushering Hu Yijie out. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not have concerned himself with whether the other would stay overnight. However, this time was different. He was wary of the unpredictable behavior of those within the house. What if, by some unfortunate chance, they mistook Hu Xiaoyi for a delicacy? Qi Xiaowu had changed. Hu Yijie's gaze was filled with reproach, and the two exchanged glances that clashed in the air, yet ultimately, it was Hu Yijie who succumbed. Fine. You are the master. He conceded. I'll organize a gathering the day after tomorrow. You must come and have a proper chat. He decided to let Qi Xiaowu off the hook. This time, Qi Jingshu did not refuse. Having been absent for so long, it was indeed improper to leave the affairs of the company solely on their shoulders. Moreover, he recalled that the Mo family seemed to have considerable influence, and he would require their assistance concerning his academic endeavors with Yi Qingshu. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Hanyan felt a twinge of regret. Understanding Qi Jingshu's reservations about not keeping Hu Yijie. Thank you, Mr. Qi. Should you require assistance in the future, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest, he expressed. Setting aside the fact that Qi Jingshu had aided them, the debt of gratitude owed to Yi Yinan was indeed immeasurable. He began to ponder that over the years. He had amassed considerable assets here. Perhaps he could leave everything to them upon his departure. Expressing gratitude seemed superfluous, especially since Qi Jingshu was now looking towards Zhao Lingjun and Gu Xian, with whom he had shared trials and tribulations. Rest well. It's time to head to the old residence, Yi Qingshu announced, rising to her feet and vanishing in an instant, leaving Qi Jingshu and the others behind. She left so swiftly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qi Jingshu's eyes. Let us not forget, there is still someone upstairs, Zhao Lingjun reminded softly, hinting that she likely had much to discuss with that man. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. They were well acquainted with Yu Qishu, but Dean remained an enigmatic and formidable presence. Entering the room, Yi Qingshu gazed at the man leisurely reclining in a chair, a glass of red wine in hand. Your sudden visit, won't the Elder Council notice? She inquired. Presently, they were embroiled in internal strife, and they were under the jurisdiction of one of the elders of the third generation. Furthermore, that elder was the very creator of Dean, who was now in dire need of his support. Ah, you know him well. He does not relish such matters and would not permit me to become entangled. Dean sipped his wine, his light green eyes fixed on the night outside. Had I not been obstructing him, you would have surely abandoned us by now. He regards you as you regard me. You ought to comprehend this, Yu Qishu replied, her tone tinged with melancholy as she could not bear to see him so despondent. Little girl, if one day I were to abandon you, what would you do? The man's voice was soft yet resonated within Yu Qingshu's heart, causing her pupils to constrict. I understand your implication. However, I cannot concern myself with others. As long as you remain by my side, that is all that matters. Her tone was grave. Although she held that person in high esteem and concurred with all of their decisions, she would absolutely not permit the man before her to entertain any thoughts of departure. He was her creator, and they had mutually accompanied each other for over a century. He was more significant than anyone else, even surpassing Yi Nan in importance. Little girl, I care for you, as well as for him. The man's handsome visage curled slightly at the corners, his pale hand resting on his jawline, his pupils faint. I understand. Yi Qingshu sighed, collapsing onto the bed. Though I recognize his esteemed position in your heart, I shall not grant you the opportunity to leave me. Oh, for someone so young, your thoughts are remarkably profound. The man chuckled lightly, a shadow flitting through his eyes. Was he not the same? No matter the means. He would not allow that person to depart from him. So, shall we do nothing? Yuchishu inquired, observing the man before her, for logically. They should be returning to assist with the infant. Are we not already engaged in this? Uncovering the mastermind and offering his blood as a sacrifice. Then, we shall restore tranquility to the Elder Council, Dean replied casually. Yet, Yi Qingshu felt this task was nearly insurmountable for her. But since it was what he desired, she was willing to follow suit. Rest early. I must venture out tomorrow. You should remain obediently at the villa. She rose, deciding to find another room to reside in, and reminded Dean in passing. After all, she did not wish to return to a villa resembling a crime scene. Not joining me. Dean raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the bed as he observed Yi Qingshu preparing to leave. Thank you for your invitation, but I have no interest, came her resolute refusal. In the morning, sunlight poured into the living room, warming the space and the people within. For the first time, Qi Jingshu felt that a crowded place could be so devoid of commotion. No, living above is not human. Thankfully, he had you by his side. He exhaled deeply, eating breakfast while watching Zhao Lingjun, who was analyzing data on the computer. I thought you would despise me. Zhao Lingjun's tone was indifferent, his striking face devoid of expression, his gaze fixated on the screen. After all, his wolfish ambitions were becoming increasingly evident, and regarding Qi Jingshu's attitude towards Lu Haixing, he had mentally prepared himself. Qi Jingshu pondered for a moment, his eyelashes fluttering. I merely care more for her. He just did not wish to be abandoned again. As for Zhao Lingjun, he vaguely suspected that Lu Haixing's fate would likely mirror his own. Gazing at the handsome man before him, he could not help but feel a twinge of regret. How could someone so astute engage in such foolish actions? But why dwell on such thoughts? What concern was Zhao Lingjun's fate to him? Now, in their conversation, there were no longer any secrets. From upstairs, a teasing female voice resonated. Yi Qingshu appeared as she had on their first meeting, her black skirt billowing, adorned with a vintage wide-brimmed hat, and holding a black umbrella. Long before, she had overheard the conversation between the two upstairs. Perhaps she should make an effort to understand Qi Jingshu. This child possesses an overly delicate and stubborn disposition, and she does not wish to cause him any harm. Therefore, she must comprehend the reasons behind his profound fear of loss. Beautiful one, please keep an eye on the individuals upstairs for me. Also, I suggest you remain in the sunlight. She cast a smiling glance towards Zhao Lingjun. In the sunlight, the three upstairs dared not emerge. However, if Zhao Lingjun were to venture into the shadowy areas, it would pose a danger. After all, Gu Xian is currently anything but a stable target. Even with Yi Hanyin and Dean present, she could not shake off her unease. The man, with fair skin and an exquisitely delicate face, bore a hint of embarrassment. His ears flushed crimson. He gazed at the woman descending the stairs, his heart racing. Let us go. It was only when the woman, her skirt billowing, exited the villa that he regained his composure. Suddenly, the shrill sound of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Anxiously, he picked it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression soured. Without a moment's hesitation, he ended the call. Yet, the caller persisted. Contemplating shutting off his phone, he fixed his gaze on the computer, brewing a storm of thoughts. In the car, Qi Jingshu reflected on the notebook Zhao Lingjun had held that morning, deep in contemplation. What do you mean? Yi Qingshu inquired. Puzzled. Did you discover something intriguing? This morning, I saw him invest in stocks, and nearly all his purchases turned a profit, yet he sold them all. This peculiarity struck him. His long-held perception of Zhao Lingjun was that of a handsome but impoverished individual. However, after enduring a harrowing journey together, they had become decent friends. Yet it was only today, upon seeing the computer, that he realized Zhao Lingjun possessed a talent for making money that rivaled his elder brother and sister. Why then? Has such a person not made a name for himself in the market? Everyone harbors secrets, Yi Qingshu murmured as she leaned back against her chair. She had encountered too many individuals with a demeanor akin to Zhao Lingjun. Such people would not remain mediocre for long. Who knows? A great eagle may one day rise with the wind and soar to great heights. Zhao Lingjun merely awaits an opportunity. Indeed, everyone has their secrets, Qi Jingshu mused, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. The car drove into the Qi family estate, which appeared to have fewer inhabitants than before. Upon entering, a servant spotted the two of them. Young Master Qi, you have returned. Oh, we thought it was just some random passerby. It seems anyone can now step foot into the Qi family home. Along with the servant's greeting, a sarcastic voice intruded upon their ears. Qi Jingshu's expression turned icy as he directed his gaze towards the two individuals seated in the hall, Qi Yingying and Qi Haiqing. Those two insufferable people. Whether I am a member of the Qi family is not for you to dictate. That decision rests with Grandma, he replied coldly. Just because I bear the surname Yi. Oh, Qi Jingshu, even with Grandma gone, you still intend to use her to suppress us. Qi Haiqing rose, a look of disdain etched across his face. The individual before him bore no relation to the Qi family, yet his grandmother had always shown him undue favoritism, despite lacking a legitimate claim. She had granted him shares in the family business. Qi Jingshu clenched his fists, his eyes icy and restrained. Regardless of whether he was truly a member of the Qi family, he was still recognized as the grandson by Yi Yinan. The woman's defense rang with conviction, prompting Qi Jingshu to lift his head, the tension in his gaze easing slightly, as if illuminated by the warmth of the sun. Yi Qingshu wore a smile. Yet her tone was frigid, her sharp eyes sweeping disdainfully over the two individuals in the hall. She pondered. Perhaps she understood the reason behind Qi Jingshu's heightened sensitivity. What qualifies you to speak? Qi Yingying stood defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. Simply because I bear the surname Yi. Seizing Qi Jingshu, who was poised to shield her. Yi Qingshu's expression remained inscrutable. She could not fathom why these two children stood in stark contrast to Yu Yinan. Both Qi Haiqing and Qi Yingying were taken aback, recalling their previous encounter with Yi Qishu at the funeral and the will announcement. At that moment, they remained unaware of the true identity of this sudden apparition. Huh? And who do you think you are? This family was established by our grandmother and grandfather together. Qi Jingshu scoffed, his voice laced with mockery, placing emphasis on the word grandmother. Qi Yingying and Qi Haiqing's expressions darkened, a shadow passing over their faces. This was a topic they preferred to avoid. Although they shared the Qi surname, they were merely the children of the old master's former wife. The family fortune was built by both Yu Yinan and the old master of the Qi family. Yi Qingshu's gaze lingered on the pair, scrutinizing them closely. Were they not the descendants of that girl? Do not be so pleased with yourself. Ultimately, we share the blood of the Qi family. You are nothing more than an outsider, a bastard. Bastard. Qi Jingshu's eyes reddened, his hands balled into fists. If only grandmother were here now. Would these two dare to act in such a manner? A sharp clap echoed throughout the room. Yi Qingshu's blow landed with unyielding force, sending Qi Haiqing sprawling to the ground. He is the grandson of Yi Yinan, not some bastard. If I hear that word again, next time it shall be more than just a slap. With deliberate composure, she retrieved a disinfectant wipe from her bag, meticulously cleaning each finger. Her eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. The intensity of her gaze made Qi Haiqing flinch involuntarily. You dare strike my brother? Qi Yingying shrieked in fury, attempting to charge forward, only to be restrained by Qi Jingshu. Her cry snapped Qi Haiqing back to reality. Rising from the floor, he found himself unnerved by a woman, his embarrassment morphing into anger. You dare hit me? Having been treated with deference due to his identity since childhood, he was now humiliated by a woman. I will kill you, he roared. You bring this upon yourself. A glimmer flickered in Yi Qingshu's eyes. Stop it, Haiqing. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air. Qi Xiying, her expression grim, had returned to the ancestral home to accompany her father, only to stumble upon this scene. Aunt, that woman struck me, Qi Haiqing shouted. Albeit this time, his voice was considerably subdued. Qi Jingshu found Qi Haiqing's cowardly accusation distasteful, yet he could not articulate a retort. Silence. I heard everything, Qi Xiying admonished. Qi Jingshu had been raised by her mother since childhood. Regardless of their blood ties, she had long accepted him as part of the Qi family. Apologize. Qi Haiqing's face darkened, but constrained by Qi Xiying's presence, he could only suppress his indignation and grit his teeth. I apologize. They departed, with Qi Haiqing casting a sinister glance at Yi Qishu as they exited the hall. Damn it, that little wench will pay for this. Jingshu, you are here for the belongings left to you by your grandmother, correct? They are upstairs. Qi Xiying felt a pang of sympathy. This child had always been sensitive. Now that his mother was gone, she was at a loss on how to comfort him. Thank you, Aunt. Qi Jingshu replied softly, his expression inscrutable. Miss, your father is looking for you. He hopes you will come by. Qi Xiying sighed, her gaze drifting towards Yi Qishu. Your father has been listening upstairs during the commotion. All right, Yi Qingshu replied nonchalantly, her mind swirling with questions about what the elder Qi wanted to see her for. Could it be regarding that slap? Qi Jingshu wished to accompany her but was halted by Qi Xiying. Thus, he could only watch as she ascended the stairs alone. Outside the study, Qi Xiying led Yi Qingshu to the door, hesitating. She yearned to understand the nature of Yi Qingshu's relationship with her mother, but realizing it was not the appropriate moment to inquire, she held her tongue. "Father is inside," she stated. Yi Qingshu nodded and pushed open the door, encountering Qi Nan, who appeared notably aged while seated in a chair. "You sought me?" she asked. Observing the poised and dignified young woman before him, Qi Nan nodded, unable to suppress a flicker of admiration within him. In recent years, apart from his youngest daughter, the other children had approached him with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Yi Qingshu did not decline the invitation. Instead, she sat down naturally, awaiting his words. However, after a prolonged silence, her eyes reflected a sense of confusion. Contrary to his initial assumptions of her being impulsive, Qi Nan found himself respecting her patience. "I am aware of the altercation you had downstairs," he remarked solemnly. "If you have something to say, feel free to speak plainly." Yi Qingshu wished to avoid circumlocution. She had a myriad of questions to pose to Qi Jingshu upon her return. Who were those two individuals that appeared in the hall earlier? "They are my children from my previous marriage, and I regret to admit that my lack of guidance has led them to this unfortunate state," Qi Nan responded gravely, sighing as he reflected on the matter. "I bear no grievance, yet the issue lies with Qi Jingshu." Yi Qingshu's expression betrayed no emotion. "Regardless of whether he is your child, he is still Yi Nan's offspring." The latter statement already carried a hint of coldness. Qi Nan, having lived for over 70 years, had never been subjected to such questioning, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. "He is also my child." He had never entertained the thought that Qi Jingshu was not a member of the Qi family. He had never withheld what was due over the years. As for the disputes among the younger generation, he refrained from intervening simply because they had matured and ought to manage their affairs. Some matters cannot be altered overnight. You must convey to them that Qi Jingshu is also your child, rather than merely discussing it with me. Yi Qingshu's words struck true. The most effective means to resolve the situation was for the old Master Qi to adjust his stance, instead of leaving them to resolve it on their own. Chapter 72. The past. This statement rendered old Master Qi speechless. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of life, how could he not discern Yi Qingshu's meaning? Previously, with Yi Nan around, she had resolved all family conflicts, but now that she was gone, it was incumbent upon him to reshape and mend the familial discord. How ironic that after living for most of his life, he would be schooled today by a younger generation. He found himself self-mocking. Perhaps it truly was his responsibility to address this matter. She was indeed considerably older than he was. Yi Qingshu smiled gently. "Who are you?" Qi Nan inquired, his aged yet clear eyes fixated on Yi Qingshu, the question escaping his lips for the first time. Despite his suspicions, he sought confirmation. Yi Qingshu had not claimed the inheritance, nor had he. Whether due to Yi Nan's will or the fact that this young lady bore the Yi surname, he felt compelled to bequeath it to her. "My grandmother was Yi Nan's sister." It turned out that Qi Nan felt a tinge of disappointment. "Why the disappointment?" Yi Qingshu questioned. "My wife, I heard, lost contact with a child many years ago. Do you believe I am that child?" Yi Qingshu chuckled softly. This was a rationale she had never considered. "I have sought to make amends throughout my life, hence my desire to assist her. Best of luck to you." Yi Qingshu replied in a nonchalant tone, as she surmised who that child might be. Yet, she had no desire to seek her out. Even if she had all the time in the world, she would not pursue it. That deceiver had stolen Ain from her side and abandoned her. She was indeed a petty person. "That inheritance, regardless of whether you desire it, remains yours," old Master Qi stated emphatically, retrieving a document from his drawer and handing it to Yi Qingshu. "You are a good person." Without further hesitation, Yi Qingshu accepted the document. She had no need for it, but Qi Jingshu did. "Go. My wife left you something." Old Master Qi sighed heavily, gesturing with his hand as he gazed at the family portrait hanging on the wall, lost in contemplation. In the room, an unopened box sat beside Qi Jingshu. Yet he could not unlock its code. "What are you doing squatting there?" Yi Qingshu entered, arching an eyebrow at Qi Jingshu, whose expression was fraught with worry. "You're back. How is Grandpa?" Qi Jingshu's words amused Yi Qingshu. "Haha, your grandfather won't eat me. However, he is a good man, albeit not an exceptionally competent elder." Reflecting on the seemingly perpetually composed old man, Yi Qingshu offered her assessment. Qi Jingshu lowered his gaze, recalling that his grandfather had always appeared distant and unapproachable since his earliest memories. "Perhaps you should share your story with me," she suggested, gently lifting Qi Jingshu's chin with her fingers, her tone earnest. Qi Jingshu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. "If you prefer not to speak, then I shall wait until you are ready. However, Qi Jingshu, I hope that day is not too distant." She released her fingers, her gaze drifting towards the box. A tremor coursed through Qi Jingshu's heart. He stood there, acutely aware that this woman before him would not always remain by his side. Yet, he yearned to hold on to her. "My father is my grandfather's younger brother's child," he finally managed to utter with difficulty. Yi Qingshu sat quietly in her chair, listening intently to his unfolding narrative. He was a gambler, a wastrel, indulging in debauchery daily. "My mother." Qi Jingshu closed his eyes, revealing that she had worked in a nightclub. The boy's vulnerability was laid bare as he navigated the tumultuous waters of worldly and emotional turmoil. Yi Qishu grasped Qi Jingshu's hand. "Do you love them?" "I love my mother, but I do not love that man," Qi Jingshu replied through gritted teeth, his eyes reddening. "And then?" she inquired softly, her gentle voice and cool fingers seemingly granting him strength. "Later, my mother, upon becoming pregnant with me, found that man regarded us as burdens." His gaze was hollow, as if transported back to that winter long ago, where his family was no better off than his grandfather's branch, perhaps merely the so-called impoverished relatives. His parents often sought favors from the chief family, thriving at their expense. Life was not kind to his mother as she struggled to make ends meet, selling goods in the market. Occasionally, that man would return home after losing at gambling, unleashing his rage upon them. Eventually, when his grandmother returned to their hometown and discovered their plight, her assistance improved their circumstances, yet fortune remained elusive. Qi Jingshu's voice quivered with suppressed tears. "A car accident. My mother died protecting me," he continued. "Later, that man also perished, succumbing to the gambling table. Heaven took the life of that demon, but in return, it dealt me a heavy blow. My wonderful mother is gone." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he recalled that winter when he was 5, when his mother shielded him from harm with her own body. Yi Qingshu gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Qi Jingshu's eyes, and he embraced the boy tenderly. "Afterward, I was tossed around by relatives in my hometown until my grandmother took me in. That scene you just witnessed often occurred during my childhood. When my grandmother discovered it, she registered me under my fourth uncle's name to help me escape my past, claiming I was a child of the chief family." "Fourth uncle?" "Yes, he left home in his early 20s. Qi Jingshu's tone grew somber. "He wished to sever all ties with his biological father, thus agreeing to his grandmother's wishes. Thus, since that time, I have become the 5th child of the chief family." All problems seemed to dissipate like morning mist as Yi Qingshu gazed upon the fragile boy before her, so different from the spirited youth she first encountered. At this moment, he resembled a delicate porcelain doll. "Qi Jingshu, regardless of who you are unequivocally Yi Nan's grandson." Yi Qingshu spoke softly. "Therefore, no one has a more rightful claim to be here than you." Her words were imbued with certainty, yet Qi Jingshu appeared lost. "I do not know. When grandmother was alive, he possessed the world, but now that she has departed, you are remarkable, no less than anyone else. Your grandmother always believed you to be her grandson. Everything she did was to ensure you had a foundation to rely upon. Jingshu, you need not be so afraid. You are worthy of the world's love and the finest offerings." At last, Qi Jingshu raised his head. "Will you always stay by my side?" He yearned to remain with her forever. "If you wish," Yi Qingshu replied with a smile. Yet, a shadow of melancholy passed through her heart. These people were adept at deceiving her. In his current fragility, he perhaps felt that being by her side for a lifetime would provide him a sense of security. However, as he matured, learning to love and be loved, he would inevitably soar away like Yi Nan, leaving her with the solitude of the long years. Chapter 73. Miss Yi. "May I accompany you for a meal?" Even knowing that Yi Qishu might be comforting him, Qi Jingshu felt, at that moment, that he had family. He would no longer be alone. At that moment, he sat there like a forlorn puppy. Yi Qishu retrieved a handkerchief from her bag and offered it to him. "Do not worry, I am here for you." This phrase resonated like a promise, causing Qi Jingshu to lift his head, unable to divert his gaze. "Have you not opened this box?" Picking up the small case, Yi Qingshu expressed her confusion. "Grandmother said a password, but I do not know what it is." Qi Jingshu replied, his expression innocent, puzzled as to why his grandmother had left behind a box with an unknown password. "Have you tried all significant dates?" "I have tried them all." Yi Qingshu mused. "You input it. Let us try this." The box was remarkably modern, although she had recently adapted well to such devices. Yi Qingshu still found it somewhat challenging. The boy did not inquire further and directly took the box. 188037. The woman uttered a string of numbers. This was her birth date. Perhaps only Yi Nan knew it in this world. Yet now, there was another, Qi Jingshu. "This number is your birthday?" Qi Jingshu stated with certainty. "Yes," Yi Qishu nodded. Inside the box was arranged simply. Atop lay an envelope, beneath it a dress, a folder, and a blood-red jade bracelet. Opening the envelope, he discovered several old, yellowed photographs. These are your photos. As he examined the images, Qi Jingshu could not help but study Yu Qishu. After decades, her beauty remained unchanged. It belongs to me. But there are 2 remaining photographs that I have never seen before. Picking up the most familiar one, memories cascaded through Yi Qingshu's mind. The image depicted a woman clad in an opulent European gown, cradling an infant. The woman's expression was gentle as she sat gracefully in a chair, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Yet the little baby tugging at her garment subtly revealed a hint of her helplessness. This was taken when your grandmother turned 1 month old. I had thought it lost, only to discover she had taken it. And what about these 2? A man held up the other 2 photographs, one of which appeared to be a candid side shot. One of these depicted the woman watering flowers in the yard, while the other was taken in a banquet hall. She was always keen on photography at 15. This must have been one of her captures. Naturally, she referred to Yi Nan. Yi Qingshu was somewhat taken aback by these photographs, gently tracing them with her fingers. The lengthy passage of time had indeed left its mark. I have always wondered why you raised my grandmother, Qi Jingshu pondered, his curiosity lingering. The woman's light tea-colored eyes swept over him, her tone unwavering. My younger sister bore a child, but became entranced by the allure of vampirism, ultimately perishing during her first embrace. So, you raised my grandmother all along? He inquired. She held my hand back then, and thus I took it upon myself to nurture her. The warmth of human hands was something she could never refuse. Recalling that time, Yi Qingshu's eyes softened momentarily. She opened the next folder to reveal a deposit slip, specifically, a deposit slip from Tianshi Bank. Qi Jingshu recognized it instantly. Tianshi Bank, a century-old establishment, was a repository for the affluent and powerful. Presenting the deposit slip alongside Qi Nan's documents, Yu Qishu handed them to him. Qi Jingshu hesitated, confusion clouding his thoughts. Your grandfather stated that you should not inherit this asset. However, as you know, I have little interest in such matters. She pressed the items into his hands, continuing, therefore, all of this is for you. How can that be? Qi Jingshu protested. I do not require these. If you are insistent on refusing, consider it a means of assisting me in managing them. Yu Qishu's gaze turned solemn. She lacked nothing and knew that he needed it more than she did. The boy fell silent, eventually nodding in acquiescence. I will share the dividends with you. Whenever you wish to reclaim it, I shall present it to you wholeheartedly. Good child, Yu Qishu replied, her eyes lingering on the black European-style gown and the blood-red bracelet. These were her belongings. Little did she expect that in her haste, that girl had inadvertently taken them along. Donning the bracelet, Yu Qishu slipped it onto her pale wrist, its crimson hue reflecting the sunlight, adding an air of danger to her delicate appearance. Now that we have gathered everything, if you have no further business, let us depart. Yi Qingshu said softly, a flash of crimson flickering in her light tea-colored eyes. Qi Jingshu agreed, and with his grandmother gone, he no longer needed to return to the old house as frequently as before. Downstairs, Qi Xing awaited the person above, eager to converse with the young woman. Are you waiting for us? As she observed the woman peering anxiously, Yi Qingshu descended the stairs slowly, inquiring with a gentle tone. Danger. This was Qi Xing's immediate impression. But after a moment, she chuckled softly, realizing that she must be overly fatigued lately. Before her stood merely a child. It's been a while since I've seen Jingshu, and I would like to invite you to dinner, if that's convenient. Inside the private room, Qi Jingshu was uncertain about what his aunt intended to say. When Qi Xing glanced at Yu Qishu for the 3rd time, he could not help but speak up. And, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to express it. Qi Xing struggled to articulate her thoughts. Despite her usual competence in public, she found herself at a loss when faced with this composed young lady. What do you wish to ask? Please, do not hesitate. Yi Qingshu's voice was gentle as she sipped her tea, her light-colored eyes observing the girl before her. She bore a striking resemblance to the young woman. Actually, I want to inquire about the relationship between Miss Yi and my mother. Qi Xing bit her lip and asked boldly. Remembering Qi Nan's words, Yi Qingshu shook her head. My grandmother and your mother are sisters. Upon hearing this, Qi Xing felt a sense of relief. To be honest, at her age, she had long ceased to desire any additional potential relatives. Yet Yi Qingshu's resemblance to her mother compelled her to make the connection. Ah, aunt, I mean no offense. You must be new to the city. Qi Xing picked up the serving chopsticks and offered Yi Qingshu some food, her expression warm with a smile. I was born in the city, but I haven't visited in quite some time, Yi Qingshu replied, half-truthfully. Meanwhile, Qi Jingshu marveled at the woman's eloquence. He couldn't help but wonder what his aunt would think if she knew this young woman was her ancestor. He felt a twinge of mischievous curiosity. Though Qi Xiying found it strange that she had never encountered Yu Qishu before, she trusted her mother's letter implicitly. Could it be that Yi Qingshu's family had left the city shortly after her birth? Chapter 74. Changes without further contemplation. Qi Xiying smiled gently. I see. But why haven't you brought your parents along? It's quite peculiar that the younger generation arrives without the elders. My parents have long since passed away. I'm sorry. Qi Xiying was taken aback, regretting her inquiry. It's all right. Yi Qingshu replied calmly, indicating that it was no trouble. And what about you now? The thought of a lonely girl stirred Qi Xiying's sympathy. She felt compelled to offer assistance if needed. I plan to further my studies at Tianhai University, Yi Qingshu stated, revealing her future intentions. In that case, I have a place you could stay. If you don't mind, you are welcome to move in. Qi Xiying hesitated. After all, Jingshu was a man, and her understanding of his romantic life was somewhat limited. The idea of such a young girl spending her days in his company made her somewhat uneasy. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingshu grew anxious, and his demeanor astonished Qi Xiying. This boy, who had always been indifferent to everything since childhood, was unexpectedly so attentive towards a distant cousin. This child, sensitive by nature, perhaps due to his mother's absence and the significance this individual held for her, felt compelled to cherish this bond. I was merely suggesting that Yi Jie and the others frequently visit you. My property is relatively close to my home, and with Miss Yi residing there, she would have your cousin's company. It would provide ample conversation for a young lady. She explained that having Miss Yi, a girl, around would also broaden her social circle. Thank you for your kindness, but I have previously lived in the vicinity of the Jing family. It is my homeland, and I am reluctant to leave. Yi Qingshu gently declined. Where did that young girl live before? Qi Xiying inquired, puzzled. Well, all right. She nodded in agreement. If you require assistance, feel free to reach out to Aunt Qi. Thank you. What a composed child. Qi Xiying exclaimed. If we were not relatives, I would have considered introducing her to my son. Her own son was rather dull-witted. In the future, he should seek a daughter-in-law who embodies the grace and poise of the young lady before them. The meal concluded with mutual enjoyment, and after bidding farewell to Qi Xiying, Qi Jingshu turned to Yi Qingshu. Is that truly your hometown? Yi Qingshu nodded affirmatively. What was it like back then? Qi Jingshu could not suppress his curiosity. It was once a small fishing village. Yet, it was completely isolated, as historically it was a significant city. Yi Qingshu recalled. Considering she had only been 9 when she left, remembering this much was indeed remarkable. It seems we share quite the connection. Alas, we are not truly relatives. This notion lingered in Qi Jingshu's mind, and despite reassurances, he remained melancholic. Jingshu, the affection and admiration you receive are not solely determined by blood ties. Yi Qingshu sighed, realizing that after more than half a century, she found herself once again in the role of a confidant. Qi Jingshu looked up, unable to comprehend. In his perspective, blood relations formed an inherent bond. Qi Haiqing could behave recklessly within the Qi family because they all shared Qi Nan's blood. However, since his grandmother's passing, he felt like an outsider. Acceptance is contingent upon your standing in another's heart. Yi Qingshu asserted decisively. Do you not feel that when Yuinen was in the Qi family, it was not your home? The woman's question made Qi Jingshu hesitate, yet after a moment, he resolutely shook his head. No. Grandmother was his grandmother, the person who treated him best in this life. He will always be her kin. Similarly, my feelings towards you are not solely dependent on Yinan. Jingshu, you are deserving of love. You claim you are not a member of the Qi family, yet you are part of the Yi family. Yuinen has already embraced you, and I am willing to accept you as well. If it were only because of Yinan, she would not have handed over the contract when she learned there was no blood relation between Qi Jingshu and Yu Yinan. A tremor coursed through Qi Jingshu's heart as his eyelashes fluttered downward, contemplating Yi Qingshu's words. I cherish you, thus, I would relinquish all my possessions for you. For I acknowledge your worth. However, should my affection wane, no matter how profound our kinship, I would offer you no assistance. Just as he had distanced himself from his younger sister for her actions that displeased him, gratitude filled his heart as the clouds of frustration began to dissipate. He gazed at the woman before him, a warmth rising within him. In that moment, all fear and trepidation evaporated, for he felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. Well then, we have dined. It is time for us to return home. Dear friend, Yi Qingshu remarked, lifting her handbag. Her spirits were buoyant, though the man before her was obstinate. He was not one to tread a path of darkness. She merely hoped that in the years to come, he would be surrounded by many who loved him, and that he too would find love. Nevertheless, my words still hold true. As long as you do not leave, I shall never forsake you. This was the promise she extended, reminiscent of the vow she had made to Yu Yinan over half a century ago, now offered to the young man before her. This time, Qi Jingshu's eyes sparkled with a vitality rarely seen, obediently following Yi Qingshu out of the restaurant, a newfound sense of security enveloping him. Outside, Zhao Ye crouched beside a trash bin, her face twisted in hatred. It is all that wretched woman's fault. If it weren't for her, my father would not have abandoned me, nor would he have brought his child from his previous marriage back home. Is it wrong to wish to be the young mistress of the Qi family? Is it wrong to desire that dress? Why does the whole world seem to conspire against me? Gripping a vial of medication tightly, she resolved to make that wretched woman pay today. Just then, she spotted two familiar figures at the entrance, her eyes brightening. Heaven has favored me. I merely passed by in a drunken haze and stumbled upon that wretched woman. Without hesitation, she rushed out, shouting, "Die, you wretched woman," and flinging the contents of the vial. The moment Yi Qingshu stepped out of the lobby, she felt an intense gaze fixed upon her, and upon hearing the voice, she instinctively sought to evade. However, in the next instant, a broad figure blocked her path, causing her to momentarily freeze. Pain. This was Qi Jingshu's immediate sensation. The searing agony drained the color from his face. He had only donned a shirt that day, and now it was corroded, his back a gruesome sight, emitting a sickening sound. He could not suppress a cry of pain, collapsing to the ground, trembling, drenched in cold sweat. The entrance erupted into chaos at this unforeseen turn of events, with some calling the police while others summoned an ambulance. Chapter 75. Let us proceed as you suggested. Yi Qingshu's gaze turned icy, her eyes locking onto Zhao Ye, who was attempting to flee after misdirecting her fury. With a sharp voice, she commanded the security personnel at the door, "Why have you not apprehended her yet?" She then crouched down to assess Qi Jingshu's condition. "Qi Jingshu, are you foolish? Why are you standing in front?" Yi Qingshu reprimanded sharply, a hint of regret swelling within her heart. Had she known better, she would have acted with greater caution. The sulfuric acid posed no threat to her, yet for Qi Jingshu it was a perilous substance. "Qishu, it hurts so much. Please, don't say anything about me," Qi Jingshu replied, his voice pitiful, his eyelashes trembling as he fought against the pain. Managing to offer a faint smile to the person who worried for him, he simply wished to shield her from harm. After all, she was akin to a second family to him. Yet the pain was indeed excruciating. "Stop talking." Glancing around at the bustling crowd, Yi Qingshu frowned, a rare flurry of anxiety washing over her. Her blood. Yes, her blood was the most effective remedy. "Miss, I have called for an ambulance." The hotel manager hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing Qi Jingshu's face, he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. This was the son of the Qi family. If anything were to transpire on his territory today, not only the hotel but the entire city would tremble. Naturally, the most unfortunate would be him. Casting a glance at Zhao Ye, he wished he could devour her whole. "Mr. Qi, please remain still. I have already apprehended the culprit." Qi Jingshu's vision blurred. He could no longer discern what the manager was saying. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Yi Qingshu, who was anxious for him. "Mother, Grandma, look, there are still people who care for me. I am not an unwanted child. Could you assist in taking him to the hotel's interior?" Yi Qingshu could no longer restrain herself. If this continued, Qi Jingshu would succumb to the pain. Moreover, the burn was spreading. But then, a warm hand grasped hers tightly. No, Qi Jingshu vaguely understood what the woman before him intended to do. Yet, this was happening in a public setting. Not to mention, there were those lurking enemies. He did not wish to expose her to any danger, even in the slightest. At such a time, you are still thinking about that. You will hurt yourself. No, Qi Jingshu's expression was resolute. "Miss, I understand you are also very concerned for Mr. Qi, but for now, let us wait for the doctor. Do not move the patient indiscriminately. I have already dispatched someone for water." The manager joined in the persuasion, as he too did not wish any incident to occur on his premises. "Jingshu, how are you?" Over there, Zhao Ye was restrained by security, her gaze darting towards Qi Jingshu, lying amidst the crowd, panic surging within her. It was over, utterly over. The Qi family would not let her off, and her father would completely abandon her. "Jingshu, it's not my fault. It's all that wretched woman's doing. The one I wish to punish is that vile woman." She frantically attempted to explain, utterly unaware of her own words. Regardless, she could not bear the accusation of deliberately harming the young master of the Qi family. Yi Qingshu's pupils flickered with a trace of crimson as she peered through the crowd, fixating on the woman outside who was clamoring. Zhao Yiye could not help but shudder. The intensity of that gaze was utterly terrifying, as though it were capable of inflicting mortal harm. Yu Qishu endeavored to restrain her fangs, her eyes glinting with an icy chill. This woman would not be spared. Qi Jingshu maintained a firm grip on Yi Qingshu's wrist, sensing his own consciousness waning. The hospital was suffused with the pungent scent of disinfectant. Standing before the operating room, Yi Qingshu's eyes betrayed her concern. The sound of high heels echoed through the corridor. Qi Xing had rushed to the hospital in a flurry, astonished that such calamity could unfold so shortly after her departure. "How is Jingshu?" she inquired, grasping Yi Qingshu's hand, her touch icy enough to provoke an instinctive urge to release her. "Burns on the back. The specifics will depend on the doctor's assessment," Yi Qingshu replied tersely, her expression inscrutable. "What on earth transpired?" Qi Xing asked anxiously. "Madam Qi, please remain calm. It is said that the daughter of the Zhao family sought out Yeye, and there appears to be some prior connection with your nephew," the manager, standing nearby, remarked. Feeling overwhelmed by the situation, he had already pieced together the events leading to their arrival at the hospital. It was indeed a perilous entanglement of emotions. "So, Zhao Yeye is involved, is she?" Qi Xing realized. "I understand now. Madam Qi," Yi Qingshu interjected softly, her emotionless eyes locking onto Qi Xing's, a hint of crimson flickering within them. "I believe Miss Zhao's mental state warrants scrutiny. Perhaps she would benefit from psychiatric treatment." "You are indeed correct. She shall pay the price." The manager inhaled sharply, taken aback. "Psychiatric treatment? Are you suggesting she be committed to an asylum? That place can drive even the sanest individuals to madness." Yi Qingshu's heart grew cold. Once there, she would ensure Zhao Yeye remained confined for eternity. Before long, the doctor emerged, and Qi Xing hurriedly intercepted him. "Doctor, how is my child? The burns are somewhat severe, but fortunately, the treatment was timely." "That is a relief." Qi Xing exhaled, her tension easing. Yi Qingshu felt the weight upon her chest lift, allowing her to lean against the wall. Thank goodness the child was unharmed. They waited until sunset, drawing closer to the glass window, gazing at the unconscious Qi Jingshu within. Yi Qishu stood motionless, flanked by Qi Nan, Qi Xing, and Qi Hang. "How audacious of the Zhao family. We shall proceed as you suggest." Qi Nan's face was a mask of fury as he slammed his cane against the floor, producing a sharp sound. He had been aware of his grandson's indiscretions and, while often frustrated by his shortcomings, would never tolerate any harm befalling him. "Father, please calm down. I will handle this matter." Qi Hang took it upon himself to address the situation, having watched Qi Jingshu grow up, and feeling his heart ache at the sight of him in the intensive care unit. "Qishu, why don't you take a seat?" Qi Xing urged Yu Qishu. Since Qi Jingshu entered, this girl has remained here, not moving an inch. "I will stay here. I believe he would want to see me first when he awakens." Yi Qingshu shook her head, wishing to remain by the child's side. "But your health may not withstand it," Qi Xing remarked, observing the girl's gaze fixated on the ward and recalling Zhao Yeye's situation. Investigations revealed that Zhao Yeye's target was Yi Qingshu, and Jingshu had shielded this girl from the acid. Could it be that these two children harbor mutual feelings? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Jingshu and the girl were of similar age and both had been orphaned since childhood, making them quite compatible. "Let us go seeing." Qi Nan, unlike Qi Xing, possessed perceptive eyes that clearly discerned the dynamics between them. It was evident that they could not be the relationship Qi Xing envisioned. Yet, why were these two children so deeply concerned for one another? "I've called the butler. He will bring people over shortly," Qi He and Ing interjected. "Very well." Qi Xing conceded. "I shall come tomorrow." As the group departed, the corridor fell into a profound silence. Yi Qingshu's gaze remained unchanged, fixated on the individual inside the ward. Time passed gradually until a tall figure appeared at the hospital. The man was strikingly handsome, with curious light green eyes that lit up upon seeing Yi Qingshu. "What brings you here?" Yi Qingshu inquired, somewhat surprised, given his usual aversion to hospitals. "I heard you were on the phone with that kid." The kid referred to Zhao Lingjun. Their prolonged absence had left the household in disarray, prompting Zhao Lingjun to call her for clarification. "I expected it would be Zhao Lingjun coming," Yi Qingshu confessed. The tall and handsome man paused beside Yu Qishu, glancing at the individual in the ward still wearing an oxygen mask, and sighed. "This kid is gravely injured. He had intended to visit, but it seemed he was held up by something." "Something?" Don't worry, it has nothing to do with the Elders' Council, Dean assured her. You know how human affairs can be fraught with trivial troubles. You aren't going to investigate. Yi Qingshu mused, sensing that the man before her might have some leisure time. Considering he was at the hospital instead of collaborating with Yi Han-yin on matters concerning the Elders' Council, there is no rush. Isn't it better to enjoy the sights of the city first? Dean replied leisurely, but you seem quite agitated today. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't speak so sharply. I'm starting to wonder if this child possesses some sort of magic, he said thoughtfully, observing Qi Jingshu inside. He is quite sincere, Yi Qingshu whispered. These traits are beyond what we creatures possess. This response made Dean feel as though he had traversed back to the last century, reminiscent of the evaluations once bestowed upon Yi Nan. Yet, the heartless one still abandoned her, seemingly aware of Dean's thoughts. Yi Qingshu expressed a hint of resignation. I have never felt anger, for I understand that no human will remain with us indefinitely. This has always been clear to me. Thus, she comprehended Yu Yinan's departure and had also prepared herself for Qi Jingshu's potential exit. At present, she merely yearned to experience the joys and sorrows of humanity amidst the passage of time. Oh, very well. It seems the earnest child is about to awaken, Dean remarked, his light green eyes fixed upon the figure lying on the hospital bed. Almost immediately, the person on the bed opened their eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingshu pressed the button to summon the doctor. Pain. Yet, she could see her. Qi Jingshu's eyes, hazily perceiving a man and a woman standing by the glass window, instantly recognized the woman's silhouette. How wonderful, she did not leave. A smile graced his lips as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The atmosphere quickly filled with activity as the butler hurriedly arrived with the doctor to attend to him. After instructing the butler, Yi Qingshu took Dean and departed down the corridor. The patient had awakened, and she had another crucial matter to attend to. On the hospital's rooftop, with summer approaching, the weather felt somewhat stifling. A gentle breeze swept through as two figures stood high above, the wind playfully tousling the woman's long, dark curls. With hair in disarray, her porcelain skin and delicate features clad in a flowing black dress, she resembled a sprite of the night. The tall, handsome man observed this scene and stepped behind her, while the rooftop breeze brushed her skirt against his tailored trousers, creating an aura of protection around her. With his long fingers, he gently gathered her hair, meticulously tidying it. Look at you, so disheveled, Dean chuckled softly, recalling the last time he had seen her in such a state was during her escape from pursuers. He would never forget that day. The girl was covered in blood, her hair a wild tangle, fleeing to Sijiaza to seek his aid, just as she did now. However, the panic that had once consumed her was absent this time. As she elegantly twisted her hair up, satisfaction flickered in his light green eyes. Thank you. But what of that lad you no longer guard? Where are you off to? Standing side by side, Dean expressed a hint of confusion. To confront the instigator, a glimmer of cold determination crossed Yi Qingshu's gaze, her pupils turning crimson. The situation had arisen because of her, and she intended to resolve it herself. Couldn't you leave it to Qi Jingshu? Yi Qingshu shook her head. That child is too fragile. He deserves someone to shield him from the storm. Moreover, he is injured. How could he manage? Go find Zhao Lingjun. There were two factions seeking him, one of which is of unknown identity. I am quite concerned. You underestimate that pack of small fry. Their audacity knows no bounds. Dean remained indifferent. Having just lost his stronghold, yet still daring to continue his mischief, unless he had a death wish. Yi Qingshu fell silent. Perhaps Dean's words held some truth. I shall go. Do as you please. With that, she leapt into the air and vanished, leaving behind two fleeting shadows. In the detention center, under the orders of the Qi family, Zhao Yeye was kept in solitary confinement. She sat in a chair, lost in a daze, repeatedly shouting, I did not harm Qi Jingshu. It was that vile woman. Yet, no one came, and no one paid her any heed. A glimmer of madness flickered in her eyes as she strained to see outside through the window. Father, why hasn't he come to rescue me yet? Is it truly so trivial that he would forsake me? Even if Qi Jingshu was injured, what of it? She could take responsibility. She could marry that man and care for him for a lifetime. Why was she, innocent as she was, confined here? Standing outside, Yi Qingshu smirked coldly upon hearing Zhao Yeye's words. Having already gathered information from the Qi family, she was able to meet Zhao Yeye without obstruction. Dean trailed behind, appearing somewhat unwell, and offered his calm commentary. 15 minutes, the officer announced. Thank you. With her icy hand, Yi Qingshu slowly turned the doorknob and entered the room. Zhao Yeye sat there, handcuffed, her expression frenzied. Upon seeing Yi Qingshu, she slammed her hands on the table, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! How dare you come here? You are the one who harmed Jingshu. Where is he? What has happened to him? Qi Jingshu's fate is of no concern to you. However, your situation is quite another matter." Pulling out a chair, Yi Qingshu sat down, her gaze as frosty as winter's chill. Zhao Ye shuddered involuntarily, feeling that familiar dread once more because of this woman. Chapter 77. You cannot take me away, huh? What can you do? My father will save me. She pretended to muster courage and shouted. Dean observed the woman before him, thinking her perhaps lacking in intellect. The officer had already stated that no one was coming to rescue her. If her father truly wished to intervene, why had he not shown himself yet? Are you referring to the man who, upon the incident's occurrence, rushed to the hospital to beg for forgiveness from Qinan? Yi Qingshu lightly tapped her fingers on the table, recalling the image of the rotund man kneeling in the hospital, pleading for forgiveness. He did say you were at his mercy. The woman's casual words drained the color from Zhao Ye's face. How could my father abandon me? You lie. You lie. She attempted to rise, but the handcuffs prevented her from standing. All she could do was glare in fury, wishing she could devour the woman before her. Zhao Ye. Some individuals must pay the price for their misdeeds. With that seemingly weightless remark, a storm brewed in Yi Qingshu's eyes. In the next moment, her gaze, directed at Zhao Ye, flickered with a crimson hue. Remember, you have a history of mental illness, and you must ensure that everyone knows. There may come a time when you might need to feign madness. Zhao Ye, in a daze, gazed vacantly, her eyes devoid of focus. After an indeterminate time, she suddenly regained her senses, pondering what had just transpired. Outside, a flicker of crimson flashed through Yi Qingshu's pale tea-colored eyes. Was it merely her imagination? Or did she truly feel a pang of hunger? Was it so simple to let her off the hook? This was indeed the harshest punishment she could endure. Yi Qingshu remained unfazed. Had it been the previous century, she would undoubtedly have spared no mercy on Zhao Ye's life. Yet, in this modern era, perhaps there was no better course of action. Observing the contemporary woman, Dean found himself recalling a phrase, a heart of compassion. Moments later, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts. If Yi Qingshu were a bodhisattva, then he too was one. However, who could have anticipated that someone once heralded as a hunter would now display such mercy? Very well, as you wish. He smiled, having expected something far more intriguing from his visit. Surely, you do not intend to return to the hospital to tend to that young man? That would be exceedingly dull. He craved a vibrant nightlife. Yi Qingshu understood Dean's nature, always seeking novelty and excitement. Perhaps after such an interminable stretch of time, these pursuits served as mere distractions from his solitude and loneliness. Indeed, the city's nightlife is rich. Perhaps you might explore it on your own, she suggested. A glimmer of resignation flickered in the man's eyes. Sometimes, I truly wonder how you manage to remain sane through this interminable night. Perhaps you could attempt a taste of human life? She proposed. Farewell. I must venture to explore this city, he declared, waving his hand dismissively as he strode away. Utterly unperturbed, watching his retreating figure, Yi Qingshu lowered her gaze, contemplating how one could avoid madness. Wasn't it precisely the unbearable loneliness that had once driven her to become a butcher? Now, assimilating into human life was for the same reason. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on it further. There was still a patient waiting at the hospital. As she began to turn back, a vivid image flashed before her, compelling her to halt abruptly. Closing her eyes once more, the fragmented scene revealed Zhao Lingjun as its protagonist. Yi Qingshu furrowed her brow. This was near Zhao Lingjun's home, and he was injured. She glanced toward the alley and ventured inside, soon vanishing like a fleeting shadow. The first summer rain arrived abruptly and in delicate droplets, with passers-by hurrying along, as if quickening their pace could spare them from the downpour. In the dilapidated back alleys of the old city, a strikingly androgynous man lay drenched in blood. His soaked clothing was caked in mud, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, while one of his legs was unnaturally bent. Zhao Lingjun gripped a baseball bat, straining to support his body and prevent himself from collapsing. His beautiful almond-shaped eyes warily surveying the group before him. Zhao Lingjun, I ask you, why must you risk your life for a fleeting ascent? Questioned an imposing man, heavily tattooed and robustly built, with evident confusion. This is not the first time they have cornered this boy. In the past, he had always slipped away effortlessly, evading their grasp. This time, however, they managed to lure him out by tracking down those whom he had consistently supported. At this moment, Zhao Lingjuan's eyes no longer reflected the gentle radiance he usually possessed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered, "Today, either I escape, or you shall take back only a corpse." The thought of being subjugated beneath that repugnant man was utterly laughable. Moreover, the image of the person he yearned for day and night surfaced in his mind. Had this been a previous encounter, he might have engaged in a superficial pretense of compliance, but now he was resolute in his refusal. "Zhao Lingjun, if you care not for yourself, think of that young girl." The tattooed man cast a glance at Zhao Lingjuan's handsome visage, feeling a twinge of sympathy. After all, what man could endure such humiliation? Yet, the employer had offered a handsome sum, insisting they must deliver him. The young girl. Zhao Lingjuan's pupils constricted. Yes, it was Ming Yin. Her parents had perished because of him, and he absolutely could not endanger her further. But was surrender truly the only option? He was so close, just a step away. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his head and let out a bitter laugh. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the curtain of rain, the laughter grew louder, devoid of any joy, filled instead with sorrow that sent shivers down the spine. What was wrong with this boy? Could he be going mad? Someone in the crowd murmured. "Zhao Lingjun, consider your position." The tattooed man observed keenly. Zhao Lingjun was afraid, for they had seized upon his vulnerability this time. He no longer felt urgency. Instead, watching the handsome man before him with quiet intensity while issuing a final ultimatum, inwardly lamenting that beauty, whether in a woman or a man, often led to calamity. Tears mingled with raindrops as they traced down Zhao Lingjuan's cheeks, his eyes filled with desolation. He withdrew a short dagger from his sleeve, his long, pale fingers caressing its blade. It was the very dagger he had purchased with Yi Qingshu during a market visit, originally intended for her protection. Who would have thought it would now be turned upon himself? "What are you doing?" the tattooed man shouted, astonished that this boy would prefer to be shattered than to be preserved. "I have already stated, you can take nothing but a corpse." Zhao Lingjuan's tone remained unwavering, as simple as the act of eating or drinking, as he pressed the dagger against his own neck. Perhaps only in death could he safeguard Ming Yin and put an end to this oppression. Yet, he realized he would never see that woman again. Before him, the image of her cold, serene face reemerged, and he felt the corners of his mouth curve slightly as he closed his eyes, exerting pressure with his hand. Chapter 78. You touch my people and still wish to leave? Be cautious with such a sharp object. You might harm yourself. Zhao Lingjun, with disbelief in his eyes, opened them as a cold hand firmly grasped his wrist. Before him stood the woman with the once serene countenance, now shadowed by a grim and serious expression. Her usually cool eyes fixated intently upon him. Zhao Lingjun felt an involuntary tremor within her heart. Was she not in the hospital keeping company with Qi Jingshu? How could she possibly be here? Yi Qingshu initially believed that Zhao Lingjun was merely being pursued. Yet she was taken aback upon witnessing a handsome man brandishing a knife against himself. He actually intended to take his own life. Had she arrived even a moment later? She dared not contemplate the dire consequences. Put down the knife. You must understand that your affairs remain unresolved. Thus your life is in my hands. Though her tone bore the weight of a command, it seemed to instantly soothe Zhao Lingjun. His eyes flickered with astonishment as he blinked his alluring eyes. It was she who had come to rescue him. The group, led by the tattooed man, stood in disbelief, grappling with the reality of what they had just witnessed, a beautiful girl leaping over a wall more than 2 meters high. Even amongst them, some would have found such a feat impossible. The tattooed man scrutinized Yu Qishu, feeling a flicker of relief. If Zhao Lingjun were to perish, their mission would be deemed a failure, and they would receive no reward. In summary, their efforts would have been in vain. Young lady, our target is Zhao Lingjun. I advise you to depart swiftly if you wish to avoid trouble. The men brandished their weapons, their tone a mix of threat and aggression. He harbored no underestimation of any adversary. Could an ordinary girl possess such remarkable skills? Moreover, their objective was Zhao Lingjun, a mere girl, and he was reluctant to engage. Thus, they resorted to verbal intimidation. Should this woman prove obstinate, they would not hesitate to act without mercy. Surely, that question is mine to pose. After all, those who have harmed my people should consider themselves fortunate that I merely wish for your departure. Her voice resonated through the alley, cool and somber, exuding an ominous aura. A fleeting glint of ferocity shone in her eyes, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Upon encountering such a gaze, the tattooed man instinctively held his breath, his body stiffening. He perceived in the woman before him a shadow of the master of the house. How could a mere girl exude such presence? After a moment of trembling, he gritted his teeth, reminding himself that fortune favors the bold, while the timid meet their demise. After all, she was just a girl. Despite her abilities, could she truly turn the tide? They had numerous robust men on their side. "Boss, shall we make our move?" One of the men at the back could not restrain himself, finding the girl's eerie demeanor unsettling. "We accepted the job. Let us proceed." Zhao Lingjun, resolute, instinctively shielded Yuchishu with her own body. "I stand by my words." Noticing Zhao Lingjun's protective stance, the tattooed man comprehended her resistance. It seemed she had developed feelings for this woman. "Since you have chosen this path, do not hold us accountable for what follows. Take her away," he scoffed, issuing the command that they must ensure her capture today. "Huh? Do you truly believe you are worthy of harming those under my protection?" Yi Qingshu's gaze sharpened, her voice low, an atmosphere of impending doom radiating from her. "Stay back," she cautioned Zhao Lingjun, her short knife slicing through the air as she darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Observing this, Zhao Lingjun gripped his baseball bat tightly, bracing to protect their rear. The tattooed man dismissed the girl's prowess, yet soon found himself questioning his own senses. The woman glided through the crowd with remarkable speed, her knife flashing as anguished cries erupted in her wake. Yi Qingshu's eyes gleamed with a frigid intensity, her strikes merciless. The chorus of pain resonated as several men collapsed, clutching their wounded legs. Doubt flickered in the tattooed man's mind, prompting him to stagger back in disbelief. How could this be? "It's your turn now." The woman's light, almost mocking words wafted to him like a whisper from the abyss, instilling a primal urge to flee. In an instant, her knife spun, plunging like a lightning bolt into his thigh. "Ah!" he cried out, unable to suppress his agony. "You broke his right leg. Now you shall pay with your own." Yi Qingshu approached him, extracting the blade, which was now stained with blood, exuding a pungent metallic scent. A flicker of crimson flashed in her eyes. Regrettably, she mused, she had never favored the taste of blood. The tattooed man was filled with remorse. He wished he had fled earlier. This woman was swift, too swift. Her strength and combat skills far surpassed those of his ragtag crew. Where had Zhao Lingjun encountered this formidable woman? Yi Qingshu held the knife by its spine, allowing the rain to wash over it, then painstakingly wiped it clean with the man's clothing. The blade glinted under the streetlights, causing him to tremble in fear. "No," he pleaded, instinctively retreating. The woman was terrifying, a specter of death looming over him. Stabilizing her composure, Yi Qingshu's ferocity began to wane. "I just heard that you captured someone he knows." Twirling the knife, a faint smile graced her pale visage. Hope ignited in the tattooed man's eyes. "We haven't harmed that woman. We merely detained her," he hastily clarified, anxious that Zhao Lingjun might ultimately capitulate to their captor, leading to dire consequences for them all. "The people we captured were just invited for a chat. Release them," she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. The tattooed man, sensing a glimmer of hope, immediately complied. His damp hands hastily fished out his phone, dialing a number that connected almost instantly. "Hello, boss. Have you resolved things on your end? We're having a bit of trouble here. Release the hostages." "What? Release them?" The voice on the other end seemed incredulous, questioning why they would relinquish those they had so painstakingly acquired. "Do as I say and release them. Stop asking questions," the tattooed man bellowed. Zhao Lingjun soon received a call from Wu Mingyan, relieved to learn that she was safe. "Brother Lingjun, how are you? I'll come find you." "No need, Mingyan. Please return to school. I must handle some matters here." Zhao Lingjun's lips turned pale as rain poured down on him, mingling with the blood that trickled from his wounds. "I've already released the hostages. Now, please let me go." Seeing this, the tattooed man wore a faint smile of supplication, his legs still bleeding profusely. He needed to return for treatment quickly. Prolonging this could jeopardize his life. Chapter 79. The intertwining of coldness and heat. Yi Qingshu wore an indifferent smirk, her gaze fixed on Zhao Lingjun. "This is your affair. You make the decision." She relinquished the power of choice to him. "Do not disturb me again." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Lingjun spoke to the tattooed man. He did not want the man to trace his whereabouts. Thus, the best course of action was to release this group to confuse him. Yi Qingshu, with her blood-red pupils, hypnotized the remaining individuals. The alley gradually fell silent. Had it not been for the disarray and blood on the ground, one would never suspect that a one-sided struggle had just transpired here. Yi Qingshu shifted her attention back to Zhao Lingjun, whose charming peach blossom eyes revealed a flicker of vulnerability beneath the rain's veil, resembling a wounded fox in flight. Zhao Lingjun forced a smile at the woman before him. She had saved him once more. A sharp pain surged through his right leg, and his vision darkened as he felt himself falling, only to be steadied by a pair of icy hands. Yi Qingshu sighed. I will take you home. The warm orange light illuminated the modest room, which, despite its size, was neat and orderly, hinting at its owner's meticulous nature. The frail yet beautiful man sat on the bed, his pale complexion and slightly bent right leg suggesting discomfort. As Yi Qingshu examined the man's wounds, her expression darkened. His leg was broken. A flicker of ire crossed her eyes. She regretted releasing those men so easily. Don't worry, I'm fine, he reassured, his long fingers gently tracing her furrowed brow, feeling despondent. He wished not to see her wear such a worried expression because of him. If you are not worried, then why should I be? Yi Qingshu remarked, unable to suppress her laughter at his attempt to comfort her despite the sweat of pain beading on his forehead. Such agony. Yet you remained silent. I've never encountered someone so resilient. Seated on the bed, her crimson eyes glimmered mysteriously under the light, and her sharp fangs glinted ominously. She lightly bit into her arm, blood flowing forth, and presented it to the man. Drink, without a word of hesitation. Zhao Lingjun hesitated. Do you wish to accompany Qi Jingshu to the hospital as well? I certainly do not need two patients. The woman emitted a cold hum, as if rousing the man from his reverie. His exquisite lips inched closer to her arm, and as the warmth of blood coursed through her veins, Yi Qingshu could not help but emit a soft sigh. In her blood-red eyes, a glimmer of moisture appeared, amplifying all her senses. This gentle sigh seemed to provoke the man beside her. Zhao Lingjun lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal light, pale lips stained with flecks of crimson. And the Adam's apple in his fair neck stirred slightly. In the next moment, he enveloped the woman's slender waist with his strong hands, as if entranced by the woman he had long yearned for. The window reflected two figures drawing ever closer. Yi Qingshu blinked lightly, droplets cascading from her lashes. She reached out, wrapping her arms around the man's shoulders, her crimson eyes flashing with a ferocity and dominance, akin to a bewitching spirit in the dark of night. She desired this man. The chilling and fervent breaths intertwined, and Zhao Lingjun could not resist the urge to pull the woman closer. A sharp sound echoed. A thing had been knocked over, abruptly snapping the two back to their senses. Clarity returned to Zhao Lingjun's eyes, and he wondered how he could have entertained such thoughts. How could he, with her, allow such notions to surface? Yi Qingshu, observing the man before her who appeared flustered and wished to retreat, could not stifle a laugh. She drew him closer, her sharp fangs brushing against his delicate features, ultimately resting near his ear. My clothes are wet. Do you have something to change into? I will fetch it for you. Zhao Lingjun's beautiful face showed a hint of panic as he attempted to rise. Yi Qingshu, smiling, released him and sat on the bed, watching his slightly frantic movements. How did you find me? Zhao Lingjun felt the weight of her gaze on his back, stiffening, his ears flushing crimson. You drank my blood. Naturally, I can sense you. She replied, noticing the tremor in his demeanor as he processed her words. Zhao Lingjun's heart quivered, and his ears flushed even deeper. Yi Qingshu could not help but chuckle lightly. She spoke the truth, yet inexplicably, she had not always been able to perceive Zhao Lingjun or gather information about him. Perhaps it was related to his unwavering nature. This is my shirt. It has never been worn, Zhao Lingjun said, retrieving a shirt and shorts to hand to Yi Qingshu. Thank you, she replied, her red pupils sparkling as she headed toward the bathroom. As Zhao Lingjun watched her retreating figure, he concealed the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. She and he seemed like the clouds above and the mud below, with himself mired in the mire. Within the bathroom, Yi Qingshu's red eyes trembled slightly as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Zhao Lingjun, this is the opportunity one offer you. I hope there will not be another. She murmured softly, surprised that she found herself in such a predicament, fleeing in disarray. Yet she did not wish to witness the emergence of another Lu Haixing. This was her gift to Zhao Lingjun, a chance to escape the shadows of the world. But her earlier state had been influenced by subjective factors, and the fangs she had gradually retracted weighed heavily on her heart. Since returning from Nanshan, she has felt an unusual irritability, and at times, her senses seem to be heightened beyond her control. She suspects that it may be due to that particular drug. It appears that only by locating that group of individuals can she unravel the mystery of her condition. Outside, Zhao Lingjun sits on the edge of the bed, his striking eyes fixed on the curtain of rain beyond the window, contemplating how to thoroughly resolve the issue of that person. His informant has provided clues. That individual has now pursued him to the city and seems unwilling to relent. It is evident that time is of the essence. He must grow stronger to avoid being at the mercy of others. However, recent fluctuations in the stock market have already drawn attention, and if this continues, there is a risk of exposure. No, that cannot happen. He must devise another strategy. Are you thinking of that group from before? A crisp female voice pulled Zhao Lingjun back to reality. He instinctively raised his gaze, but as he beheld the woman, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The black shirt clung to her curvaceous form, accentuating her snow-white skin. Her once cool crimson eyes now sparkled with a captivating allure, drawing him into their depths. He shifted his gaze downwards. Do you need my assistance? Sitting on the sofa. Yuchishu's face regained its usual chill as she wrung out her hair with a towel and inquired. I'll handle it myself. Zhao Lingjun concealed his emotions. He did not wish for her to witness these sordid matters. The man, who usually appeared astute, seemed oddly obstinate regarding certain issues. Yuchishu was perplexed, in her view. Intelligent individuals should seize opportunities when they arise. Silently, she retrieved a blanket, and Zhao Lingjun gently approached, draping it over her exposed legs while naturally accepting the towel to meticulously dry her hair. The man was silent and serious, as if he were polishing a precious gem. Yuchishu couldn't help but let a smile play on her lips, her earlier boldness now transformed into that of a timid fox. As she reflected on this, she voiced her thoughts, timid fox. Though her words were soft, they resonated with clarity in the quiet room. Zhao Lingjun paused momentarily in his actions before resuming. He was afraid, fearful of the knowledge that they belonged to two disparate worlds. He understood it was impossible, yet could not resist approaching the woman before him. Have those individuals pursued you for long? Yes. Zhao Lingjun did not conceal the truth, answering quietly. He was aware he was being drawn into conversation. Yet as long as it did not pertain to that particular matter, he would divulge whatever she wished to know. Do you have a plan? It is in progress. He spoke these words blandly, but only those aware of that person's influence would understand it was akin to scaling a mountain. Yet even so, he was determined to charge forward, regardless of the cost. Upon their first acquaintance, Yuchishu had investigated the man sitting before her, recalling his state back then. She began to grasp the underlying reason. It was likely due to his striking appearance that he had attracted such trouble. In the last century, a powerful figure had once claimed he would lavishly support her. Zhao Lingjun tightened his grip on the towel, his peach blossom eyes gazing intently at the woman before him. He was an elder vampire, believing that I would obediently submit. Yuchishu tilted her head, her brows and eyes sparkling with a smile, as if she were sharing a delightful jest. And what happened next? The man's throat subtly moved. Naturally, he was packed away by Dean and tossed into a coffin. Yi Qingshu spoke in a nonchalant manner, yet the implication was clear. Should Zhao Lingjun require assistance, she would be willing to extend her hand. You may ponder this well. While I do not delight in the suffering of beauties, time waits for no one. Zhao Lingjun's brows relaxed, and his peach blossom eyes quivered slightly. If someone else were to praise his visage, he would feel discomfort. Yet, when the words came from this woman, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. A fortunate acknowledgement of his handsome facade that allowed her to regard him with favor was indeed an honor. A cool, gentle voice resonated. Unwavering as ever, when I reach the end of my rope, I hope you will not forsake me. Yuchishu raised an eyebrow. Humans are always so obstinate. If she were unable to contend, she would have long since summoned Dean. Without further ado, she naturally rested her head upon the man's lap. Hurry and dry my hair. I must return to Qi Jingshu. The kind man's eyes shimmered with warmth and vitality, clear as a tranquil lake. As he tenderly wiped her hair dry, time flowed steadily, silence enveloping the small room, emanating a comforting warmth. As the moon reached its zenith, Yi Qingshu rose, tidied her attire, and slipped away. Zhao Lingjun gazed towards the open window, and only when the woman's presence had vanished completely did he let out a bitter smile. The nocturnal sprite, for him, was but a distant dream. In the hospital, Qi Jingshu lay in a daze upon the bed, having been transferred to another ward. Yet, Yuchishu was absent. Did he mention when she would return? His voice was akin to a fly, persistently questioning the steward beside him. The steward, somewhat exasperated, realized for the first time that their fifth young master was rather clingy. How had he not noticed this trait before? Young master. Miss, he said she was busy with some matters and would arrive shortly. He repeated Yi Qingshu's words. Qi Jingshu felt a wave of dizziness, unable to even nod in response, and succumbed once more to slumber. Indeed, Yuchishu was preoccupied. At this moment, she sat within a brightly lit private room, her expression slightly somber. After counting several times, there were 12. Yi Han-in, drafted into labor, mustered the courage to speak. Did you perhaps miscount? It was originally 12. No mistake. The manager confirmed that one is missing. Yuchi-Shu closed her eyes, reminding herself to remain composed. She had not anticipated that Dean would find new troubles mere hours after departing. This fellow was brazenly indulging himself. To her astonishment, one human had managed to escape from the private room. What should be done now? Yi Hanyan inquired, always cautious, having never encountered such a situation before. First, let us induce a state of hypnosis among the individuals present. Stabilizing those before us is of paramount importance. We must swiftly locate the missing person. They cannot have fled too far. Yu Qingshu's voice was tinged with gravity as she turned to Dean. What is the urgency? Is not the pursuit of a mouse far more intriguing? The handsome man wore a playful smile, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, the crimson hue sparkling under the light. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would find little beauty in it, for it was not wine, but blood. This man had summoned her merely to engage in a game? Although she had once reveled in such pastimes, she had long since grown weary of them. Yu Qingshu's expression clearly conveyed her refusal. Yi Hanyan, though unaware of the significance of catching a mouse, swiftly grasped Dean's words through his keen intuition. However, unlike Yu Qishu, he dared not display any dissatisfaction in Dean's presence. He could not shake the feeling that if they failed to find the person today, their situation would be dire. The two young individuals bore the weight of ancient souls. Dean mused that he was perhaps witnessing two elderly men in youthful forms. To the southwest, he reclined on the sofa, leisurely savoring the blood in his glass. Alas, Yi Qingshu felt a sense of resignation. She would take charge. Let us go, she instructed Yi Hanyan. A gentle breeze swept through the night, as the two figures swiftly navigated the dark alleys. They should be ahead. The individual could not have escaped far. Based on human instinct, they would likely seek refuge in such circumstances. Exchanging a glance, Yu Qishu and Yi Hanyan began to meticulously survey their surroundings. Before long, Yi Hanyan emerged from behind a trash bin, pulling forth a filthy individual. Cheng Mingyan's face was a mask of terror. She trembled uncontrollably in her soiled state. After being liberated, she had intended to rush to find her brother Lingjun. But the manager had insisted she cover for someone, only to encounter a man, as handsome as a deity, transformed into a vampire. In the span of a single night, she felt as though her mind was nearing its limits. Was it truly fate's intention to toy with them so cruelly? She raised her gaze to the two unfamiliar figures before her, their familiar pupils reminiscent of those found within the private box, and could not help but plead for mercy. Please, do not kill me. I have seen nothing. Chapter 81. I have many friends. Upon witnessing her state, Yi Hanyan was certain he had not mistaken her identity. How swiftly you have captured her. Your speed is indeed impressive. A tall man stepped forth from behind, his striking visage adorned with blood-red eyes, revealing a blend of amusement and desire. Such an entertaining quarry was to his liking. Yi Qingshu, witnessing his demeanor, grasped the situation with clarity. The hypnosis has been lifted. Surely you have feasted sufficiently this evening. Please, I implore you, do not kill me. Cheng Mingyan pleaded, tears streaming from her eyes. Had she known, she would not have taken on this substitute role. She certainly did not wish for her own demise. Such an intriguing little creature. And you expect me to let her go? Dean expressed his dissatisfaction, casting a look at Yi Qingshu that conveyed a sense of change. She was not the same as before. Under his gaze, Yi Qingshu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but just then, the sound of a phone ringing shattered the awkwardness. The clear, melodious chime echoed, and Cheng Mingyan, as if encountering a savior, hastily retrieved her phone, only to freeze upon seeing the name displayed. She realized she could not implicate brother Lingjun. Caller, Zhao Lingjun. Everyone present noticed, and Yi Qingshu was taken aback by how small the world was. Recognizing him as the one who had been supporting Zhao Lingjun all along. Mingyan? She uttered softly. How do you know my name? Cheng Mingyan was astonished. She always used an alias at the club. Had this woman been keeping tabs on her? Indeed, it seemed so. Yi Qingshu sighed and glanced at Dean. You know, I have quite a few friends. Without a hint of embarrassment, she spoke with ease. Yi Hanyan couldn't help but marvel. He too wished for the survival of the intriguing figure before him. After all, life is precious. It appeared that today, this captivating little prey would not be his to claim, as Dean's gaze lingered on the name. He acquiesced, his pupils blood-red, fangs gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Resembling a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell, Cheng Mingyan trembled uncontrollably, and when she heard the cold-looking girl before her refer to herself as a friend, a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. She was saved. However, the man stepped forward, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Next time we meet, Luck may not be on your side. Forget about it. His deep, magnetic voice resonated oddly beneath the rain, leaving Qing Mingyan feeling disoriented. A moment later, there was a loud thud as a figure collapsed to the ground. Zhao Lingjun, do you have feelings for him? The man's pale green eyes scrutinized Yi Qingshu with a hint of curiosity. She was the one who had saved him last time. And he was still the brother of Lu Haixing. Though that man ultimately ascended to heaven, he was a striking figure, while she considered herself an ordinary woman. Yi Qingshu replied coolly, I believe no one can face such a man without harboring possessive thoughts, but that is all. To them, humans were merely transient guests in the grand game of life, a possible diversion. Yet now, she had no intention of drawing Zhao Lingjun into this game. Such a person deserved a brilliant life of his own. Looks like you're somewhat clear-headed this time. Dean's handsome face revealed a touch of relief. He was not keen on having history repeat itself. Well then, I must take my leave. You take care of this friend. He gestured towards the figure on the ground, adopting an air of nonchalance. Watching the man stride away, Yi Hanyan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Do you wish to say something? A woman's inquiring voice broke the silence. To treat humanity as a game does indeed leave me somewhat unsettled. Yi Hanyan candidly expressed his innermost feelings, revealing that he had never truly harmed humanity. Even with the woman who apprehended him, he could only sense her desperation to satiate her hunger. However, Dean treated humanity as a mere game. It is not only humans who can descend into madness, we too are susceptible. Yi Qingshu's icy gaze pierced through Yi Hanyan, suggesting that perhaps it was only a matter of time before he too succumbed to insanity. The woman spoke with a hint of amusement, yet inexplicably. Her words evoked a sense of solitude within Yi Hanyan. I must go send someone off. You assist me in keeping an eye on Dean. She instructed softly as she lifted the girl from the ground. She did not wish to console Yi Hanyan at this moment, hoping instead that he might comprehend Dean's actions. For she knew that inevitably, one day, he too would find himself in such a position. The car sped past, with the driver frequently glancing back at Yi Qingshu. Goodness, this girl possesses remarkable strength. The effortless manner in which she had lifted that young girl into the vehicle was truly impressive. Yi Qingshu gazed out the window until the surrounding buildings became familiar, and she couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly they had returned. Cheng Mingyan felt the throbbing pain of a hangover as she opened her eyes, only to be met by the visage of a stranger. You may exit the vehicle now. Your brother has sent me to bring you back, the woman stated coldly, bringing Cheng Mingyan back to reality. What transpired? Hadn't she just received a call from her manager? She pressed her head, feeling a void in her memory. You were intoxicated. Zhao Lingjun called me to assist in bringing you home. Yi Qingshu kindly clarified upon noticing Cheng Mingyan's bewilderment. Do you know Brother Lingjun? Cheng Mingyan inquired with wide eyes, puzzled by the unfamiliarity of the woman before her. You should take your leave. Yi Qingshu turned and gestured toward the window, for there was someone waiting for her at the hospital. Let Zhao Lingjun handle the fibs. Ah, thank you, Cheng Mingyan replied, realizing her current predicament. This was indeed not an appropriate setting for conversation. And what of Brother Lingjun? As she expressed her gratitude and exited the vehicle, she turned to seek Zhao Lingjun as the car drove away. Zhao Lingjun hurriedly made his way outside, his steps brisk. He had just called, yet Mingyan had not answered. Although he was aware she had gone to her part-time job, unease gnawed at him, for he knew the capabilities of that group. Brother Lingjun. Upon seeing his handsome and familiar face, Cheng Mingyan's expression brightened, her eyes appraising him. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Seeing him unscathed, Zhao Lingjun sighed in relief. You did not answer my call. I feared they had come for you again. I am fine. They did not harm me. I only recall going to work afterward, but I cannot recollect what transpired. Ultimately, I was brought back by the sister you know. Cheng Mingyan recounted the events, her gaze lingering with affection on the man before her. It had been several months since she last saw him. Every day, she devoted herself to assisting the director at the orphanage. In the past, he would often visit, but this time he had not appeared for several consecutive months. She yearned to see him, to comprehend his circumstances, especially since she had learned that he had encountered trouble. Her concern was palpable. Sister? A thought struck Zhao Lingjun. Could it be that he had sought companionship elsewhere? Maintaining a facade of composure, his enchanting eyes glimmered with curiosity as he inquired, How is my sister? Chapter 82. Help me investigate Zhao Lingjun. The atmosphere felt somewhat chilly. Lingjun, when did you first become acquainted with him? Cheng Mingyan pondered, her heart racing. She sought to probe further, having enrolled in Tianhai University last year to draw closer to him. The man before her was a figure of prominence. and she had not heard any whispers of Ling Jun having a girlfriend. But wait, her expression shifted. She recalled that Ling Jun had taken a leave of absence earlier this year. The realization that the man had knowledge of Ling Jun's address and that they were acquainted sent her heart into a frenzy, fearing the answer she dreaded to hear. There was no information. Zhao Lingjun's gaze darkened slightly, yet the most important thing was that he was unharmed. The dawn was approaching. "Let me escort you back to your dormitory," he offered. Zhao Lingjun skillfully sidestepped the topic, when suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing the sender's name, his pupils dilated as he read the contents. "Yuchishu, I was the one who brought that girl over." Upon receiving this message, Zhao Lingjun's wariness dissipated. Although he was uncertain why Yuchishu had crossed paths with Cheng Mingyan, addressing the immediate situation took precedence. Cheng Mingyan observed the fleeting distraction on the handsome man's face, her expression momentarily stiffening. Could it be that Ling Jun truly had a girlfriend? "Mingyan, I've encountered some issues recently, and I apologize for involving you. Please ensure you remain at school for the time being. I will double the financial support for you," he stated. "Ling Jun, I have come of age. There is no need for your continued assistance." Cheng Mingyan shook her head, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. She understood that Ling Jun had been supporting her due to her parents' circumstances, but she did not wish to be a burden. This was precisely why she sought employment to earn her own keep. Ling Jun had endured enough hardships, and she did not want to add to his burdens. "Mingyan, let me take you back to school. Financial matters are something you should contemplate only after graduation," Zhao Lingjun replied. A hint of fatigue evident in his eyes as he rubbed his temples. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to assist Cheng Mingyan in completing her studies. At the hospital, sunlight streamed into the room, imparting a sense of warmth. Yuchishu arrived at the hospital, taken aback by the bustling crowd. She had not scrutinized the scene yesterday, and now, it was overwhelming amidst such a throng of people. The small ward was anything but tranquil. Qi Jingshu felt as though 100 ducks were quacking in his ears. The source of this cacophony was none other than Hu Yijie, who was noisily preparing an apple. Seemingly only for himself. "Are you here to see me?" he asked, casting a disdainful glance at Hu Yijie, who had roused him from his slumber at the crack of dawn. "Isn't it obvious that I'm here to ensure you're well?" Imo Fanzhou sat in another location, having arrived early in the morning. Upon hearing the news, he genuinely feared that Qi Xiaowu might be entangled in some trouble. Imo Yin expressed a hint of exasperation, urging, "Enough of the banter. We will handle matters on the Zhao family's end." His tone, though seemingly indifferent, carried a weight that demanded attention. "No need for that. My aunt and the others will take care of it," Qi Jingshu replied, his gaze frequently drifting towards the hospital room door, his thoughts wandering. "Qi Xiaowu, what is with that look of disappointment on your face?" Hu Yijie, with an apple in hand, couldn't help but notice Qi Xiaowu's fixation on the door since his arrival. "Huh, you are unaware that our Xiaowu has made a new friend." The identity of this new friend was all too apparent, and Hu Yijie quickly grasped the implication. Yi Qingshu. His tone turned somber, for it was because of this woman that Qi Jingshu had been injured. "Hu Yijie, you should temper that foul temper of yours. One cannot blame the girl. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at Qi Shiwu for attracting such troublesome affections." Imo Fanzhou, exuding a peacock-like aura, interjected with a cautionary note. He understood Hu Yijie's protective nature towards his friends, but hoped that Qi Xiaowu would proceed with caution. Sensing that the woman in question might be formidable, Hu Yijie fell silent, acknowledging Imo Fanzhou's warning and closing his mouth. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Imo Yin's calm gaze shifted to the glass window of the ward, where a woman dressed in a shirt and trousers moved with the elegance of a beautiful harbinger of doom. As the words left his lips, Yi Qishu entered the hospital room, and Qi Jingshu's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "You're here, prioritizing romance over friendship." Hu Yijie scoffed once more. "Apologies. I was dealing with some matters and arrived late." Yi Qingshu's soft brown eyes surveyed Qi Jingshu, relieved to see him in good spirits. "Matters?" Qi Jingshu surmised what kind of issues Yi Qingshu might be facing, but now was not the appropriate time to inquire. He inadvertently shifted his gaze to his childhood friends, sensing their disdain. "Ah, it seems we are unwanted company," Hu Yijie thought to himself, wishing he could roll his eyes at Qi Jingshu. "All right, Qi Xiaowu seems fine. We should take our leave." Imo Fanzhou chuckled lightly, even flashing a teasing eyebrow at Yi Qishu. Hu Yijie, noticing that Qi Jingshu was all right, declared, "Then I shall also take my leave. I will handle matters concerning Wu Yuexian. Just let Wu Yuexian handle it." Qi Jingshu shook his head, wishing to distance himself from any news-related affairs. As the group departed, silence enveloped the room. allowing Qi Jingshu to finally turn his attention to Yi Qingshu. Do you require assistance? He inquired, though he felt somewhat out of place, wishing to contribute nonetheless. Assistance? Indeed, I do need it. Yi Qingshu thought of the handsome man. Please investigate Zhao Lingjun. Investigate Zhao Lingjun? Qi Jingshu was taken aback, recalling that they had already conducted an inquiry previously. Was there something amiss with Zhao Lingjun? He furrowed his brow, tentatively inquiring, is there an issue with Zhao Lingjun? Deep down, he hoped that this newly acquainted friend was not an adversary. Yi Qingshu chuckled lightly. Amused by his wild conjectures, Zhao Lingjun has encountered some troubles. Although the other party insisted it was unnecessary, with both factions now focusing their attention on Zhao Lingjun. She felt compelled to gather all relevant information to prepare for any eventualities. All right, I will call my assistant shortly. Qi Jingshu exhaled in relief, responding affirmatively. Young master. This is the caregiver the master has arranged for you. Suddenly, the butler entered, followed by a modestly dressed young girl with an unassuming appearance. Hello, young master Qi. I am your new caregiver. The girl performed a deep bow, her dark braids cascading with the movement, exuding an air of nervousness as she clutched her uniform tightly. The supervisor had mentioned that this was a significant client, and the compensation was substantial. She needed to perform exceptionally well. Despite her inner trepidation, she continually encouraged herself. Is this necessary? Qi Jingshu thought to himself, feeling that he did not require a caregiver. He had a back injury, not a disability. His hesitation led the butler to misinterpret his demeanor. Did the young master find the girl too ordinary? With that thought, the butler cleared his throat. The master mentioned that you are not exactly young anymore. Although this girl comes from a rural background, she is competent and straightforward. Chapter 83. My blood can heal you swiftly. To translate, you Qishiwu are notorious for your extravagant rumors. Finding a beautiful caregiver for you in the hospital might be a tall order. This girl was indeed the butler's selection, compared to older candidates. She was more naive and efficient, especially unlike the flamboyant caregivers Qi Jingshu had employed previously. Yi Qingshu, perceiving the underlying implications, couldn't help but laugh softly. The elder of the Qi family had evidently gone to great lengths. However, what kind of character did this young man possess to warrant such careful selection of caregivers? Her eyes playfully regarded the patient on the bed. Qi Jingshu felt slightly embarrassed. That was in the past. He vowed not to repeat those mistakes. The butler truly was insistent on bringing it up. I will not behave that way again, he assured Yi Qingshu, his gaze earnest, conveying his sincerity. Seated in her chair, Yi Qingshu smiled, fully aware of Qi Jingshu's nature. He was a kind-hearted individual. The young man's numerous romantic entanglements stemmed from his belief that, apart from family, only a wife would love him unconditionally, yet he had yet to find one. Moreover, the news indicated that, aside from Zhao Yeye, his former girlfriends had all ascended to great heights. I believe you, she nodded gently. Qi Jingshu's face brightened instantly. She believed in him. She was the second person, after his grandmother, to place her trust in him. The prodigal son returns. The butler's astonishment was beyond description. This unexpectedly appearing Miss Yi had managed to tame the notoriously unruly fifth young master of the Qi family, a notorious young scion who was known for his reckless behavior. Ahem, while not excessively indulgent, this individual has become someone who disregards all but the words of the matriarch. Remarkably, within merely a month, Miss Yi has transformed him into an affectionate companion. One cannot help but ponder the nature of her relationship with the matriarch. How advantageous it would have been had that connection been revealed sooner. Furthermore, the master has decreed that upon your discharge, you are to return home to recuperate. What? Qi Jingshu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who wishes to return home? The mere thought of that oppressive and solemn place caused him to frown, especially since his grandfather would never voluntarily express such sentiments. Could it truly be his grandfather's words? He could not help but doubt. Yet the butler's expression remained steadfastly neutral as he lay there in utter dismay. Indeed, who would dare misrepresent the master's commands? I understand, he acquiesced. For aside from the grandmother, no one else has the audacity to defy the master's wishes. Returning home seems appropriate. You should focus on your recovery. Yi Qingshu contemplated, knowing that Qi Jingshu's presence among them was ultimately inconvenient. She feared for his safety should a confrontation arise. Will you return with me? Though he deemed it improbable. Qi Jingshu gazed at Yi Qingshu with pitiful eyes. You are aware of my circumstances, Yi Qingshu replied, a glimmer of helplessness in her eyes. After all, several individuals awaited her at the villa to strategize and uncover the hidden adversary. Mr. Chi, how may I assist you? Perhaps due to her recent appointment. The young lady appeared somewhat reserved, her eyes vividly expressive yet timid. Please fetch some hot water. What purpose could she serve him? Qi Jingshu mused that he had no need for a caregiver. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight, indicating that the master indeed required her assistance. Upon her arrival, her superior had mentioned that her continued presence hinged on the master's needs. She dashed off in high spirits. Young master, there are matters at home that require my attention. I will send another to care for you. The butler, with utmost respect, prepared to take his leave. Very well, Qi Jingshu acquiesced. Your family is quite concerned for you. Reflecting on the butler's retreat, Yi Qingshu recalled Qi Nan's unexpected words from the previous day. Concerned? Qi Jingshu scoffed. When has he ever witnessed a hint of worry on his grandfather's face? Even when the grandmother departed, there was no indication of emotional turmoil. Some individuals simply do not reveal their feelings. Yi Qingshu sighed inwardly. She had encountered many people, yet those who remained stoic often left others with a sense of regret. Yesterday, after your injury, your grandfather stayed until evening, not departing until he knew you were well. Your siblings rushed to see you as well. Yi Qingshu stated matter-of-factly. Believing Qi Jingshu had no reason to fear, he was already a part of the Qi family. Qishu, matters concerning the family, Qi Jingshu lowered his lashes, are often best discovered and understood personally. Yi Qingshu remained silent as she stood and drew the curtains, her eyes glinting with a crimson hue, revealing a chilling smile. This was also the second reason for her visit to Qi Jingshu. That injury would cause him great discomfort, yet her own blood could expedite his healing. Aiming for her arm, she contemplated biting down, only to be stopped by someone. No. Qi Jingshu protested, his face pale. If I recover too quickly, it will raise suspicions. He articulated his reasoning, not wishing to trouble her further. What time is it, and you're still thinking about these matters? Yi Qingshu chuckled. In any case, the doctors won't uncover the truth. No, if it must be done, it would be better to wait until I am somewhat better. Qi Jingshu remained resolute in his refusal. At least for now, it was not the right moment. Although the pain was intense, he could endure it. You are truly obstinate. Yi Qingshu sighed as she sat in the chair. In a few days, I shall depart with Gu Xian and will be back in 2 or 3 days. During my absence, I will ensure Dean and Yi Hanyan keep watch over you. Gu Xian's predicament needed to be resolved swiftly, for she feared his volatility might compel him to return home, leading to dire consequences. Moreover, she was uncertain how long Gu Xian could hold out. I will await your return. Qi Jingshu responded. However, I am a member of the Qi family, and I doubt those individuals would focus their attention on someone as inconsequential as myself. He did not wish for Dean to guard him, considering that the demons of hell were known to devour the living. Let Yi Hanyan keep watch. Rest assured, they will not appear before you. Understanding Qi Jingshu's fears, Yi Qingshu contemplated carefully before speaking. Dean's current morbid interests could indeed frighten someone. Upon hearing this, the man sighed with relief, though his body remained slightly rigid. His mouth moved several times, but ultimately, he could not voice his thoughts. The pain in his back rendered him immobile. Why don't you go ahead and attend to your matters? Could you call that little aide outside for me? Qi Jingshu tentatively suggested, unwilling to express such sentiments before Yi Qingshu, even for the sake of pride. This fellow is rather peculiar, Yi Qingshu mused, though she did not press further, as there were others awaiting her at the villa. All right, I shall take my leave. The newly appointed aide entered with a bewildered expression. Boss, what is it? Qi Jingshu's complexion was a troubling mix of green and white. After a moment of not seeing Yi Qingshu's departing figure, he gritted his teeth and said, Come here. Help me to the restroom. Chapter 84. The southern land of the city. The Qi family was unusually lively today, all because of the recent troubles concerning the land in the south of the city. This morning, it surged into trending searches and even impacted the Qi Corporation. Father, if you ask me, this piece of land should be abandoned. Qi Hang expressed concern. In just over a month, 6 have gone missing, and yesterday, 3 died. The police have come, but cannot find any cause. It is exceedingly strange. A piece of unwanted, derelict land has given rise to so many issues. It would be better if it had never been developed. Qi Ying, the third son of the Qi family, appeared haggard, shrinking in his seat like a quail as he listened to the discussions around him, rubbing his head in mild irritation. He merely wished to prove his business acumen to secure a larger share of the family fortune. Little did he know that so many complications would arise. Third brother, could you elaborate? Elder brother Qi Jun's brow furrowed slightly. This morning, the Qi family's phone had been inundated with calls, compelling his return. This predicament is not my fault. I sought out a master for the altar, yet who could have foreseen that not only would there be disappearances, but also fatalities? Qi Ying's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. The workers claim the place is haunted, but the individuals I consulted remained unfazed even after several nights of calm. Yet, upon resuming work yesterday and recalling the laborers, tragedy struck. What did the autopsy reveal? They stated it was exsanguination, killed through bloodletting. The thought of those 3 desiccated corpses sent a shiver down his spine. Father, should I seek out another master? Qi Ying questioned. Do you still intend to develop this cursed land? Qi Ying was perplexed by his third brother's insistence on proceeding with the development despite the unfolding calamities. But when I purchased this land, I invested the assets of our subsidiary. Qi Ying murmured, finally disclosing the truth. One sentence nearly rendered Qi Ying faint with fury, that wretched plot of land. And this fool squandered such a fortune. You spent that much on that dilapidated parcel? He could not help but raise his voice. It is all the fault of that petty man from Jing City. Had he not deliberately inflated the price, I wouldn't he have had to expend so much. Qi Ying felt a twinge of grievance. This was not his intention. However, that man not only stole his woman but also sought to usurp the land. Such affronts are intolerable. Silence, you fool. Qi Nan's cane struck the ground with authority. If you cannot manage the subsidiary, then hand it over to someone capable. Father. Qi Ying's voice rose in urgency. It was widely known that he was a second-generation heir. If he were indeed stripped of his position, how much ridicule would he endure outside? Qi Nan cast a dispassionate glance at his son, having long relinquished any hope for him. Let Jingshu take over. He has grown up, and it is time he faced some trials. Qi Nan's decision was resolute, disregarding Qi Ying's pleas. Qi Jun's eyes widened in surprise at this unexpected news. After all, their father had not previously contemplated allowing Jingshu to assume control of such a significant subsidiary. Nevertheless, Jingshu was indeed maturing, and it was fitting for him to shoulder the family's burdens. Qi Ying, however, felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He had never anticipated being overshadowed by a younger generation, yet this was Qi Nan's directive, and he dared not object. Furthermore, regarding the construction site, since we have already invested a substantial sum, let us first have someone investigate it. Second brother, you shall handle this matter. Qi Nan maintained an orderly approach. Although the situation was quite tricky, it had yet to reach a point that could jeopardize the Qi family's standing. Yes, father, I will address it immediately. Qi Ying acquiesced, pulling Qi Ying along as they exited. The situation had escalated throughout the morning and required prompt resolution. Inside, Qi Jun regarded his father. What are your true intentions regarding Jingshu and those 2 children? He was not oblivious to the external affairs. The discord between Qi Jingshu and Qi Haicheng had persisted for quite some time. In his heart, Qi Jingshu held greater significance, for he was the child he had watched grow up. However, the father has always shown indifference towards the domestic affairs, and now that mother has departed, it is incumbent upon him to make the decision. Judging by the tone of his words today, it appears he is poised to render a verdict. Jingshu will forever be a member of the Qi family, and as for Haicheng and the others, Qi Nan pondered briefly. They too belong to the Qi lineage. Yet regardless of which grandchild it may be, those who aspire to wield economic power within the Qi family must prove their worth. This was a final decree, and Qi Nan exhaled in relief. I shall arrange for several children to gain experience at the company. The children of the second and third brothers have also reached the appropriate age. Previously, due to the father's neglect of family matters and the mother's prolonged illness, compounded by the apparent disinterest of the children, no arrangements had been made until now. As you wish. Qi Nan leaned back in his chair, a hint of fatigue evident in his aged eyes. He had grown older, yet Qi Jun was a fair man with a broad perspective, and he entrusted these matters to him without concern. In truth, there was a question that the son wished to pose to the father. After much hesitation, Qi Jun resolved to voice it. Qi Nan cast a searching glance in his direction. Historically, the father had shown little concern for the affairs of the younger generation. What could have prompted this sudden inquiry? It was that child who had refused the inheritance that had given me the insight. Qi Nan did not conceal his thoughts, letting out a deep sigh. If possible, he wished to maintain a connection with that astute child among the grandchildren. He had a premonition that this particular child could be of assistance to the Qi family. She shared a familial bond with mother, but not in the manner you might presume. Qi Nan waved his hand dismissively, contemplating whether to arrange for that child to remain within the Qi household should they desire to do so. In an elegantly styled bedroom, upon a pristine white bed, a woman clad in a black shirt lay supine, her brows knitted in distress, her raven hair cascading across the sheets, appearing quite tormented. Yichishu lay there, softly gasping. A wave of hunger enveloping her entire being, every sensation heightened to an unbearable degree. She could hear the conversations of Gu Xian and her family upstairs with startling clarity. After a lengthy pause, she opened her eyes, her blood-red pupils brimming with ferocity, and her form vanished in an instant. The icy water cascading over her body offered a fleeting moment of respite and clarity. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Yichishu felt a weight in her heart. Recently, her condition had deteriorated alarmingly. For reasons unknown, she was plagued by an incessant hunger and bouts of dizziness. Yesterday, upon encountering Zhao Lingjun, she had an overwhelming urge to plunge her fangs into him. The blood within that body must be exquisitely delectable. Click. The sound of Dean's voice interrupted her thoughts. At the sound, her eyes brightened, and she swiftly emerged from the bathroom, confronted by the sight of a tall, handsome man before her. I heard your return, but you appear to be unwell. Dean had intended to discuss their discoveries from the previous day with Yichishu, yet upon entering, he was met with this unexpected scene. Instantly, his expression darkened, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. The current state of Yichishu seemed eerily reminiscent of his own previous condition. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the last century, Dean's expression darkened to such an extent that it seemed capable of dripping ink. Could it be that this matter was premeditated? His circumstances were not merely coincidental. Chapter 85. As in years past, the situation remains dire. Drops of water cascaded from the ends of her hair, tracing down her collarbone, accentuating her pallid skin like a fragile beauty in decline. Yichishu's blood-colored eyes glimmered with a hint of restraint. I was administered a certain concoction in Nanshan, she revealed. She pondered whether the substance was specifically designed to provoke a vampire's loss of control and questioned if the creatures in the cave were truly born failures. Dean's handsome visage betrayed no emotion. He believed that those individuals lacked the prowess to reach such heights. If a potion existed that could reduce vampires to mindless beasts, the court would have surely erupted in chaos by now. Nevertheless, the girl's predicament posed a significant challenge. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand. You require blood. Yichishu involuntarily narrowed her pupils, her gaze fixating on the veins beneath his fair skin, a wave of restlessness surging through her. Come now. Do you recall my loss of control last century? Dean's light green eyes radiated comfort, prompted by his words. Yichishu recalled the time she was transformed by Dean and the subsequent incident involving her brother Lu Haixing. In those moments, he was entirely in a state of frenzy. Are you suggesting my situation mirrors yours from back then? You are astute. Thus, the puppeteer must have commenced their scheming long ago, Dean affirmed, his calm green eyes devoid of panic, unsettling in their tranquility. Yichishu's gaze fixated on Dean's arm, his fangs gleaming coldly as they pierced the azure vein beneath the surface. A warm rush flooded her mouth, restoring her senses. If this had indeed been premeditated, why had the court remained silent for so long? With shifting pupils, she lifted her head, wiping the blood from her lips. This was also a source of her confusion. How could such conspicuous events have gone unnoticed? In the past, I was pursued by that detestable coven of witches. Perhaps they have colluded with them. Dean's demeanor darkened ominously. Moreover, those who were aware of the truth might already be dead. Yichishu's pupils dilated. The targets of that group were often failures or vampires like Yi Hanyin, trapped with no escape. Even if Dean fled, an alliance with the witches could redirect the investigation. You are correct. However, I shall contact that individual regarding this matter. For now, we shall observe, Dean commanded with the authority of a physician. Outside the door, a faint voice emerged as Gu Xian's pallor suggested distress, his black pupils gazing into the room. Upon catching the scent of blood, he struggled to restrain his primal urges. When he realized the source of the blood was Dean, he suppressed his thirst. There are blood bags downstairs. Yi Hanyin followed closely behind, leaning against the wall. If not for his crimson eyes, he might have easily been mistaken for a university professor. He had naturally overheard the conversation between Yichishu and Dean. The potion I vaguely heard seems to be their latest experimental product, but they did not provide any detailed information. However, there is no need for concern. Those failures have never been injected with these potions. He recalled the information he had gleaned while being captured, amidst a haze of confusion. Yichishu pondered and nodded, feeling a sense of relief within. What brings you to me? She then inquired, turning her gaze towards Dean. Yesterday, following Yi Hanyin's lead, we tracked down an abandoned factory in the suburbs, but it was deserted. The bloodstains were fresh, indicating that someone had just departed. Dean recalled the scene from the previous day, where only a room full of blood remained, devoid of any other trace. Could it be that they sensed our discovery and relocated? Gu Xian speculated. Unlikely. You mentioned that you are always able to shake them off, which suggests they consider that hideout to be secure. Yi Qishu countered with a shake of her head. Then why move? Is it simply to find a better place? Gu Xian chimed in, suggesting that there could be numerous reasons for relocating, and they should ponder them slowly. This line of reasoning elicited laughter from several individuals. Who would move so hastily? Yet, Yi Qingshu's light tea-colored eyes were filled with seriousness as she pondered Gu Xian's words. Perhaps there was merit to his reasoning. What? Any brilliant ideas? Mo Yang Dean raised an eyebrow. Perhaps, just as Gu Xian suggested, they only relocate for a better location. While the suburban factory was discreet, it was also sparsely populated. A bloodthirsty vampire would undoubtedly crave human blood. We must search for any reports of missing persons. The others in the room brightened at the implication. Nurturing a batch of utterly irrational vampires would require blood, and whether from hospitals or humans, their tracks could be exposed. I will investigate the hospitals, Yi Hanyan resolved. Although he could not directly visit the hospital, the vastness of the internet allowed for easy communication to have others investigate. And also look into missing persons. Dean leaned against the doorframe, his expression neutral. He was unfamiliar with this strange land, so he would require Yi Hanyan's assistance in locating individuals. Yi Hanyan readily agreed. By the way, how's Qi Jingshu? Gu Xian thought of Qi Jingshu in the hospital. Realizing his own circumstances made it inconvenient for him to visit. He has awakened, but it seems he won't be returning any time soon. Yi Hanyan replied. Shall we return to the Eternal Night Mansion? This suggestion arose when he learned of Qi Jingshu's predicament. This group of individuals found it inconvenient to be around a sick human. It would be better to return there, in the vast and sparsely populated area. They could respond to any occurrences in a timely manner. Perhaps this approach is feasible, Yi Qishu contemplated. With Qi Jingshu injured, it would be unwise to involve anyone further in these matters. Moreover, he would need to return to the Qi family. Taking a temporary leave from these events is also beneficial. Let us proceed with this plan, but we must ensure the vicinity of the mansion is thoroughly surveyed. Moreover, if that does not suffice, let Dean procure the funds. We shall purchase a new abode. Yi Hanyan nodded in agreement. Dean, standing nearby, remained silent, contemplating the notion of acquiring a house. After all, his wealth could sustain generations to come. By the way, Gu Xian, gather your belongings. Tomorrow I shall escort you home. Shifting her gaze to Gu Xian, Yi Qishu spoke softly, indicating that his emotional turmoil required a comprehensive resolution. Moreover, as she observed Gu Xian's crimson eyes, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. Should he ever lose control, she would not wish for this child to miss seeing his family for the last time. However, Qi Jingshu was still in the hospital. Perhaps we should wait until he is well before we depart. Gu Xian hesitated, feeling guilty for not having visited Qi Jingshu during his illness, and now having to bring his great-aunt along seemed somewhat contrary to human decency. Let Dean accompany Yi Hanyan to oversee the situation at the hospital. Oh, I require funds, Dean replied leisurely, his tone laced with mirth. He truly found himself juggling multiple roles, and this little girl always seemed to find ways to keep him occupied. Chapter 86. It is merely about to expire. Yi Qingshu paid him no mind, as he frequently engaged in whimsical antics. Once Qi Jingshu regained his autonomy, Yi Hanyan would donate blood to expedite his recovery. Additionally, there were troubles concerning Zhao Lingjun that required your vigilance. Reflecting on the current predicaments of the group, Yi Qingshu offered her meticulous instructions. So be it. Yi Hanyan readily acquiesced, recognizing that he and Zhao Lingjun were the most endangered in this affair. Those lurking in the shadows could potentially be watching them. Thus, safeguarding Zhao Lingjun was tantamount to protecting himself. As dusk began to settle, Yi Qishu accompanied Gu Xian to procure local specialties. According to Gu Xian, he had not returned home in a long time, and this trip might be his last. He wished to bring his family the finest gifts. Having completed their purchases, they prepared to set off. It was merely a little past 7 o'clock. If they hurried, they could reach the neighboring city in approximately 2 hours. Gu Xian nodded in agreement, and as the vehicle roared to life, they sped away into the night. Under the stars, gazing at the darkening sky outside the window, Yi Qishu momentarily lost herself in thought. I feel quite anxious, Gu Xian confessed, gripping the gift box tightly. He had not been home for a long time, and this journey was his final farewell. I do not wish to leave my parents. His voice trembled slightly with emotion. In any circumstance, it is not a matter of desire or reluctance, but rather a path we must follow. Yi Qingshu's gaze remained cold and focused on the outside. Never turning away, this was a journey Gu Xian had to undertake. Time will heal all wounds. Gu Xian observed Yi Qishu, his eyes filled with sorrow. He understood her meaning, yet every thought of it left him unable to find peace. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a faint glimmer caught his attention, and a streak of crimson flickered in his gaze. The object around your neck has begun to glow. He recognized it as a sun halo, yet he could not comprehend why it would shine in the night. Yi Qishu turned her head, her gaze fixed upon the luminous halo of sunlight surrounding her. A subtle heaviness settling in her heart. Perhaps the end was near. What's wrong? Gu Xian could not help but inquire. It's nothing. It's just about to lose its efficacy, Yi Qishu replied casually, yet her words sent a shiver through Gu Xian's entire being. The notion of ineffectiveness signified a return to darkness. Do not wear such an expression. I have long since prepared myself for this. Casting a disinterested glance at the person beside her, Yi Qishu chuckled lightly and leaned back against her chair. She was no child, it was merely darkness. A fate she had already steeled herself to confront. Do you not find this excessively cruel? A hint of sorrow glimmered in Gu Xian's eyes. Yet he suppressed his emotions upon catching sight of the driver ahead. Why must the light we have so arduously attained be stripped away? Do not allow yourself to be consumed by obsession, Yi Qishu sighed, permitting Gu Xian to delve into his own thoughts. His current fixation and yearning for light stemmed solely from his family. He had been well educated by Yi Hanyan, and his humanity still lingered. However, he must learn how to embrace his existence as a vampire. Failing to do so could lead to his undoing. Gu Xian, may you endure this boundless darkness and withstand the solitude and loneliness of immortality. In the Gu household, the lights shone brightly. Gu Xian's parents had summoned their eldest daughter home as well. Though busy, Gu's mother radiated joy, since their child had begun school the previous year. She had not returned home. Each phone call assured them of her well-being, yet they were not blind. How could they fail to notice her pallid complexion? Gu Xian's sister, possessing a striking appearance, busied herself assisting their parents. To her, their concerns seemed unwarranted. Which college student would choose to spend all their time with their parents? Look, your brother has grown taller, hasn't he? Recently, he has been looking rather pale. Gu's mother queried her daughter while kneading dough. Guing mused that his complexion was indeed somewhat ashen. Mom, don't worry. Aren't kids these days all striving for fair skin? Perhaps Xiao Xian has simply been influenced by this, she reassured. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, instantly igniting excitement within the small household. Guing dashed to the door, exclaiming, You little rascal, you've finally returned. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she enveloped Gu Xian in an embrace, but upon contact, she could not help but shiver from the coldness. Why is it so chilly? It's summer. You're sick, she gasped, examining Gu Xian closely. Sis, I'm fine, Gu Xian insisted, fighting back tears as he observed his family. Alight with joy at his return, he could not afford to cry. Having transformed into a vampire, he had lost the ability to shed tears, with only blood remaining to flow. Gu Ying remained unconvinced, her worry deepening as she scrutinized his pale visage and icy demeanor. Typical of a youth in the prime of life. Had she not been an atheist, she might have thought her brother was possessed by a spirit, returning merely as an empty shell. You little rascal, are you still attending classes at your school? Why are you back so early? Did something happen? I'm perfectly fine. Sis, look, I'm just as I should be. Gu Xian feigned an expression of helplessness and turned in a circle. Let me in. As he uttered the words, his voice came out somewhat hoarse and unnatural. This was a private domain. Without an invitation, he could not cross this threshold, even though it was his home. Oh, silly boy, hurry inside. Behind the door, Gu's mother beamed with joy, urging him on. Gu Xian complied, and only then did everyone notice Yi Qishu standing behind him. Who is this? Gu Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity. No way. Her brother is so quick to have a girlfriend. During their last phone call, she sensed that her brother's living arrangements did not resemble a dormitory, yet he had remained tight-lipped despite her inquiries. Now, seeing Yi Qishu, her suspicions deepened. Could it be that they were living together? The thought of cohabitation made her glance at her brother with a hint of reproach. Their family adhered to strict morals, and such behavior was indeed inappropriate, especially considering the girl seemed so young. As if sensing his sister's thoughts, Gu Xian chuckled. Finding a semblance of familiarity, what are you thinking? Allow me to introduce her. This is my senior, here to work on a project. Since hotels are expensive, I invited her to our home. She is quite kind and has helped many at school. This was the excuse Gu Xian had prepared on the way. Instantly, the Gu family exchanged glances, scanning the two of them until they truly discerned that no romantic tension lingered, confirming that they were not in fact a couple. Gu Xian's parents sighed, having initially believed her to be his girlfriend. This child is wonderful in every way. He was diligent in school, and even in university. They had no objections to him dating, but there was none. Young lady, please come in. Gu's mother exclaimed warmly, her enthusiasm evident. This girl appeared to be fair and clean. And having assisted their child, they certainly could not be neglectful. Chapter 87. Investigation. Hello, uncle and aunt. I apologize for my sudden intrusion. Yi Qingshu greeted with a poised smile, embodying the demeanor of a respectful junior. Gu Xian was taken aback by her demeanor. He had never witnessed such a docile side of Yi Qingshu, resembling a sweet neighborly girl, obediently listening to her elders. As they entered the house, Gu Ying shot her brother a disapproving glance. You bring someone home without a word? Thankfully, Mom and Dad bought plenty of food today. Otherwise, it would seem we were poor hosts. My senior is very understanding and won't mind such trivialities. Gu Xian shook his head, giving Yi Qingshu a thumbs up with one hand. He had anticipated that despite her seemingly aloof exterior, she was far more adept in social interactions than he was. Yi Qingshu smiled, finding humor in the situation. She was merely engaging in what any normal person would do. We have missed you greatly since you haven't been home for so long. The ancient mother gazed at her son, frail and pallid, unable to suppress her concern. Although he had returned, she sensed an inexplicable change in him. I am fine, Gu Xian replied, his eyes slightly reddened. If only he could turn back time to the day he was still human. Yi Qingshu noticed the redness around Gu Xian's eyes and couldn't help but furrow her brow. Surely, no one would wish to hypnotize their parents. Thus, she hoped that Gu Xian could manage to conceal his true feelings. Your face is so pale, and your body feels cold. Are you unwell? Although her daughter had already inquired once, the ancient mother remained unconvinced. His visage was as white as paper, making it impossible for them to feel at ease. Recently, a new experiment had begun at school, and Gu Xian had been spending countless hours in the laboratory, resulting in his physical discomfort. Yi Qingshu, with a gentle expression, explained the situation. I see. You young people must take care of yourselves while you are out there. The ancient mother habitually murmured, having repeated this admonition countless times, yet her two children always brushed her off. Her eldest daughter was a workaholic, and her youngest son was a student absorbed in his laboratory. She felt utterly helpless. Gu Xian suppressed his emotions and forced a smile. Do not worry. I am just a bit tired. I will wash my face. With that, he rushed toward the bathroom without a backward glance. Alas, this child. The ancient mother sighed and turned to Yi Qingshu. You must be very busy with your studies at school. Indeed, Yi Qingshu replied, her family's conversation drifting into her ears from outside. Inside the bathroom, Gu Xian felt like a coward. Blood tears streamed down his pale face, and he could not help but wipe them away, leaving a crimson streak. His pupils gradually turned a deep red, swirling with turmoil. Yi Qingshu entered the bathroom and, upon witnessing the scene, her expression grew serious. The Gu family was preparing dinner, and after noticing he had not emerged for some time, she came to check on him. Gu Xian, if you cannot control yourself, our forthcoming endeavors may not proceed smoothly. Yi Qingshu cautioned. Gu Xian's emotional fluctuations were too erratic, and this would lead to complications. I understand. I just feel like crying. It is difficult here, he said, gesturing to his chest, his voice trembling. The heart that would never beat again reminded him that he could never return to the past. This is a necessary path. Gu Xian lowered his head for a moment, then wiped his tears and splashed cold water on his face. I understand. He could not shatter this final reunion. As he stepped out of the bathroom, both he and Yi Qingshu wore expressions of calm. However, Gu Ying's eyes scrutinized them closely. This time, she sensed something peculiar about both her brother and that girl. Her brother's pallor suggested illness, yet the girl mirrored his condition. What on earth was happening? Gu Ying's subtle probing went unnoticed by the distracted Gu Xian, whose mind had long since wandered due to the prolonged separation from his family. Only Yi Qingshu slightly furrowed her brow, as Gu Xian's parents, likely due to their advanced age, appeared rather oblivious to the situation. However, Gu Ying seemed to have sensed something amiss. As the night enveloped the surroundings in silence, Yi Qingshu found herself lying in bed, a rare moment of human-like repose. Reflecting on the various behaviors of the Gu family during dinner, she was reminded of her own parents. Had she not transformed into a vampire, she would have remained with them all these years. But alas, this world holds no what-ifs. In the city, Yi Hanyan and Dean followed the clues meticulously, yet their investigation led them to a construction site where they found no further traces. This was indeed the location, But why was there not a single clue left behind? Yi Hanyan's dark pupils scanned the area, the construction site drenched in darkness. An eerie stillness permeating the surroundings. Reports indicated that 6 workers had vanished over the past 3 months, with several recently found dead, their bodies exhibiting symptoms of desiccation. As if drained of life. There are myriad ways to render a person into a mere husk, yet this large-scale, silent operation was clearly beyond human capacity. I recall this as the territory of the Chi family. Dean, with his dim, light green eyes, sensed the faint traces of blood in the air. Attempting to follow the scent, only to find it obscured by something else. It must have been concealed by some entity. Yi Hanyan understood Dean's thoughts well. Observing the items in the hands of a group nearby, a shadow crossed the handsome man's face. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent of blood wafted into his nostrils, causing Dean's eyes to sharpen. Someone is approaching. Should we hide? Hide from what? They should be the ones in fear. No sooner had he spoken than a plainly dressed worker, his arms stained with blood, burst forth from the construction site. Upon seeing the 2 strikingly handsome men, he instinctively paused, exclaiming, "Boss, they don't look like the culprits." Instantly, a throng of people surged forth, their expression shifting to surprise upon encountering the 2 men. Led by several police officers, neither Yi Hanyan nor Dean anticipated that lurking here would reveal a gathering of humans. Had it not been for the scent of blood, they might have exposed themselves further that night. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The police demanded, guns drawn, all on high alert. Reports indicated that the missing and deceased individuals had suffered injuries, thus they lay in ambush. Although the 2 men did not seem like assailants, their presence at such an hour could not absolve them of suspicion. "Raise your hands." Yi Hanyan, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought it would have been better had they just left. "We are friends of Qi Jingshu, private detectives. He sent us to investigate after hearing about the incidents here." Without hesitation, he fabricated an excuse. Chapter 88. Let Humans Search. "Do you know my nephew?" Upon hearing the name Qi Jingshu, Qi emerged from behind. He had no desire to be present. Yet Qi and Ing insisted he personally oversee the matter. Suddenly, upon hearing Qi Jingshu's name, a bitter sensation washed over him. He had not even formally taken charge yet, and Jingshu had already dispatched someone. It seemed that this third uncle was destined to become a subject of ridicule within the family. Although he felt it was inappropriate to awaken the ailing Qi Jingshu at this hour, Yi Hanyan found himself devoid of better alternatives. After all, he and Dean absolutely could not be summoned to the police station for questioning. If matters were to drag on until daylight, it could spell disaster. "Indeed. We are here at the behest of Boss Qi," he swiftly affirmed, retrieving his phone. "What are you planning to do?" The leading officer remained vigilant. "Fear not. I shall place a call to Boss Qi." Upon hearing Yi Hanyan's words, Qi Ying felt a measure of assurance. Let them make the call. He had already informed Jingshu of this matter. The child had grown and wished to bear some responsibility for the family. The words spoken drew no dissent from those present, save for the initial worker who fixated intently on the 2 individuals before him. He had been lurking outside, preparing to signal, and though he was not particularly attentive, it was undeniable that visitors at such a late hour could not arrive without a trace of noise. Naturally, Yi Hanyan did not possess Qi Jingshu's phone number. Thus, he immediately sought out Gu Xian. Consequently, the serene slumber of a certain individual was disrupted by the sound of knocking at the door. "What is it?" "Step aside and close the door." Yi Qingshu's cold visage was etched with gravity. Gu Xian handed over his phone. "What is the situation?" Yi Qingshu sought clarity. "It is as follows. Boss Qi has tasked us with investigating a missing persons case, and we arrived at this hour, only to find the police in wait." The voice from the other end was calm and unhurried, yet Yi Qingshu's brow furrowed. Given their capabilities, how could they have been caught by humans? "I will call Qi Jingshu." Though she was reluctant to rouse him in the dead of night, she was currently out of town and unable to intervene personally. "What happened?" Gu Xin inquired urgently. Upon receiving the call, he wasted no time in seeking out Yi Qishu. They were spotted by humans during the investigation. "We cannot delay until dawn." Gu Xian instinctively spoke, his pupils tightening with anxiety. Yi Qishu was well aware of the urgency and immediately dialed Qi Jingshu, but with the hour growing late, if he did not answer, they would have to prepare for the worst. Despite the presence of numerous humans on the scene, with a bit of time, everything would surely be resolved. Fortunately, Qi Jingshu answered the phone almost instantly, and upon hearing the purpose of the call, he promptly assured that he could handle the situation. At the construction site, Yi Hanyan, who had obeyed the law for over 30 years, found himself scrutinized by the police as if he were a criminal. Dean asserted his identity. Although he was a foreign friend, he bore no resemblance to a perpetrator and lacked any motive. Nevertheless, it was imperative to proceed with caution. The phone call came in. Indeed, it was sent by my nephew. After hanging up, Chi-Ying quickly spoke. Who could have anticipated that the perpetrator had not been caught, but rather had infiltrated the very family? So it was, however, we have already left a trail tonight, making it likely that they shall not return easily. The captain in charge wore a troubled expression, for he perceived these as unresolved cases. He had hoped for an unexpected turn of events, yet instead, they had stirred the snake from the grass, making it difficult to act similarly next time. Have you discovered anything? Chi-Ying inquired, casting an expectant glance at Dean and his companion. If they could swiftly uncover the cause of the incident, she would no longer have to frequent this ghastly place. Shrouded in an eerie atmosphere and tinged with the scent of blood, Dean grasped the arm of the person beside him, his light green eyes appearing earnest. Continuing to investigate in this manner was less effective than enlisting the help of humanity. Perhaps it would lead to significant revelations. What have you uncovered? Suddenly, the atmosphere among those present grew animated. Even Yi Hanyan appeared astonished. It was said that some individuals had gone missing previously, with so many people at the construction site. Several had vanished without a trace. If it were not due to mechanical transport, then the murderer must reside nearby. Dean slowly deduced that the vampires must also be concealed in this vicinity. As long as humans conducted a broad search nearby, they would surely react to evade detection. At that moment, their opportunity would arise. What you suggest was indeed previously considered, but aside from the mountains, the urban village residences are quite distant. The leading officer pondered. They had searched the mountains once, yet found nothing. Where there are no mountains, there must be water. Let us conduct a wide search along the river, suggested Chi-Ying. Some present found this statement somewhat absurd, speculating that the chief family had engaged a second-rate detective. If taken literally, the search area would be immense. However, Chi-Ying's eyes glimmered with contemplation. The young detective had a point. As long as it concerned humans, they could surely be found. Should they expand the search area and still not locate anyone, it would undoubtedly indicate that the culprit was not human, if it were indeed not the work of humans. They could then seek the expertise of a master to resolve the matter. Once the master completed the task, they would publicly claim the issue was resolved, subsequently selling the land to recoup funds. Captain, I believe this young man makes a valid point. Monetary gain is not the primary concern. My utmost desire is to find the missing individuals, said the officer, feeling somewhat dazed by the audacity of the statement. Truly, one dared to speak, and another dared to believe. Yet, Mr. Chi pondered, intervening, as such an extensive search could easily alert the murderer. Enough said, let us proceed as proposed. Chi-Ying declared resolutely, determined that this matter must be resolved, whether through physical means or spiritual ones. Upon hearing his words, even if dissenting voices lingered within the crowd, now was not the time to voice them. After a long night of labor, everyone prepared to depart, declining Chi-Ying's kind offer, while Dean and Yi Hanyan made excuses, claiming they had already called for a taxi and did not accompany the group. Until he watched the crowd disperse, Yi Hanyan finally spoke. Why act this way? This group resembled mice. Humanity had already stirred the grass, and they should not leave traces. However, should a thorough search ensue, it was likely they would relocate. And therein lay our opportunity. Chi-Ying had a keen interest in this notion, yet the others might not share the same sentiment. Yi Hanyan felt that Dean's thoughts were somewhat simplistic. In the darkness, the handsome man chuckled softly, his light green eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Even if we refrain from action, it matters little to us. He began to ponder whether the absence of a creator was the reason for Yi Hanyan's rigid mindset. Nonetheless, there was a loose end we needed to address. As he gazed into the distance, a cold gleam flickered in Dean's green eyes. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Chapter 89. What do you know? Before Yi Hanyan could inquire further, a figure darted past him, followed by a voice calling, "Come here." Not daring to delay, Yi Hanyan hurried after them, his heart stirring as he beheld the individual under Dean's foot. What do you know? He demanded sharply. The person before him was the worker who had sustained an arm injury. Just moments ago, he had seen a group depart, yet here he was, inexplicably returned. Moreover, his expression bore only astonishment, devoid of panic. Could it be that this was not his first encounter with a vampire? Or did he possess knowledge of something significant? Yang Dashan lay on the ground, regretting his decision to endanger himself for a mere 20,000 yuan. Boss Chi had proclaimed that anyone with clues would be handsomely rewarded. Having previously encountered the assailant, he had thought it worth the risk to return. Who could have anticipated that this group was also non-human? I will speak. I beg you. Do not kill me. He trembled, fear evident in his eyes, striving to maintain his composure. Dean appeared nonchalant, his expression inscrutable. Yet the pressure of his foot showed no sign of relenting. I am listening. The man's handsome visage now bore an air reminiscent of a messenger from hell, as if he were there to claim his soul. Young Dashin shivered, gulping as he began. Since the first incident occurred, I have been working here. One night, I awoke to use the restroom, and, in a daze, I glimpsed a creature with red eyes, human-shaped. His pupils dilated, as if recalling something terrifying. I dared not speak of it, and kept silent. You dared not even mention it, yet you had the audacity to return? Yi Hanyan astutely seized upon the inconsistency in his words. Money has been tight lately. My boss mentioned that there were rewards for any leads. When I saw you arrive without making a sound, and just now when you spoke, the eyes of this gentleman momentarily turned red. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, all eyes had been on Yi Hanyan, with few noticing Dean, leaving him uncertain if he had observed accurately. Now he understood. Indeed, it was true. Yi Hanyan's gaze darted toward Dean. He could not fathom what Dean's intentions were in revealing this. So many inconsistencies. The handsome man exhibited no intention of elaboration. His eyes, filled with intrigue, gazed down at the individual beneath him as he spoke softly. His memories have been altered. What? Yi Hanyan exclaimed in astonishment. How did you discern that? While they conversed, the man had been keenly observing me. My pupils dilated slightly, yet he appeared merely flustered, unafraid. Furthermore, Dean's gaze shifted to the wound on the man's arm, which bore an irregular scar nearby, easily overlooked if one did not scrutinize closely. Look at his arm. Yi Hanyan crouched to inspect it, his brow furrowing as recognition dawned upon him. It's a vampire bite. His reasoning was flawed, contradicting the instinctual behavior of humans when faced with peril. He had not mentioned the wound on his arm earlier. Surely, he had been hypnotized. Dean concluded. His pale green eyes fixated on the man below. Young Dashin's expression morphed into shock as he stared at the wound on his arm, desperately trying to remember. Yet his mind remained a blank slate. Hypnotized him. Let him go. Dean urged, adjusting his cuffs. Let him go? The clue we have in hand. Even if he remembers nothing, keeping him close is advantageous. The man's calm demeanor struck Yi Hanyan with realization. They need not act hastily, but could proceed with caution. The trembling figure, upon hearing there was a way out, instantly relaxed. Young Dashin dared not even breathe heavily, hoping merely to survive the day. Even if he retained no memories, he had no desire to perish here. After all, his life was not solely his own. Having resolved matters with the individual and assessing the darkness enveloping the sky, Yi Hanyan sighed. The night always seemed to pass so swiftly. And it appeared there would be no time to continue investigating today. Are we to follow this group? Is it not sufficient to have someone tail them? A look of exasperation crossed Dean's handsome face, feeling as though he had taken a child under his wing. In this age of advanced communication, why must they personally pursue? With the time at hand, wouldn't it be wiser to seek other information? Yi Hanyan fell silent. In the Gu residence, Gu Xian, anxious about the situation in the city, spoke urgently as soon as Yi Qishu hung up. Has it been resolved? The matter has been handled. We must swiftly address your issues as well. Yi Qishu paused, her light tea-colored eyes darting towards the door as she gestured for silence. Outside, hurried breaths echoed, steady and clearly not belonging to Gu's father or mother. After a moment, the sound of departing footsteps was heard. It's my sister, Gu Xian. Preoccupied with thoughts of the city, failed to notice when Gu Ying had arrived or how much she had overheard. Moreover, their home lacked soundproofing. If his secret were to be discovered by his family, would he truly resort to such measures? Worry not. The woman's cool and composed demeanor, coupled with her astonished tone, inexplicably calmed Gu Xian's racing heart. We have said nothing. Yi Qishu gently rubbed her brow, suddenly realizing that the Gu family lacked soundproofing. Fortunately, they had not spoken much. Indeed, Gu Xian was taken aback, reminiscing about their earlier conversation. I shall take my leave, he said, his voice unconsciously softened. Yi Qingshu's cool, clear eyes shifted slightly. Dawn was approaching. Ensure you lock your door, she reminded him, unable to suppress her concern. Should a member of the Gu family accidentally intrude, it could lead to dire consequences. Gu Xian nodded in silence, his gaze lowered. As night faded away and daybreak arrived, the Gu household buzzed with activity, as their parents had gone out early to procure provisions for the children. Is Xiao Xian still not up? Gu's mother inquired loudly after placing the items down. No, Gu Ying replied, shaking her head. her eyes frequently scrutinizing Yi Qingshu since she had first seen her that morning. She was certain she had not misheard. Her brother had certainly spent the night in this young lady's room. Yet, without clarity on their relationship, she felt hesitant to inquire further. This child, still not awake, Gu's mother muttered, calling out as she had in the past, "Gu Xian, get up for breakfast." "Mom, I didn't sleep well last night due to my journey," came a muffled reply from within. In the dimly lit room, Gu Xian was shrouded in darkness. His crimson eyes clouded with melancholy as he listened to the laughter and cheer outside, realizing at that moment that he no longer belonged to this family. Was it no longer possible to gather together for a meal like they used to? This child. Gu's mother felt a pang of sympathy, then turned to Yi Qingshu, who was seated on the sofa with an apologetic look. "Has Miss Yi never visited us before? I'll have Guing show you around shortly." "Thank you, Auntie," Yi Qingshu said, her long, pale fingers delicately caressing the teacup, her smile radiant. Gu Xian has been rather fatigued with his recent studies, which may explain his drowsiness. She spoke on his behalf, fearing that if she were not present, familial affection might cloud his judgment. "I see." Guing beamed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She contemplated how to uncover the nature of the relationship between the two. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll take good care of Miss Yi," she declared enthusiastically, patting her chest. Yi Qingshu couldn't help but smile at the child's transparent intentions. However, the familiarity of the Gu household was undeniably comforting. As she observed the joyful banter of the family, she found herself lost in memories. Gu Xian's hometown was renowned for its antique jade artifacts, with many famous landmarks originating from this place. Due to her research on folklore, Yi Qingshu had come directly to the antique street. She had little interest in the items themselves, merely strolling and pausing occasionally. When the person beside her hesitated for the 13th time, she stopped and said, "If Miss Gu has something to say, please speak candidly." Guing observed that the individual before her appeared quite youthful, yet their demeanor and actions exuded a remarkable composure, leaving her to feel like the impulsive junior in comparison. "So, may I inquire if you and Gu Xian are currently in a relationship?" she asked. "No," came the reply. Guing felt momentarily speechless, as she had internally assumed the two were indeed involved, yet she was taken aback by the unexpected answer. However, she could hardly confess to eavesdropping. That would be quite inappropriate. Seemingly attuned to her thoughts, Yi Qingshu smiled gently. "I assure you, Gu and I are merely good friends." The girl's expression bore no trace of tension, her features light and serene, which caused Guing to believe her words to some extent. Yet, why had her brother visited her room in the dead of night? Perhaps there was a legitimate reason? Her mind began to conjure various scenarios. Since they would not linger here for long, it was unnecessary to fabricate an explanation. Yi Qingshu's gaze drifted towards a small, dust-covered tripod on a nearby stall. The tripod was no larger than a palm, its original quality obscured by time. "Excuse me, how much for this?" she inquired, stepping forward to examine the dusty artifact. The stall owner, startled by the question, was momentarily roused from his reverie. Could it be a valuable item that he had overlooked? However, upon seeing that a young lady was asking for the price, he relaxed back into his chair, fanning himself. 20 yuan. "I'll take it," Yi Qingshu responded without hesitation. The symbols adorning the tripod were reminiscent of her father's treasured heirloom. Years ago, their family had crossed oceans, and this artifact had been lost. Who would have imagined it would resurface here, and she would be the one to find it? A flicker of nostalgia crossed her light brown eyes as she retrieved the money from her bag to hand to the vendor. Guing, having caught a glimpse of the tripod, was aware that she was studying the restoration of antiques and had grown up amidst such curiosities. Although the tripod was a fake, it was only 20 yuan, and her primary concern was ensuring that Yi Qingshu did not fall victim to a scam. "Little Gu is here as well," the vendor remarked, glancing at Guing, who resembled a radar detecting potential threats. "We all come from the same place. We know each other. This is my brother's classmate," Guing replied with a smile. Upon noticing Yi Qingshu lost in thought while gazing at the tripod, she waved her hand in front of the other's eyes. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Yi Qingshu shook her head, clutching her handbag, intent on placing the item inside. "Wait," a male voice suddenly called out. A young man in his 20s rushed over, followed closely by a middle-aged man. "Can you sell me that tripod?" At his words, the surrounding merchants turned their attention to the commotion, the stall owner's eyes widening in surprise. What was it about this broken tripod that warranted a bidding war? The young man spoke with an air of authority, his attire lavish and starkly contrasting with the surroundings. "Why should I sell it to you?" Yi Qingshu's gaze deepened, her tone teasing, for this individual certainly had an audacious spirit. The small tripod you possessed was first noticed by me. Yu felt a surge of anger as Yi Qingshu's words flushed his face. He had only just laid eyes on this exquisite piece and intended to purchase it. But he hesitated in order to seek his uncle's appraisal before making a decision. Such audacity from a mere child. We were the ones who spotted it first. Guing, standing alongside, resembled a protective elder, questioning whether this young person had received any proper upbringing, as their words were decidedly ungracious for someone so young. You felt as though he might faint from rage, glancing backward for assistance. Yu Liankai, donned in a traditional gown, stepped forward with an air of authority befitting an elder. My dear young lady, we harbor no ill intentions. I am the proprietor of Yu's antique shop, and I find myself quite taken with this tripod. Might you allow me a glimpse? Apologies, but this tripod belongs to me, and I shall not permit you to see it. Although Yi Qingshu bore a smile, her tone was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Name your price. Yu's face burned crimson, his words tumbling out in haste. He could not fathom that anyone would refuse money. Was this an attempt to pressure her with cash? Yi Qingshu had no desire to engage further with these individuals. I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. Stop! Yu exclaimed in desperation, for this might well be a relic from the Tang dynasty. This girl appeared utterly oblivious. How could such a treasure fall into her hands and be squandered? As he reached out to grasp Yi Qingshu, an icy chill enveloped him. That was his immediate sensation. What he held felt less like a hand and more like a block of ice. But the next moment, a sharp pain surged through him, leaving him no time to ponder further. Yi Qingshu's gaze turned frigid as she seized his arm and executed a swift, forceful twist. A cry of anguish erupted, igniting the curiosity of the entire marketplace, drawing a crowd. Goodness, this little girl is fierce. People around began to regard Yi Qingshu with newfound respect for her evident skill at such a young age. The buyer clearly has no intention of selling. Why does this young man persist in obstructing her? Indeed, if she is not selling, what is the point of the confrontation? What is so special about that tripod, anyway? Special? The crowd turned to the still bewildered vendor, who now found no delight in the spectacle unfolding before him. He stared in astonishment, replaying in his mind whether he had overlooked any details during his inspection of the tripod. However, it was impossible that he had missed anything. Over the years, he had meticulously examined all his acquisitions. The genuine articles had long been secured away. I have seen the tripod. It holds no particular value. The words fell from his lips, eliciting a murmur of disbelief from the crowd, realizing they were quarreling over a trinket of little worth. Ah! The folly of youth and their limited discernment. Enough. Yu Liankai's countenance darkened, unable to maintain his composure. If the young lady refuses to sell, there is no need for hostility. Chapter 91. Not for sale. Yi Qingshu's gaze was frosty, her black dress accentuating her striking beauty. As she brushed past Yu, she leisurely extracted a disinfectant wipe from her bag, meticulously cleaning her fingers. Am I to understand that a mere act of self-defense is considered an offense in your eyes? The woman scoffed, as if she had just heard the most amusing joke, her eyes sharp as daggers directed at Yu Liankai. Unable to contain his reaction, Yu Liankai's pupils constricted, and he instinctively took a step back. That gaze reminded him too much of someone from his past, an expression that commanded submission. He never expected to encounter such intensity in the eyes of a mere girl today. However, as a member of the Yu family, how could he allow himself to be intimidated by a young lady? The thought darkened his expression. One must be cautious with words, young lady. The Yu family is standing in this community, after all. Moreover, it was my nephew who first laid eyes on this. Oh? Yi Qingshu's light brown eyes flicked over to Yu. But I purchased it first. It belongs to me. Nonsense. It is clearly mine. Uncle. That might be an artifact from the Tang dynasty. Yu exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly interjected. Fool. This was the only thought crossing Yu Liankai's mind. He had not anticipated it was indeed a Tang dynasty piece. Why had he not purchased it immediately upon realization? Why voice it now? Very well, young lady, we shall buy it from you for 200,000. Yu Liankai declared in a low voice, believing he was offering a fair price for someone outside the industry. Instantly, members of the crowd could not suppress their disdain. If it were truly a Tang dynasty artifact, it was worth far more than 200,000. Shameless. However, given that this young lady was an outsider, they refrained from speaking out, recognizing the potential repercussions of offending the Yu family. Yu Liankai wore a look of determination, convinced that the girl, being young and plainly dressed, was merely a student. He believed that his offer of 200,000 was generous enough to elicit her agreement. Apologies, but it is not for sale. Yi Qingshu's gaze turned icy as she regarded Yu Liankai. This heirloom was not something she would relinquish to anyone. At her words, Yu Liankai's expression shifted. She truly did not understand the gravity of the situation. He had already been exceedingly polite, and yet she still desired more. Did she find the offer insufficient? Young lady. Sometimes one must recognize when to be reasonable. The Yu family is offering a fair price. It was shocking that he would invoke his family's name in such a manner. The crowd collectively frowned upon his behavior, perceiving it as bullying a young girl. Indeed, it was no wonder that the vast family fortune lay in the hands of the eldest brother. The second son lacked refinement. Yi, dear student, Guing said quietly, glancing at the unfolding scene, gently tugging at Yu Qingshu's sleeve. She appeared somewhat distressed. She understood the influence of the Yu family, which loomed over the entire antiques industry. They were figures of considerable repute. Not individuals like themselves could afford to offend. Do not worry, Yi Qingshu softly reassured, turning to the person before her. Her voice as cold as the ice of late December. I shall reiterate, the item is mine, and I shall not sell it to anyone. Her assertiveness garnered quiet admiration from the onlookers, though a hint of concern lingered. After all, this was the Yu family. You were determined to make enemies with us. Yu Yu's complexion turned pale as he clutched his arm, shouting loudly with an air of arrogance. He was accustomed to being the center of attention, where whatever he desired was willingly offered by others. He had not anticipated encountering resistance from a mere young girl today. Get lost. A cold glint flashed in Yu Qingshu's eyes as she admonished sharply, truly two shameless individuals. It's over, it's over. This girl has thoroughly offended the Yu family. If I don't give it up, how is that any different from being robbed by the Yu family? Easier said than done, after all. It is the Yu family. The surrounding street vendors whispered amongst themselves. Gu Ying's face blanched. She had not foreseen the situation escalating this way. What to do? Having publicly humiliated the Yu family, their lives here would not be easy from now on. Yi Qingshu's gaze swept over the crowd, and upon seeing their pale faces, she devised a plan. In the human world, after years of navigation, she could sense their thoughts. Yet had Yu Yu not been so forceful, she would not have wished to entangle herself further. However, given the current circumstances, she indeed needed to find a way to resolve this. Let us depart. Her pale hand grasped Guing's, intending to leave, her mind contemplating a visit to the Yu family that night to settle the matter. Stop! Yu Liankai, enraged, blocked their path. If this girl were to leave today, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Young lady, either leave the item today, or I assume you do not wish to offend the Yu family. No sooner had he spoken than two individuals emerged from the crowd, positioning themselves before Yu Qingshu. What do you intend to do in broad daylight? Guing exclaimed in alarm, astonished that the Yu family dared to confront them publicly. We intend nothing sinister. It is merely that my nephew lost something during your interaction, and we need to search. Lost something? Instantly, the gathered crowd cast scornful glances at the uncle and nephew, their fabrication shamelessly apparent. A flash of crimson surged in Yi Qingshu's gaze, brewing a tempest within her. She had not anticipated that her repeated concessions would yield only relentless pressure from the other side. What is happening? Suddenly, a rich voice resounded. Zhu Chenghui, having observed the market's commotion from a distance, quickly approached upon recognizing a familiar figure. Miss Yi, what brings you here? He navigated through the crowd, followed by his assistant from the previous exhibition. I came to purchase some items, but unexpectedly encountered some trouble. Yi Qingshu had not anticipated running into Zhu Chenghui here. Feeling somewhat surprised, Boss Zhu, Yu Liankai also noticed Zhu Chenghui, realizing he was his older brother's new business partner. With his connections, the Yu family could venture into the antique market. However, what did the other party just call that young girl? Miss Yi. His expression shifted slightly as he mulled over this appellation. Could it be that this young lady possesses a remarkable background? Surely not. He scrutinized the girl before him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, his internal alarm bells ringing. Although he was somewhat ineffectual, he was still aware that some individuals were best avoided, while others were not to be trifled with. Is that you, Mr. Zhu? What brings you two here? Zhu Chenghui's round face was adorned with a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he sought to uncover what had transpired. He recognized Yu Liankai, a notorious spendthrift. Had he perhaps offended Yu Qingshu? He speculated. Oh, not at all. Just a small misunderstanding. Yu Liankai waved his hand dismissively, instructing his two bodyguards to step aside while maintaining a congenial facade. all the while eager to ascertain the identity of the girl before him. Ah, a small misunderstanding? Yi Qingshu's gaze flickered, discerning the abrupt change in Yu Liankai's demeanor. Mr. Yu, this young lady is from the Qi family, Zhu Qinghui thought quickly, feeling the tension rise within him as he decided to mediate the situation. The Yu family was his recent partner, and this Miss Yi was someone he could not afford to offend. Their ambitions to penetrate the market would undoubtedly require collaboration with the Qi family. Thus, resolving this matter amicably was paramount. Chapter 92. I am aware of your abilities. The mention of the Qi family sent a jolt through Yu Liankai. Although the Yu family's business was primarily not centered in the city, they had intricate ties to that region. He had initially assumed this was merely an unassuming young girl, but it turned out she had such a significant background. Observing Zhu Qinghui's demeanor, it seemed he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. My apologies, Miss Yu. It was merely my nephew's oversight, and what transpired was nothing more than a misunderstanding. Yu Liankai's countenance shifted dramatically, reverting to his congenial persona. Onlookers gasped, as if they had just witnessed a sensational revelation. This was a member of the Yu family, yielding so easily to a young girl? What a startling twist of fate. What manner of identity does this young lady possess? Whispers rippled through the crowd, their gazes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized Yu Qishu. The Qi family. I believe I know them. The Qi family is a leading enterprise in the city, ranked first in the nation for 3 consecutive years. Gasping sounds accompanied a shift in the crowd's perception of Yi Qingshu, a top-tier aristocracy. They never imagined they would encounter such elite lineage in this humble locale. Previously seen only on television, now they were witnessing it in person. Instantly, the crowd regarded Yu Qishu as if she were a rare and protected species. A misunderstanding? Mr. Yu's description of this misunderstanding was rather understated. Yi Qingshu's eyes gleamed with a frosty intensity. She had refrained from reacting to the other party's aggression earlier, but now she was inclined to address it. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, and Yu stared incredulously at his uncle. The uncle, who had always regarded himself as a paternal figure, surprisingly struck him. Yu Liankai's expression soured. Although he was not particularly capable, he was still a businessman. The young girl before him seemed to possess considerable influence, and he could not allow such matters to tarnish the Yu family's reputation. The best course of action now was to attribute the issue to the immaturity of Yu, the child. Zhu Qinghui, observing Yu Liankai's adeptness, subtly shifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features. Although the details of the incident remained unclear, it was evident that this young lad was the source of the trouble. He pointed at Yu with his chubby fingers. The Yu family's scion was notorious for stirring up trouble, and surely, the family patriarch felt a sense of guilt. Indeed, Miss Yi, this matter is truly a misunderstanding. Look, Boss Zhu is here, and I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. I hope that, considering the cooperation between our families, we may not let such trivial matters disrupt our amicable relations. Yu Liankai quickly interjected, his smile warm. Flexibility was the shared sentiment among those present. Miss Yi, Mr. Yu, I know both of you are esteemed individuals. Yet allowing a mere misunderstanding to breed animosity would be akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple. Zhu Qinghui continued, for my sake, might you both smile and set aside any grievances? Yes. It's merely a misunderstanding. The boy is immature, and I hope you will not be angered. Yi Qingshu maintained a composed smile, her mind calculating the necessity of investigating the other party's true identity. If it turned out that they were of significant standing, she would personally extend her apologies. Conversely, if their status were lesser, it would be unwise to allow a trivial conflict over a mere vessel to sour relations. Very well. In light of Boss Zhu's presence, let us consider this matter resolved. As she lightly rubbed her handbag, Yi Qingshu raised her lips slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Yu Liankai. I only hope that the Yu family does not disturb me. This statement immediately alerted Zhu Qinghui. It was he who had facilitated the reconciliation between the two, and should the Yu family fail to recognize the prevailing circumstances, he would find himself embroiled in complications. Missy is kind-hearted, and Mr. Yu possesses a broad-minded spirit. With me, Zhu, as a witness, you both can rest assured. Zhu Qinghui assured, also serving as a subtle warning to Yu Liankai. Regardless of the outcome of his inquiries, with Zhu Qinghui present, Yi Qingshu would remain unscathed. Yu Liankai grasped the implication without hesitation. Even without considering the other's stature, he would not easily provoke the person before him. Let us heed the words of Boss Yu. Thank you, Boss Zhu. Yi Qingshu understood Zhu Qinghui's intent and expressed her gratitude. To have encountered Miss Yi is truly a delight for me, Xiu. There is also a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Please, go ahead. Yi Qingshu's gaze remained calm, awaiting Zhu Chenghui's words. After all, he had just aided her, and it would be inappropriate to dismiss his request. Furthermore, fostering such connections might benefit that young man, Qi Jingshu, in the future. Zhu Qinghui arrived here for two reasons. Firstly, to collaborate with the Yu family. Secondly, to attend the Antique Summit. During his previous visit to the city, he had already witnessed Yi Qingshu's prowess and fortuitously encountered her here, prompting him to seek her assistance. It is as such. There will be an Antique Summit in the coming days, and I am well aware of your capabilities, Miss Yi. I hope you might lend your support. His demeanor was respectful, clearly affording Yi Qingshu the recognition she deserved. After all, disregarding the Yu family. Her audacity and insight in this industry were remarkable. One must understand that after the last market event, numerous individuals attempted to reach out to her, but were met with obstacles. Inviting this young lady to the summit? Yuan Kai's eyes flickered with surprise. He was well aware of Zhu's numerous talented associates, yet here he was beseeching a young girl for help. Was she truly a force to be reckoned with in the industry? But he had never heard his brother mention her before, although Yu Qishu had already made her decision. She maintained an air of contemplation. After a moment, she smiled and agreed. No problem. Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude, Miss Yi. Zhu Chenghui beamed, feeling elated. While those around him were indeed formidable, none could compare to the discerning eye of this young lady. Following the last market event, Miss Yi's reputation had spread, with many inquiring about her. It was truly serendipitous for Zhu to have crossed paths with her now. He could not help but marvel at his own fortune. After the summit, so many would be seeking Yi Qingshu, yet he had the opportunity to connect with her first. Ah, you flatter me, Mr. Zhu. Yi Qingshu replied with a light laugh, her gaze cool and composed. However, I have matters to attend to. Shall we reconvene at the summit? Observing the afternoon sky, she realized it was time to return to her antique shop. Certainly, Miss Yi. I look forward to our meeting. Zhu Chenghui replied with enthusiasm. As the composed young lady departed, a stir erupted in the market. The summit. What a prestigious event. Those in the antique trade undoubtedly recognized its significance. Without a certain level of status, one could not even aspire to attend. Yet here was a young girl speaking of it as if it were as simple as dining or drinking. Moreover, Zhu Chenghui's invitation to such a young lady hinted at her substantial influence. She might very well be a major player. Chapter 93. Scheming Old M.O. You might just incur a loss. Someone chuckled at the vendor selling a small ding. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable object would spark a fierce competition between two individuals? Especially considering that the young lady's background suggested it was undoubtedly a Tang Dynasty artifact. At that moment, the vendor was nearly in tears, lamenting his fate. He racked his brain, recalling his examination of the small ding. How could this be? Was it truly a treasure? Alas! He sighed heavily, conceding defeat. I acknowledge my inferiority. Slumping onto a reclining chair, he continued to fan himself, closing his eyes to recuperate. He was indifferent to the mocking gazes of those around him. Upon noticing that the crowd had dispersed, Yuan Kai swiftly approached Zhu Qinghui, eager to discern Yi Qingshu's true identity, oblivious to the glowering stare of his nephew beside him. Yu seethed with resentment, fixated on Yi Qingshu's retreating figure. He could hardly fathom that his uncle, who had always treated him as if he were his own son, would strike him. Today, he was made a fool, and all of it was due to that woman, regardless of who she was. Having provoked the little tyrant of the Yu family, he was determined to make her pay. Meanwhile, Guing felt her warm hand ensnared by a pair of frigid ones. Her mind drifting elsewhere. Everything felt dreamlike as she gazed at the elegantly poised woman before her, perpetually exuding an air of serene beauty. Judging by the recent attitude of the Yu family, she now understood, even in her naivety, that the woman before her was no ordinary individual. Previously, she had pondered when the relationship between this woman and her brother would be unveiled. Now, she desperately sought to distance them from each other. Could her brother truly keep pace with such a woman? No. She resolved to seek clarity when she returned home. Only when Yu Qishu had walked far enough did she release Gu Ying's hand, her fingers idly rubbing against her handbag. How wonderful it was that everything had come full circle back to her possession. Father, your daughter's regrets have been resolved. Rest assured. I shall carry this with me through all my lifetimes. At the Gu residence, Gu Xian lay in bed, the scent of blood persistently invading his nostrils, deeply stimulating his senses. Yet, those were his parents. After a while, blood tears streamed down his cheeks, his blood-red eyes unfocused as they stared at the ceiling. He feared he would never remain here again. Never had he understood his predicament as clearly as he did at this moment. Everything around him incessantly reminded him that he was no longer human. It was only when he heard Yi Qingshu's voice from outside that he sat up, his heart settling as if he had found a sense of belonging. Yi Qingshu echoed the sentiments of the Gu family while keeping her gaze fixed on the closed door. It was only when Gu's parents left to prepare a meal and Gu Ying headed to the restroom that she seized her opportunity. Returning to her room, she retrieved her backpack and knocked on Gu Xian's door. "It's me, open up." Gu Ying emerged from the restroom to witness this scene. Her suspicions had proven correct. These two undoubtedly shared something. But what could she do? How could her brother possibly fall for such a girl? The age-old truth of social standing and compatibility remained unchanged for millennia. As an adult, she was no longer the naive girl filled with fantasies. This path for her brother would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty, yet she couldn't help but sigh softly, planning to clarify things with him that evening. She hoped he wouldn't become further entangled. Inside the room, Yi Qingshu noticed the blood on Gu Xian's face, her brow furrowing slightly as she turned on the light. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded Gu Xian, causing him to shield his eyes with his pale hand. "Clean yourself up and eat," Yi Qingshu gently instructed, tossing a blood bag toward him. She had completely forgotten to hand it over to Gu Xian yesterday. "Qingshu, I am deeply saddened." The boy's body curled in on itself, his delicate, pale face etched with vulnerability. He wiped his face roughly with his sleeve, his dog-like eyes appearing pitifully forlorn. "Everything will pass." Slowly lighting a cigarette, Yi Qingshu's gaze was calm. She had anticipated his fate long ago. Were it not for his shortcomings, she might have disregarded him altogether, allowing him to remain with his family. Yet, given the current circumstances, he must sever ties and traverse this thorny path. "Let us depart." Gu Xian gritted his teeth and made this decision, but a sense of reluctance gnawed at him. He was loath to part from his parents, to leave behind the last vestiges of his connection to human society, to abandon the place he had called home. He dared not contemplate the sorrow that would ensue should they never meet again. However, with each passing second, he could feel his divergence from them. This difference tormented him relentlessly. "In 2 days, I must attend a summit." Exhaling, Yi Qingshu softly reminded him of her promise to Zhu Qingwei. She needed to resolve this matter first. Moreover, she wished to prevent him from acting impulsively, leading to regret later. "All right." Gu Xian grasped a blood bag, gulping it down as tears of blood streamed from his eyes. In the stillness of the deep night, Gu Xian's parents were displeased by his decision to sleep the entire day in his room. Classmates had come over, yet he paid no heed. However, upon reflecting on the hardships their child faced outside, they found themselves unable to voice their grievances. Gu Ying, observing her brother's despondence, felt a warning bell ring in her heart. Something must have transpired. It seemed imperative to address his emotional troubles first. "Come with me tonight." In the evening, as she sat with the Gu family, Yi Qingshu spoke softly. She was not blind, and as a vampire, her perception far exceeded that of a human. The look in Yu Yu's eyes as she departed today was unmistakably raw. To avoid causing trouble for the Gu family, she planned to visit them personally. As for Gu Xian, having not stepped outside all day, considering his condition, she intended to keep him close. "All right," Gu Xian replied quietly, his spirits low. The warmth of home brought both comfort and pain. Perhaps it would be better to venture out. Amidst the vibrant lights and raucous sounds of the bar, Yu Yu sat in a private booth, clad in punk attire. Frustration marred his features as he replayed the day's events in his mind. His uncle had warned him that the woman was not to be trifled with, advising him to exercise caution. Yet he had been slapped. In his lifetime, he had never been struck by a woman, and how could he possibly swallow such indignity? "Yu Yu, what is the matter?" his companions inquired, laughter dancing in their voices as they clasped his shoulder. "You wouldn't believe it. This fellow got slapped by a girl today," someone exclaimed with a smirk, reveling in his misfortune. The circle was small. Any stirrings were swiftly known. Yu Yu had already lost face, and before nightfall, the news had spread like wildfire. Who could have anticipated that a woman of such stature would be the one to deliver the blow? Curiosity piqued, they yearned to behold her visage. Being slapped is a misunderstanding. Yu Yu protested with irritation, raising his voice to reprimand them. They would not mock him over his embarrassment, not for a moment. "Just wait. I will make her pay." His eyes darkened with resolve, vowing not to let the matter rest. "Make her pay? You mustn't boast. She is from the chief family." A knowledgeable companion scoffed, cautioning him against provoking someone of such lineage. A fierce dragon cannot overcome a local snake. Yu Yu had already formulated a plan in his mind. downing his drink in one gulp and slamming the glass onto the table. I am off to the restroom. Rising, he pushed past his boisterous friends. In the raucous bar, a woman donned in a flowing red gown, her dark hair cascading loosely, exuded an air of aloof elegance as she perched at the bar. Many men had already set their sights on her, yet dared not approach, thwarted by the fierce-looking young man at her side. Yi Qingshu delicately swirled her wine glass, her light hazel eyes fixed on the private booth, only rising to gather her handbag when she saw a figure depart. "Let us go," she instructed. Gu Xian, clad in a white sweatshirt and jeans, resembled a college student, yet his pallid, brooding visage sent shivers down one's spine. Obediently, he followed her words. Yi Qingshu trailed him to the restroom's entrance, her brow furrowing slightly as she discerned more than one person inside, making her entry inconvenient. "You need to hypnotize Yu, making him forget today's events." Leaning against the wall, she withdrew a cigarette from her handbag and lit it slowly. "I will be waiting for you," without inquiring further. Gu Xian nodded silently, a flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze as he entered the restroom. As smoke curled languidly in the air, Yi Qingshu's eyes wandered, prompting her to lower her head and gently rub her temples. The dizziness returned, an unwelcome sensation creeping in. In the midst of this disorientation, it seemed imperative for Gu Xian to expedite his task, allowing her to swiftly return to Dean's side. Should she lose control here, Gu Xian would be unable to manage. The cigarette continued to burn slowly, the dim lighting casting an alluring silhouette of her figure wrapped in red. As Yu emerged from the restroom, his gaze flickered. "Beautiful lady, are you free? Is that you, Yu?" Yi Qingshu slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of crimson flashing in their depths. The matter was concluded. Yet Gu Xian had yet to emerge. Contemplating this, her gaze sharpened as she lifted her head. The man, taken aback, had not anticipated encountering this woman here. How delightful. Fate had conspired to bring them together. It was better to settle grievances on the spot. His eyes narrowed as he secretly plotted. Yi Qingshu pressed her lips tightly together, the metallic scent of blood wafting into her nostrils. Now was not the time to deal with this young man. She extended her arm, pushing him aside, and without a glance back, rushed into the restroom. Ah, how shameless. Yu clutched his arm, gritting his teeth as he watched Yi Qingshu's retreating figure. After a moment's deliberation, he hastily ran in the opposite direction. The sound of swallowing echoed in her ears as Yi Qingshu forcefully kicked open the door of the innermost stall. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her pupils constricted, her eyes transforming into a crimson hue in an instant. A boy clad in a hoodie was pinning a tall man to the ground. Gu Xian's eyes glowed a blood red, radiating a wild ferocity as his sharp fangs sank deeply into the man's neck, blood staining his pale face and the pristine white of his hoodie. The man lay on the ground, limbs twitching weakly, his eyes filled with terror, blood continuing to flow from his legs. The vampire's senses were acute. Gu Xian must have detected the scent of blood the moment he entered. Yi Qingshu's expression darkened. She had failed to notice her own state earlier. Had she been more aware, she would not have allowed Gu Xian to enter alone. Yet, the scent of blood was intoxicating. She found herself yearning to drown in its allure, but her rational mind incessantly reminded her that both she and Gu Xian were in a perilous situation. If discovered by humans, they would surely encounter trouble. "Gu Xian, rise," she commanded, stepping forward to grasp his clothing and pull him up. Her typically composed face bore an uncharacteristic seriousness. "Control yourself, my dear child." Her crimson eyes met Gu Xian's, yet he showed no signs of regaining his sanity. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to her own blood. She merely wondered if her condition would render it ineffective. However, it was the only solution available at present. With that thought, she exposed her fangs, biting into her own arm to draw blood, and offered it to the boy. Gu Xian instinctively sank his teeth into her pale arm, his blood-red eyes brimming with a ravenous hunger. Yi Qingshu let out a soft hum, her gaze sweeping over the man beneath them, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, Gu Xian's eyes returned to their dark hue. He wiped his bloodied mouth with his sleeve, unable to meet Yi Qingshu's gaze, feeling that he had not only failed in his task but had also embroiled her in new troubles. Let us not dwell on that. We must take this man with us. Yi Qingshu's eyes were sharp as she glanced toward the door. Clean up here. With that, she dashed out. Yu gasped for breath, his steps unsteady yet relentless as he stumbled forward. He had intended to use the drug-laden water to incapacitate the girl, but had not anticipated witnessing a scene he would never forget. Blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. The two figures before him were monsters, creatures that fed on human blood. Regret washed over him as he realized he should not have sought out that woman over trivial matters. However, he had run swiftly. She likely hadn't noticed him. He needed to head toward a crowd, yes, toward a bustling place. You, why are you in such a fluster? Someone called out, drunkenly approaching him and slinging an arm over his shoulder, offering a bottle of liquor. You wish to leave this place immediately. As if he could sprout wings and fly away. But upon turning, he was met with a pair of frosty, light tea-colored eyes that sent a jolt through his being. The woman stood not far off, her expression inscrutable, seemingly indifferent, yet fixated on him. It's fine. She didn't see me, he reassured himself repeatedly, pushing a friend nearby. It's nothing. Let us drink up and leave. He struggled to maintain his composure. Voicing his encounter with a monster would not only be met with disbelief from his companions, but even she would likely realize he knew her secret. And he would not be spared. He could feel her gaze upon him. Yi Qingshu's eyes were locked onto Yu, and she sighed. Initially, she had intended to dismiss the matter concerning him and attend to the unruly man in the restroom with Gu Xian, but now, having been spotted, she could no longer let it go. If their identities were revealed, it would spell catastrophe. The image of her two kindred being burned alive flashed through her mind, igniting a flicker of brutality in her eyes. Yu felt as if he were sitting on needles, unable to remain still for even a moment. He grabbed the nearest person, striving to keep his expression steady. I'm leaving. The old man is checking in. Leaving? Stay a bit longer. When have you ever listened to your old man? His inebriated companion protested, refusing to budge. Stealing a glance at Yi Qingshu, he steeled his heart, snatching the car keys and sprinting away. With a sigh, Yi Qingshu followed at a leisurely pace, but the route was wrong. Her gaze sharpened. As the vehicle turned onto a narrow path, she swiftly appeared in Yu's car. The screech of brakes pierced the air. Why are you running so fast? I want tea bite, she said, her voice bright, yet it resonated like the harbinger of doom in a man's ears. What are you doing here? He stammered, instantly regretting his choice of a convertible. Yi Qingshu turned to him, observing his sweaty brow and trembling form as she unfastened her seatbelt. Don't waste your effort. You can't outrun me. Her voice was soft yet heavy with a sigh, her eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. Please, let me go? Yu's heart sank further. He understood that the woman before him spoke the truth, yet he was still young and did not wish for death. No, he had to find a way. He reached toward the back seat, opening a bottle. Noticing his movement, Yi Qingshu's expression remained cool as an icy hand seized his wrist, while another gripped his cheek, her gaze profound and penetrating. Today, you ventured to the market. Yet nothing of note transpired. In the evening, you indulged in libations with friends, succumbing to inebriation and resting within your vehicle. Remember this. Yu responded obediently, his gaze somewhat dazed. Relieved, Yi Qingshu gently shook her head. Though the cold wind swept by, she felt an overwhelming dizziness. What is wrong with you? Gu Xian inquired, his brow furrowing as he leapt into the car. After hypnotizing the man, he hurried over, swiftly enveloping Yi Qingshu's slumped form in his arms, his expression filled with concern. Yi Qingshu's gaze shifted slightly, ultimately resting upon the bottle in Yu's hand. His face darkened as he seized the bottle and lifted Yi Qingshu, departing the scene. Along the way, Gu Xian administered blood to Yi Qingshu, ultimately rousing her from her stupor. She struggled to regain her senses, attempting to discern the surroundings. Yet clarity eluded her. How do you feel? Dizzy. Yi Qingshu frowned, reflecting on the century that had passed, aside from her mortal existence. She had never encountered such a situation. Let us return. Very well, Yi Qingshu acquiesced, simultaneously accepting the medicine bottle from the man's grasp. Inside the Gu residence, silence reigned as the two entered through the window, intending to gather their belongings swiftly. Given the circumstances, neither was suitable to remain here any longer. Hurry and pack. We must leave, Yi Qingshu urged, clutching her handbag. Gu Xian remained somewhat reticent, securing the parcel. His crimson eyes shone vividly in the darkness as he surveyed their surroundings, seemingly imprinting every detail of the marshland in his mind. I wish to step outside for a moment, if I may. This place had nurtured him. He desired to take one last look at his home. If possible, you may return tomorrow. Yi Qingshu's voice was hoarse, her blood-red eyes betraying no emotion. While they could no longer linger in the Gu household, remaining in the city was still an option. No. The boy cast a glance at his blood-stained white sweatshirt beneath his black jacket. I fear we shall not return. This declaration was directed at Yi Qingshu. yet it resonated within himself as well. His pupils could no longer conceal the truth. Unseen forces were hunting them, and he wished not to endanger his family in the slightest. Observing the individual before her, Yi Qingshu sighed softly. Go. This departure would signify eternal farewell. Though enveloped in darkness, to Gu Xian, it felt akin to daylight. The living room, the chairs, the desk, all were memories of his past. He closed his eyes, allowing vivid images to flash through his mind. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes devoid of emotion. Let us proceed, he said, turning to Yi Qingshu. They exchanged a meaningful glance before leaping from the upper floor. Xian. Just as they landed, a slightly trembling female voice echoed in his ears. Gu Xian's heart jolted, disbelief coursing through him as he turned his head. Around the corner stood Gu Ying, her expression one of shock. Her pupils constricted as if she had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. What had she just seen? His younger brother leapt from the high building unscathed. Yet his eyes gleamed a crimson hue. Gazing into the darkness, illuminated by that sanguine glow, she was certain it could not be mere cosmetic lenses. Light-colored pupils may radiate in the dark, but decorative lenses do not. Sister. Gu Xian's voice was hoarse, his fists clenched as he locked eyes with the person before him. He had not anticipated encountering his sister here at this late hour. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, and Gu Ying felt as though she could hear its frantic beats. Her gaze drifting between Yi Qingshu and Gu Xian. Upon meeting the woman's cold, indifferent crimson gaze, her heart jolted violently. It was impossible. She must still be dreaming. She forced a smile, slightly turning her feet in an attempt to leave this place. I must still be half asleep. It's all that guy's fault for calling me down at such an ungodly hour. Her eyes glazed over. A flurry of panic washed over her as she cursed her boyfriend silently. Why summon her back in the dead of night? Yet, in the next moment, a figure emerged, obstructing her path. You handle this, Yi Qingshu said, her tone calm as she regarded Gu Xian. She too had not expected to encounter Gu Ying at such a late hour. After all, it was the dead of night. Gu Xian lowered his head. His gaze dimmed. The mere thought that this might be his last moment with his sister rendered him unable to compel her further. He even felt a flicker of relief that she had discovered his truth. Years later, someone would still remember him. He had not vanished from his family's hearts. Do not shy away from what you wish to express. The woman's cool voice brought Gu Xian back to reality. Yi Qingshu understood his reluctance to forget, just as she had felt while nurturing Yu Yinan. In the dim light, Gu Ying looked at the two before her, her lips quivering. Xian, what is happening? Am I dreaming? If only it were a dream, Gu Xian thought, feeling his eyes welling up. Sister, as you can see, I am no longer human. His hoarse voice reached Gu Ying's ears, causing her eyes to redden. As if seeking validation, she laughed. What are you saying? I was there when our mother gave birth to you. Sister, I have become a vampire. At this revelation, Gu Ying stumbled back, lowering her head in silence. After a long pause, she wiped away her tears with her sleeve. I do not care what you are. You are my brother. Come home with me. Home? Could he still return there? Sister, I must leave. Leave for where? Gu Ying suddenly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. She had always revered science. Yet she never imagined a day would come when her brother would transform into a creature of the night. Regardless of what he had become, he remained her kin. Qingshu will take me away from here. His eyes bore a glimmer of hope as he looked at Yi Qingshu, as if wishing for her to offer some assistance. But what could possibly be done in such a situation? Observing Gu Xian's evasive demeanor during their sibling exchange, Yi Qingshu let out a sigh. His departure is the best choice for both you and him. Did you transform him into this? I implore you, can you revert him back? Grasping the woman's skirt, Gu Ying's eyes brimmed with a plea, fully aware that it was an impossible request, yet her brother could not simply vanish. Deep down, you understand this truth. Yi Qingshu's words hung in the air, unfinished, yet the other party likely grasped her meaning. Gu Xian's eyes reflected bitterness as he extended his hand to hold Gu Ying's. The icy touch sent a shiver through her. Look, you ask why I am so cold. It is because I have become a vampire, subsisting on human blood. I do not wish to leave you, but I have no other choice. The fragility evident in his gaze profoundly pierced Gu Ying's heart. As if all their troubles had found resolution. Will you return? Warm tears cascaded onto his frigid hand as she voiced her desperate question. Perhaps I will. Gu Xian turned his gaze to Yi Qingshu. If he were to survive, surely there would be a day for their reunion. Were you about to erase my memories? Gu Ying raised her head to look at Gu Xian. I do not wish to forget. If this is to be our eternal farewell. She did not want to lose her brother without understanding. She yearned to remember it all. I will not, Gu Xian asserted, but do not tell our parents. All right, we shall await your return. With her heart shrouded in shadows, Gu Ying spoke softly, her hands gripping Gu Xian tightly, desiring to hold on to him. Sister, dawn is approaching. Reluctantly, Gu Xian gently pried her hands away, gritting his teeth as he cast one last lingering glance at the upper floor. I must leave. In the early hours of the morning,